The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
I'm back at the new time on the new Monday to Friday schedule. Thank you for being patient with this. I really needed the time off, and now we are back with nightly old-time radio shows, Monday to Friday now, starting at 9 p.m. It is March the 3rd, 2025, and here's what happened on this day in history. In 1575 AD, Mongol Emperor Akbar defeats Bengali army at the Battle of Turari. In 1857, Second Opium War, France and the United Kingdom declare war on China. In 1861, Alexander II of Russia signs the Emancipation Manifesto, freeing the serfs and granting them the full rights of free citizens. In 1887, Anne Sullivan begins teaching 6-year-old blind deaf Helen Keller. In 1917, first major strike of the Russian February Revolution starts at the Putilov factory in Petrograd. In 1939, Mahatma Gandhi begins a fast in Mumbai, Bombay, to protest against autocrat rule in India. In 1943, Battle of the Bismarck Sea, Australian and American Air Forces devastate Japanese naval convoy. In 1991, Los Angeles police officers severely beat motorist Rodney King. The beating is famously captured on amateur video, and the video leads to riots and when the police officers are acquitted. In 1985, Moonlighting with Sybil Shepherd and Bruce Willis premieres on ABC TV in the U.S. You can currently stream that show on Tubi for free, and I would recommend you do so because it is an all-time classic. And it is actually my favorite thing that Bruce Willis has ever done, so enjoy it. In 1875, Georgia Bitts' last and greatest opera, Carmen, premieres at the Opéra Comique in Paris, France. In 1956, Dutch swimmer Kaki Gestelar breaks 20-year-old world record for 100-meter freestyle. 1 minute, 4 seconds, 4.2 seconds. Born on this day, John II, Chief Joseph, George Cantor, Alexander Graham Bell, Norman Bethune, Tedros Abdomi Ghebreyesus, Jean Harlow, Laura Harning, Julia Bowen, Ronan Keaton, Jessica Biel, Camelia Cabello, Roger Turner, Jackie Joyner Kersey. Dying on this day, Robert Hooke, Gazeb, James G. Jeffries, Lou Costello, Albert Sabin, Roger Bannister. And that was This Day in History. And now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 151. Investigating shooting at 2791 Francis Avenue. That's all. Rose and Pleasure.
As you listen to this succeeding broadcast of Calling All Cars, you can't help noticing how important motor car performance is in modern warfare against crime. A police car is no place for sluggish, sputtering, slow-burning gasoline. Speed, power, acceleration, quick starting. These a police car gasoline must have. Is it not significant that more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand? Do you think the police department of Los Angeles, for example, would use Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month if it did not come up to specifications in competitive tests and continue to deliver police car performance? You can have in your car the very same gasoline that has helped make the Los Angeles Police Department one of the most efficient in the United States. You can have the same quick starting, the same fast acceleration, the same surging power that police cars must have and always get in Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Try a tankful tomorrow and know what police car performance is. And now, once again, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The story you will hear tonight is one of the finest examples of police detection this department has on record. The officers assigned to the case had no known killer to look for, no clues to help their investigation, no actual facts at hand to even definitely call it murder. But because by training, police officers know that every tiny item is of vast importance in their work, that even the simplest clue may lead to the final cracking of a case. The end of tonight's story is very different from what it might have been had the officers been inclined to be at all lax. Stories like this prove time and time again the fact that even the most perfectly worked out crime has almost no chance of being successful in the face of trained police detection.
It is 8 days before Christmas, 1935. In the Homicide Department of the Los Angeles Police, Detectives Ray Giese and T.R. Ryan are holding down the office when a call comes in from Officer Vern Philby of the Georgia Street Division regarding a shooting at 2791 Francis Street. Arriving at the small house a few minutes later, Ryan and Giese are met by Officer Philby, who informs them that the mother of the victim is next door with a neighbor friend. After a cursory examination of the death bungalow, they walk next door and interrogate her.
This is Lieutenant Giese, ma'am, and his partner.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do, ma'am? I hope you won't mind answering a few questions for us.
No, not at all. I know these things have to be done. You see, my son was a police surgeon.
It was your son who was shot, ma'am?
Yes.
What is your name?
Well, my full name is Claire Van Alstyne Williams.
And your son's name?
Robert Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Now I wonder if you feel up to telling us exactly what happened this morning. Everything you can remember about the events leading up to the shooting.
I believe I can recall everything.
Well, that's fine, ma'am. Jot this down, will you, Ryan?
Right.
It was an accident. I had been sitting in my room just off the kitchen, and I'd heard my son talking to someone for some time. I couldn't hear just what they were saying, but they were laughing and joking, apparently on very friendly terms. I was sitting in my rocking chair sewing, as I recall. I just heard quite a long laugh when someone came towards the door to my room, and it opened, and...
Don't let me bother you, Mother. I just want to get that gun of mine out of my bureau. I want to show it to someone.
Well, what are you boys having such a good time about in there?
Oh, just talking. You know how it is.
You certainly seem to be having a great laugh. I never heard so much laughing.
Good for the soul, laughter. As long as that's all you have to worry about, you'll be all right. Bye.
Sometimes I wonder whether I have a full-grown man for a son or a little boy. Oh, well. Now, what was that? Goodness, I hope those two haven't gone and done something foolish. Well, what was all that noise? Robert. Robert.
It was an accident. An accident.
You shot Robert.
I couldn't help it. It was an awful accident. I couldn't help it.
Oh, Robert.
That won't do you any good. He can't answer you.
Well, quick. Call the police. Don't stand there with that gun in your hand. Go call the police.
Yeah, of course. I'll go right now.
Oh, Robert, what's happened to you? What's happened to you? I waited some time, and the boy didn't return, and no one came, so I called you myself. I can't imagine what happened to him.
Doesn't sound very sensible, does it? Had you ever seen this boy before, Mrs. Williams?
No, never, but I believe him, Lieutenant. I believe he was telling the truth. He looked so young, and he had such a fine face. I couldn't help but believe him.
I see. Well, now, when you entered the room, where was this boy standing?
Directly behind Robert.
Oh, did he have the gun in his hand, ma'am?
Yes, he did. It was wrapped in a towel.
Wrapped in a towel? What in the world for?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he was cleaning it. Anyway, that's the way it was. And, Lieutenant, he looked so sorry for what he'd done. It was dreadful to see that young face looking so horribly scared.
Returning to the death bungalow, the two men begin a more thorough examination of the premises. Slumped over the kitchen table lies the body of Robert Williams, a grotesque caricature of a human being. His arms hang down, dangle on the floor. On the back of his head, a jagged wound shows mute evidence of the violent death that has snuffed out his life. Behind him, lying on the small stove, is the death gun, still wrapped in the white towel. As Giese and Bryan survey the room, Giese stands suddenly staring at the table upon which the body slumps.
Oh, why the look, Ray?
I just happened to see something that doesn't make sense, that's all.
What do you mean?
Here, I'll show you. You see this tablecloth here on the table?
Yeah?
Notice how it's pulled out of shape by the victim's arm here, obviously when he slumped down?
Why, yeah.
Well, then will you tell me how these things here on the table managed to stay right in place, in perfect order, while said tablecloth was busily slipping out from under them?
What? Say, by golly, all right, that doesn't make much sense, does it?
Not here. Someone's obviously put everything in order except the cloth. That's caught under his arm against the table.
Who'd do that? What reason would there be for it?
That's one of the things I want to find out before we call this thing an accident. It all looks kind of fishy to me.
Hey, Ray, you think the kid did it?
I don't know. But I'm almost certain that whoever pulled the trigger on that gun meant to.
Say, that puts things in a different light. What about that old lady?
I don't know, Brian. But it strikes me that right now we'd better give this place a pretty careful going over. If we found that one little bit of contradiction, we might be able to find more, right?
Why not?
All right, suppose you take the front room and the old lady's bedroom while I go over the kitchen here. And don't miss a trick. If this is murder, we're going to have a tough time proving it. A plenty tough time.
After an afternoon spent in minute probings into every nook and cranny of the house, questioning of the neighbors, fingerprinting of all the wood and crockery in the kitchen, Detectives Giese and Bryan return to the neighbor's house and once again face Mrs. Williams.
Mrs. Williams, had you ever seen that gun before today?
Oh, yes, it was Robert's. I know, because, you see, I bought it for him myself.
You're absolutely certain that it's the same gun?
Yes, quite. But it should be easy enough to prove that. I have the numbers of it in the little black book in my dresser drawer.
You have? Well, do you suppose if I sent someone over there now to get it, they could find it?
Yes, I'm sure they could. It was right in the top drawer, a little black book.
I could get it for you, Mrs. Williams, if you like.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. That would help.
I'll be right back.
Now, Mrs. Williams, another thing. We found 2 bullet holes in the kitchen floor. Can you tell me just where they came from?
Holes?
Hmm.
Oh, those, of course. It's rather silly the way it happened. At least it will probably sound so to you. But for quite some time, I'd heard someone prowling around the house and had me frightened.
Ever reported to the police, ma'am?
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't think it was serious enough to warrant that. But I did buy that gun for Robert, and that made me feel better. Well, anyway, one night I was lying in bed almost asleep when I thought I heard someone at the back door. I called Robert and told him. He went into the kitchen. Then I heard him firing. I went to him, and he said he'd scared them away.
By shooting holes through the kitchen floor, Mrs. Williams?
Well, I don't know whether he meant to shoot in the floor, but by shooting. Anyway.
Here's the book, Mrs. Williams. I found it just where you said it would be.
Just give it to me, please.
Oh, certainly.
See if these numbers check with that guns, Brian. S&W 419618.
Smith & Wesson, 419618. Check.
That leaves no doubt about that, then.
Was there some doubt, Lieutenant?
What's that? Oh, why... Well, yes and no, Mrs. Williams. Just wanted to be certain, that's all.
Placing a guard around the house to see that no one enters or disturbs anything, also a man to watch the neighbor's house and Mrs. Williams, Giese and Brian returned to their office to make plans for the following day. That night, Lieutenant Giese does little sleeping. All through the long hours, his mind keeps whirling, formulating questions, answering them, rejecting the answers. Is there really any truth in the old lady's story? Or is she a clever woman capable of killing her own son? And if she did, why? Why? That's the question to find the answer to. Why? The following morning, he and Brian pay a visit to the late Dr. Williams' office, where his secretary furnishes the first startling bit of news.
I've been thinking seriously of calling you, gentlemen. There are several things that don't seem quite like the doctor that have been worrying me. I thought you should know about them.
Well, by all means, miss.
On the morning the doctor was shot, yesterday that was, I phoned his house.
Oh, you did?
Yes. You see, there was an emergency case here, and I wanted to get the doctor down as soon as possible.
Did you talk to him?
Well, not the first time I called. I talked to his mother. She said that he was in the bath and couldn't talk. But then I heard some disturbances, and she sounded as though she were talking to him, and then she said to call back in 10 minutes.
And you did?
Yes. This time I talked to the doctor and told him about the emergency. He told me that he'd have to have breakfast and that he'd get down directly after that.
About what time was this, miss?
It was 9:30. Yes, 9:30. He said that he'd be down by 10:30 at the latest.
You're sure it was the doctor you were talking to?
Oh, certainly. I was in the habit of talking to him on the phone. I knew his voice. But there could have been no mistake.
Well, what did you do when he didn't show up?
I called his house again and talked to some police officers. He told me that there'd been an accident and that the doctor wouldn't be down. Then I sent another doctor out on the case. But it struck me as peculiar at the time. And then when I read in the paper this morning about the shooting and all, well, it just didn't sound right to me.
Well, to be quite frank with you, miss, it doesn't sound right to us either.
Well, I'm not a naturally suspicious person, Lieutenant. But when the doctor told me himself that he'd be down by 10:30, and then I read about his having been accidentally shot while looking at his hunting guns, well, it sounded awfully strange.
Well, you were quite right to be suspicious about it, miss. And thanks a lot. Come on, Brian. We've got things to do and no time to do them in.
With this first real lead to work on, Giese and Brian start a process of reconstruction. A return visit to the death bungalow and further questioning of the white-haired mother bring these facts to light. The death gun, which Mrs. Williams claimed to have bought for her son, traces back to a police officer who tells Giese he sold it to her when she answered an ad he had inserted in the paper. Examination of the cartridges in the gun show them to be regulation police ammunition. Yet boxes of cartridges found at the doctor's private effects are special target shot, differing considerably from the regulation size. The name of the man who manufactured these specials for Dr. Williams is disclosed, and Giese, accompanied by Brian, drive to Pasadena to interrogate him.
I guess you've heard or read of the unfortunate accident that happened to Dr. Williams by now.
Yes. I read about it in the papers. Funny thing, I was just going to send him over a new kind of cartridge I'd cooked up here. As I said to my wife only a couple of days ago, Hattie, if this doesn't cut a clean hole in them targets, then, well, I give up.
Is this shell I have here one of yours?
Eh? Let me look. Yep, sure shooting. That's mine. None like it anywhere else.
Did you ever see Dr. Williams with a gun like this in his possession?
No, sir. Never did.
You sure of that?
Oh, yes, positive. I know every gun he had. You've cleaned them for him sometimes. No, he never had that one around. No, sirree.
You'd be willing to swear to that on the stand if we needed you?
Swear on the stand? What's the matter? I thought the doc was shot accidental. What are all these questions for?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you that just now. But thanks for the information anyway. It helps no end. Come on, Brian. I think we've got what we want.
Convinced now that the accidental shooting is in reality a well-planned murder, Easy returns to headquarters, tells Captain Wallace of his investigation and subsequent findings. Then, on the following morning, the two detectives go to the little house determined to make Mrs. Williams talk. But when they arrive, they find her other son with her. So first decide to see what light he can bring to bear on the question. The younger son is at first reticent to answer questions, but as the sincerity of the detectives finally makes itself apparent, he weakens, talks.
Oh, honestly, Lieutenant, I don't know what to think. I can't believe that Mother would do this, and yet she's been acting strangely for so long that... Still, it can't be.
Just what do you mean by strangely?
Well, not right. You know, saying it would be better if we were all dead and out of the way than living here in poverty and all sorts of things like that. I think she felt pretty bitter against the world for letting her down.
Had she ever threatened you?
Oh, no. No, once she did suggest a suicide pact, but I just laid it to nerves and forgot it.
Some nerves, all right?
Yeah. Now, look, young fellow. I appreciate the spot you're in, your own mother and all that. You must realize our position, too. If your mother had some sort of a mania about killing off the family, then we've got to do something to stop it. If we don't, you'll be next. Then what?
I know, but what can I do?
Well, nothing right now. But if this goes to court, which I'm pretty certain it will, I want your testimony about what you've just told us. How about it?
Well, naturally, if I swear to tell the truth, I'll have to do just that. But I don't want to. I don't want any part of it.
Well, it may not be necessary, Mr. Williams, but if it is...
Well, then I'll tell what I know.
Good. I thought that's what you'd say. And believe me, you won't regret it. Now, let's talk to Mrs. Williams, Brian. I'm going to be very frank with you, Mrs. Williams. Very frank. I'm going to tell you right now that we do not believe your story.
You don't believe? Well, surely you can't mean you don't think it was an accident.
That's exactly what we do mean, ma'am.
You mean you think that young man...
No, ma'am. We don't think that young man ever existed.
But then... I don't see...
I'm afraid the only other answer is you, Mrs. Williams.
I?
Exactly.
You think I did it?
Didn't you?
Shoot my own son? Why, I don't see how you can even imagine such a thing. It just isn't possible.
You walked into that room and shot your son as he was eating his breakfast.
Lieutenant, I can see how you might imagine that as having happened. But I assure you, what I've told you is the truth. It was an accident.
Nevertheless, Mrs. Williams, we'll have to book you on suspicion of murder.
But you can't do that. It's not right.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid you'll have to come to headquarters.
Booked in the Los Angeles County Jail on suspicion of murder, Mrs. Williams refuses to admit any knowledge beyond what she has already told the officers. Quietly dignified, her answers are those of an unusually well-educated woman. Her aristocratic gentleness makes the detectives ill at ease as they carry on an unending line of questions. Paced with all the irregularities of her story, the gray-haired mother quietly makes the same reply.
I can understand how you gentlemen must feel under the circumstances. I realize that there are things about this that put me in a bad light. But I assure you, what I have told you is truth. I have nothing to hide. You are simply mistaken. That's all I can say.
But despite the repeated denials, the charge of murder sticks, and at last Mrs. Williams prepares to make a desperate battle for freedom. Her appearance in court immediately creates a stir of sympathy. The prosecuting attorney, realizing that he has a tough assignment ahead of him, prepares his brief carefully, checks and rechecks every tiny piece of evidence. And finally the day comes when all evidence has been heard. Nothing remains but the prosecution's final summary.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence in this case. You have heard link after link forged against the defendant. Now there remains nothing but your decision. However, before you 12 men and women retire to your chambers to decide this case, I should like to show you in my own words what really happened that day. The detectives who have worked on this case from its inception have built a case that brings to mind the whole picture of this murder. I say murder because that's what really happened. The defense claims that there was another man in that room when Dr. Williams was shot, that the defendant was in her own room all morning until she heard a shot. Now, I am going to show you that there was no other man, that the defendant simply executed a well-planned murder as a general might execute a carefully planned maneuver in a battle. I ask you to go with me to that kitchen this afternoon to visualize the picture I paint. Dr. Williams has an appointment at his office at 10:30. The secretary has testified to that. He has talked to her over the phone and said that he will be down to the office as soon as he has had breakfast. As I see the picture, he is sitting at the table in the kitchen and his mother prepares his food.
I called from the office. It was an emergency. Some fellow needs an operation.
Well, I'll have your breakfast in a second, son. Only I wish you didn't have to rush so. You never have a minute with me anymore.
Well, I can't help it, dear. That's what happens to people who get mixed up in this doctoring business.
Are you happy being a doctor, Robert?
Oh, Mother, that's a funny question. Of course I'm happy.
I mean, aren't you sometimes sorry you have to give your life to other people? Don't you feel a little shabby? A little below your rightful station in life?
Well, there's no use you going on talking about station in life. I wish you'd realize that things are different than they used to be. The world has changed, and people have changed with it.
People haven't changed. They've just given in. Let circumstances pull them down, take their rightful station away from them. You know, Robert, sometimes I think we'd be better off in another place.
Mother, you don't sound well. I'm worried about you.
No. It's all right. You needn't worry anymore. Here, now eat your eggs.
Thanks.
I'm going in the other room a second.
Well, nevertheless, you've got to take better care of yourself before your nerves snap. I don't like that kind of talk.
It's true talk. That's why you don't like it. You know as well as I do that this family was never meant to do menial work. If money-crazy people hadn't taken what rightfully belonged to us, we wouldn't have to live in a little bungalow like this, 4 rooms, and both of my sons working like ordinary laborers. It isn't right.
You know, Mother, according to the papers, the revolution is due soon. Maybe that'll take care of it. But really, Mother, kidding aside, you've got to realize that the classes have drawn together. There's no aristocracy anymore. Everyone is working for a living, and there's no disgrace in it.
You perhaps know, but you're young. You can't feel the same as I do. You can't appreciate the way I feel in the eyes of these people around us. The Williams is living here like ants.
Oh, well, as long as you can cook eggs like these, everything's going to be all right. They're tops as far as I'm concerned.
I hope you'll always be happy, Rob. Always.
What makes you say that? What's in that towel?
Something that belongs to me. Something that will make me happy.
I guess I don't follow you, Mother. However, if something will make you happy, that's enough for me. You're happy seldom enough lately.
You better eat your breakfast, son. Don't mind me.
You're right. I've got to hurry to make it now.
I'll just stand here, right behind you while you eat. You don't mind, do you?
Not if you like to stand there. But I can't see why you want to watch me eat. But, however, that's your business.
Yes. My business. Goodbye, Robert.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Just thinking. Eat your breakfast. There. Done. Now, Frank. Then myself. Then peace. Peace.
From there on, it was a simple matter to see what happened. Mrs. Williams gathered all the doctor's hunting paraphernalia together and spread it out on the table. She cleared the breakfast dishes away and washed them carefully. And she made her first serious mistake. The tablecloth was caught under the doctor's arm against the table, and she couldn't remove it, so she left it there. But she failed to reckon on this when she put the hunting knife and cartridges on the table, because if they had been there when the doctor was shot, they would have been pulled out of line with the tablecloth. That was her first mistake, and from there she made a string of them. Small enough alone, but put together large enough to show conclusively that she had planned this murder for some time in advance. Those mistakes are, 1, she fired those 2 shots in the kitchen for herself to test the gun. 2, every day she fired a cat pistol we found in her room to get the neighbors used to the noise. That's the reason none of them could remember having heard a shot. 3, when the detectives first questioned her, her only concern was for the boy who had supposedly just killed her son. She showed no remorse at all for her own son. I think that I've covered all the points in this case, and I know that in spite of the sentiment and sympathy you members of the jury must feel for this woman, you will do your duty and return an honest verdict, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will the clerk of the court please read it?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder and recommend life imprisonment.
It is now our pleasure to present District Attorney Buren Fitz. Mr. Fitz.
This case was one in which anything might have happened, had not the officers investigating it done a thorough job of gathering evidence, and had our department not spent many long hours fitting the pieces together into a chain out of which there could be no escaping. There was one major hurdle for us to get over, and that was the fact that the defendant looked and acted at all times like anything but a murderess. Her age and her looks were against us from the start. Yet in spite of this sentiment, we were able to present such a strong case that in the end, justice was done. Mrs. Williams was sentenced to life imprisonment in Tehachapi Prison, where she is now confined.
Thank you, Mr. Fitz. Do you know of any place where you can get more for your money than from the Rio Grande Independent Service Station near you? First, you get the courteous service of an owner-operator, who is interested in the community affairs of your neighborhood. Second, you get police car performance. Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the same gasoline used by more police cars wherever it is sold than any other brand. The only gasoline sold in your neighborhood that is produced by the patented Sinclair cracking process. Third, you get Sinclair motor oils, thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied by special Sinclair processes to make them flow freely winter and summer and stand up under the most grueling abuse. Then you get many services absolutely free. This radio program, Calling All Cars, which surveys show to be one of the most popular Western broadcasts, and Calling All Cars News, which is brim full of newsy, fascinating stories of screen and police activities, and police money with gasoline purchases good for valuable gifts, G-Man pistols, fingerprinting outfits, sirens, rings, handcuffs, bracelets, and many others to bring happiness to some boy or girl. Do you know of any oil company that gives you more for your money? Start the Rio Grande habit tomorrow. Buy your gasoline and motor oil from your nearest Rio Grande independent dealer. Get more for your money.
Los Angeles Police calling on all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 151. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rolls and questions.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Counselor Troy falls prey to an alien's seductive powers.
Strength comes from love.
I have no intention of releasing her now or ever.
And a startling metamorphosis releases jealous rage.
I need you. Deanna's condition is deteriorating rapidly.
Will Troy pay the ultimate price for unbridled passion?
Counselor Troy is dying.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music and Bing Crosby. Crosby is up next.
Don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,000.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder. A dime seems like a lot of money to a small child, especially when that dime is part of the money you give the March of Dimes. And that child is a victim of infantile paralysis. Send all the dimes and dollars you can spare to your local March of Dimes headquarters. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
This is CBS, where you hear Bing Crosby every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KCBS San Jose and KCBS FM San Francisco.
When good friends get together, Bergie belongs.
Burgermeister, Burgermeister, it's for light and golden clear. Burgermeister, Burgermeister, it's a truly fine pale beer.
San Francisco Brewing Corporation, San Francisco.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in San Francisco. With John Scott Potter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears, and Bing's guests, Peggy Lee, Joe Venuti, Jack Teagarden, and Louis Armstrong.
Oh, yes, tonight, Ken, this austere network is going to get beat to a pulp.
Well, don't worry, Bing. CBS is a big chain. It can take it.
Mm-hmm. Ken, when we get through tossing CBS around tonight, Bill Paley will have to sell it to NBC for scrap.
Bing, are you allowed to mention NBC on CBS?
Well, I just said it. Nobody hit me on the head.
Tell me, Lumpy.
Just call me Knothead. The sound man stole the whole dinner. Come out there with that yacht club jacket of his. Never been near a yacht club. Fisherman's Wharf. It's the only place
Well, it certainly is a great night, Bing. Quite a reunion of the Paul Whiteman Alumni Association.
Oh, it should be a lot of kicks, Ken, cutting up old touches with Joe Venuti and Jack Teagarden. As you probably heard, Jack has been on a tour of Europe with Louis Armstrong and his All-Stars.
Yeah, Joe Venuti's got some great records out.
Yes, he has. But besides that, Joe is the indigestion king of California right now.
The indigestion king of California? What do you mean?
That's true. He's got a string of vending machines in operation that dispense Italian food.
I see. Instead of pushing a button and getting Chesterfields, you get a plate of spaghetti and meatballs, huh?
Yes, and you want to stand back when that stuff comes flying out, too.
Barrage of meatballs can be dangerous.
I wouldn't put a coin in a machine like that unless I was wearing an asbestos suit. Well, here's Peggy Lee. Hiya, Peg.
Hi,
Say, Peggy, are you a Paul Whiteman graduate, too?
Oh, no, I'm from the Benny Goodman School of Hard Knocks.
Say, here comes the indigestion king, Joe Venuti. Is this the place? Sure. Come right in. Yes, we were just talking here about those machines of yours, you know, the ones that dish out the Italian food. You know something? A machine like that could replace restaurants?
You know, Bing, machines like that could replace Italians.
Hey, I saw one of Joe's machines.
You're kidding. What do they look like, Peg?
Well, the one I saw looked something like a big jukebox, only instead of records, Joe had long playing pizza pies stacked in it.
And we use a wet noodle for a needle.
He's been trying to get that line in about the last 12 shows. Long playing pizza pies might replace music. Now, Joe, if you'll skip out in the green room, Peg and I'll get at the opening number. It's a jumpy little thing called Sunshine Cake, and it happens to be from a forthcoming Paramount picture in which I'm involved called Riding High. John Scott, let's get her cooking, huh?
We're gonna make a sunshine cake. It's everything nice. It's sugar and spice. It's a cinch.
We'd ought to bake a sunshine cake. It does more good than a big, thick steak.
Well, start.
You start with
a tablespoon of trouble.
And then you add a smile and let it bubble up.
We'd ought to bake a sunshine cake. It really isn't so hard to make.
How now?
Fresh tears,
a pound or two of pleasure.
Kind words,
you needn't use a measure cup. Any questions? Then we proceed. Well, it's not from a recipe book, and you don't have to be a good cook.
Or run to the oven and look
for such a simple dish. All you do is wish. Why not bake a sunshine cake?
Of course, it may keep your dreams away.
But friends say there's nothing like the flavor.
Don't wait to do your friends a favor. And for goodness sake,
what are we waiting for? Let's bake a sunshine cake. Well, we've got the right ingredients, so let's proceed. Cheerful disposition, that's all we need. We need some happy poetry, we need a lot.
And then you put them all together, tell me what have you got?
Remember worry, that's one thing that we must forget. So put on your slippers, light a cigarette. You add a little feeling in your measured cup, and then you give it to the lady, let her stir it up.
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 Stir it up. Up, up. Bow, bow, bow. Stir it up.
It's got vitamins A.
And vitamins B.
Vitamins L-O-V-E.
If you're fat, it's for that.
If you're thin, pack it in.
What's wrong if you get a double grin? We'd ought to bake a sunshine cake.
We'd ought to bake a sunshine cake.
We ought to say there's nothing like the flavor. Of course, make your friends to do a favor. And to do your friends a favor.
And for goodness sake,
do your friends a favor.
And for goodness sake,
what are we waiting for?
Let's bake a sunshine cake.
Very nice, Bing, Peggy, and Kid.
Thanks, Ken.
Say, Bing, you know they're dedicating Chesterfield's new cigarette factory and research laboratories at Durham, North Carolina tomorrow.
Yes, I know, Ken. I understand that the new Chesterfield factory at Durham outshines the Taj Mahal. They're really going to have a big time there tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And tomorrow night there's going to be a full-hour radio broadcast with Chesterfield's Arthur Godfrey and Chesterfield's Perry Como.
That's right. Certainly wish I could be there, but unfortunately I'm tied up here on the coast. But I was lucky enough, very fortunate. Mm-hmm. I got someone to take my place on the broadcast, Ken.
Who's that?
Oh, some fella runs errands for me around Paramount, stands in for a fella named Hope. Bob Hope.
Yeah.
Bob Hope. Clever boy.
Bob's going to be on the broadcast from Durham, huh?
Yep, Bob's flying in to guest on Perry Como's show. Arthur Godfrey will be there, too, and also another fine singer, Mr. Eddie Arnold.
Oh, I got to catch that show.
Me, too. Incidentally, folks, as long as we're talking about Chesterfield's new factory, we might as well mention that Chesterfield's has a special birthday carton at the pit. And believe me, those 200-miler Chesterfields make a wonderful gift for every smoker. I have a new Decca release out on a song called Chattanooga Shoeshine Boy. We present it now with the added ingredient of Joe Venuti's famous fiddle. If the boys and girls of the ensemble gather around, if Joe will slide in here real cozy like, we could take right off for Chattanooga. Have you ever passed the corner of 4th and Grand? A little ball of rhythm has the shoe shine stand. People gather round and they clap their hands. He's a great big bundle of joy. Pops a boogie-woogie rag, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. He charges you a nickel just to shine one shoe. Makes the oldest kind of leather look brand new. You feel as though you want to dance when he gets through. Oh, he's a bundle of joy. Pops a boogie-woogie rag, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. It's a wonder that the rag don't tear. Lord, the way he makes it pop. You'd ought to see him fan in the air with his hoppity, hippity, hippity, hoppity, hoppity, hippity, hop. Flop. Opens up his store when the clock strikes 9. Likes to get 'em early when they're feeling fine. Everybody gets a little rise and shine. He's a great big bundle of joy. Pops a boogie-woogie rag, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. There goes. Listen to them, huh? He'll fix your feet so you can walk your beat. Yes. Can't get no fire insurance around here. Mm-mm. When you goes, man, your twinkle toes. Pop. Just listen at him fan in the air with his hoppity, hippity, hippity, hoppity, hoppity, hippity, hop. He opens up the store when the clock strikes 9. Likes to get 'em early when they're feeling fine. Everybody gets a little rise and shine. He's a great big bundle of joy. Pops a boogie-woogie rag, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. Man, I'll tell you one thing. If you're wearing a pair of Cordovans, he's going to cut all the neon signs in town. You lay a quarter on him, guarantee he'll draw blood. The Chattanooga shoe shine boy. Very lucky, too, to have Peggy Lee aboard because her blues message is that great song, I'm Coming Virginia. And folks, when Peggy sings the blues, you're going to hear the truth. Every word's the truth. There's the whole book. Comes now that pulse-quickening moment when we proudly usher in our guest of honor. Tonight's visitor is an old and valued friend of all international jazzophiles. How about that? A personal pal of my own and an artist who knows no peer in the idiom of pure Dixieland. I'm fairly ripping with rapture as I welcome back from a truly triumphant trek through Europe the powerful potentate of sweet and hot, Louis Satchmo Armstrong. Welcome home, Louis.
Yes. Thank you, Papa Bing. In fact, mercy be cool, much ratches and Dankeschön, grazie, skol, hootman, and a very mellow pip-pip.
Oh, that's what I like, a linguist. By the way, Louis, according to Time magazine, you got a royal reception in France, huh?
Oh, it was regal as an eagle, Mr. Seagull. They tossed a big banquet for us and served all them fancy French cuisines. That's food, you know.
Oh, I know. I took lessons from Hildegard. I know that. What'd they serve? Things like blue trout, almondine, filet mignon, vichyssoise, pâté de foie gras, crêpe Suzette.
That's the stuff.
Oh, they're all delicious. Hey, did you get over to Italy?
Well, we had to, you know, because Jack Teagarden ran out of grease for his trombone. Mm-hmm. So we had to go to Italy for some olive oil.
Say, Louis, how's the food in Italy?
Oh, wonderful. Joe Venuta's got machines all over the place.
What do you know about that? That's miraculous.
Look here, Papa Bing.
What now?
Look here, have you ever been in the Scandinavian countries?
No, I never made it up there. What's it like?
Well, everything is over there. Scold, you know. And you want to know something?
What's this?
How is the skull of this cat you ever saw?
Boy, you want to watch out. Them schnapps can marinate your chops, Pops.
Oh, you dog.
Louis, I think you and I could gab further about your recent experiences, but right now I think the folks would like to hear a good jazz band number, something to really get out and take off. What do you think you and Venuti and Teagarden ought to climb on? What would you like to know?
Well, I'd like to beat out a little old Royal Garden Blues.
Royal Garden Blues, that rocks it. That'll get it. Get ready, folks. They're coming on out. Louis Armstrong, Jack Teagarden, Joe Venuti, Buddy Cole, Perry Bodkin, Nick Fatul, all you're going to send Royal Garden sky high.
Okay, there. What is there? Get your chops in there, boy. 1, 2.
Kill them.
Got to jump in that, Daddy. Where's that, Oliver?
Stand by now. Stand by for a minute, Louie, while Mr. Teagarden and his trombone, his tantalizing Texas trombone, they're going to wake us up good with Baby. Won't you please come home? Jack does a fine vocal on this, too. Oh, baby, won't you please come home? 'Cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, never more to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come home, come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. I ain't gonna take no money for tonight, huh? Not too much fun. Jack, you're really going. Say, Louis.
Yes, sir.
You know you got a platter out on Blueberry Hill.
Yes, sir.
Really great record. Really a killer.
But thank you, Papa Bing. You know, I wouldn't mind climbing old Blueberry Hill right now if you'd climb it with me. Would you?
Mr. Trotter, give us a little boost. I think I can make it.
Okay.
John Scott, are you ready?
Found my thrill on Blueberry Hill, on Blueberry Hill. When I found you, the moon stood still on Blueberry Hill. And it wasn't until when I found you.
The wind and the willow play.
Sing it, Daddy, sing it.
Love's sweet melody. But all of those vows we made were never to be. We were part, you part of me still, for you are my thrill on Blueberry Hill. I found my thrill. Come climb the hill with me, Papa Bing, on Blueberry Hill. We'll see what we'll see on Blueberry Hill. I'll bring my horn with me. You don't bring your horn, we're cooked. Yeah. Berries are blue. The moon stood still. Oh, up in the moon we'll go. On Blueberry Hill. Higher than the moon we'll go. And we'll linger until our wedding in June we'll go. Wedding in June? I didn't get in my dreams come true. I don't know. When in the willows play. Do you really love me? Love's sweet melody. And I love you. And all of those vows we remember were never to be. And the night is through. Though we both fought bitterly, you fought me still. For
for you are my thrill. On Blueberry Hill.
Louis, the last time you worked here on this very same stage, about a year ago, we did an old song called Lazy Bones. We kicked it around. I bet you we could get through it again today.
Oh, yeah, I'll bring you down that power. Let's play it on.
Oh, ain't that a mess? I'd like to hear that one more time. Oh, give me that again. Lazy bones, sleeping in the sun. How you expect to get your day's work done?
I never expect to get my day's work done, Papa Babe. I just knocks myself out, laying in the noonday sun.
Lazy bones, sleeping in the shade. How you expect you're ever gonna get your cornmeal made?
I never want no cornmeal made.
You ain't gonna get no fritters, you won't get no cornmeal.
I know, but I just can get me some good old chitlins and black eyed peas.
Come close here. When taters need spraying, I'll bet you keep praying. I bet you're praying that the bugs just fall off of the vine.
Oh,
I
boy.
I swear that's the truth. And when you go fishing...
That's something.
You been fishing?
Yeah, a
How
long time
did you
ago.
was fishing?
5 years ago.
Get a catfish in the old Mizzou. Bet you pray the fish don't grab at your line.
Tell me the truth.
Lazy bones, loafing through the day. I expect you ever gonna make a dime that way.
I don't never expect to make a dime that way. All I do is... Come on in here, Daddy. Come on in here, Daddy.
Well, he never heard a word I say.
Oh, yeah!
Thank you very much. Personally, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of sorry to see this session come to a close. I want to thank Peggy Lee, Joe Venuti, Jack Teagarden, and Louis Armstrong for giving us liberal portions of their top talents this evening.
Papa Bing, who's with you next week?
Next week, Louis, our guest will be Bob Hope.
Bob Hope? Oh, man.
Man.
You talking about a real funny man. That cat really breaks me up, man.
Thatch, I hate to see a long-standing friendship such as yours as mine terminate so abruptly.
Well, rather than have that happen, I just ain't gonna laugh at him no more, that's all.
Yes, you can laugh at Bob if you want to, Louis. Everybody else does. Thanks again for joining up with us tonight. See you soon, huh, Sanch?
Thanks. Good night, Mr. C.
Good night, Miss Day. See you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Bob Hope.
Be sure to listen every Saturday night to the Arthur Godfrey Digest starting next Saturday, January the 28th, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time over CBS. Arthur will be there with his best jokes and best songs and the reason why Chesterfield is the best cigarette for you to smoke. So everybody listen in, the whole family, and they can enjoy the best stuff he pulled on Mother in the Morning. Saturday night, Chesterfield's Weekend Entertainment. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KCBS San Jose and KCBS FM San Francisco. Attention, please. Don't throw your old watch away. Take it to Mylan's Jewelers during their trade-in sale. Get double the usual allowance toward the purchase of a handsome, dependable Bulova. Your old watch makes the down payment at Mylands Jewelers, corner 12th and Washington, Oakland. 7 p.m., BULOVA, Bulova watch time. Give him the handsome new Bulova Director. Imagine it's only $33.75 with matching expansion band.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of primeval dread, to the fear you can hear. Do things have souls? Do natural forces embody malicious spirits? That was the primitive belief of mankind, stifled, they say, by the rise of civilization. But is it dead? Or does there move within us still the distorted shadow of some long-forgotten lore, dark images we dare not face? Jeff Moore never found the answer, but the question shattered his life.
You devil, Chindi. I defy you. You called me and I'm here, Chindi. I'm here. I defy you. No! No!
Jeff, don't wake up.
What?
It's a dream. You're having a nightmare.
Oh, Katie, that terrible dream again.
Just a storm.
The horse again. The horse galloping toward me. The rider wrapped in a long black shroud. When he turned his face to me, it was a mass of melting flesh. It was the face of the man we buried out there in the sand. Katie.
Our mystery drama, The Devil God, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Mary Jane Higby and stars Ruby Dee and Mandel Kramer. The main character of our drama tonight will never appear. I think you will feel his presence, however, as thousands have felt it through the long centuries that brought us out of the prehistoric cave to the place where we now stand. As Jeff and Katie Moore, a young couple from New England, felt it among the stark cliffs of the Southwest. But let Katie tell you about it.
That storm last night shook this old house like a terrier shaking a rat. I lay trembling in my bed while it crashed its way towards us and burst in a roar overhead. Jeff started screaming in his sleep, the way he does nowadays.
Help me.
And I ran in to comfort him.
Help me. Please help me.
Jeff, darling, wake up. This is the storm.
It's the horse again. The horse galloping toward me, the rider wrapped in a long black shroud. Suddenly he turned his face to me, and it was a mass of melting flesh, the face of the man we buried out there in the sand. Oh, Katie.
All right, baby. All right.
Katie, am I ever going to get over this?
Funny thing about a vicious storm, how innocent and clean the world looks afterward. In the morning, the air was so shimmering clear that for a moment I thought I was back in Antelope Valley, that day I first saw it nestling in the desert mountains. I didn't know then the terror hidden in those hills. I wish I had known. How I wish I had known.
Sorry about the shape this road's in, folks.
This is a road?
Are we on our own property yet, Mr. Purdy?
It will be as soon as we cross the little Yaqui River. It's only 20 miles or so to the house from there.
Mm-hmm.
Your uncle left you a fine ranch. You're going to be mighty happy when you see what you've got.
I'll be mighty happy if I still got my teeth.
It's awfully nice of you to bring us all the way out here.
Well, couldn't let you come out alone the first time. You being strangers to this part of the country and all. Now, when we get to the top of this rise, you're going to see a grade A job of government bungling. A few months ago, they sent out some fancy Eastern engineers. First thing they did was pull out the bridge that was here and move it 10 miles downriver. Never stopped to find out there was a house 20 miles back, and this bridge was the only access.
Oh, dear. Well, what do we do?
The Jeep won't make it through the gully. I think it will. I better walk down first, though, to make sure.
Shall I come with you?
No use both of us getting our feet wet.
Well, I can see why he said we'd never make it in our own car. Honey, when I think of your uncle sinking all of his money in this God-forsaken country...
God-forsaken? Why, it's beautiful.
Come on, darling. You've seen too many John Wayne movies.
It's valuable land.
I know. And I'm lucky. I married a beautiful woman who turned out to be an heiress.
I'm glad we didn't know my Uncle Bush was making me his heir. I'd have thought you were marrying me for my vast holdings.
And I just hope that among the vast holdings, he left a bottle of scotch. Because I'm going to need it if Joe Purdy manages to get us across these craters of the moon.
Well, I just wanted to be sure that there was no quicksand.
We're really going down into that ravine.
Yep. Here we go.
Oh, it's awfully steep, isn't it?
Oh, boy. Well, made it. Shook up, but sorry, folks. Well, that's the little Yaqui River.
River? There wasn't a quart of water in it.
No, not now. But don't you ever try what I just did. Come a flash flood, and it'll be a wall of water rushing down. You know, I've seen little jackrabbits caught in it, even rattlesnakes. That's why your uncle was so mad about that bridge. You can't get to your land from the new one without scaling the cliff.
What? Mr. Purdy, wait a minute now. Are you saying that once you leave us, we're completely cut off, trapped?
Oh, no. The ranch hands can always get you out. Kenneth, he's your foreman. He talks English real good.
Well, what do the others talk?
Their own language. They're Indians.
Indians? Why didn't anybody tell us all this?
Well, now, I wouldn't worry.
Well,
your uncle had the best ranch hands in the state. That's why Antelope Valley's such a fine money-making outfit.
well, now, just don't borrow trouble. Wait till we get there, see what it's like.
I know what it's like. Flash floods, quicksand, rattlesnakes, and 6 feet of snow. Katie, we're moving into a trap.
But Jeff's misgivings faded when Antelope Valley lay spread before us. The long white L-shaped house, half hidden in cottonwood trees and bordered by bright flowers. And winding in the distance, the gully that marked the upper course of the little Yaqui. Some Indians were standing around the corral. I waved, but they only stared back.
And here we are, folks.
Well, after what we've been through, this is kind of like Shangri-La, isn't it?
We'll just get the luggage out. Oh, there's your foreman. Hi, Ken.
Hi, Joe.
Mr. and Mrs. Moore, Kenneth Yazzie.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Kenneth.
Yeah.
I'll help with your bags.
Well, thank you.
Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll get back to work. We're just finishing up. All right if I show you around later?
Oh, yes.
Freezer's well stocked, isn't it, Ken?
Sure is. Couple of sides of beef and a lot of game. Now, don't you carry anything, Mrs. Moore. Just get the door for us, please. I've had the house open and airing for you all day.
What a nice room.
What a great fire.
And look at this. You wouldn't expect a picture window in a ranch house, now would you?
Oh, your uncle built himself a real modern...
Oh, look up on the hill. What a beauty.
Oh, you mean the horse?
Hey, that's a palomino, isn't it?
What?
Isn't that a palomino out there?
Oh, it's gone.
I think you must be mistaken. I think you saw a deer.
No, it was a horse,
Oh,
all
it's a
right.
wonderful golden mane. I'm going to get some sugar and see if I can't.
No.
What?
Leave it alone.
Why, Ken?
That horse is no good, Joe.
What do you mean?
There's a bad feeling about that horse, Mrs. Moore. Leave her alone. She doesn't belong here.
Whose horse is it?
Bad feeling. Don't go near her. Let her go.
But doesn't she belong to us? Doesn't she?
Believe me, Mrs. Moore. You staying overnight, Joe?
No. Have to get back to the office. The title company won't run itself, you know.
Well, you'll stay and have a drink with us, won't you?
The boys want to talk to you, Joe.
Yeah, sure. I'll go out to the corral and say hello and, yes, Mr. Moore, I reckon I better have one for that road. We'll be right back.
Well, what do you suppose that was all about?
The horse, you mean?
That Indian looked so funny.
I thought he looked frightened.
A valuable animal like that shouldn't be running around loose.
Oh, come on, darling. I want to see the rest of the house. This... Oh, look at this kitchen. It's huge.
Hey, you're going to walk right inside the closets. Boy. Hey, your Uncle Bush Hyatt was no teetotaler. I'll say that for him. Get the ice, honey, and I'll see if I can find some glasses. There's enough liquor here to last the whole winter. What are you staring at?
That horse again. Look through this window. It's heavenly. Oh, Jeff.
Boy, Joe Purdy's sure deep in conversation with those Indians. They're kind of a sullen-looking lot, aren't they? No, I don't think I would exactly call this place heavenly, honey. Hostile seems a better word.
You don't like it. Oh, Jeff, give it a few weeks' trial. And...
Look, it's beautiful, Kate, but... Oh, I guess I'm just tired.
Hello?
Hey, we're in the kitchen here, getting it all together. What do you have, bourbon or scotch?
Oh, bourbon. Bourbon's fine.
I haven't found the soda yet. Will tap water be all right?
Never mind the water. I'm going to ask you folks to put me up for the night.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, sure.
Wonderful.
Well, here's to a happy life in Antelope Valley.
Yes,
cheers, Joe.
Cheers.
You don't mind if I call you that, do you?
Of course not. Everybody does. Well, I have to ride out behind the hills tomorrow.
Oh, why?
There's a job to do back there. Nasty job, too. And the ranch hands asked me if I'd do it.
Why'd they do it themselves?
No, they can't. There's something to do with their religion. Oh, and by the way, I want to talk to you about that. You got the best cowhands in the state. Now, you'll get along just fine if you respect their ways, their religion.
What is their religion?
Well, as near as I can figure, the Indian lives in a different world from us. He lives in the world of spirits. Where we see a cloud, he sees a spirit. Where we hear the wind...
Well, that's animatism.
Well, I wouldn't know about that. But the important thing is not to rile those spirits.
Okay, I'll drink to that.
No, I'm serious. And I'd advise you to be. Because, well, I've seen some mighty strange things in my time. And now about that horse, Palomino.
Now, how about that? Now, is it ours or isn't it?
Well, I figure it isn't. You see, anything the lightning god has touched belongs to him.
You mean the horse was struck by lightning?
It didn't hurt her. One of those freak accidents. But now she belongs to the lightning god. He'll strike down anybody who tries to take what is his. So, leave her alone, okay?
Oh, come on. That's nonsense. Plain superstition.
It's what they believe.
Well, Kenneth doesn't go for this rubbish, does he? He seems like an educated man.
He was a track star at UCLA. Almost made the Olympics. But Ken is an Indian.
I see. All right, now look, let's get this straight. The horse belongs to this ranch, right? And it's a valuable animal, isn't it?
I reckon so.
Now, you're saying that I can't keep her, can't even sell her because of some whammy that somebody's put on her?
I'm saying you won't go near that horse if you know what's good for you.
But that's crazy.
Now, don't be so sure.
Well, you don't believe this drivel, do you?
I don't believe it, and I don't not believe it.
Well, that horse is going back into the barn. It's ours, and I'm keeping it.
You take that attitude, and you'll be in trouble. bad trouble.
That is superstition right out of the Dark Ages.
Older than that, I reckon. But it's their belief. And this would be one hell of a time to try to talk them out of it. They've got a dead man lying back in the hills to prove it.
A dead man?
If you're so cocksure about these things, ride out with me tomorrow when I go bury him.
Katie leaves the two men, still stubbornly arguing the pros and cons of superstition, to stand at her bedroom window, watching the motionless stars. As one springs to sudden life and goes skimming across the sky, she makes a wish, then smiles at herself. A meteor, nothing more. What power has it to grant good fortune? Troubled, she turns to her bed and her first night's sleep in the eerie stillness of Antelope Valley. I'll be back shortly with Act 2 of The Devil God. A profound stillness has settled over the remote ranch, broken only by the occasional howl of a coyote. In spite of her uneasiness about the gruesome task her city-bred husband has agreed to undertake with Joe Purdy, Katie Moore has fallen into a deep sleep. She awakes with a start. Someone is moving about the room.
Jeff?
Oh, I didn't mean to wake you, honey. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's too dark.
It sure is. And Joe Purdy says early. He means it.
I'll get you breakfast.
No. We've had breakfast. Don't get up. Katie, you know where that blue cotton shirt of mine is?
I think I put it... Oh, yes. Second drawer down.
Okay, now. So how's the girl of the Golden West?
Did you hear anything?
No. Like what?
I thought I heard hoofbeats. Toss me my dressing gown, will you? Ooh, it's chilly, isn't it? Yes, there she is again. The Palomino. Oh, poor thing. Probably hungry.
You know, Katie, this whole setup seems fishy.
You mean about the horse?
The whole situation on this ranch. After you went to bed last night, I found out the name of this guy that we're going to bury. Little Gambler. And whose father do you think he is?
Kenneth Yazzie father?
That's right, our college graduates. Now, superstition or no superstition, you don't leave your father lying out where the buzzards and coyotes can get at it.
Ooh, Jeff, don't.
I'm sorry, honey, but I tell you, I won't be surprised if we find him shot through the head or stabbed in the back. If we can tell from what's left of him. There's something phony going on. I'm not sure Joe isn't part of it.
Oh, no, Jeff.
Well, you take this guy's name, Little Gambler. Now, honey, you know that horse is worth a lot of money.
You think there was a fight over the horse?
I don't know. And I sure don't go for all this mumbo-jumbo about lightning gods and rainbow gods and spirits of death. It's too easy an out. Can you see, is that horse still there?
Uh-huh. Poor thing, it needs a good currying.
As soon as I'm dressed and going out, I'm putting it into the barn. And, Katie, you see that it stays there.
The sun was beginning to rise as I watched wiry Joe Purdy and my cheerful blonde husband ride out of sight. I turned to unpacking and settling into my new home. Just after midday, a sudden commotion drew me out into the yard. The barn door was open, and in the dark interior, a golden mane flashed through the air as the Palomino reared suddenly. I could make out two shadowy figures behind her. No, stop! Stop! No, don't drive her out! Stop that! My husband put the horse in the barn. She's to stay there. Now, don't let her out! Doesn't either of you speak English?
Anything wrong, Mrs. Moore?
Yes. My husband put the Palomino in the barn this morning, and I caught these men trying to drive her out.
I don't think so, Mrs. Moore.
Oh, yes, I saw them.
The horse is no good.
You mean she's vicious? That's absurd. She's as gentle as a lamb.
No good for the ranch.
She was my uncle's horse, wasn't she? Kenneth, I'm serious about this. We're keeping her.
And from now on, I want the boys to take good care of her.
They have other work to do.
Oh, come on. All this fuss is because she was struck by lightning, isn't it? Let's settle this once and for all. This was my uncle's ranch. Now my husband and I occupy the place that he did.
Your uncle understood Indian ways.
I understand, too. I know how the ranch hands feel about the lightning god, and I sympathize. But I don't for 1 minute believe in it, and I don't think you do.
Mrs. Moore, let the horse go. Otherwise, I cannot be responsible.
You don't have to be. Just do as I say. He turned on his heel and left me standing there in the blazing heat. Tears of fury stung my eyes. I watched a buzzard circling in the clear sky. Then the thought of Jeff and the grisly job he had set out to do sent a shiver through me, and I ran back into the cool ranch house. I prowled restlessly from room to room until in my uncle's office I came across a photograph album. A pictorial record of his days as a trader on the Indian reservation. A recent snapshot, not yet pasted in the book, fell out in my lap. On it, my uncle had written, Scheherazade, first prize, Santa Fe, 1972. It was the Palomino. I was so engrossed in the album that I didn't notice the change in the weather. A wind had come up and a door started banging. And I ran to fasten it, and I could see the cottonwoods outside writhing in the wind. A few Indians had gathered near the corral. One of them, taller than the rest, wore a big black hat. He was pointing to the east, where a dark, menacing cloud hung over the hills. I felt stifled. I sat down, gasping for breath, and watched while the ugly thing spread like some monstrous growth across the sky. Shortly after sunset, Jeff and Joe Purdy returned.
Honey?
Oh, Jeff, I'm so glad you're back.
Not as glad as I am. What a day.
Nasty chore. I reckon it gave your husband a bad turn.
You better believe it.
You look exhausted, darling. Aren't you coming in, Joe?
No, I'll just return our ponies to the corral, and then I got to get on my way. I want to keep ahead of that storm, at least till I cross the little Yaqui. You'll excuse me, Mrs. Moore?
Oh, of course. Goodbye, and thanks, Joe, for everything.
So long, Joe. I'll see you soon.
Sure. I'll keep in touch. Oh, Ken, take these ponies. I've got to get going.
Okay. You'll make it if you hurry, Joe. So long.
Come on in, darling.
Yeah. Those cow ponies are tough little animals. I don't think anything else could have made this trek.
It was rugged, huh?
You'd never believe it, honey. I'll say this for the lightning god when he sets out to do a job. That bolt must have hit the Indian in the head and spun him right around. His face was like melted. Oh, even his moccasins were split. And the funny thing, his blouse was untouched, but the sleeves were gone. Apparently went up in smoke. And the flesh on his arms was peeled to the wrist.
Do you think it really was lightning?
Oh, no question about it. Freak accident. Strange how often people use that word about lightning.
Freak.
Yeah. You have to see it to know why. I mean, it looks deliberate. You know, like two guys are in a boat and one is struck by lightning and killed and the other one isn't touched. You know what I mean? The Indians think it's malicious spirits. Chindi, they call it. Well, it's nonsense, of course, but I tell you, standing alone with Joe out there in the desert, well, it was funny, but it was like I could feel a presence. I kept looking over my shoulder. I told Joe, and he said, "Yep, Chindi. That's the death devil, Chindi."
Jeff.
All right, look, honey, I was darn glad to get away from there.
It's getting dark.
That evil presence was...
I better put on some more lights. Where's the light switch?
By the front door.
Oh, yes. Come on in the kitchen, dear. I've got a good, rich beef stew on the stove, and you'll feel better when you've eaten. What was the scenery like back there?
Sky, sand, and sagebrush. The handiwork of Chindi. Storm.
My goodness, it's black outside.
I tell you, I wouldn't want to be Joe Purdy driving back to town now.
Lightning, look. Sheet lightning, isn't it? Scary. the whole hill.
The Indians say it was Little Gambler's fault.
His fault that lightning struck him?
Mm-hmm. They say he rode a horse that fire from the sky hit last year.
The Palomino?
That's right. He knew the lightning god gets mad if anybody takes what's his. You know, Kitty, I'm afraid we're going to have to give her up.
Oh, no. She's a jewel, a prize winner, you know. And she's been so neglected. It's awful. Uncle Bush was very proud of her.
How do you know?
Well, I found a picture of him standing beside her the day she took first at some horse show.
Well, we can't keep her.
Jeff, you're not going to let them drive her away.
Honey, there are forces around us that we don't dare contend with.
Jeff, what are you talking about? You know it's superstition.
It's easy to say that here in this cozy house. But out there, in those bleak burning dunes, I tell you, Katie, there was something. I could feel it. I feel it now.
That was a close one, wasn't it?
Yes. Sheep lightning is forked lightning. I'm going out and open the barn door.
Jeff, you're not in this weather. I won't let you drive her out into this weather. What's the matter with you? You said yourself this is nonsense.
It's bringing us trouble, bad trouble. I can feel it coming like a hot wind.
You've been out in the hot sun all day, and Joe Purdy has hypnotized you with this rubbish.
Joe says the ranch hands will all leave if we try to keep her.
Let them. We'll get others. They have good jobs here, and good jobs aren't so easy to get these days.
Look, honey, this morning I felt the way you do. But damn it all, you haven't seen what I've seen. That Indian looked like he'd been scalped. I know, I saw it. I'm not just talking. Now, we've got to get rid of the horse.
Jeff, listen to me, dear. If we give in now, we'll lose all authority. You know, I had an unpleasant scene with Kenneth earlier. He was very rude. We can't start out that way. This taboo, or whatever it is stupid and barbaric, and we're not going to yield to it. Now, I'm going to make some coffee.
Stay away from the sink. That's not superstition. The pipes form a perfect ground for the lightning.
You mean I can't even run water for coffee?
Not until the worst of the storm is over. Now, it's heading for us right now. Joe was telling me that before lightning strikes, you can sometimes feel an electric charge run through your body. You feel your hairs rise. It's the hand of Chindi. Then you're probably going to be hit, and the only thing to do is drop flat on the ground and pray.
Oh, flat.
Hit a power line, I guess.
Well, what do we do?
Now, just keep calm. Lights will probably go on again.
It's awfully dark. Have we got a flashlight?
Yeah, but it's in the car back in town.
Matches?
Not since I quit smoking. Got to be some candles around here.
I saw some this morning. I remember now. I was putting things in the kitchen closet. I know where they are. There must be matches there, too. I'll get some. Let's see now. It's over here past the sink. Yes. Mm-hmm. They're in the back on the third...
Katie! What happened? Katie, are you all right? Katie, where are you?
Groping his way through the darkness, Jeff struggles against the sudden rush of his own superstitious fear. But one man's superstition is another man's firmly held faith. And perhaps the only safe conduct through the uncertainties of this valley of shadows is a healthy respect for the beliefs of others. Common courtesy or common sense should teach us that. If not, the powers that be may find harsher ways to bring the lesson home. I'll return shortly with Act 3. An unfamiliar house, a wrong step, and a headlong plunge into black emptiness. Katie Moore lies dazed and frightened on a rough cement floor.
Katie? Katie, where are you? Are you all right?
I think so. Don't try to get to me, Jeff. Wait. I'll see if I can get up. Oh.
Are you hurt?
I don't know. Yes, I'm think I fell down. There. Oh, my shoulder.
Don't move. Damn it, if I only had a match. Yes, there are steps here.
Be careful.
All right. Now, where are you, darling?
Here.
Oh, okay. All right, listen, do you think you can put your arm around my neck?
I'll try.
Easy now. I better not try to move you until we get some light. I gotta find those candles. I'll be right back, darling.
Watch yourself.
All right.
Watch yourself.
Oh, tomorrow, Ken. Thank God you brought a light.
I could see from the bunkhouse that the place was still dark. I figured you didn't have a flashlight, so I brought a couple of kerosene lamps.
But my wife fell down the cellar steps, and I'm afraid she's badly hurt. I didn't dare try to move her. Ken brought her some lamps there. It just happened a minute ago. She fell down these steps. She was looking for candles. She thought she was going into the kitchen closet, and she opened the wrong door.
I can't move. I can't turn over.
Let's see. Looks like it's the shoulder, collarbone.
My legs feel all right. I can move them.
Try slipping your arm around her waist. I think I can hold her so it won't be too bad. But it's going to hurt some, Mrs. Moore. Ready?
Yes.
Do you think we dare lift her?
Yes. I've got her. Tell me when you're ready.
I'll try now. There. Easy, darling. Does it hurt?
A little. I think I can walk up.
Okay. I've got you.
Careful.
Now, one step at a time. Bring the lamps.
Yeah, I have. Take it easy, darling. Easy now. Just a few more steps.
Just get me to the sofa.
Okay. Can we get the lights on again, Kenneth?
Not a chance. Till the worst of this is over. I have a hunch it hit the generator. We're going to have to get back to the bunkhouse.
All right, here we are now.
Easy now, Mrs. Moore.
Careful now. Easy, dear.
I don't want to leave the ranch crew alone too long. They're resting.
Yes, I understand. All right, go ahead. And Ken?
Yes?
Go to the barn and get rid of her.
My horse? No.
Katie,
oh, no.
Don't make waves. Not now.
You're right. Do what you think's best.
Thanks. It'll make things a whole lot easier for me.
That was a bright flash. Lit up the whole room.
Oh, my God.
Well, what is it?
Did you see that?
Yes, I saw.
They can't do this. I'll stop them.
I'll try.
Well, what's the matter? What happened?
The ranch hands, honey, they're leaving. In that last flash, I could see a long line of ponies. They're all just quietly riding away.
Oh, Jeff, I'm frightened.
All right, now we have to keep our heads here.
We can leave, too.
I don't know if people have been in worse spots than this. Now, look, we have plenty of provisions. It can't rain forever.
I never saw such a downpour.
Ken? Did they take all the ponies?
No. There's one left, but it was badly hurt a few days ago.
Kenneth, why did they all leave us?
There's bad feeling here.
You mean they're frightened? I'm damned if I understand it.
They're not afraid of dying. It is the spirit of death they respect. It is Chindi. Indians are proud before men. They're not proud before their gods. Black Cat is a medicine man. He says Chindi is very angry now. He says tonight Chindi will take all Antelope Valley for his own.
By morning, I was running a fever. It rained for 4 days without let up. But part of the time I was delirious, so my memories are confused.
Try to drink this, dear.
I want some orchids. Orchids, please.
Honey, it's chicken broth. Try to take a little, huh?
Mr. Moore, I'm afraid it's going to flood.
A little yucky?
There are sandbags in the barn. We've got to make a dike to protect the house.
The river doesn't look that high.
Remember, there's no vegetation in these hills to hold the water. A sudden downpour runs right off. Flash flood. Come on.
Well, that ought to hold for a while.
Hey, not enough. It's all we have.
Oh, I'm so tired I'm going to drop.
We've done all we can do. ground. When that water hits, the house may go.
We can't, man. We can't move Kitty outdoors in her condition.
We'll set a tarpaulin tent on the hill. Take blankets. Hurry. It'll come any time now. We were lucky to get out.
Look, great Scott, it's a wall of water. Will the house go?
I don't know.
I've never seen anything like that. It's like a dam had burst. Thank God you got us out of there.
Yeah.
Yes, Kate?
Yeah. Where are we?
We're in a tent, honey, on the hill back of the house. Stay right here until the worst of the storm is past. Are you warm enough, darling?
What?
Here's the canteen.
Let me lift you up there.
I'm so weak.
Careful, honey. There you are. What's the matter? Try to be quiet, darling. Ken, I've got to get a doctor. Now, if a man had a horse, could he make it out of here now?
He might. He knew his way.
The barn is still standing.
Yes.
I'm going to see if that Palomino is there.
You could never find the pass. Even in good weather, somebody would have to show you the first time. In a storm like this.
Look, I've got to do something. I can't stand by and let my wife die.
I'll go out to the barn.
No. I don't expect you to touch the horse, Ken. I understand these things better now. And you can see that I must go.
First, let's see if the horse is still there.
Yeah.
Yep, there.
Cold.
Yeah, the blanket is tucked off. Let me wrap it around you.
Where's Ken?
He went out to the barn a while ago.
I've been dreaming. A man was riding by. And suddenly a horse burst into flames.
Quiet, dear. Quiet, darling.
That sounds like who?
It must be Ken. He's taken the Palomino. Ken, no! Ken, I'll go! Ken, come back!
Has he deserted us too?
No, he's going for help. Oh, the poor guy. He must be frightened to death on that Palomino.
Mr. Moore.
Ken, couldn't you get through?
There's a truck coming. I met them a quarter of a mile down. Joe is with them. It's search and rescue from town.
Search and rescue?
That's a local organization. They have special equipment. Mostly they go after hunters who get lost in the San Francisco peaks.
Well, how did they know about us?
The ranch hand sold them. Managed to throw a makeshift bridge across the Yaqui down below. The road is mostly washed out, but they can make it slowly.
Thank God. Ken.
Yeah?
Ken, I want to thank you for what you did. I know what it meant.
It's all right.
Look, we were wrong, Ken. We behaved badly. But when you've lived all your life a certain way and believed certain things, it's hard to... Well, anyway, everything will be okay now.
I hope you're right.
Uh-oh. We better get back under the tarpaulin. The rain's starting again.
Kindy circled around. He's coming from the other side now.
Oh, nonsense, man. We'll soon be out of here.
The men from search and rescue were carrying me on a stretcher when it happened. Jeff was beside me. Ken was about 10 feet ahead. Suddenly I felt it. A tingling sensation through my body. The small hairs on my forearms seemed to rise. I knew that Ken felt it too. He turned and looked up at the sky, his eyes staring wildly. There was a blinding flash. Then Ken was lying on the ground.
Ken, oh my God.
Kenneth!
Don't try to get up, Katie. Joe. Joe, is he...
Yeah. He's dead.
It's my fault. We goaded him into riding that horse. I wouldn't let it go. I killed him. I killed him. I'll never forgive myself. I'm a murderer.
Now, Mr. Moore, it's not your fault. We don't control these things. They're accidents.
You said Kindy would kill anyone who touched his property. You said it. You know you did. It is my fault. It is. I killed him. I killed
please,
him.
dear.
I killed him.
Please.
He saved our lives.
Katie,
and
now
I
stop it.
killed him.
Stop it. You have got to get this straight now. It was an accident. Do you hear me? An accident.
I killed him. I'll never forgive myself. It was not an accident. You all know what it was. Why don't you say it? It was Tim D. Oh, God, forgive me. I killed him.
She was to blame all her life. She's hysterical.
Tim D.
Katie, listen to me. There is no Tim D. What happened was an accident. You got to hold on to that fact.
There's the horse. Get rid of her. Drive her away.
Take Mrs. Moore to the truck, boys. We'll have to come back for Kenneth later.
No. I won't go unless you bring Kenneth, too. You're not going to leave him here alone.
Katie, watch me. I'm going to ride that Palomino. Cindy! I'm taking your horse, Cindy. I defy you. If you're there, show us your power now. I defy you. There is no Cindy. Miss Moore, you there?
Oh, just Mr. Murchison. Oh, come on in. Oh, your hands are full. Just a second. I'll get the screen off.
My wife sent this over to you.
How nice.
Well, she remembered you always did like it.
Banana bread.
Yeah. Well, we're glad to have you back with us in Connecticut. We thought we'd lost you to the west.
Oh, it's good to be back. Did you see Jeff? He's working over at the edge of the wood. There's a tree, he says, has to come down. It looks sturdy enough to me.
But if he's talking about the oak near the clump of white birch, it ain't as solid as it looks. Are you planning to stay now for good?
Oh, yes. We sold everything we owned out west. It was beautiful.
Mary and I drove out there once. It was all too big for me, all too much.
Connecticut is more cozy.
Yeah. Well, I'll be getting along. I want to see Jeff. There's something I should tell him about that tree.
Tell Mrs. Murchison I'll be over to see her as soon as I get settled.
Well, if we can help, just let us know.
What was that?
Sounds like he felled the tree.
He wasn't going to chop it down. Jeff!
You all right, Jeff?
Jeff! Mr. Murchison, look.
Now go back. Call the police. Tell them to send an ambulance. We can't move that tree, just the two of us. Now, quick, girl, quick. Then get the Hester boys. They're working on the fence. I'm coming, son. Oh, help. Mr. Murchison, help me. Lou Hester will be here in a minute. We'll try to move the tree off you. I don't know what happened. I just tapped it. I was coming to tell you, Jeff. It's rotten all the way through. You see, that tree was struck years ago by lightning.
Jeff Moore is in a wheelchair now. Nobody knows just why. The doctors say he suffered no permanent injury when that tree fell. But sometimes late at night, when she hears the wind rising, the rain beginning to fall, Katie's thoughts go back to Antelope Valley and Kenneth Yazzie and the Palomino. And she wonders. I'll be back shortly. Lightning strikes, invoking a tribal taboo. Result, 2 dead men and a house plunged into darkness. 2 months and 3,000 miles later, a third man is struck down. Coincidence, of course. But what is coincidence? A word. A word we use to explain what we cannot explain. Our cast included Ruby Dee, Mandel Kramer, Leon Janney, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica, Truchet, and Minute Rub, in cooperation with the Drug, Cosmetic, and Allied Industries, dedicate this program to Uncle Sam on behalf of the Treasury's War Bond campaign. And here's the star of our show, Eddie Cantor.
No
Nora Martin and I answer your many requests by repeating, well, what do you know? She smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. And what do you know? She looked at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago. And though it's a dream, I never dreamed she'd ever say hello. Oh, maybe tonight I'll hold her tight when the moonbeams shine. My dreams are getting better all the time. Well, what do you know? She smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. And what do you know? She looked at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago. And though it's a dream, I never dreamed she'd say hello. Oh, maybe tonight I'll hold her tight when the moonbeams shine. My dreams are getting better all the time. Sweetheart, those dreams, sweet dreams, our dreams are getting better all the time.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's remarkable what can happen to one man in one day, especially when that one man is Eddie Cantor. Man? Well, anyway, yesterday on our way to rehearsal in Eddie's car, I sat next to him, and as we drove along... Hey, Eddie.
Yep.
Tell me some more about your trip to Washington.
Oh, it was great, Harry. You must have seen the pictures. Well, Mrs. Roosevelt wore a formal gown, one of those long dresses that drag on the floor in the back. I can't get over that dress.
Why, what do you mean?
It was so unusual seeing a train on Eleanor.
Yeah, I'll bet that everyone important in politics was there.
Yep, they were all at the White House except Governor Dewey. He couldn't make it. Again. But New York is doubly lucky. They've got a fine president in Washington and a swell governor in Albany. And if LaGuardia is listening in, hello, Butch, I love you, too.
Say, Eddie.
Yep.
I listened to the broadcast of the inauguration, and it was the shortest ceremony on record.
All but one, when I married Ida.
That was a... What do you mean? That was a short ceremony?
The only person who spoke was me. I said to her father, put down that gun. We were married. Hey, Harry, not only was the president's inaugural short, but they saved time on everything. They even had a buffet luncheon. Seems strange seeing hot dogs there.
Well, I don't know. What's strange about that? We've had a Frank in the White House for years.
Yeah, a 4-time wiener. Open the door, throw me out of the car.
I think I should. Hey, Eddie, why are you slowing up here?
I'm picking up Nora Martin and Leonard Seuss. There they are.
Oh, hello, kid.
Hello, children. Hiya, kid.
How are you?
Leonard, 4 people can't sit in the front seat. You and Nora get in the back.
Gee, it'll be lonesome there.
You can see why people flunk in biology.
What a dope.
He is not. This morning he took me to Griffith Park and we sat on the bench. And you know something? A policeman made Leonard stop.
Honestly?
Yes, he was playing his trumpet too loud.
How do you like that kid? He takes Nora to the park while he plays his trumpet.
Well, I can't ask the policeman to hold my music.
Sure, he would be off beat.
Let's go back to 4-time wiener.
Yeah. You know, Harry, even with all his foolish answers, I have a feeling that Leonard can still grow up to be a jerk.
Listen, Leonard, didn't your father ever tell you about the birds and the bees?
Oh, yes. The birds fly and the bees sting.
So do you. Shut up.
Hey, Eddie, look.
What?
There's Bert Gordon, the mad Russian.
The Russian. Well, hello, Russian. How do you do? Tell me something. I always pick you up across the street when we go to rehearsal. What are you doing in front of the department store?
A little shoplifting.
You mean you were shopping? Shoplifting is stealing. For that, you can spend 5 years in San Quentin.
From 1935 to 1940, I was not in that there.
Well, listen to me, Russian. What is your motive in taking things without paying for them?
Patriotism.
Wait a minute. I don't get... That's patriotism?
Most of course.
Yeah?
When you are paying for something, they are wrapping it up.
Yeah.
No paying, no wrapping. No wrapping, no paper shortage.
Listen, Russian, you keep that up and you'll go back to San Quentin. Then what will your father say?
How do you do?
Wait a minute. Your father's in San Quentin? Why?
He was lonesome for mine 2 brothers.
Is there anybody in your family who is not in San Quentin?
Yes, my dear mother. Yeah. She's in Sing Sing.
Oh, now, wait, Russian, all this jail business. You know it isn't true, and I know it isn't true.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Please let me out of this car so I can send a telegram of apology to my family.
Yeah, now you're being a man. Here you are. We'll let you out.
Thank you.
See you at the studio. Don't forget to send the wire.
Take care, Fibber.
Yes?
Do you spell San Quentin with a Q or a K?
Try a quabble, you. Goodbye. Get out of here.
Oh, Eddie, look.
Yeah.
That lady on the corner just missed the bus. Maybe we can give her a lift, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, miss, can we give you a lift?
Thank you. I should never have missed the bus. That driver slammed the door in my face.
Oh, he did, huh? Listen, catch that bus, Eddie. I'll tell him something.
Yeah, that's terrible, miss. I've been lucky. I've never had a bus driver slam the door in my face. Then how come it looks like that? Quietly.
Now, Eddie. Okay, just stay even with the bus for a minute. Hey, you, driver.
What do you want?
What's the big idea going around slamming doors in people's faces?
I hate people.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out, Harry.
Oh, no, we don't. I'm going to tell this guy off.
You are, huh? Well, let me tell you something, Bud. If you had to listen to what I hear all day long, you get tough, too. Everybody griping about everything. A couple of weeks ago when the war was going bad, it was all down in the mouth. But did they do something about it? Nah. Just blame the general. Now things are going good again. So they're back griping about the butter shortage and meat points. Oh, it's squawking. Well, if the war was over, they could have all those things. But you think they'll do anything to hurry up the victory? Again, I reiterate, nah. Look at me. I'm only a wage earner, and I got 10 little ones at home.
And I thought I was doing good.
Yeah, another little one coming next month, see?
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations, what for? I get a little one every month.
You do?
Certainly. The company delivers them to me.
What?
A $25 war fund every month.
Oh, that's what
now, why don't everybody smack in their jack and start backing the attack? Honestly, folks, I could be the happiest guy alive if you people would break loose with that 1875.
You said a mouthful, driver. Well, let's get going, Barry.
Eddie, at the rehearsal today, I think you ought to try out one of those Axis broadcasts. Have you heard any lately?
An Axis broadcast? Well, just last night. First, I tuned in on Berlin, and this is what came over. My dear people of the Third Reich, today over the Berlin radio, a special musical program will be broadcast to the enemy, to the Allies on the Western Front, and to the Russians on the Eastern Front. The Fuhrer will sing, "Don't Fence Me In." The Russians have got a surprise coming to them. They have taken Warsaw, they have taken Budapest and Krakow, and now they are on the Oder River. Stalin claims he will soon take Berlin. That is where the surprise comes in. When the American and the British flyers get through, there won't be a Berlin to take. Oh, that's funny. What am I laughing at? The whole world is concerned over Hitler's physical and mental condition. To prove to you that he is in the best of health, we take you now to Berchtesgaden, where you will hear the Fuhrer himself. Take it away, Berchtesgaden. My Fuhrer, if you please. All those Americans.
We now take you to Tokyo.
Flashy flash. Imperial Japanese Navy has secured animal skins to keep Nipponese sailors warm. Every Japanese warship now has fur coat and hides. Message from Luzon. Flashy flash. Today, by clever strategy, General Hishimako managed to save face. Regret to report body still missing. flash. Nipponese more lucky than American people. There is no housing shortage here. Even after B-29s bomb Tokyo, you can find apartment on any street, up to 15 rooms, all in one pile. Say, Nora, before we get to rehearsal, how about running through your song, huh?
All right, Mr. Cantor. His home for a little while. His smile once again. No need to tell, but it feels simply swell with him close to me like he's supposed to be. He's home for a little while. I lived for a kiss. I hit the skies when he looks in my eyes, and my knees grow weak with bliss. He's sort of changed. He's kind of different from the boy I used to know a while ago. Strange how much he says without a word, and when he holds my hand, I understand. I'm but forevermore, he's mine alone. We'll have to part, but he's close to my heart. Through
better than an automobile than you do in the studio. That's a nice song, Nora. Maybe tomorrow I'll join you in the second chorus. How would that be?
Oh, it'll be wonderful to have you sing with me.
He's got us all bulldozed. Oh, quiet, would you, Leonard, please?
Would you let me out here, please? Melrose and Western.
Certainly. Gee, we made it faster than the bus, didn't we?
We certainly did. Thank you.
That's all right.
Oh, my dress is caught in the door. Wait a minute. Don't start the car. Don't start the car.
What's the matter?
Look what you've done to my dress.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. My goodness, Harry, her dress is half off. Do something. Yeah. Wait a minute. Harry, stop applauding. This isn't a burlesque show.
Now, what about my dress? Look at it.
I'll take care. Harry, you drive the kids to the studio. I'll take care of this.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I didn't mean.
Sorry? You should be sorry. You paid no attention to my screaming. You'll pay for this dress or I'll blacken your name.
I didn't mean it.
I'll disgrace you.
I know.
I know you actors. I'll take you to court. There'll be blood tests.
Yep. I didn't mean... Blood tests?
Yes, I'll prove that the blood on your fender is from my knee where it got scratched.
Well, calm yourself, lady. Look, here's a dress shop. Eloise of Hollywood.
You better pay for this dress.
Yeah, I'll pay for it. We'll step in here and get your new dress.
I'm Eloise. May I help you?
Yes, I'd like to buy a dress for this young lady.
Oh, well, here's a nice blue one for $97.50, miss, if you'd care to slip off that blouse and try it on. This is no blouse. This is my dress. Well, where's the rest of it?
I've got it here in my hand. I tore it.
You tore it? Yes, he paid no attention to my screaming. Oh, my goodness. You people will have to get out of the store.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm trying to explain. Maybe you better explain it, Miss...
William.
I'm Eddie Cantor.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You don't even know each other?
No, I just picked her up.
Picked her up? Yes, that's how my dress got torn.
Wait a minute. Yes, that's how it happened, Eloise. Eloise, I don't like the tone of what you're not saying. Miss Williams, you go in and put on the dress. Here, Eloise, here's $100. You can keep the other $2.50. Here's the money. Go ahead.
I don't know what to do. I can't understand Eddie Cantor buying a dress for a strange woman.
Well, I had to do it. She said she'd sue me.
Gosh, you too?
Yeah, it's getting so nowadays, if you want to see a comedian, you've got to go to court. Goodbye.
Eloise? Oh, Mrs. Von Zell, I didn't know you were still in the store.
Yes, I was standing behind the dress rack.
Was that Eddie Cantor buying a dress for that woman?
Yes. Do you know him?
Oh, I know him, and I also know Ida. Where's the telephone?
Straight down that corridor.
Thank you.
Having paid for the damage to the young lady's dress, Eddie finished his rehearsal at the studio and, like any good family man, rushed home. He couldn't wait to put his arms around Ida, who couldn't wait to get her hands on him.
Oh, Ida! Ida! Ida, sweet as apple cider. Oh, girl, sorry if I woke you up. Hello, Janet. Hello, Marjorie. Natalie. Marilyn. Edna. What goes on? Oh, hello, Ida. What's the matter with the girls? They aren't speaking to me. Ida. Ida, let me in. Ida, what's the matter? What's wrong with the girls?
You mean our girls or your girls?
What do you mean, my girls? You had just as much to do. Forget it. Tell me, Ida. Ida, what is the idea of the blankets and the cot here in the kitchen?
Well, you have to sleep someplace.
Oh, you want me to sleep in the kitchen? You want me to watch the icebox? You got butter in it, huh?
The butter goes upstairs with me.
Upstairs with you?
Yeah, I'll have custody of that, too.
Well, Ida, why can't I sleep in my own room?
You'll find out from my lawyer.
He's sleeping in my room?
Now, don't play innocent. Stop pretending. A lot of men, when they get to be your age, do the same thing.
Sleep in the kitchen?
You know what I mean. I can stand for anything from you, but another woman, that's too much.
That's too much for me, too. What are you getting at?
It's too unpleasant. Tomorrow there'll be a legal separation.
Separation? Ida Tobias, you've been drinking. A legal separation? Surely you don't mean that. It's ridiculous. It's fantastic. It's expensive.
And so are new dresses.
New dresses, Ida. Oh, Ida, now I know what you're mad at. Someone told you. Believe me, darling, it was nothing. The girl I gave a lift to ripped her dress in the car, so I bought her a new dress.
Lying won't help.
I'm not... Ida, look, you can't get a separation. Leave me without my wife, without my children, without anything to talk about on my program.
No use. I don't believe a word you're saying, and my mind is made up.
You can't do... All right. And it's goodbye. And you know what that means.
Oh, wait a minute, Eddie. We may be seeing each other for the last time, and before you go...
Yes, Ida?
Hand over your ration book.
Well, gee, I'm sorry to hear about you and Ida quarreling, Eddie, but you're welcome to spend the night here, of course.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. Gosh, a separation. Ida never pulled that before. We've been married 30 years, and the number of fights Ida and I have had, I can count on one hand.
You can?
Yeah, the other one she broke. You have trouble with your wife like this, Harry?
Oh, no, Eddie. I know how to handle women.
Sure.
I let her know who's boss.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah, and if she doesn't want to be boss, the heck with her. Well, I know it's tough on you, Eddie, but you can stay here in the nursery with Eddie Cantor Bonsell Jr. tonight, huh?
Thanks. Good night, Harry.
Good night, Eddie.
Gee, I must dream about it. Gosh, I hope someone locates that woman. That'll clear me. Ida can't do this to me. Hello, Junior. I'm sorry I woke you up. But, Junior, you don't know the troubles your Uncle Eddie has. She wanted me to sleep in the kitchen. Even took the butter upstairs. Yes. After 30 years of married life, Ida's going to leave me. At my age, she gets jealous. Yes. She wasn't like that years ago. Years ago, she wasn't like that. There I was, 27 years old, in the Ziegfeld Follies, with the most beautiful girls in the world, and Ida found no reason to leave me then. She had to wait till now. I feel terrible. Who knows where to find those girls today? I'll bet you feel sorry for your Uncle Eddie. I wonder what you're trying to say with that goo. Huh? What are you trying to say, huh?
Go. Go. Such excitement. Popeye says he's been married 30 years and has never been in this kind of trouble before. He means he's never been caught before. I hope when I grow up I'll never get tied up in a triangle. If I ever get out of this one. Aren't women funny? My mommy can spot lipstick behind my daddy's ear a block away, but she can't see a stoplight in front of her nose. What we men go through. Gee whiz. Work hard all day, come home expecting a warm supper, then find a note saying, on top of the icebox is the can opener. Some men propose to a delicate creature, then find out they're married to a delicatessen. Poor Popeye. I hate to see him so sad. He's so tender. He should be. He's always in hot water. Oh, look at him. He's going to cry. With those eyes yet. Here come the tears. Oh, for heaven's sake. Hey, Mom, head for the hills. The dam is broken.
I didn't sleep a wink all night from worrying. The only way I can stop Ida's foolishness is to find that girl. Hello? Hello? I wonder why that Russian doesn't answer.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me.
Russian, what took you so long to answer the phone?
I was just about to get into my bathtub.
Oh.
Am I glad you called?
Russian, you've got to help me. I'm in terrible trouble. My wife is leaving me.
I'm in bigger trouble than you are.
Why?
My wife isn't.
Look, Russian, the only way I can clear myself is to find that girl I bought the dress for. And if you can locate her, I'll give you $250.
What?
I said I'd give you $150. $50. Well, Russian, what do you say?
Will you please review the bidding?
Look, Russian, I'll give you anything. Do you think you can help me?
Cantor, in my young detective days, I was famous for my slogan, Cherchez la femme. Look for the woman.
Do you solve many cases that way?
No, but I find lots of women.
Russian, you've got to find that girl. We don't have much to go by, and it's going to take great detective work.
Don't worry. Don't worry. To get out of the house, I shall put on a disguise. My own wife wouldn't recognize me.
How can you disguise yourself so your own wife wouldn't recognize you?
Very simple. I'll take that back.
Afterwards. Do you know where you're going, Russian?
What?
I said, do you know where you're going, Russian?
Do we Russians know where we're going? Silly boy.
Well, I'm glad I'm here at my lawyer's. But, Mr. Flugelflutz, you handle a lot of domestic cases, and I'm telling you, after 30 years, this isn't fair. Besides, if I know Ida, she'll sue me for every cent she's got.
Well, Cantor, you should have thought of that before you got involved.
Mr. Flugelflutz, Mrs. Cantor is on her way in.
Hello, Mrs. Cantor.
Oh, hello, Mr. Flugelflutz.
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. Cantor.
Ida Tobias to you.
Oh, I see. Ida, look, I beg your pardon, but tell me if I may inquire about your health. How have you been?
Fine, thank you.
And how are the children?
Fine.
And the butter? Ida, give me one more chance, please. We've been together 30 years.
I knew the day I married you it would never last.
Ida, 30 years, that's not one of those furlough things, you know. If you just give me a chance to find that woman, I could clear myself.
No, it's too late, Eddie. We'll divide the property and go our separate ways.
Divide the property? What? Don't you think we should stick together at least for a little while?
Can you give me one good reason why we should?
Well, 5 children you can't divide. Now, if there were 6,
Thank you. Well, here are the papers. Oh, this is my secretary, Miss Williams.
Miss Williams! Miss Williams! Ida, look! This is the girl I've been looking for.
Mr. Cantor!
It's can explain everything, Miss Williams. Will you please tell my wife what happened yesterday? Tell her the whole story.
Mrs. Cantor, let me tell you first of all, your husband is a perfect gentleman. Here's what happened. The bus driver slammed the door in my face. Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. My mother told me to get up early and wouldn't happen to me. My brother Joe took the alarm clock into his room and he was out with a beautiful girl. I think they're engaged.
Now that she's explained everything, Eddie, darling, forgive me.
Never. You've made me suffer too much. You've made me suffer too much. You go your way, and I'll go my way.
You're not coming home?
Not even if you had pot roast. No. Not in a million years.
Oh, look, Eddie. I'm down here on my knees begging for forgiveness.
Oh, I forgive you. Get up, Ida. Get up. Mr. Cantor, you're a generous guy to forgive your wife like this. Generous nothing. That's her only pair of nylons. Get up, Ida. Get up.
Folks, all of that happened to our hero, Eddie Cantor, in just one day.
Yeah, but everything is fine now, Harry. And next Wednesday, January 31st, which is my birthday, Ida's throwing a big party. You're invited. We'll have all my other friends on the show, including George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Look, Eddie, if you're going to have a party, that means I'll have to be buying you a present.
No. Big switch this year, baby. Everybody that comes to my party is going to get a present.
No.
Yes. A present with a future. A $25 war bond. And remember, friends, bonds buy bullets for battles, tanks, ships, planes. But bonds can do more than that. Yes, the bonds you buy can build a bridge upon which our men can cross safely home again. Bonds will buy us the things we want when the war is over. Bonds are security, but bonds are more than that. Think of them as envelopes in which we have wrapped our hearts and sent them across the seas to let the fighting man know we want him back. Ladies and gentlemen, victory is in sight. It may come tomorrow if you buy a bond today. And remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Good night.
The Eddie Cantor program, which is rebroadcast through the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas, was presented tonight in cooperation with the Drug, Cosmetic, and Allied Industries by Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica, Truchet, and Minute Rub, and dedicated to the United States Treasury's War Bond campaign.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Jello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jello family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. That's Jello.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jello puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jello tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, we see a story unfolding. A story that started a week ago, one night when George and Liz were walking home from a movie.
Well, that was a pretty good show, Liz.
I bet you'd have liked it better if you hadn't slept through it.
I did not sleep through it.
All right. Tell me what it was about.
Well, well, I enjoyed the evening anyway.
Oh, come here, George. I want to show you something in the store window.
Wait a minute. Look at those golf clubs. Oh, boy, could I stand a new set of those.
Oh, golf clubs, schmolf clubs. I want to show you something important. A hat. Right here, George, in lily sachets. Look. Well, what do you think of it?
Oh, Liz, I thought this was supposed to be a high-class store.
It is.
Well, look at that. The window dresser left the remains of his lunch on that stand.
That's the hat.
kidding. That little mess of vegetables?
It's not a mess of vegetables. It's an original model symbolizing spring. Can I buy it, George? It's only $75.
$75 for... What? $75?
Well, that isn't much for an original model.
Well, you can get the real original at the market for 25 cents.
Oh, now stop it.
Not only that, you can munch on it if you got hungry.
That's not funny.
$75 for a hat.
But I asked them to hold it for me, and if I don't get it, Iris Atterbury will buy it.
Good. She's got the face to go with a New England boiled dinner.
Oh, George Cooper, you're so mean to me.
And so the next morning, Liz sadly went in to tell the sales lady the bad news.
Yes, I showed my husband the hat last night, Miss McCain.
Oh, good. Did he like it?
No, he hated it. You should have heard him. I'm surprised his language didn't set off the sprinkler system.
Oh, my. Well, then there's only one thing to do, Mrs. Cooper.
Yes, wrap it up. I'll take it. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper.
Morning, dear.
Well, how's my wonderful little husband this morning? Give me a big kiss, darling.
You're much too nice for this time of the morning. Have you done something you shouldn't, Liz?
No, I'm just happy, that's all. This is the prettiest day in the world, and I'm married to the prettiest man in the world.
Oh, Liz, you're exaggerating. I've seen prettier days than this.
Come on, give me a big hug. Come on, give me a big hug. Hold me tight. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on, pretend I'm a banana and squeeze me out of my skin.
Oh, Liz, you're crazy.
Hey, I thought today was Friday.
Well, it is.
Then why have you got your sport clothes on? George, you didn't lose your job, did you?
No. Oh, you'll never believe it, but old man Atterbury gave me a day off.
No.
Yeah. He said, George, you've done such a good job for such a long time. I think you should take the day off and enjoy yourself.
What's he been doing? Eating weefle nuts?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun. Well, I'm going to play golf with Corey Cartwright.
Doesn't sound like Miss Atterbury to me.
Hey, that must be Corey out front now. See you later, Liz.
Goodbye, dear. Have a good game. Oh, did you get your caddy back from the factory?
Caddy?
Yes, the one you had a new head put on.
Oh, when are you going to learn the right terms? That was a brassy. A caddy is the boy who carries your clubs.
Oh, I thought he was called a birdie.
I give up. Come on, give me a kiss.
Goodbye, darling. Katie, he's gone. I can show you my new hat.
Where is it?
Right here. Now, don't look till I get it fixed. Turn around.
But how can you ever wear it without him seeing it?
Oh, Katie, I'm not going to wear it until I've saved up enough to pay for it myself. But I just ordered it to keep Iris Atterbury from getting it. There. How do you like it?
Oh, why, it's... I better get my glasses, Mrs. Cooper. It looks like a businessman's lunch to me. Just a bunch of vegetables.
It is a bunch of vegetables.
Oh, yes. Oh, say, that's real cute. A bunch of vegetables and a little mouse. Mouse? Yes, he's nibbling a carrot. Well, get him off! Get him off! Oh, it isn't a mouse. It's a turnip. Oh, my eyes.
Thank goodness. Say, that's an idea, though. With all these vegetables, I hope the birds don't see this hat.
Don't worry. They'll spot it all right. Oh, run, Mrs. Cooper.
What's the matter?
It's Mr. Cooper. He's coming back.
Oh.
Too late. He's here.
Quick, give me the newspaper. I'll hold it up so he won't see my hat.
Hey, that wasn't Corey at all. Some fellow across the street.
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
What?
I said, why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
Is there something wrong with your eyes, Liz?
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
Why are you holding that paper so close to your face? It's right up against your nose.
Well, I'm nearsighted, dear. I always read like this, dear.
You do?
Yes, dear.
Upside down?
Oh, dear.
Liz, put that paper down. I see your hat. There's a mirror on the wall in back of you.
Oh. Well, now, don't worry, George. I can explain everything.
Well, I'm waiting.
Well, I'm thinking.
I thought so.
Give me a second now.
All right. This better be a good one.
Well, maybe you better give me a little longer then. Iris Atterbury.
Iris Atterbury what?
I don't know, but it's a good start. I know. Iris called and asked me to pick it up for her.
Now, why would she do a thing like that?
That's a very good question.
All right, let's put it this way. When did she call?
Yesterday.
Very interesting. Iris Atterbury has been out of town for a week.
She has?
Yes.
That's just the kind of a sneaky trick you could expect from her.
Now, Liz, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Oh, George.
Now, don't start crying. You're not going to get around me this time with tears.
Won't you please forgive me?
No.
Oh, please forgive me, George.
No.
Oh, well, it was a good try.
Sit down, Liz. I want to have a long talk with you. Now, about that habit you have of twisting the truth around.
Well, I have to go milk a cow.
Come back here and sit down. Now, Liz, I want you to promise me never to tell anything but the truth. I don't want to ever catch you lying again.
Neither do I. I didn't want you to catch me this time.
How can you joke about it? This is serious. Don't you realize that when you tell a fib, you have to tell another one, and then another, until you're all tangled in a whole web of untruths, only to end up being caught anyway. But now, what happens when you tell the truth in the first place?
You get caught right away.
Now, stop that.
I'm sorry, George. You're absolutely right. I'm ashamed of myself, and I promise from now on I'll make you proud of me.
Well, that's better. I only hope you mean it.
Oh, I do, dear. You'll see. I'll get it.
Oh, I hope it isn't Corey saying he can't make it.
Hello?
Hello, Liz.
Yes?
This is Mr. Atterbury, Liz. How's George?
George?
Yes, is he feeling any better? He was terribly sick this morning.
He was?
Yes. He called me at home and said he just felt awful, much too ill to come to work.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes. Oh, he must be keeping it from you because he doesn't want you to worry.
Yes.
I just can't tell you how bad he sounded. He was groaning and wheezing, and his voice was so weak I could hardly hear it. Mm-hmm. Said his head felt like it was going to be split open any minute.
You know, he may be right.
Well, tell me, Liz, how is he now? Awful sick?
Not as sick as he's going to be.
Well, Liz, I was wondering if I ought to send my doctor out to look him over.
I think that's a very good idea. No, wait a minute, Mr. Atterbury. I have a better idea. I'll see if I can get the poor boy to come to the phone.
All right, Liz, if he feels up to it.
Hang on a minute. Oh, George, come here a minute, dear.
What is it, Liz?
Telephone. It's for you, George Washington.
For me? Who is it?
It's Corey, dear. He wants to know if you still want to play golf.
Well, what's the matter with him? Certainly I want to play. Give me that phone.
Here you are.
Hello, Corey. What's the matter with you? Certainly I want to play golf. I never felt better in my life.
Is that so, George?
Corey?
What's the matter, dear,
This is Mr. Atterbury, George.
What a dirty trick. I ought to wring your neck.
What?
Oh, no, not you, Mr. Atterbury.
Well, I think you'd better get out of your sick bed and drag yourself down to work, Cooper.
Yes, sir, Mr. Atterbury, sir. Right away, sir. I'll be right down, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Who was it, sir?
Liz?
Sit down, George. I want to have a long talk with you. Now, about that habit you have of twisting the truth around.
Never mind.
Don't you realize that when you tell a fib, you have to tell another and another until you're tangled in
now
a hopeless...
Now, stop that. Liz, how could you do this to me?
Oh, George, you'll have to admit it was your own fault. Look, I'll make a deal with you. You let me keep the hat, and I'll call Atterbury and tell him you were delirious.
No.
Why not? What you did is just as bad as what I did.
It is not. What I did is accepted business practice.
Accepted by whom?
Everybody. What's sick leave for if you don't take it? What about the poor people who are always well?
Will you give me that again with the same inflection?
Oh. Well, besides, that sourpuss, baggy-eyed, two-faced old skinflint Atterbury has been taking advantage of me for years. Why, I had a day off coming, and you cheated me out of it. Give me that hat, Liz.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to take it back and buy myself some golf clubs with the money.
Oh, ball the nerve. You are not.
I want that hat.
Over my dead body.
That's the best offer I've had today.
Wait a minute. I got a wonderful idea, George.
What?
I saw it in a picture once. Look, we'll both swear to tell the absolute truth for 24 hours. And whoever makes the other one lie gets the $75 to spend.
Gee, you mean even little white lies?
Little white ones, big black ones, polite gray ones, anything that isn't true.
We're liable to learn a lot of things about each other, Liz.
I'm game.
Okay, you've got a deal. From this moment on, we tell the absolute truth. Shake.
Shake. You know, if I were the suspicious type of wife, I know what I'd ask you, George.
Huh? What?
I'd say, George, those 3 nights you were working late at the office last week, how much did you win?
$15.
You mean you did play poker? Oh, I hate you, George Cooper.
Here are some facts you may not have known about NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO has grown and prospered since its founding in 1949. Yet the United States has not underwritten most of the expense. As a matter of fact, European members have paid for 85% of the total cost, have supplied 60% of the equipment and supplies used by NATO forces, and they have provided the major share of its manpower. NATO is a voluntary association of sovereign states, each bearing its fair share of the burden. We can all be proud of NATO and grateful for it, too, for NATO is guarding your freedom.
And now, back to the Coopers. Liz and George have made a pact to speak nothing but the absolute truth for 24 hours. The forfeit being a new hat that Liz is crazy about against a set of golf clubs George has his eye on. Well, right now, Liz is so put out with George that she's not talking to him at all.
Oh, Liz, it was your idea. I had to tell you the truth about playing poker.
Katie, would you kindly tell Mr. Cooper I'm not speaking to him?
She's not speaking to you, Mr. Cooper.
Well, tell her I don't care.
He don't care.
Ha! Ha! Oh, why don't you go take a walk?
Oh, why don't you go take a walk?
Okay, I'm leaving.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Who cares?
Who cares?
And I may not come back.
And I may not come back.
Well, I don't care if you never come back. Go on, leave.
Well, I don't care if you never come back. Go on, leave, you big dope. Sorry, Mrs. Cooper, I got carried away. Sorry, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, that's all right, Katie. This whole thing is pretty silly.
Well, I'm not speaking to you until the 24 hours are up anyway. It's safer that way.
Well, you can kiss me without talking to me.
All right.
Not bad. But it won't do you any good. I'm getting those golf clubs or my name isn't George Cooper.
Goodbye, Sam. Katie, I have to watch myself now. He's going to try some fancy tricks. Unless I try them first. Now, you can listen, Katie, but don't laugh. He might hear you.
What are you going to do, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, I'll pretend it's my Aunt Liza calling. He can't stand her. When he hears she's coming to visit us, he'll make up a lie to keep her away.
But your Aunt Liza lives in Syracuse.
Never mind. Leave it to me. Does this sound old enough, Katie? Hello, Mr. Cooper.
It sounds like Lionel Barrymore's grandmother.
Second National Bank.
Mr. George Cooper, please.
I'll ring him.
Hello?
Mr. George Cooper?
Yes?
One moment, please. Syracuse is calling. Go ahead, Syracuse. Hello? Is this Mr. George Cooper?
Yes. What do you want, Liz?
Oh, you... How'd you know it was me?
Because your Aunt Liza always calls collect.
Oh, you're so smart.
Well, I'm smarter than you are. Oh, boy, what a couple of phonies you sent over here today.
What are you talking about? I didn't send anybody over there.
Oh, come on, admit it, Liz. You sent them over to catch me in a lie.
Cross my heart, I didn't, George. George, what's the matter?
You mean that fellow from the income tax department was on the level?
Income tax? Oh, you mean you told him the truth?
Down to the last penny.
Oh, no!
I even pointed out where I stretched things a little.
Oh, that's wonderful, and it serves you right. What do you mean when you said a couple of phonies? Don't tell me you got stung twice today.
I guess I did. The other one was the lady from the newspaper who interviewed me. I'm afraid I gave away a few secrets.
Oh, really? What kind of questions did she ask you?
It was for a series on the society page called The Truth About My Wife.
I think we have a bad connection, George. Say that again, please.
It was for a series called The Truth About My Wife. Well, gee whiz, Liz, I thought you sent her over.
Call her back, cancel it, tell her you were lying. When is she going to print it?
Well, she thought it was so good, she rushed back to get it in tonight's paper.
Oh, I'll call him up. I'll threaten to sue. Goodbye, George. Oh, Katie, this is terrible.
What happened?
George told a news reporter some awful things about me.
Did he lie?
Worse than that, he told the truth.
Evening Bugle.
Hello, is tonight's paper out yet?
Yes, it is. It's being delivered now.
Oh, this is Mrs. George Cooper. Is there a story about me on the society page?
No, there isn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
They wouldn't waste that story. It's on the front page.
Oh,
no! Here's the paper now, Mrs.
Oh,
Cooper.
at last, let me see it. Oh, Katie, look! On the front page, The Truth About My Wife by George Cooper. Let's see. Oh, my wife, Liz, is a charming, beautiful, talented woman of 26.
Well, that's not bad.
She has been charming and beautiful ever since I can remember. She has been talented ever since I can remember. She has also been 26 ever since I can
Oh, my.
My wife, Liz, is a natural beauty. She has naturally lovely skin, a naturally good figure, and naturally white teeth. She also has red hair. Katie, can I sue him for libel?
Well, you can if he's lying.
I'm dead.
What else does he say?
Oh, let's see. Some men complain about the way their wives look when they wake up in the morning. Luckily, I don't have this complaint, as my wife never gets up till the afternoon. And when she does, she's so full of cold cream, curlers, facial masks, and chin supports, I can't tell what she looks like anyway. Katie, I think I'm about to make myself a widow.
Liz, is it safe to come in?
George, darling, come in, honey. How's my little husband tonight, huh?
I don't like the sound of this. There's a booby trap someplace.
Why, George, you don't think I'd be mad about a little thing like that story now, do you? Come on in. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
Good evening, George.
Mr. Atterbury.
Yes, your boss. I was telling him about that silly little game we play called Telling the Truth. And he thought it would sort of be fun to come over and ask you some questions.
Yes, I love games. Let's play, George.
I don't feel much like playing.
Well, don't force it, Mr. Atterbury. I'll play it with you. You just asked me how George described you this morning.
All right, Liz. How did George describe me this morning?
Well, he said that you were a...
Wait, Liz. There's a hat I want to buy for you, all full of beautiful little vegetables.
He said you were a very nice boss.
What?
I couldn't do it to you, George.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway?
Oh, get that look on George's face. He thought I was going to say two-faced, baggy-eyed old skinflint.
What?
Oh, dear.
Oh, he did, eh? What else did he say?
Well, I'm in it this far. Might as well go ahead.
Oh, no, you don't. If it's going to come out, I'll have the pleasure of saying it myself. Mr. Atterbury, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's not an office you run down there. It's a sweatshop.
Why?
Punch the clock in the morning. Punch the clock for lunch. Punch the clock when you go home. Why, you don't even give your employees the dignity of being on their honor. No wonder they see your face on that clock every time they punch it, and I don't blame them.
Why, George.
Oh, Who do you think you're talking to?
You baggy-eyed old skinflint. Go ahead, George, tell him.
I'm tired of having to turn in a stub every time I want a new pencil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and coming to you for the key every time I want to wash my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so this means my job. Well, you're not firing me. I quit.
Hooray, George Cooper, I'm proud of you.
I feel pretty good about it myself.
Well, so do I.
What?
George, that's the kind of courage I like, huh? There are a lot of things wrong down at the office. Maybe it is the fault of an old skinflint.
Baggy-eyed.
He's serious. George, I'd like you to keep your job and set up a new office system.
Yee-hoo! Liz, you can keep that hat and I'll pay for it.
Yahoo! Will you pay for it before tomorrow?
What's the rush?
Well, you might not feel like it after you see tomorrow's Evening Bugle. I wrote a little article for him.
Liz, not...
That's right, George. The truth about my husband.
Oh, no!
George, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Talk to me.
Talk? At 4 in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Did you wake me up just for that? I'll go to sleep.
I can't sleep. I want a glass of water.
Well, get up and get one.
I can't get up. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, Liz.
What's that?
What?
George, I heard a noise downstairs.
Oh, you're imagining things.
I am not. Get up and see. Maybe there's a burglar down there.
Okay. All burglars downstairs say aye. Nobody down there.
George, as long as you're up, will you get me a glass of water?
I thought so. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I'll hate myself in the morning. Good night, George.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows. Enjoy.
The time is 7 o'clock. The following program is transcribed.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Man in the Black Derby. Where are we going? Tonight we're going to delve into the mind of Florence Gordon, a young, attractive woman with a secret fear. A fear that is buried deep in her subconscious, but of late has more and more frequently crept into her conscious. leaving her pale and trembling. But it's just dusk, and Florence is entering Central Hospital to visit a friend who's a patient. As she walks to the information desk, an uneasy feeling comes over Florence. For a moment, she stops and glances around the lobby of the hospital, as if searching for someone, and yet not sure what this person would look like. As she stares at the people about her, a nurse approaches.
Is anything wrong, miss?
No, there's nothing the matter.
You seem so nervous, huh?
I'd like to see Agnes Deering. Can you tell me the number of her room?
Oh, I'm afraid you can't see her. She's very sick.
Oh, please, she's an old friend of mine. I've come a long way to see her. May I, please, for just a minute?
Well, all right. It's just down the hall and to your right. Room 12.
Thank you.
As Florence Gordon walked down the hall, she unconsciously glanced back over her shoulder. There was no one following her. But as she reached the end of the hall and turned to her right, she bumped into a tall man wearing black derby.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't notice you. Is this room 12?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Hello, Agnes. Nice to see you. As soon as I heard you were ill, Arnold and I came right over to Madison City. That's awfully good of you. How do you feel? I'm going to die. No, don't say that. The nurse said you were coming along all right. She was lying. Oh, you're lying. I'll never get well. Of course you will. No. I'll never get well or go home again. Tell me, how's Chicago? It's the same as ever. You'll see it again. No. I'll never see it again. How's your husband? Arnold's fine. He's been delayed, but he'll be here soon. It's going to be good to see him again. I haven't had many visitors. Agnes, that man outside your door, isn't he a visitor? Man outside my door? Yes. He's wearing a black derby. He looks familiar. Black derby? Black derby. It's all very black. I'm going to die, Lord. Springtime. Look at the pretty flowers. They all have black derbies.
I'm afraid you'll have to leave now.
Yes, nurse. I'll come back later. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, I am.
Are you a friend of Agnes's?
Yes, I'm a friend. If you'll excuse me, I'll go in to see her now.
No, she's delirious. The nurse won't let anyone in now.
She'll let me in.
That's strange. Where have I seen him before? He frightens me. Such a strange face. Oh, poor Agnes. She looks so thin and pale. It's so terrible she's going to die. What a terrible thing it is to die. My purse. I left it in Agnes's room. I gotta go back. No one's here. Agnes. Agnes. No. She's not asleep. She's not breathing. Nurse! Nurse!
A moment later, in answer to Florence's cries, a nurse came running into the room. The nurse quickly summoned a doctor who, after a brief examination, pronounced Agnes Deering dead. Florence, weeping hysterically, was led out of the death room by the nurse. Well, a few minutes later, Florence's husband, Dr. Gordon, arrived and took her back to the small hotel where they were staying. He gave her a stethoscope and sat by the bedside, holding her hand until she fell asleep. When Florence awoke the next morning, her husband introduced her to Dr. Richard, a
associate with the cigar. For both men listened quietly as Florence spoke of what occurred.
Oh, Arnold, it was dreadful. She was lying there so sick and pale. And then she became delirious. When I came back for my purse, she was dead.
Poor Agnes, she had a tough time of it. Did you know Agnes Deering, Dr. Richards? Yes, she came to my office once. There was nothing I could do for her. Nothing at all.
The man with the black jersey. He had something to do with her death.
Darling, what man with the black jersey?
He stood outside the door of Agnes' room. Just stood there. Right after he walked in, she died.
I see. Then you attribute Mrs. Deering's death to the man in the black derby.
Yes. I know it sounds foolish, but he seemed to wait for the proper moment to walk in. It frightened me. That man has something to do with death.
Now, please, Florence, you'll get yourself into a state again.
I can't help it. There's some horrible connection between that man and her death.
You were on the elevator with
I've seen him before. I know I have.
Can you remember, Mrs. Gordon, where you've seen him before? Think about it.
No. No, I can't. That man had the face of death.
Don't you think, Mrs. Gordon, that death is something that happens?
What makes you think he's here?
It isn't somebody.
I know. I know inside of me that he exists.
Tell me, what do you fear most?
I suppose death.
None of us want to die. That's only natural. But to be concerned with death constantly is the sure way to die. Suppose you come down to my office. We'll have a chat.
I'm sorry, Dr. Richards. I'd rather not.
Please, Florence. It would be better. You're not afraid of doctors, too, are you?
I don't believe there's anything the matter with me.
No.
I just know that the man in the black derby has something to do with death.
Well, I've got to leave. If you change your mind, just drop over to see. Who knows? Maybe the man in the black derby is dead. Won't hurt to talk about it.
With this last suggestion, Dr. Richards said goodbye to Florence and left. Arnold told his wife he would return in a minute and followed Richards to the hotel corridor. There he questioned Richards anxiously.
Well, Doctor, what do you think? This fear your wife has of death, its very intensity shows how deep-rooted it is. She needs treatment. Yes, I felt that all along, but you heard what she said. She absolutely refuses to place herself under your care. Yes, I know. Don't urge her to see me. You'll only antagonize her. I think that in a very short time she'll come to see me for treatment of her own will. Well, darling, we'd better go to bed. It's very late.
I'm not sleeping.
Still thinking about the man in the black derby?
I can't get him out of my mind.
Florence, as your husband and a doctor, please take my advice. There's nothing really to be done.
What happened?
Car smashed into a telephone pole right outside this hotel.
Good heavens!
Come on, Florence.
Someone's hurt.
Yes, get my medical bag and hurry.
Quickly, Florence snatched up her husband's medical bag and followed him from their suite into the corridor. Arnold cast an impatient look at the elevator indicator and motioned Florence to follow him down the stairs. It took them but a few seconds to descend 3 flights to the lobby. But as they rushed out into the street, they could see the wrecked car just a few yards away.
Oh, look, the driver's pinioned behind the wheel. Florence, that man standing there. Get him to come over and help me.
Well, I wonder why he's just standing there.
Go over and get him. Hurry.
I beg your pardon.
Were you talking to me?
My husband needs help. The driver's hurt, pinioned behind the wheel.
Your husband?
Yes, he's a doctor. Please hurry.
It's too late.
How do you know it's too late?
We picked her up and carried her into the outer office.
You?
As soon as she came through,
I thought I recognized you. The man in the black derby. Arnold!
It's too late, Florence. The man's dead.
I know.
You know?
Yes. He told me. The man in the black derby.
For a long moment, Arnold stared at his terror-stricken wife, then took her gently by the arm and led her into the hotel and up to their suite. There he gave Florence a sedative and watched her fall into an uneasy sleep.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll walk out
The next morning, when Florence awoke, she said nothing about the man in the black derby, but all day long she kept looking nervously out the window, and the slightest noises made her jump. As night came, he paced up and down the room, unable to sit still. Arnold, trying not to show his anxiety, spoke to her soothingly.
Why don't you sit down, darling, and rest a bit?
The mysterious man keeps following me everywhere. Hospitals, accidents. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I've seen him before. I know his face.
What if you have? It doesn't mean anything.
I'm going to die on him.
Now, please, stop talking nonsense.
I am on.
Look, darling, why don't you go see Dr. Richards? He can really do you a lot of good.
There's nothing he can do for me.
Well, how about coming along with me? I've got to drive to Westville on a case.
Arnold, your practice isn't here. You're only busy.
Yes, I know, dear, but several of the local doctors have learned that I'm a lung specialist and have asked me to examine some of their patients. Why don't you come with me, Florence? The ride will do you good.
I don't feel like going now.
All right, if you want to stay here by yourself.
No! I'll go with you.
Come on, then. Here's your coat.
It's such a dark night.
Yes, it is dark tonight.
Door of the car. It's open.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I must have left it open myself.
You're always so careful about locking the car.
Now, look, Florence, don't start your imagination going again. Believe me, it wasn't the man in the black derby. I simply forgot to shut the door. Now, please, get in.
How far is it to Westville?
Oh, it's about 10 miles.
Such a lonely road.
Ah, that makes it even better. You can be sure you won't meet anyone, especially your mysterious stranger.
Arnold, why do you keep looking in the mirror?
Why, it's just a habit. I always look in the mirror.
There's no car behind us.
But it's just a habit, Florence. What's the matter?
I thought I saw something in the mirror. I thought I saw someone in the back seat.
There's no one in the back seat. Turn around. Look for yourself.
It's so dark I can't see.
Well, just switch the light on the side and see for yourself.
Oh, there's no one. I could have sworn there was someone there.
All right. Now that you're satisfied, you turn the light off, huh?
I can't shake off the feeling that someone else is in the car.
But you must know there's no one here. You just saw that yourself.
Maybe it is my imagination, but I have such a dread feeling of something terrible about to happen. It's as if... Ah!
What is it? What's the matter?
Stop the car! Stop the car!
Why did you scream? What's wrong?
I saw him. I saw him.
The man with the black derby?
Yes. In the mirror. He was serious. Looking straight at me. It was all...
Now calm yourself, Florence. Listen to me. Your mysterious stranger exists only in your mind. Can't you understand?
I saw him, I tell you. I saw it.
Florence, that isn't possible. You only think that it...
What's the matter?
The road. Look. A dead tree across.
It's right in front of us.
Right around a blind curve.
We hadn't stopped when I screamed. We would have been killed.
I don't understand. I can't figure it out.
I understand. It was meant for me. You understand, Arnold? My time is up. I'm going to die.
Unnerved by the near accident, half believing Florence's statement, Arnold turned the car around and started driving back to Central City. As he drove, he spoke long and earnestly to Florence, pleading with her to consult Dr. Richards. At last, Florence gave in and agreed to do as her husband asked. Arnold, afraid that she might change her mind, drove directly to Dr. Richards' home. Shortly afterwards, they were seated in Dr. Richards' study.
Well, so you saw your mysterious stranger again.
If I hadn't seen him in time, both Arnold and I would have been killed.
You say you saw him in the mirror of the car?
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, I've driven the car, and Arnold will bear me out. You can't see... excuse me. You can't see anything in the mirror at night, unless there's a car behind you. Both of you admit there wasn't any car.
But I'm positive I saw him.
Don't you think that in your state of mind, fear plus darkness might make you see anything? You can put mysterious interpretations on many things when you're frightened.
She's even got knee jittery now.
Panic is contagious. What I'm really interested in is where did you first see the man with the black derby?
I saw him at the hospital when my friend died.
But you said you knew him. You'd seen him before that.
Yes, I have. Must have been a long, long time ago.
That's what you've got to tell me. Do you think you can remember?
I can't.
Can you describe his face?
It's kind of blurred. I can't describe him, but I recognize him when I see him. He's always wearing a black derby.
Try to concentrate on where you saw him first.
I can't remember. All I know is that it has something to do with death. A long time ago.
If you can remember where you saw him for the first time, we'll be getting somewhere. But you're tired. We'll stop. I'll expect you tomorrow evening, same time.
You don't believe he exists, do you? You think I'm seeing things?
No. I think he's real, all right. Very real. Well, how did Dr. Richardson and you get along tonight?
Not very well. Talked to me a long time, but I still couldn't remember anything.
Well, it takes time. You've got to keep going to him.
I'm not going to see him anymore. It's no use.
Oh, please, darling, don't cry.
I'm going to die. I'm afraid.
Now, you must stop thinking about it. Florence, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go to the carnival, huh? They set one up right outside the town. It's been years since we've been to one.
I want to stay right here.
Please. As a favor to me. Will you?
All right.
Oh, that's good. If the man in the black derby follows you tonight, I swear I'll punch him right in the nose.
A few minutes later, Arnold and Florence were driving to the carnival. Arnold trying his best to make Florence forget her feelings. They parked on the outskirts of the carnival grounds, and Florence reluctantly left the car and followed her husband to open lights and music. Soon they were in the midst of the pushing, swirling, joy-seeking crowd. But the noise and excitement and color had no effect on Florence. She only stared at everything through unseeing eyes.
Oh, it's like the old days, isn't it?
Yes, like the old days.
Please, darling, it's pointless to keep looking behind you. There's no one but all these people who are trying to have a good time.
I can't help it.
Well, just hold on a minute.
Arnold, this is different.
Come on, folks, get the thrill of your life. The biggest Ferris wheel in all of Wayne County. See the lights of Central City below you for 25 cents. Only $1/4. Safe, exciting, thrilling, only 25 cents. Sit right up, get your ticket.
Look, here's the Ferris wheel. How would you like to go up in it?
No, I don't think I will.
Oh, come on. I'll get some tickets. 2, please.
Yes, sir, 2 it is. Who's next?
It'll be a lot of fun.
Are you sure it's safe?
Well, of course it is. Here, we'll take this compartment. Come on.
No, I'm not going.
Why, what's the matter now?
Go away from here. Please.
Hurry, folks. Just room for 2 more on the biggest Ferris wheel in the country. Only 25 cents, $1/4. All on. There she goes.
What in the world has got into you? Why did you run away?
I saw him. I saw him.
Where?
Sitting in the Ferris wheel. By himself. All by himself.
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling, you just imagined that you saw him.
Sitting in the next compartment to the one we were going to take. Sitting there watching me.
Well, I guess it's no use. We may as well go. What is it? There's something wrong.
The Ferris wheel. One of the compartments has come loose.
There are 2 people in it.
What Lord, they're going to be killed. He killed him. He killed him. It was meant for me.
Dear, you mustn't let your imagination become your master. You mustn't.
Must be something like this. I'm being punished.
You've done nothing evil. And you're not being punished.
Sooner or later, he'll catch up to me.
Darling, look, I've got to go on an emergency call to the hospital. Do you want to ride with me?
Why do you have to go?
Well, this is an emergency operation. They need a lung specialist, and I'm the only one in town. I have to go.
I won't get into the car again.
I won't be long.
You're not going to leave me alone.
I'm afraid I'll have to.
I won't stay here alone.
All right, if that's how you feel. patient may die because I wasn't able to get...
Well, you'll be right back.
The minute I'm through. I'll keep calling you on the phone. Keep the door bolted and don't be afraid. After all, you're in a hotel. You can get help in a minute.
Please hurry right back. Please.
I'll be back as fast as I can make it. Goodbye, darling.
I'm alone. I'm really alone. There's no one here but me. No one. No one. No one. Oh, I can't carry on like this. I can't. Five after. I'll let the 10, whatever you call it.
No idea how much.
6 after.
A couple more.
6 after. There's no one here. No one. No one. Closet. There's someone in the closet. Oh. Nothing. Only 7 after. I didn't call. Should be back by now. Maybe something happened to him instead of me. No. Me, the man in the black derby.
I'm used to feeling like this.
8 after. Oh. Hello? Hello?
Hello, darling. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, Arnold. Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, that's fine. No visitors?
No, Arnold. No one's come yet.
Yes. No one's going to come except me. I'll be over in a few minutes. I'm only a few blocks away. Hello? Hello? Florence?
He's here. He's here. He's come.
Florence? Florence? Hello? Hello? Florence, I'll be right over.
No. Now, don't come near me, please.
Come this way. We haven't any time.
I won't go with you. I won't.
You must. There's no time. You've got to come.
Leave me alone, please. Please, leave me alone.
You can't go through the door. The hotel is afire. There's another way. Come along.
Help! Help!
You can't go through the window. It's 3 stories down.
Get away from me.
If you won't come, I'll have to force you.
No, I'm going to jump.
There is no time to waste. I'll have
You'll
to...
never get me. There she is. She jumped up off the tree.
Hold on, Florence. Hold on. No, no.
Don't let go. Don't. Oh, she jumped.
All right, stand back, all of you.
Florence. Florence, it's me. Arnold.
Don't let him come near me. Don't let him.
Can someone call an ambulance? And hurry.
Come in, Dr. Ritchie. How is she? Internal injuries. Her condition is fair. She's been delirious.
No. Oh, Mother, don't go with him. He's the man that's following me. No.
She keeps repeating that about her mother.
It's beginning to be clear to me now.
Please stay, Mother. Don't leave me.
Oh, she's coming out of it.
I've got to talk to her. Florence. Florence.
Where am I?
You're in the hospital, darling.
Oh. I had a horrible dream. Dreamt that my mother went off with the man in the black jersey. That's it. That's where I first saw him. My mother died when I was 5. The physician who attended her wore a black suit. He was the same man.
You were very much attached to your mother, weren't you?
I loved him more than anyone else in the world.
Yes, and since then, every time you see a black derby, you associate it with death. This is an old-fashioned habit. A lot of people still wear derbies.
The man who came into my hotel room.
Well, I checked on that, dear. He was the assistant manager of the hotel.
Hmm?
He opened your door with a passkey to see if everyone was out of their rooms because of the fire.
Then he wasn't dead. You really think it's just an association.
Of course it is. This sort of phobia is quite common. Now, you go back to sleep. You'll never be bothered by the man in the black derby again.
I believe. It's so wonderful to be alive. I'm so glad.
She's fallen asleep again.
You made up the story of the assistant manager, didn't you?
Yes, I did, Dr. Richards.
Good. A lie is sometimes necessary. Probably she imagined someone came into her room.
I don't know. Her room was bolted. It was never opened. No one could possibly have come in except...
Except what?
A black derby was found in the room.
This is the mysterious traveler again. How did you enjoy our trip? Very strange about that black derby that was found in Florence's room, isn't it? Perhaps Florence ought to place an advertisement in the lost and found column. But on the other hand, that mightn't be such a good idea. The owner of the hat might not only call for the hat, but the person who found it as well. Now, I recall another young lady who was unfortunate enough to... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All names of characters in tonight's story were fictional, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Grace Matthews, Ted Osborne, John Larkin, and Helen Titus. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly, transcribed with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryant, Dick LeGrand, Dick Ryan, and me, Hollow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When friends get together in the evening, there always comes a time when the happiest thing you can say is, how about a cup of coffee? And take my word for it, that good coffee you make will taste extra good when you serve Pet evaporated milk with it. Pet milk is whole milk that's double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. And it gives coffee such a good creamy color and fine mellow flavor. Once you use it, you'll probably be like so many others who would rather use Pet milk than cream in coffee. Most foods that give you extra pleasure cost extra too, but not Pet milk. Just think of it, Pet milk costs less than half as much as ordinary coffee cream. So always have Pet evaporated milk on hand for coffee as well as for cooking. Get some at your grocer's tomorrow. The Wistful Vista Salon of Beauty is noted for two things: their hot shampoos and their hot gossip. Here's a lady just home from there with a double order of each, as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
And do you know what else I heard at the beauty shop, Magee?
No, I don't. And frankly, kiddo...
I really got the lowdown from Madame Bertha today.
Lowdown is right. There ain't any lowdown as the low-down Madame Bertha dishes, I'll believe it. Her idea of a hot flash is the confidential information that old man McDonald, the president of the Third National Bank, wears button shoes. And don't think he don't.
Well, anyhow, Madame Bertha was telling me what happened to Mrs. Smiling Sam Rhodes. You know, the used car dealer's wife.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't listen to that silly gossip down there, Molly. It just makes you look...
This is not gossip, dearie. It's a fact.
How can an intelligent, level-headed guy like I am's wife sit in that beauty shop with her head in the dryer and her feet in the draft and soak up them silly rooms?
Well, I don't see how you can just say it's a
Now,
silly...
look, Tootsie. It's time old Dad had a talk with you. You fell into a bad habit of letting everything you hear go in one ear and stay there. And that's dangerous.
Tell me more, Master.
All right, I'll give you an example. Right out of history. How about Christopher Columbus? He started the rumor that the world was round and got people to believe in it.
Of course he did. That's how he discovered America.
Sure, and look what that led to. Gin rummy, jitterbugs, and jam sessions. Flagpole sitters, Florida real estate, and flying saucers. Bankhead bebop and banana burgers. Hot rods, hitchhikers, and head of hoppers hats.
Yes, but...
Political platforms, plastic plumbing, and plunging necklines. Small loan companies, and on top of Old Smoky. I'm telling you, kiddo, once the rumor gets started...
Hold it, Professor. Come in. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. McGee. Hi, Elsev. You're just in time to help us slice a small beef, boy. I'm trying to convince Molly that it's wrong to repeat a rumor.
And I say he's making a mountain out of a molehill.
What do you think about it, Homer?
I would say, without hesitation or devious meandering, that rumors are predominantly to be regarded as nefarious delusions engendered by irresponsible malefactors, and that to credit and foster such unverified reports is both culpable and hazardous.
Could you unscrew that and give it to me in sections?
I don't believe in rumors.
Oh, then you're with me.
Yes, McGee, for once I find myself on your side.
Good.
And it frightens me a bit.
Well, now, this was a very minor thing, and I simply...
But now, I'm sure you wouldn't repeat anything malicious, Molly. I merely feel that it's a mistake to accept unfounded hearsay.
Attaboy, Letsev. Guys like us don't go for them unfounded hearsays. Yes, sir. We're too smart to be took in by rumor mongrels.
McGee, a mongrel is a cur.
Exactly. And we're too smart to let such a thing occur.
I wonder if it's too late to change sides.
I'll bet in your business the rumors come thicker than cold gravy.
Yes, I've had my share.
Yeah?
I recall one particularly obnoxious rumor that cropped up last election time.
Yeah?
My opposition started the vicious report that I planned, if re-elected, to appoint my brother-in-law as city treasurer.
Oh, were you going to, Latrell?
And throw my uncle out of a job?
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Manhattan.
like I say, kiddo, you got to steer clear of this rumor racket. A rumor is like an octopus that reaches out and grabs innocent victims with them slithery things it reaches out and grabs innocent victims with.
I suppose you mean its tentacles.
I guess that's the word. I was never sure whether an octopus had 8 tentacles or 10 aticles.
Well, now you just work it out, lover. I think I'll go up to my room and lie down with a pillow on each side of my head.
What's the matter? Are you tired?
No, I feel fine, but my ears need a rest.
Oh.
And if I hear any rumors, I'll ignore them, dear.
Okay, Tootsie. There goes a good kid. Just weak is all. Lucky she's got me to guide her because... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Kim.
Hi.
Come on in, sis. What's on your mind, if any?
Patsy, have you seen my little dog, Margaret, mister? Have you seen him, Margaret, huh?
No. Not today. Can't you find him?
No.
Oh.
He's been gone almost an hour, I bet you.
Oh.
And I've got to find him real soon because it's time for his bowling lesson.
Did you say his bowling lesson?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yes, he's been eating his food on the floor, and I'm trying to teach him to eat out of a bowl.
I'm glad you cleared that up. And don't you worry, he'll come back home. He's a pretty smart dog, isn't he?
Oh, he's wonderful, my dear.
Yeah.
Just wonderful. He's got a blue ribbon at the cat show, mister.
He did, eh?
And he all...
I says he did, eh?
Who did?
Margaret.
Did what?
Got a blue ribbon.
Where?
At the cat show.
I know it. He sneaked in the door and got it off the biggest cat there.
That one needed clearing up, too. Started out like one of them rumors, sis, and you know what a rumor is.
Oh, sure.
Yeah?
Willie Toops has a room at his house.
Oh?
His name is Mr. Schmeck, and he rooms...
No. It's not the kind of rumor I mean, Jeannie. I was referring to the sort of rumor that gets spread around.
Sure, like Mr. Schmeck.
Hmm?
Willie left a roller skate on the top step yesterday. And Mr. Schmeck stepped on it, and no boy was he ever spread around the front hall.
Now, that's all very interesting. But the kind of rumor I'm talking about, Jeannie... Yeah. The kind of rumor I'm talking about, though, is a sort of a story that people start, and it just grows and grows and grows.
Oh, boy, a story.
Yeah.
Tell me a story about rumors, will you, mister? Will you please tell me,
All right, sis. I will. This story will show you what happens when somebody starts a rumor. Once upon a time...
I've heard it.
No. You haven't heard this one. I ain't even made it up yet.
Okay.
All right. Once upon a time, this whole country was just jumping with little green elves. And the little green elves and the people like us all lived together. They had their little houses right next door to the people's big houses, and the people would invite the elves in for coffee and donuts, and the elves would invite the people in for mushrooms and dewdrops. Well, sir, everything was wonderful till one day a man was watching an elf walk by, and this little elf walked in front of a green bush. Like I told you, the elf was green, and when he walked in front of the green bush, the man couldn't see him anymore, and he rushed home and told his wife that an elf had disappeared right in front of his eyes.
Oh, boy.
So, the wife told a friend of hers, and she told a friend, and this friend told somebody else, so pretty soon, the rumor got around that elves were disappearing all over the place. So finally, the rumor got so big that people said all the elves had disappeared and there weren't any more elves. And that's why elves are still around today, only nobody can see them anymore.
That's a cute story, mister. I like that.
I kind of liked it, too.
And you know something?
Hmm?
It's just a rumor that people can't see elves anymore, I bet you.
Yeah?
I can see them all around here.
You can see elves right here in the room, huh?
I thought mister. Hey, watch your feet, mister. Don't step on them.
Huh?
Now, listen. You little Al stay right here, and I'll come back and get you in just a little while. Watch your feet now. They're awful big. So long, mister.
Wonder if that kid really... Oh, no. That couldn't be. He's just pulling my...
Hey, was somebody here, dearie?
Hey, watch your step, Molly. Watch your step. Don't step on the... I mean, you have a nice rest, kiddo?
Oh, just wonderful. I lay down for nearly 3 minutes.
Good.
But I kept hearing voices down here, so I got up again.
Well, Jeannie was just here. I was telling her about rumors.
I think I'll go lay down again.
No, sir. You stay right here, kiddo. Sit down and relax. Like I was saying.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Sit down.
Well, can't stay but a minute, pal. Got to get downtown.
Well, I wish you'd take himself here with you, Mr. Wilcox. He's in one of his superior moods today, and I've been getting a lecture.
Really? I didn't know you two ever disagreed on anything, pal.
Oh, it's not disagreement, Junior. I'm just explaining.
I'm surprised to hear there's any friction in this happy home.
Oh-ho!
Why, pal, I thought you were everything to Molly. Like that old popular song. I believe the title was, You're the Salt in My Stew.
No, Mr. Wilcox, you're the cream in my coffee.
Oh, Molly, now you're done.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Molly. But the cream in your coffee should be Pet. Pet's evaporated milk.
Now he's doing it with song titles. Next week with mirrors.
Because Pet milk gives your coffee that rich, creamy color, that fine, mellow flavor, that full-bodied taste that means real delight to a coffee lover.
Yeah, you see, Molly come home from the beauty
That's
place.
because Pet milk is double rich. Just good whole milk made double rich by evaporation.
Yeah, but Molly...
And when you use Pet milk in your coffee, you've got a real taste treat.
Yeah, but what that's got to do with
Yes,
the
sir? Yes, sir, as one of my favorite American poets once wrote, and I quote, like your coffee rich and mellow, use Pet milk. That does it, fellow.
What favorite American poet did that little jam?
Me? So long, kid.
Well, I never knew Mr. Wilcox was a poet, dearie.
No, just another rumor, kiddo, believe me. But as I was about to explain to you how a rumor gets its start. Uh-oh. Now, here's my chance to show you what I mean. I'm going to start a rumor, and I'll tip you off, and I'm going to plant it. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kid. Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
Hi, Oldtimer.
Hey, I brought you a little present, kid.
Yeah?
A duck I killed with my own hands and a Daisy air rifle.
That's darn nice of you. Where'd you shoot it? Dugan Lake?
Nope. Went to a couple of lakes that was named by the Indians.
Oh?
One of them is Lake Oconabripi, and the other one is Lake Ibanabraco. Oconabripi spelled backwards.
Well, why did they do that?
Well, the first lake was for young Indians. The second one was for Indians over 35.
Which lake did you shoot the duck on?
The first one, I ain't no Indian. Sure was exciting, Johnny. I hunted down a duck blind with my breech-loading Daisy air rifle, and pretty soon a duck came flying by.
Duck.
I took careful aim, blazed away, and the air was full of splinters.
Splinters?
I aimed a mite too low and hit my own decoy.
I thought you were a good shot, Oldtimer.
Trouble was, I wasn't loaded.
How'd you hit the decoy if there wasn't any shot in the gun?
Oh, the gun was loaded, but I wasn't. I shoot better when I had a couple of nips.
Oh, I see.
So I took a couple of nips of my homemade blackberry cordial, which is homemade out of potato peels and fusel oil, and then
Wait a minute. Oh, if that's what it's made out of, why do you call it blackberry cordial?
Because if you drink too much of it, you turn black and they bury you. Cordial. Plug the next truck that's come along, and here it is. you?
Oh, well, thanks again. Okay, Molly, watch this, kiddo. Here goes the birth of a rumor.
I'm listening to
Hey, old-timer, do you know Harry Jones?
Who, Johnny?
Harry Jones.
Oh, sure. Know him well. What about him?
Well, get this. I was downtown today, and I saw him at the luggage store at 14th and Oak looking at the suitcases.
You did?
Yeah.
That's real interesting, Johnny. Can't say exactly why, but it's real interesting. Hey, I almost forgot.
Huh?
Here's the recipe for fixing that duck.
Oh?
Calls for 1 pot of boiling water,
Yeah.
1 duck chopped up, carrots, onions, and so on.
Oh, sounds good. Is it hard to make?
Ain't hard at all, Johnny. In fact, it's duck soup. Come on.
The King's Men and Nothing Like a Dame. We got sunlight on the sand, we got moonlight on the sea, we got mangoes and bananas you can pick right off a tree. We got volleyball and ping pong and a lot of fancy games. What ain't we got? We ain't got days. We get packages from home, we get movies, we get shows, we get speeches from our skipper and advice from Tokyo Rose. We get letters doused with perfume, we get dizzy from the smell. What don't we get? You know darn well. We got nothing to put on a clean white suit for. We got nothing to look masculine and cute for. There's nothing like a dame, nothing in the world. There is nothing you can name that is anything like a dame. We feel lonely and we long for the fair and gentle sex. We would like to feel a feeling of some arms around our neck. We feel hungry as a wolf when he met Red Riding Hood. What don't we feel? We don't feel good. Lots of things in life are beautiful, but brother, there is one particular thing not like any other. There is nothing like a dame, nothing in the world. There is nothing you can name that is anything like a dame. There are no books like a dame, and nothing looks like a dame. There are no drinks like a dame, and nothing thinks like a dame, and nothing acts like a dame, or attracts like a dame. There ain't a thing that's wrong with any man here that can't be cured by putting him near a girly, womanly, female, feminine dame.
Well, my dear, when the old-timer left here, you saw the birth of a rumor. That little thing I told him about seeing Harry Jones at the luggage store will get built up till everybody makes a big thing out of it.
Not you, though. You're too smart.
You betcha. You mark my words, Tootsie. By tomorrow, Madam Bertha will be telling you that Harry Jones is taking a trip around the world.
I hope you're right.
Why, I'll bet that this very minute the old-timer's telling somebody that Harry Jones has bought a suitcase.
Hey, Doc. Doc Gamble.
Hello there, old-timer. What's new?
Oh, nothing much, except for what I heard about Larry Jones. Know him?
Larry Jones, he's a patient of mine. He's the cashier at the Third National Bank.
Say, he is, ain't he? Hadn't thought of that. Well, anyhow, he's been down to the luggage store getting himself a couple of trunks.
Trunks, huh? Funny, he's already had his vacation.
Well, he sure needed some new luggage, Doc. You ever see that old bag he took with him?
I never discussed my patient's wives, Goldstein. I wonder if he's planning to leave town. Mr. O'Malley, have you heard about Larry Jones, the cashier at the bank?
Yes, and I haven't heard a single word about the boy.
Well, they tell me he's getting ready to take a trip out of town.
Yes, and is that what he's after doing?
A bank cashier shouldn't do that.
Yes, and you're right.
It looks suspicious.
Hey. a terrible thing altogether, Mr. Wilcox. There's probably a bit of money missing from the bank.
You don't say so, Mr. O'Malley. Well, do you know how much is missing?
Oh, 5,000 or 10,000. Just a drop in the bucket.
Well.
Speaking of a drop in the bucket, I was on my way to get some beer. Good boy.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Hilo.
Have you heard the news? They tell me there's a lot of money missing from the Third National Bank. $50,000 or $60,000.
My goodness. I almost opened an account there. I'm glad they turned me down.
They turned you down?
Yes. For more than a month, I saved half of the lunch money I got from tea safe. But the bank refused it.
Why?
Well, we said 44 cents wasn't enough.
Well, what does she give you for lunch money?
2 cents a day.
2 cents? How does she expect you to live on that?
You know, I don't think she really cares.
Well, what did you do with the 44 cents you managed to save?
I blew it all on a banana split.
Wimple, you're amazing. You starved for more than a month to save 44 cents and then spend it on a banana split.
Well, easy come, easy go. How much did you say was missing from the bank?
Oh, $80,000 or $90,000 probably.
There's big news, Ole. Almost $1 million is missing from the bank.
I thought so, Wimple. Well.
Well, it doesn't seem to bother you.
That should have bothered me. Me and the missus don't put our money in banks. We used to shove it in the mattress.
In the mattress?
Sure, half in my twin bed and half in the missus' twin bed. That way we keep good balance, you see.
You keep all your money? You keep all your money in the mattress?
Oh, use the paper money. You know, at first I keep small change in the bed, too, but I stopped. You see, the kids in the next room jump up too many times and ask if Santa Claus coming.
Santa Claus? Why?
Well, every time I turn over, jingle, jingle, jingle.
I'd be scared to keep my money that way.
That once the missus got scared, too. In the morning, she yelled out, "Ole, there's a strange man in my bed."
In the bed?
Yes, a $1 bill, you know, worked loose from top of mattress, and the missus wake up face to face with George Washington.
Well, you're lucky not to have money in the bank. Imagine over $1 million missing.
Hey, Magee is here to play a game of pool. I think I told him all about it.
Say, Magee, I've been looking all over for you. It's supper time. Heavenly days, why are you digging up the backyard?
Just protecting our future, kiddo. The Third National Bank has gone busted.
What? Where'd you hear this?
I got the dope straight from Ole at the Elks Club and rushed right over and drew out all our life savings.
Yeah, but Magee, this may be just a rumor.
Rumor my clavicle. You know me better than that. I don't fall for stuff some ignorant busybody starts. Out of my way. Stand back, kiddo. I want to bury this dough deep.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Men may be better at arithmetic than women, but when it comes to getting the most for their money, my hat is off to the women. Take an everyday food item like milk. No milk you can buy gives you more for your money than Pet evaporated milk, and women are smart enough to know it. That's why in grocery stores you'll see women reaching for Pet milk several cans at a time. And it isn't just the price, although Pet does cost less generally than any other form of milk. It's what you get for that money. Sweet country milk concentrated to double richness. That's Pet's evaporated milk. So rich you can mix it with an equal amount of water and still have milk that's richer than the usual bottled kind. So rich you can use this milk instead of cream for coffee. How's your supply of Pet milk? If you're down to that last can, better pick up some at your grocer's tomorrow.
Coop's phone last night, dearie, right after you got to sleep.
Yeah?
You know what?
Hmm?
He heard a rumor that prowlers had been seen in the neighborhood and thought she ought to warn it.
Prowlers? Oh, my gosh. And our Joe out there in the backyard.
Don't you worry now.
Huh?
I told her very proudly that my husband does not believe in rumors.
Yeah, but... Well, now, let's not overdo this thing, kiddo. You know that...
Then I went out and dug it up.
Oh.
Come on, get your hat. This money goes back to the bank.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Sometimes, suddenly and unexpectedly, something happens that could change all your dreams and plans for the future. And it's this sort of frightening prospect that faces young wife Sally Carter in the dramatic story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. The second big feature is Mary Lee Taylor's recipe of the week for a delicious pet milk dessert that's easy to make and economical, too. Chocolate nut pie. For the story of the week and the recipe of the week, tune in sure next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor, a Saturday morning favorite on NBC.
Next, it's Playhouse on Broadway, starring Linda Darnell on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Say, Barb, you said the novel we're acting out for Mystery House tonight has a detective who never even sees the scene of the crime.
That's technically correct, Dan. At least she never gets on the premises.
She?
Yes. The girl's an invalid.
Oh, that sounds impossible.
Oh, now, don't use that word, Mr. Glenn. Nothing's impossible.
No, well, I can think of a good many things that nobody's ever been able to do.
Well, I can remember when people said it would be impossible to make the radio commercials as interesting as the show itself. But listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Death passed my window. A story about a young girl who lives in that section of an industrial city where the tenements sit in squalid rows, side by side, with only a few feet between.
My name is Hope Graves. I've been a hopeless invalid for 8 years, ever since the night a hit-and-run driver struck me down. I lie in my bed now in a dingy room of a crowded, faded tenement. My one window stares at a window in another tenement, almost directly opposite. That window and the girl who lives behind it have become friends of mine.
Morning, Hope. How's the back today?
Much better, thanks, Jenny.
If you were telling the truth, you'd have the finest back in the world. Always better, every morning.
Did Eddie bring you home last night, Jenny?
Yes, as per usual.
Why don't you bring him up to your room sometime, Jenny, and get him in front of your window so I can see him?
Hey, not so fast, chum. Nice girls don't bring their boyfriends to their rooms, even when the girl happens to be a nightclub dancer and the boy's a sax player in the dance band.
I'll bet he's handsome.
No, I wouldn't say he's handsome, but he's kind of a sweet kid. He can sit in a crowded, noisy, smoky nightclub all night long, night after night, and still not be there at all. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The way I go sailing out on the lake in a little racing sloop, like I shop at the beautiful stores on the avenue.
Poor kid. You with your one little window.
But I do have one window. You know, Jenny, I sometimes wonder if people realize what wonderful inventions windows are.
You silly goon. Well, I got a lot to do this morning. Had to sew on some costumes. So long.
Jenny's days and nights are all mixed up, like mine. It isn't really morning, but 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Being in bed 24 hours of a day, year after year, you forget about day and night. Time is just something to fill best you can. It goes on, and on. Night. The hours from 10 to 3. Those are the hardest. Nothing but blackness outside my window. The complete blackness of night. Sometimes I wish Ginny wasn't a dancer. But then I'd miss the funny little squeak one of the floorboards always makes when she practices her dance steps. Her visits mean so much to me.
Morning, Hopeful. What you reading?
Hi, Jenny. It's a new mystery in the honey.
Oh, I'll bet it's good. Oh, I'll just bet everything in the whole world is good.
Well, what are you so happy about?
Take a gander. See? I know it's small, but you can see it from there, can't you? The way it glistens.
Oh, it's a diamond ring.
It wouldn't exactly blind you, but it's real.
Eddie?
Yeah. We're going to be married.
Oh, wonderful. It sounds simply terrific.
Oh, he isn't really, kid. But he's nice and a square guy.
Oh, Jenny, you've got to let me see him. I'll just die if you don't.
I'll bring him over to your room some night.
Promise?
It's a promise, Hopeful. Cross my heart.
And hope to die?
No, just cross my heart. The way I feel now, I think I'd like to live forever.
Days and nights form a pattern, not all alike, but each like some remembered one from the past. One I know I've lived before, and one I'll live again.
Ready for me to turn out your light, dear?
Yes, thank you, Mother.
I brought you something for tomorrow, honey.
Oh, what?
It's one of the Flamand stories. The Case of the Insolent Din. I got it from the rental library.
Oh, gee, it's a big book. Oh, Mother, you're wonderful.
Good night, dear.
Night again. The hours from 10 to 3. Nothing but black night. What? Light. A light in Jenny's room. Jenny! Jenny, how come you're home so early? She must be opening a wooden box. Maybe it's something she doesn't want me to see. Jenny! The squeaky place on the floor. She's fixing it. And I wish she wouldn't. I'll miss it. A lighted cigarette stub being thrown out of the window. And Jenny doesn't smoke. Why didn't Jenny answer me? I guess she brought Eddie up to fix the squeaky board. She didn't want me to know he was there. But I didn't mean to be nosy. She has a right to a little privacy. I just won't say anything to her about it.
Top of the morning, hopeful.
Hello, Jenny. When are you going to bring Eddie around?
Gosh, honey, I've been so doggone busy.
I see you finally got around to fixing the squeaky board in your floor.
You could hear that squeaky board way over your place?
Of course.
It must have fixed itself then. I didn't do anything.
I guess lots of things do fix themselves at that. Worked hard last night?
No harder than usual. But we have a late show tonight. Got to practice a little. Be seeing you, hopeful.
$12. And Jenny's light just went on again. Oh, this is wrong. Before the pattern lost its form, it was never like this. Never.
It's not right, Eddie.
Are you jittery, hon? Your imagination's working overtime.
I don't imagine things, Eddie. I wouldn't have asked to get off early tonight and come back here just for imagination. I'm afraid.
Oh, Jenny.
Eddie, let's get married tonight.
Tonight? At this hour? Why, nobody's around.
We could find someone.
When you and I get married, we'll do it right, for keeps. Come here.
Oh.
That better?
I guess so.
Yeah, I better be going now. I didn't have any right up here.
Oh, just a minute before you go. Hope you awake?
Oh, sure, Jenny. I just woke up. You been home long?
No. Stick your head over in front of the window, Eddie.
Hello. I can't see you, but if you're a friend of Jenny's, I like you.
Hello, Eddie.
That's Hope Graves. You know, the girl I was telling you about.
Glad to know you, Hope. Well, I have to be running along now.
Will you do something for me before you go, Eddie?
Sure, kid. Anything you say.
Well, will you, kiss Jenny goodnight in front of the window?
Sure. How was that, Hope?
What? It was beautiful. 4:00 in the afternoon. Time for Jenny to pull up her shade and start her day. That's really nice. It's funny. I've never been jealous of Jenny's dancing feet, but today I am. She has a Prince Charming, and I'll never have one. I'll go on getting excitement from books, but I'll think of Jenny and her Eddie. I'll think of the misty sparkle in her eyes when Eddie kissed her last night. I'll think of it because it was so wonderful, and because I can't have it, ever. Funny that Jenny hasn't raised her window shade yet. Oh, probably dreaming of Eddie. But she should be up now. Jenny! Jenny? Jenny, you lazy buns, get up. It's time for you to get up. Oh, Jenny! Jenny, is something wrong? Answer me, please. Jenny, I'm worried about you. Say something, please. Jenny!
All right, open up, miss. You got your landlady worried. It's Emmett Bryan, Virginia. You know, the cop on the corner. Come on now, open the door like a good girl.
Out of the house ordinarily she is by this time, Officer Bryan. I called, and it don't do no good.
Virginia, are you opening the door now? Answer me. You got a pass key, Mrs. Schultz?
No, these doors all got good spring locks. And the key to this one is locked.
All right, stand back then, Mrs. Schultz. There's nothing for it but to bust in the door. See. Wait. Saints have mercy on her soul. Poor little kid, her head all caved in with a hammer. Wait a minute. What's this?
Why, it looks like a long, heavy black silk necklace.
Yeah, but it's got a snap hook on it. No, it ain't a necklace, Mrs. Schultz.
What is it, then?
And I think maybe it's something that's going to hang a man.
No, Officer Bryan, no. You're all wrong. I know what that thing is, and you're wrong.
Oh, I am I?
Oh, yes.
Well, what is it then?
Well, it's a thing saxophone players wear around their necks to hold their instruments.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Oh, but it couldn't be, Eddie. It just couldn't be.
Oh, Eddie, huh? So Virginia had a boyfriend named Eddie, and he left a saxophone cord in her room. You know when he left it?
Oh, No. No, I don't.
You know his last name. You know where he lives.
No.
You don't know, or you just won't tell me?
I said I didn't know.
I heard you. But I've been around this neighborhood too long to be fooled all the time. Now, if you do know anything, kid, you should tell it fast.
Why?
If you know something that'd pin a murder on somebody, that somebody would try another murder to keep me from getting the answer. And you wouldn't be able to defend yourself very well.
Is Officer Bryan right? Will the murderer strike again? And now, Act 2 of Death Past My Window opens at the battered door of the murdered girl's apartment. Somebody is knocking.
Jenny, you're late for work. What's the matter, honey? Jenny! Jenny! What? What the devil? A cop? What are you doing here? Where's Jenny?
She's down at headquarters, kid.
Oh, no. She hasn't done anything. Take me to her right away.
It ain't a bad act, kid. You almost convinced me. Almost.
What are you talking about?
Sit down.
I want to see Jenny. She's late for work right now.
She ain't going to work, kid. Ever.
What? What are you trying to say?
You already know.
I don't know a thing. Quit torturing me. You've got to tell me. Something's happened. What is it?
Well, Virginia's had an accident, Eddie. A bad accident. Her head was all caved in with a hammer early this morning.
Oh, no. No, you're lying. No. No. It isn't true. It isn't true. It isn't true.
This is death I've met. It passed my window not 20 feet away, and yet invisible. In detective stories, death is always exciting. But this was Ginny, my friend. And it isn't exciting at all. It's just horrible.
Where were you at 4 o'clock this morning, Eddie?
I don't know.
Did you bring Virginia home?
Yes, I did.
How did you get into her room?
I didn't get into her room.
Eddie, no. Brian knows you were there. He found your saxophone cord.
Hope, tell him. Tell him I didn't kill Jenny.
I've already told him, Eddie.
You mean you told me you didn't see him do it? But that doesn't mean he couldn't have. All right, come on, Eddie.
Where?
Down to the police station.
Oh, you're making a mistake, Officer Bryan. Don't worry, Eddie. Everything will come out all right.
Worry? I'm through worrying. There's nothing to worry about or hope for or dream about anymore. And everything won't come out all right. It's no good, kid.
Goodbye, Eddie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Hope. Hope. That's a good one, that is.
Brian caught the murderer, huh? Took him to the station. Ah, such goings-on.
What are you doing in Ginny's room, Mrs. Schultz?
Brian told me I could move her things to the basement storage.
Mrs. Schultz, will you call Officer Bryan for me?
What for?
Tell him I want to talk to him, that I have some important information.
But you have already told him all you know.
No, there's a great deal more.
There is an old proverb, Hope.
Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak?
No. People who look for trouble usually find it.
Officer Bryant, will you do what I asked then?
Well, now, that all depends.
No, that won't do. You'll have to promise.
I'm making no promises.
You wouldn't want to convict an innocent man, would you?
No.
Promise?
All right.
It'll involve some irregular procedure, maybe illegal.
Here now, that's not fair.
You promised.
Yes, all right. What is it you want me to do?
I want you to go over next door and rip loose one of the moldings on a window in every apartment on the 4th floor except Ginny's.
What?
Does O'Brien go back on his word?
Well, I know one thing. After this, one Brian will learn to say no.
Did you get them all, Officer Bryan?
Yeah, fake phone calls to get people out, breaking and entering, destruction of property. And me a policeman, too. Yeah, I got every apartment on the 4th floor. And make Captain O'Houlihan never hear of it.
Well, thanks, Bryan. Now, all you have to do is wait.
Wait? Sit over here in this room all by myself and wait? Wait for what?
Just wait. And don't worry about being alone. We can visit.
Hey, listen. Some of my destruction's being repaired.
Yes. That's apartment 4D, isn't it?
Sounds like it.
Mr. and Mrs. Gutowski. He's a section hand, and he's not the one.
Not the one? What are you talking about?
Never mind. Just wait. Try to have patience.
Young lady, did you have me tear loose all of those moldings just so you could hear a hammer serenade? Now, that's 3 been fixed so far, and all you say is, that's not the one.
That's not it either.
Oh, that's not it either. That's not it either. How long do you expect me to sit in this room listening to people pounding nails?
That's 4 moldings fixed. Only 2 to go.
Oh, sure. I rip loose the window moldings and the people fix them. That's supposed to prove that the saxophone player didn't murder the girl. Maybe I'm nuts.
Brian!
What?
That's it.
Huh?
What apartment's it coming from?
4C across the hall.
Get him, Brian, quick. Get him before he runs away. He killed Ginny.
Yeah, who's there?
Officer Bryan, open up.
Well, you don't have to be tough about it. What do you want?
I want you to step across the hall.
The room where the bank got murdered? No thanks, pal, not me.
Come on. Just step over here by this window, mister.
Huh? What for?
Hope. Is this the man?
Yes. Yes, it has to be him.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? I never seen this girl before in my life.
How about that, Hope?
Oh, he's quite right. I've never seen him before either.
See, Copper?
But he killed Ginny, and I can prove it.
Hey, you don't look too healthy, sister. But it's less healthy to make cracks like that if you can't back them up.
First, Officer Bryan, there's a wide pine floor in that room, isn't there? I've never seen it.
Yeah, that's right. White pine.
Lie down on the bed, Bryan, and then get up.
What? Oh, all right. Okay.
Your foot, Bryan. Keep it right there on the board it touched when you got up. Mark the board with your pencil.
What goes, sister? You ain't gonna rope me in on any funny business.
Getting interested, mister? All right, Bryan. Get a hammer and pry up that board.
Well, it still sounds crazy to me, but I might as well, I guess.
No, you don't, Copper. Stay right where you are.
Put down that gun, you.
You'll get a bullet from it right through your thick head if you make a move. Now, keep your hands in the air while I take your gun. And don't get any ideas.
What are you going to do?
First, I'm going to do what the bright girl suggested. I'm going to pry up that board. Then I'm going to nick you enough so you won't follow me. And then take it on the lam.
Money? I've never seen so much money in my life.
About 30 grand, copper. In nice, crisp folding dough.
Yeah, but the checks, all them checks, what about them?
Don't be dumb all your life, copper. That's the racket. The checks are hot, lifted out of mailboxes. I got kids shoving hot checks all over town. I rented the room across the hall because I knew the dancer wasn't home nights when I'd be collecting dough and passing out the stolen check to my shills. I needed a sure, safe hiding place for the stuff.
Yeah, and Virginia was working with you?
She didn't even know there was such a guy as me.
Until she came home early with Eddie.
Yeah, that's right. She found cigarette ashes on her floor and a ground-out stub right in front of my door. And she was dumb enough to start asking questions. I couldn't have her asking questions.
You'll never get away with this, lad.
Get back, copper, or I'll shoot. I mean business. Hey, my eyes, I can't see.
Try to shoot me, will you?
All right. Lay off me, copper. You don't have to be so rough about it.
I'll be rough, all right.
I can't see you, Brian. Is everything all right?
Yeah, honey. Thanks to your flashing that mirror in this guy's eyes, he'd have shot me sure if you hadn't blinded him.
I won't forget that either, sister.
Well, what you remember or forget ain't going to be of much importance, lad. I've got a feeling that you ain't going to be around long.
Yes, my name is still Hope Graves. I'm still a bedridden invalid. Yet, somehow, I don't feel at all like the same person who started to tell this story. The pattern has shifted back to its usual form. But for me, things will never be the same. I'll always know it can change. That my routine isn't set in a drab, colorless schedule that will never vary. Life, even for me, can be exciting.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
here she comes, Mr. John.
Here who comes, Chester?
Holly Dean, she's come down the street there. Somebody must have told her.
Well, I left word in enough places.
She sure is going to be upset about this.
I doubt it. But the only thing that upsets Holly is a man who won't pay attention to her.
Yeah.
I'll let her in.
Yes, sir. Come right on in, Miss Dean.
Thank you, Chester. Oh, my, how handsome you look today.
I do.
Uh-huh.
Now, that's mighty nice of
Oh, Matt. My, it's just been ages since I seen you.
Sit down, Miss Dean.
Miss Dean? Wait, isn't it Holly anymore?
Here you are. Sit down.
Thank you. Well, you look mighty stern and official, Marshal. Have I committed some crime?
Not that I know of.
Well, then what's this all about? 3 different people told me you wanted to see me.
That's right. I thought you better know about this, Miss Dean.
About what?
Sam Brugger. He's out of prison.
Escaped?
No, paroled.
He was supposed to be in for 10 years.
1 to 10. He served 3, and I guess they figured that was enough. He'll get into Dodge on the afternoon train.
Stop him, Matt. Don't let him come here.
Well, he's got a right to go where he wants. But I just thought you ought to know about it. You and your husband both.
Matt, you've got to protect me. It's your job, too.
I will, if it's necessary.
Well, of course it's necessary. He'll try to kill me.
Oh, why?
Well, because I divorced him while he was in prison and married Jack.
Is that the reason? Or is it because you wouldn't back up his alibi when you testified at his trial?
I couldn't, Matt. I wasn't sure he was working in the barn all afternoon the day Tracy was shot.
Yet the barn is only 50 yards from the house.
I was asleep most of the afternoon. He could have rode off and come back, and I'd never have known it. Oh, but I told all this at the trial. It's over and done with. You got to keep him away from me. He's a killer.
I doubt that.
Well, the jury didn't. They convicted him, didn't they?
Yeah, but they weren't too sure, or they'd have made the charge a lot stronger than manslaughter. I just can't see Sam Brugger as a killer, even with plenty of reason.
What reason? I suppose you believe them stories, too. That something was going on between Tracy and me.
Was there?
I didn't even know him, hardly. The old hens around this town start cackling if a woman even says low to a man. What are you trying to do? Reopen the trial or something?
No. Just let you know that Sam's coming back.
All right, then let him. I'm married again now. I don't want nothing more to do with him. He starts fooling around with me, and Jack will take care of him all right.
You know, Holly, trouble seems to follow you, doesn't it?
I don't do nothing to cause it.
Maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe it's just because you're one of the prettiest women in Dodge, and maybe you just get too friendly with too many people. Huh?
What do you mean by that?
Look, you're married now to a man who's known around town as being kind of jealous and a little bit gun-happy. And you got an ex-husband coming in on the afternoon train who has just spent 3 years in prison for a killing that he claims he didn't commit.
The jury said different.
For a killing the whole town thinks was over you. Well, I don't think Sam Brugger was a killer 3 years ago. But prison can change a man. So you watch your step.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. Ever hear tell about Mike Fink? Well, he was a hero. A legendary hero, I guess you'd call him. The greatest keel boatman of them all. Yes, sir. Why, he was a Salt River roarer, a ringtail squealer. Claimed he was half wild horse and half alligator. They say that Mike Fink could pull the equivalent of 400 loaded railroad cars upriver on a keelboat. That's sort of like a barge. And they say that if the currents made poling too tough, why, old Mike would just sit down and row for a while. Yes, sir. His strength and skill was the talk of the river. Nothing was too tough for old Mike to handle. He could load his boat from stem to stern in less than half an hour. And when it was going full speed, why, he could turn it on a dime, as the man said. He was a heap of man, was old Mike. But then along came the steamboats. Oh, they didn't hurt the keelboaters too much at first. But little by little, they took over. And you can be sure Mike was the very last of them to admit defeat. Now, Mike didn't just die and quit, you understand. He raced a steamboat clean up the Ohio, and he beat it, too. But Mike was sort of the spirit of all those valiant keelboaters. And as they quit one by one and just sort of faded out of the picture, why, old Mike did, too. But as long as stories about him are still told and retold, the early pioneers of our waterways won't be forgotten. No, sirree. I wish I had time to tell you another little story about Mike, but I have an idea you don't believe me anyway. Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
I ain't even sure I'll recognize Sam, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, he won't look too different, Chester.
You reckon he's aiming to start trouble?
I don't know.
Yeah, by jing, she's pretty enough to turn my head even if she was to put her mind to it.
You'd have to get in line, Chester. There's about a dozen ahead of you.
Oh, well, my land, I was just saying that, Mr. Dillon. I know her too well.
Yeah, sure you do. Now, come on. Sam's getting off over there.
Why, a man would just be plumb foolish to get tied up with a woman like that.
Well, here's a man who can tell you.
I declare he ain't changed hardly at all.
Not outside, anyway. Hello, Sam.
Well, Matt Dillon. Last man I saw when they took me away, first one I meet when I get back. Things never change, do they?
Not too much. How are you?
It's just a 3-year picnic, Marshal. You know, they take real good care of you up there. Even got bars all around to keep folks from getting in and bothering you.
Yeah, sure.
Marshal, how is Holly?
Oh, fine. I saw her just this morning.
You did, huh?
Now, that's more than you're going to do, Brugger.
What?
Easy now, Dean. Sam, you remember Jack Dean, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a gambler. I didn't quite get that remark of yours, Dean.
You got it, all right. You stay away from Holly. You hear me?
Well, what are you on the proud about?
Holly's married to him now, Sam. I thought you knew.
No. No, I didn't know that.
Well, you do now. And don't you forget it. You bother her, and I'll shoot you like a mad dog. All right, that's enough of that kind of talk, Dean. I want him to know how things stand.
Well, now, wait a minute. I think maybe you ought to know how things stand, too, Dean. I come back here for just one reason. Just to find out who did kill Tracy Walters.
The way I hear it, you did.
No, Holly lied at the trial. She knew I never left the place that day. Now, I aim to find out why she lied.
I told you to leave her alone.
I got no interest in her otherwise. I feel sorry for you, Dean. I learned about Holly. I paid for it. Seems you ain't yet, but you will.
No jailbird's going to talk about my wife like that.
That's enough, Dean.
Taking up for him, are you, Marshal?
You get going.
All right, I'll move. When the law won't protect a man's home, I figure he's got the right to do it himself.
Thank you, Marshal. Man on parole can't afford to get into any arguments.
Or wear a gun either, Sam. I'm going to have to take yours.
Play it right down the middle, don't you? No exceptions for either side.
Well, it works out better that way in the long run.
All right. There you are.
Thanks.
I didn't kill Tracy, whether you believe it or not.
I wasn't on the jury, Sam. Just one thing. You better stay clear of Jack Dean. He can make you an awful lot of trouble.
I got no reason to bother him.
Haven't you?
Oh, you mean Holly? No, what I told Dean is the truth. I'm over her, Marshal. Except, well, sometimes she's not an easy woman to forget.
No, I don't imagine she is.
You know, he doesn't seem to have changed much, Matt.
Sam Brugger, you mean?
Yeah. Stopped in earlier and had a beer. He's quieter, of course. But it wouldn't be. 3 years is a long time to spend in a cell.
Yeah, it sure is, Kitty.
Why didn't he make a fresh start somewhere else, Matt? Why did he have to come back to Dodge?
Had to clear himself, so he says.
Well, if he couldn't do it 3 years ago, he's got even less chance now.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right, Kitty.
And with Holly here, it's just going to mean trouble. The way she carries on, I mean. Bartender down at the Crystal Slipper, along with that new trail boss out at the Circle D. I never saw anybody like her, Matt.
Yeah, just a case of too much good looks, I guess. And too little good sense.
Well, if Jack Dean finds out, she won't have any looks.
Why don't you tell her?
What?
She just came in. She's coming over here.
Oh, Matt. Matt, over there you are. They said I'd probably find you in here. Oh, hello, Kitty.
Hello.
What's on your mind, Misty?
Matt, you've got to arrest Sam Brugger.
Oh, why?
For threatening to kill me, that's why.
You telling the truth?
A little while ago, down the street, he come up to me and he said terrible things. He said he'd come back to Dodge just for one reason, to kill me. And he was wearing a gun, too, and he's not supposed to be.
Was he wearing a gun in here, Kitty?
No.
Well, he was just now. It's true, I swear it.
Anybody hear him threaten you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Anybody see him talking to you?
I don't know. It was dark. I turned and run, and then I come looking for you. Oh, Matt, you just got to arrest him.
All right, Miss Dean, if you'll sign a complaint, I'll go pick him up.
Of course I'll sign a complaint.
Then go on down to the jail and have Chester fill one out for you. I'll be over in a couple of minutes.
Oh, you hurry now. I'm scared half to death.
Sam Brugger's not the kind of man to do a thing like that, Matt.
I don't think so either, Kitty. But we could be wrong.
Matt, there are times when a man of honor like myself is appalled by the low ethical standards he finds among his friends and acquaintances.
Oh, is that so, Doc?
Go ahead, Doc. It's your move. Stay out of this, please, Chester. Matt, no doubt you know what I'm referring to.
I just thought you were talking to keep from having to move that checker and letting me take 2 more of your men.
They're ridiculous. I've as good as got the game won right now. Then why don't you move? Yes, I never thought you'd do it, man.
Do what?
Let a passing weakness for a pretty woman make you throw an innocent man into that jail cell back there.
He had to, Doc. She signed a legal complaint, didn't she?
Not talking to you, Chester.
Now, what makes you so sure that he's innocent?
Plain
Doc?
common sense, that's what. Plus the fact that Holly Dean happens to be a born liar.
Yeah, maybe. But he's got no alibi. So it's up to Judge Bent to decide it when he opens court.
Oh, Judge Bent, she'll twist him around her finger just like she did you.
Not unless she comes up with some witnesses. Bent's 71 years old.
I don't care. What's that got to do with it?
Look, go ahead and move the checker so I can get this game over with. It's late and I got to get up early. That was the wrong side of the jail. Come on.
There goes somebody on a horse. Yes, they're getting away, Matt.
Yeah, they've already got away. We only had a moon tonight.
What do you suppose they're trying to do, Mr. Dillon?
And I got a pretty good idea. Come on, let's take a look back in the cell block.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think it was somebody trying to...
Marshal, is that you?
Are you all right, Sam?
Yeah, sure, I'm all right. Shot just come through the window there. What's that all about?
Sam, somebody just tried to kill you.
This is Myron J. Bennett with a little-known item of American military history. One of the most famous military messages ever dispatched was never put into writing, and to this day nobody knows what it really said. When the Cuban situation turned hot between the United States and Spain in 1898, the government wanted military information on the Spanish from General Garcia, commander of the Cuban insurgents. But Garcia was up in the mountains, where neither telegraph nor mail could reach him. So Army Lieutenant Andrew Summers Rowan was chosen to make a secret mission to the Cuban general with orders from President McKinley. Rowan completed his cloak and dagger jaunt through pathless mountains and fever-bogged jungles to bring back the information requested. He was promoted to captain, and the whole thing might have been forgotten if Albert Hubbard, a businessman author, hadn't heard about it and written an imaginative account under the title A Message to Garcia. It made Hubbard a fortune with over 500 million reprints and got Rowan the Distinguished Service Cross 24 years later. Asked long after the event what his message to Garcia was, the now retired Lieutenant Colonel flipped back an invitation from President McKinley to an old-fashioned New England boiled dinner at the White House.
That's it, Mr. Dillon.
The light's on. One of them must be there.
Just what is it you're aiming to do, Matt?
Surprise her, maybe. Catch her off balance. Got nothing else to go on. Sam. Look, if there's trouble, you stay out of it.
Without a gun, I guess I have to.
Holly's not likely to do any shooting. All right, come on.
Who is it?
Matt Dillon. I'd like to talk to you, Miss Dean.
All right. Just a minute. Kind of late, isn't it, to be coming around? Sam.
How's it been, Holly?
Fine, Sam. I thought you was...
Thought he was what, Miss Dean? Dead?
No, of course not. I thought he was in jail.
You mind if we come in?
Oh, it's late. I was just going to...
Thanks. Now, you told me you'd talked to Sam earlier tonight, Miss Dean.
I did. He threatened me.
That's a lie, Holly.
It's true, Matt. I did.
You didn't act like it just now. He asked you how you'd been. You said fine. Looked to me like that was the first time you'd seen each other.
No, that's not true.
Why did you want him jailed, Holly?
I was scared. He threatened me.
Uh-huh. Who'd you send over to kill him?
I don't know who shot at him. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Shot at him? How did you know?
Well, I thought you...
I said kill him. I didn't say how. You lied at that trial, didn't you, Miss Dean?
No, I didn't.
Who did kill Tracy Walters? Now, come on. Who are you covering up for?
Nobody.
Who did it?
He said he'd kill me if I ever told.
Who said? Jack Dean?
Mattie's in the other room.
Get out of the way. All right, come on out.
You rotten little sneak.
Keep your hand away from that gun, Dean.
It's true, Matt. He found out about me, and I mean, he thought I was seeing Tracy, and he was jealous, and he shot him. I didn't know about it till after we were married, and then he said he'd kill me if I ever told. I've been terrified of him for 3 years.
You know, a jury might believe that.
And he tried to kill Sam tonight. I didn't know he was going to.
No jury's going to get a chance to believe it.
Hold it, Dean.
If I'm paying, Holly's paying.
Dean, hold it!
He was a fool, Mr. Dillon. He didn't have a chance.
Well, it's not the first time he was a fool, Chester. Well, Sam, looks like you get that pardon.
He's dead. Jack's dead.
I'll send Doc over to take care of things, Miss Dean. Come on, Sam. Chester.
Sam.
Hmm?
Wait, Sam.
What?
Sam, it's all true. I was terrified. 3 years of it. I wanted to tell, but he'd have killed me.
Holly, you could have stood
up.
up.
It was him that made me like I was. It was a bad influence. I'll be different now. We did have a lot of good things.
Yeah, we did.
Remember, Sam?
Oh, sure, Holly, I remember.
Come in, Sam.
Well, I just...
Sam.
Matt, I just want to talk to Holly for a couple of minutes. I'll be along a little later on.
Come on, Chester.
My, you'd think a man that's been took for a fool once would be cured, wouldn't you, Mr. Dillon?
Either that or form the habit, Chester. As like you said yourself, she's mighty pretty.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. American. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT. 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 Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Today, tomorrow, and always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. American. Day with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, Steve Bradley, Jack Benny's press agent, forced Jack into having a contest. You listeners were asked to write in letters completing this simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because. And is it catching on? Ah, yes, there's excitement in the old town tonight. Everybody's celebrating. In fact, right now there's a parade coming down Sunset Boulevard. Look, they're turning down the street where Jack Benny lives.
Soldiers, sailors, or Marines? They're mailmen. Mailmen? Sure. Haven't you heard? Jack Benny's running a contest. I can't stand Jack Benny. Well, neither can I, but what's the contest about? That's it. I can't stand Jack Benny because there's $10,000 in prizes. No kidding. I even sent in a letter myself. You did? What did you say? Oh, plenty. When I got through, I had to wash up my fountain pen with soap. Life boy yet. Hey, I'm going to call up my wife and tell her to write a letter to Benny right now. Wait a minute. Why don't you do it yourself? Oh, if my wife calls him half the things she calls me, she can't lose. Right up to Jack Benny's door.
Hey, Jackson, there's the doorbell. I heard it, Phil. Rochester. Rochester, answer the door.
I can't move, boss. The ladder's up to my knees.
The ladder isn't so high.
It ain't here. I'm sitting on a horse.
Oh, don't be silly. Every time I talk to him. Phil, what are you doing with that shovel and that pile of letters?
We lost Mary.
We didn't lose Mary. She's got a bad cold and couldn't come over today.
Oh, that's a shame, Jackson. Did you send her any fruit?
No. She still has the fruit I sent her last year when she was sick.
But that was a year ago. Don't that wax fade?
No, but during the hot weather, it melts a little, you know. In fact, the banana curled up and looks like a donut with yellow jaundice. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jackson, why don't you send her some real fruit? The wax stuff don't fool anybody.
It doesn't, eh? The apple's got 2 worms in it. They don't know the difference. So why should I work? I'm coming. Gee, how am I going to get to the door with all those letters? Maybe I better put on my snowshoes. Good thing I didn't leave them in Yosemite.
Oh, boss!
What is it, Rochester?
On the way back from the door, ski through the kitchen and bring me a glass of water.
Okay. I'm coming. Gosh, these letters are so deep. It's a good thing I got my snowshoes on.
Out of the night, which was 30 below, there stumbled a miner fresh from the snow. Dog dirty and loaded my bear.
That's me. Rochester, stop. Okay. Oh, are you the mailman?
Well, what do you think I am with this pack on my back? An early Santa Claus?
I never saw a guy that does so many things.
You and your contest.
Well, can I help it if so many people can't stand me? Besides, what are you griping about? You got over 200 letter carriers helping you.
I know, but it wasn't easy getting them.
What?
We have the only post office in the country with a draft board.
Now, look.
Don't you shout at me. See those 4 stars on my shoulder?
Well, what does that mean?
I'm a postmaster general, silly.
I knew I shouldn't have asked him. Now, look, will you please stop with all this...
Quiet. A message is coming in on my walkie-talkie.
Flight Commander to Control Tower. Flight Commander to Control Tower. We're circling Beverly Hills. Please give instructions. Over.
Control Tower to Flight Commander. You're approaching the target. Drop down to 500 feet. Open the bomb bay.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Airmail, you old-fashioned fool.
Look, General, do me a favor, will you? I drained all the water out of the swimming pool. Put the letters in there. The house is full.
Very well.
Thank you, General. Oh, now what?
You forgot to salute.
Now cut that out. This is all General Bradley's fault. I mean, it's all Steve Bradley's fault. Having people write letters on why they can't stand me. These snowshoes are kind of tight.
He longed for the bite of the Yukon night and the northern lights where it flickered.
Rochester.
And a game of stud and a frozen mud and a taste of raw red liquor.
Rochester, stop with that poetry. We're not in the Yukon.
I don't know about you, but I'm chewing on some blubber.
What?
Tough as a steak with Yukon cake. Hard-boiled as a picnic egg.
Rochester.
He washed his shirt in the Klondike dirt and drank his rum by the case.
Rochester, just tend to the mail. We still have thousands of letters to read.
Hey, Jackson, here's a letter. Listen to this one. I can't stand Jack Benny because he charges $2 an hour to play his violin at weddings.
What?
Signed Tommy Manville.
Well, that's how it is when you work for one man too long. Now, let's not get these mixed up.
Well, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Larry, I didn't see you with all these letters around here. When did you come in?
Yesterday.
Oh. You better read your way to the window and get some air.
I can't stand Jack Benny because he won't pay Rochester more money, because he won't give him a night off, and because he won't...
Rochester, stop reading those letters.
I ain't reading, boss.
Well, we talk about our little problems in private.
Yeah, you, me, and the Dyes Committee.
Never mind. Gee, I'm getting tired reading these letters. I'm going to rest a while. Say, Larry, why don't you sing a song for us?
I'd like to, Mr. Benny, but I've got laryngitis.
Gee, everybody's got a cold. You and Mary. What a show we're going to have. Just my luck, Fred Allen will be as fit as a fiddle. I'm sorry you can't sing today, kid.
It wouldn't make any difference, Mr. Benny. I was going to sing I'm Glad I Waited for You, but Mr. Harris' band can't play it.
Phil, why can't your band play I'm Glad I Waited for You?
Don't rush us. We got to take these songs in order.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you working on now?
Sheik of Araby.
What?
It's a great song, Jackson. It goes like this. I'm the Sheik of Araby. Your love belongs to me. Tonight when you're...
I know how it goes.
He wanted to muscle now in the sledge with a team of husky hounds.
Quiet! Phil, by the time you get to... Oh, there's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Oh, hello, Don. How are you?
Bad as ever, thank you.
Don't thank me. You're the only man I know that goes into a butcher shop, buys a side of beef, and the butcher says, shall I wrap it up or will you eat it here? Now, look, Don, I'm busy with my contest mail. What do you want?
Well, the reason I called you, Jack, is because I'm going on a local broadcast today, and I want you to listen in.
Oh, sure. We'll all listen.
I'm going to tell a few jokes, and I'd like to try one out on you.
Jokes? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
Why are Lucky Strike cigarettes like Minneapolis?
Say, that sounds like you got something there. Go ahead, Don. Why are Lucky Strikes cigarettes like Minneapolis?
Because they're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
What?
Don't you get it, Jack?
No.
Well, now wait, I'll make it easier for you.
Lucky Strikes are like Minneapolis because they're made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Don, I might be a little dense today, but I still don't get it.
Well, now I'll explain it to you so you can't miss it.
Oh.
Lucky Strikes are like Minneapolis because with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
But, Don, that doesn't make sense. Minneapolis doesn't fit in there.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. I'll make it St. Paul.
Yes, yeah, I think you've really got something.
Well, I better run along. Goodbye.
Oh, Don, just a second. What time do you go on that program?
At 6:15.
Okay, I'll listen. Goodbye. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to ask him what station. Oh, well, we'll find it. Hey, Phil, the house looks a little better with all those letters cleaned up. You know, as soon as we get through, I've got to go out and do some more Christmas shopping. Say, Jackson, I got a swell present for you this year. You have, Phil?
Yeah.
How much did it... I mean, what is it? What did you get me?
Case of gin?
A case of gin?
Well, it'll come in handy when you throw a party.
When am I going to throw a party?
The minute I bring it over, Bob.
All right, Phil, we'll have a party on New Year's Eve. Huh?
Mr. Benny, what are you going to give me for Christmas?
Well, what are you going to give me, Rochester?
You tell me what you're going to give me.
No. First, you tell me what you're going to give me.
No, you tell me.
No, you tell me.
No, you tell me.
No, you tell me. What are you laughing at?
We do this every year, and all we get out of it is a sore throat.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to buy you a nice gift. Now, before I do my shopping, I better go over my list again. Let's see. For Christmas, I'll get some cough drops for Larry Stevens. Some new wax fruit for Mary. And something for Don Wilson. I hear they're stretching 2 ways again. Now, let's see. What else? Get some Christmas presents for my writers. They need pencil and paper. And I must look around for some cheap bow ties for all the boys in Phil's band.
Cheap bow ties. Why don't you get them some good ones?
Phil, as long as the elastic snaps in them, they're happy. Now let's see. What else do I have to get? I'll get it, Rochester. Hello?
Hello. Is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, is this Phil Harris's little girl?
Yes, is this Mr. Benny? Star Stage, Green Radio, will drive children to school at 20 cents a trip.
How did you know all that?
It was printed on a Christmas card you sent us.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You mean your daddy showed you the letter?
I had to write it for him.
Well, I should have known he couldn't do it himself.
Can I talk to my daddy now?
Sure, sweetheart. Just a minute. Phil, your little girl's on the phone.
Jackson. Hello, baby.
So, Hotshot.
What did you call me for, honey?
Well, Daddy, I don't know what to buy you for Christmas. I wish you'd tell me what you want.
Oh, darling, you don't have to buy me anything for Christmas.
That's what you told me last year. And then you got even with me on my birthday.
No. Now, baby, Daddy didn't get even with you. He just forgot, that's all.
Gee, Daddy, I like Christmas. Santa Claus and everything.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And, baby, you know where Santa Claus comes from?
Uh-huh. And that's what I like about the North Pole.
Oh, isn't that cute? Hey, Jackson, you should have heard what my kid just said.
Oh, Daddy, wasn't that funny?
Yes, it was, too. You know, honey, I never saw
I
that.
gotta hang up now, Daddy. I'm busy.
Okay, goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Gee, what a sweet kid. He sure is, Jackson. You know, it's wonderful being a father, especially when your kid is just starting to school. You know, I come home at night, sit her on my lap, and watch her do her homework.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised what you can learn that way.
Well, stick to it, Phil. You know, it isn't going to hurt you any.
You said it. I've learned plenty. Hey, Jackson, do you know what a period is?
Certainly, a period is what you put at the end of a sentence.
And it's also a dot over a 9.
Phil, you positively amaze me. Now, let's get the rest of these letters out of the way. I say, Phil, take all these letters that you've been open here and put them in the corner. And I wish you'd try...
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Here's a letter from Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? He can't be in the contest. He's a judge.
Just the same, he sent this letter.
What does it say?
It says, I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Uh-huh.
Then he lists the reasons alphabetically, chronologically, and geographically.
Geographically?
Yeah, he can't stand you any place.
Oh, he just thinks he's smart because he can say such big words with his nose. He's awful.
Stop, Jackson, stop. You just don't like him because he's a great comedian.
That has nothing to do with it. And listen, Phil, all week long you've been sarcastic just because I was the only one invited to Ronald Coleman's house last Sunday for dinner.
I still don't believe he sent you an invitation.
Well, you can go and look at it again. It's framed over the fireplace. Not only that, I'm having the Colemans over to my house next Sunday.
You are?
Yeah. I think I ought to invite their friend from England, Mr. Wellington. He was a guest at their house, too.
Hey, Jackson, you promised Don Wilson you'd listen to his program. It's getting late.
Oh, yeah. What time is it?
I don't know. The little hand is straight down and the big hand is bent over.
That's 6:15. Phil, why don't you learn how to tell time?
I tried to, but it always keeps changing.
Oh, well, I better listen to Don. Rochester, turn on the radio. We want to hear Don Wilson.
What station is it?
He forgot to tell me. Try to get it anyway.
Okay.
Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears
Oh, that's
are
not it. That's not the
friendly.
station. Here, I'll get the station.
I might as well be honest with you, Joyce. I'm in love with another woman.
No, Alvin, you mustn't leave me. You must. I've given you the best years of my life. I'll fight to the last ounce of my strength. I'll
Oh,
never
that's
give you
not
up.
it either. I wonder what station Don is on.
Every cloud must have a silver lining. So wait until the
Oh, for heaven's sake, why can't I get the station Wilson's on?
There it goes. It's a line drive, and Greenberg's on third.
That's got such a slow radio here. I gotta get that station that Don.
Do you have rheumatism in your joints? Do you have chills? Does your liver shiver? Do you wheeze when you sneeze? If you suffer from these or any other ailments, try sympathy. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamus. Y-H-T-A.
I'm going to change this before that quartet comes on. Sympathy soothing syrup. That stuff never helped anybody. I wish Wilson had told me what station he's on.
Melancholy face. Cuddle up and don't be a blue doodle doodle doodle. Your fears are
Oh, my goodness. Why can't I get this? Maybe this is it.
Hello, to all of you from Hollywood. This is Luella Parsons.
That ain't the station, Jackson. Well, I want to hear this anyway. Luella might have something nice to say about me.
Here's my first important news from the film capital tonight. Lana Schlagenhoff, who used to go with Turan O'Reilly, was seen at the Macamba with Gregory Burmasav. They were dancing cheek to cheek to the exotic music of Xavier Shapiro.
Well, what do you know about that?
Just heard that Bing Crosby and Bob Hope's next picture is The Road to the La Brea Tar Pit.
Well, they've been everywhere else. I got to see that.
Flash, it's a boy at the Cedars of Lebanon Hospital.
Well, I must send them a card of congratulations. Remind me, Phil.
Van Johnson, who was so very ill with the flu, was cured in 3 days by a new miracle medicine called sympathy soothing.
How do you like that? Me, it made sick.
Now, here's top news. News you'll all be interested in. Gladys Zabisco, who's been Jack Benny's sweetheart for so long, has just signed a brand new contract with the Homeway Laundry.
Oh, boy, she passed her tub test. Gee, I hope her agent made a good deal for her.
And speaking of Jack Benny, his contest has brought thousands and thousands of letters from every state in the Union. Well, almost every state. Maine and Vermont are still holding out.
That shows what she knows. They hate me there, too.
That's all for now, but don't forget that starting next week, my own program for Woodbury will be increased to 15 minutes. So be sure to listen in to all the latest news from Hollywood. This is Luella Parsons saying good night.
Gee, I must call up Luella and tell her...
Hey, Jackson, what about the program that Don Wilson is on?
Oh, yes, I must get that.
So smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I will be melancholy. Yes, I will be melancholy. Know that I'll be melancholy too.
Oh, God, isn't that awful?
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to the glorious voice of Miss Ginny Mudfender, your hostess of the Vine Street Bowling Alley.
Well, what do you know? Don Wilson's been on that program all the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest will end at midnight December 24th, so be sure to get your letters in before then. Just complete this sentence. I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. The first prize will be $2,500 in victory bonds. The second prize, $1,500 in victory bonds. The third prize, a $1,000 victory bond. And there will be 50 additional prizes of $100 victory bonds each. Remember, all you have to do is complete this sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail it to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. That's the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Our board of judges will include Goodman Ace of the Easy Aces and Peter Lorre.
He frightens me.
And the supreme and final judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen.
He frightens Peter Lorre.
The decision of the judges will be final, and all letters become the property of Jack Benny, including the rights to publish. This contest is open to everyone except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, and the National Broadcasting Company. It is also subject to all federal and state laws and regulations. In case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded.
Ladies and gentlemen, Christmas shopping this season is just as difficult as it was last year and the year before. However, there's an answer to the question. What'll I give for Christmas? Why not give victory bonds and stamps? They are tangible evidence of our gratitude, yes, responsibility to those who have made possible our nation's first peacetime Christmas. Give the present with a future. Victory bonds and stamps for Christmas.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend F.E. Boone.
American. Independent tobacco experts spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco. Mr. Joseph Edgar Joyce, independent tobacco buyer of Pinnacle, North Carolina, said,
As a tobacco man, I know a good leaf of tobacco when I see it. Over a period of many years, I have seen that Lucky Strike buys the finer, lighter tobacco. When Lucky Strike buys a basket of tobacco, it's got to be good all the way down. I've smoked Lucky's for 18 years.
quote, when Lucky Strike buys a basket of tobacco, it's got to be good all the way down, unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. That's Horace Dale speaking for Lucky Strike.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, thank heaven that cleans up all these letters until the mailmen get here tomorrow. Say, Phil.
Yeah, Jackson?
I'd like you and all the gang to come over to dinner next Sunday night. You know, I'm having the Ronald Coleman.
Oh, gee, thanks, Jackson. I'll be there.
And remember, Phil, when we're having dinner, watch your P's and Q's. You know what I mean.
Oh, sure. When you give me the cue, I'll pass the P's. Oh, filthy. What a shame you haven't got laryngitis, too. You dumb.
You said, I'll bet Mary's glad she didn't have to hear that joke. Good night, Dow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Raft, French Otone, and Lynn Barry in Each Dawn I Die. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This Hollywood of ours is more than a place. It's an idea that embraces all America. We plead no special interest and ask no special consideration. We are democracy in action, to provide entertainment for the whole people and by the whole people. Take the case of the Lux Radio Theater tonight. Our stars are George Raft, French Otone, and Lynn Barry. They hail from New York City, Niagara Falls, and Roanoke, Virginia. And the rest of our cast represent 12 more cities, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And the families from which they come are rich and poor and in between. The play that brings them all together is the Warner Brothers success, Each Dawn I Die. It's the story of a man sent to prison for a crime he did not commit, and of the girl and the gangster who give him courage when he needs it most. We were encouraged this week by a letter from a lady in Ohio, which adds another chapter to the adventures of Lux toilet soap in faraway lands. It seems that the lady has a daughter, and the daughter has a fiancé,
who's a soldier somewhere in North Africa. One day, he developed a desire for oranges and approached an Arab who had some on display. Knowing that it's more fun to barter for something than just to buy it, he'd come prepared with a cake of Lux toilet soap, which he'd received in a Christmas box. After bargaining for a few minutes, the soldier unwrapped the soap and let the Arab smell it. The Arab immediately offered 3 times as many oranges as he had before, and the exchange was made. Our thanks to the lady for the information. I predict that if that soldier ever meets the Arab after he's tried Lux toilet soap, he'll have orange juice for the whole regiment. It's curtain time now for Each Dawn I Die, starring George Raft as Stacy, Francho Tone as Ross, and Lynn Barry as Joyce. A hilltop on the outskirts of a great city. On the side of the road, a car stands facing down the grade. To this car come 2 shadowy figures, supporting between them the unconscious form of a young man.
He's heavy as lead.
Get him in behind the wheel, quick.
Okay. Lift his legs there a little. There.
You got that bottle of liquor?
Yeah.
Douse his clothes with it and throw the bottle in the back.
It's a waste of good booze.
Hurry up.
Okay.
Now release the brake and get out.
Here we go. Up off.
With an unconscious man at the wheel, the car glides downward. At the bottom of the grade, a traffic light blinks red at a crossroad. The car hurtles toward it, faster and faster, then swerves madly into the cross traffic.
You, Frank Ross, having been found guilty of the crime of manslaughter, it is now my duty to pronounce sentence. There can be no excuse for leniency in your case, as you should be well aware, since you have, as reporter for the Daily Record, often denounced drunken driving as the most ghastly of crimes, a view with which the court agrees entirely. And when such drunkenness results in the slaughter of 2 young innocent citizens...
I didn't kill those people. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't even driving that car.
When the accident occurred, you were behind the wheel. The court has found that to be sufficient evidence in spite of the fact...
But I tell you, I was framed. I was framed by that eminent public servant, District Attorney Hanley, and his equally eminent and equally crooked assistant, Howard Grace.
Your Honor, I protest.
Framed because they knew I could show them up for the dirty, grafting rats they are.
Silence! Frank Ross, you are hereby sentenced to the maximum penalty the law provides. Imprisonment in the state penitentiary at Rocky Point for 5 to 20 years. Court adjourned.
All right, Ross. This way.
5 to 20 years.
Frank. Oh, Frank.
Did you hear him, Joyce? 5 to 20 years. For something I didn't do.
Darling, it's not over yet. We're going to fight this. We'll be working for you every minute. We'll get you out, darling.
20 years.
I'll write to you. I'll write every day. And you write, too. Please, darling.
Sure, Joyce.
Frank.
Come on, Ross. We've got a train to make. You want some lunch, Ross?
No.
You ought to eat, son. It's on the state, you know.
I don't eat with a carload of 10-cent crooks. I'd rather be hungry.
Who's that 10-cent crook? Hiya, Monahan. Well, Stacy. So they're taking you back to school, huh?
Yeah, for a while. I'm getting a degree this time. Oh, who's your friend, Monahan?
Name's Frank Ross.
Ross? Oh, yeah, I know him. A reporter, isn't he? One of those wise guys that's always writing about how crooks are yellow and crime don't pay. I guess the DA didn't like that because he knows better. Well, what'd they give you, Mr. Ross?
5 to 20. But I won't be there long.
Oh, you don't say. Going in and out, just like that. Clever boys, these reporters. Say, write a piece about me when you get out, will you? The name is Stacy. Life sentence. I'd like to see my name in the papers.
You'll see it in the obituary column if you don't shut up.
Why, you scare me, Sonny. Hey, Monahan, change my seat, will you? He plays too rough.
What's the matter, Stacy?
Oh, we got a real killer in the crowd, boys. Ran over a couple of kids, so he thinks he's tough. Well, how tough are you, Sonny?
Listen, you.
Sit down, Ross.
Yeah, come on and show me.
Cut it out, or I'll let you have it. Both of you. Now get over there, Ross.
Sit down.
Let him go, Monahan. I'll tear his head off.
You shut up, Stacy. What'd you go picking on him for?
I don't like reporters any more than I like cops. If a reporter hadn't stuck my pan all over the front page, I wouldn't be here. And now I got all the trouble of crashing out.
Yeah. Don't forget to send us the date.
Yeah, and don't bet that I won't. All right, line up over there. Come on, line up. Keep your arms folded. The new arrivals, Warden.
Not all new, I see. Hello, Stacy.
Hiya, Warden.
Men, I haven't much to say to you. Stay on your good behavior and you'll get along a lot better. If you get into trouble in here, you'll become second or third grade prisoners, according to your offense. More serious offenses are punishable by solitary confinement, or as we call it here, the hole. I don't recommend it.
Hey, Warden, I'd like to speak to you for a minute.
Keep your arms folded. What do you want to say?
Well, I'm here on a political frame-up. I didn't...
Quiet! When a man is legally convicted and sent here, we assume that he's guilty and treat him accordingly. That's all.
All right, men. Left turn. This way, men.
What do they take us now, huh? To the cell?
No such luck, brother. The jute mill. Hey, Pete. 10 more men here.
Okay, I'll take care of them. Well, if it ain't Stacy again. Couldn't bear to be away from old Pete, huh? What's he got this time?
199 years.
Well, now, that's real generous of the judge, huh, Stacy? And just to show you what a nice welcome home you're going to get, guess who's in here doing the book, too? Your old friend, Lippy Julian.
Julian? In here?
Yeah, I thought that'd get a rise out of you. Hey, Lippy, come over here.
You want me?
Yeah. You know this fella?
Yeah, I guess so.
He ought to know me. I gave him that limp the time he tried to double-cross me in the Dannemora break.
I know you. And you ain't going to forget me.
Now, boys, don't fight on Mr. Stacy's first day back. Stacy, over to that breaker and get to work. You go with him. Wait a minute. What's your name?
Ross?
Say, sir, when you address an officer. And fold your arms, do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Go on over there and join Stacy at the breaker. The rest of you get over there and help stack them bales. Stacy, hey, fellas, look who's here.
Hello, Muggs. Oh, it's just a visit. Oh, this is Frank Ross, boys, a gentleman of the press. He's a killer, so hang on to your hair. Oh, sorry we ain't got no typewriters on this machine, nor no yellow ink, Mr. Ross.
Well, what do I do?
Why, you flap your ears and wish you was a swallow. Come over.
Hey, Goski.
Gee, it's swell to see you, Stacy.
Never mind that now. When did Limpy come in?
A month ago.
What's he in for?
Murder, second degree. He's doing life.
Look, Goski, you know it's Limpy or me, don't you?
Yep.
Well, it ain't going to be me. How much time did you get?
A tray. I'm out in 2 months.
Oh, good. Keep your nose clean so there's no slip-up. I might need you on the outside.
Okay. But listen, don't turn your back on Limpy. He's got a knife stashed, and he'll use it.
Don't worry. I'll watch him.
Come here, you guys. Stacy, Gowski, what were you talking about? Come on, what were you talking about?
Ain't there a rule against talking in this jug?
Yeah, and you broke it. Lippy heard you. Come here, Lippy. What'd they say?
I couldn't hear them, but they was talking.
Why, you low-down crawling.
Get back! Break it up, do you hear? Look out, Stacy. He's reaching for a knife.
Grab that guy.
I'll kill him. Get back. Look out, Stacy. Now, get back to your machines, all of you. Go on. Come here, Ross. That was your trip, Limpy, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Well, he had a knife. I don't like to see anybody get cut up.
You're learning fast, ain't you, Mug?
Look, I'm no mug. And I don't like being called one.
Oh, you don't like it, huh? Get over to the captain of the yard. You too, Stacy. We'll see if a month in third grade will take some of that guff out of you. Go on, beat it.
I guess I owe you something for tripping Limpy. It was a nice job.
Forget it.
Your first day in this hokey-pokey and you tangle with Pete. Trip up his prize rat and you lose your privileges for a month. Oh, you got the makings of a swell con.
Not me. I'm not staying long enough.
Yeah? Well, until you do leave us, let me give you a little advice. You know anything about Limpy Julian?
He's just another con to me.
Well, remember this if you want to stay healthy. He's a killer. The toughest kind there is, too. The kind who kills a guy because he gets a kick out of it.
Yeah? Well, I'll let you worry about Limpy. I got my own troubles. What the...
What's that? Don't look now. Is there a knife sticking in the wall about 2 inches over my head?
I'd say about 1 inch.
Yeah? Limpy's aim is improving.
All right, you guys, keep moving, will you? This is supposed to be an exercise period.
We're moving.
Well, move faster. You'll be getting fat, Stacy.
Yeah? You got a cigarette, Ross?
Here.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, whatever happened to that plan of yours for getting out of this place?
I hear they turned down your pardon, Ross.
Yeah.
That gives you a year and a half before you can even ask again.
Well, the paper's working on a new angle. If the boys dig up some evidence, I could get a new trial.
Sure, I knew a guy like you once. He's waiting for a new trial, too. He waited 30 years.
Did he get it?
Yeah, they found him guilty again. Oh, hi, Goski.
Hiya, Stacy. Hey, listen, I just got ratted on.
Well, what about?
That can of soda you slipped me this morning. They saw me using it.
That means the hole.
Who ratted?
Limpy and his new pal, Fibber.
Well, what's wrong about soda?
Well, you mix it with salt and damn tobacco powder, and it makes snuff. It's forbidden. You got it on you, Goski?
Yeah, but Pete's looking for me right now, and I can't get rid of it.
Slip it to me.
To you? Stacy, they'll put you in the
Come on,
hole.
come on. You're going out on parole next week, ain't you? You can't afford to go out of circulation now. I need you on the outside. Slip it quick. And here, keep this knife. Till I come out. I may want it.
You ever been in the hole before, Stacy?
Sure, twice.
Been in for 60 days?
No?
Right here.
Nice place.
Yeah. You know, a guy's a sucker taking a rap like this for something he didn't do.
Yeah.
I've seen guys go half nuts in here in 30 days. In 60, they go all the way.
Well, that's 'cause they ain't smart. I am. Close the door.
Okay, sucker.
Hey, fellas. Stacy's out. He's out of the hole.
When they let him out?
An hour ago. I seen him taking him up to the office.
How'd he look, Red?
Like a ghost. His eyes was all shut like the light hurt him.
So he's out. Well, we'll find out pretty soon who wins the blood sweep.
You got a bet on it, Dale?
Yeah, plenty.
You gonna bet, Ross?
I don't bet on one guy killing another.
That ain't it. Limpy says he'll get Stacy before he's out of the hole 48 hours. But you gotta call the hour. I got 2 cans of tobacco that says one of them gets it in 12 hours.
Look out. Here comes the guard.
Lights out in 10 minutes.
Hiya, Ross.
Hello.
Put me in with you. Mind?
Why should I?
I took that bunk there. I didn't know.
That was mine.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll just move your stuff.
Wait a second. Leave it alone, Al.
Hey, what's that?
I told you to leave our stuff alone.
You got a knife, huh?
Yeah, got a knife. What about it?
Nothing, I guess. How'd they hand you down?
I can't see.
Need anything? Soap? Tobacco? Toothpaste?
Listen, Ross. Forget about that shiv.
What shiv? Never heard the word before.
This shiv. The knife.
I don't see any shiv.
Okay, Ross. You're all right.
Hello. Hello, Warden. This is Gallagher. Listen, Warden, we've had a killing. In the theater, a killing. We had them in there to see a picture, and all of a sudden this guy... What? It was Limpy Julian. Yeah, somebody stuck a knife in it.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah?
Come on down to the end of the yard. I want to speak to you.
Okay. What do you want, Stacy?
Listen, that paper you work for doing you any good?
Well, they're trying.
You've been here 4 months.
Well, it takes time.
Bum rap, wasn't it?
I told you that a couple of times.
All right. Look, if you could get out, would you be able to track down the guys who framed you, wouldn't you?
Sure, only I'm not out. I'm in. What do you want?
Listen, Ross, I didn't kill Limpy.
Sure, all right.
Whether you believe it or not, I didn't. I meant to. I was afraid the screws might search me. So I passed the shiv on to another guy. He loved Limpy like I did. So Limpy collected.
Okay.
But that don't make any difference between us. You saw me with that shiv, and you thought I did it. A word from you, and I'd be doing the book in the hole, and you'd probably be pardoned.
Forget it. I'm no rat.
I don't forget it. You kept your mouth shut. I owe you plenty for that, and I'm going to pay. Ross, did you ever figure that if I was out, I could find out who framed you and get you sprung?
How?
I got connections. I can find anything out by putting dough in the right places.
So all we got to do is get you out. That's a cinch, isn't it?
Listen, this is no screwy idea. I can get out. If You'll help me. How? Look, you're up for killing some guy, and here you're tried in the courthouse. I'm doing life. 199 years. So no pardon, no parole. I can't pass over these walls in a million years. So the only chance is to get to the courthouse and try it from there.
It'd take an army to get you out of that courthouse. A lot of guys have tried it.
They tried it alone, and they didn't plan it. Listen, remember Gorsky went out a couple of months ago?
Well?
We figured this out together. I let someone rap to the warden that I sunk that knife in Limpy. I get indicted. Gorsky follows the case through the papers and gets me a mouthpiece. He knows the day I'm to be tried. He knows the courtroom. He makes all the arrangements.
Where do I come in?
You're the only guy I've ever met that gave me a break without putting the bee on me for dough. So now I'm giving you a break. Go to the warden and tell him about me having that knife.
I told you I wasn't a rat.
Look, I'm asking for this. It's my only chance.
I won't do it. You say you didn't kill Limpy. Well, somebody did. And they got to get the right guy. Limpy was killed. Murdered. And that still means something to me.
Oh, will you listen?
Ross. Frank Ross.
Yeah?
Get over to the warden's office, Ross. We got a visitor.
Darling.
It's been so long.
I missed you so terribly. I tried to come up a week ago and the week before that, but I couldn't get a pass.
Sure, I know.
Oh, let me look at you. Oh, Frank.
Yeah, I look great, don't I?
Oh, it's so horrible like this, talking through a screen. I want to say so much, and I can't.
Is there anything new?
Only what I wrote you.
You haven't found those guys that put me in the car?
Not a trace of them. But we're still working, and a lot of the boys in the AP are working with us. We'll find them, darling. We will.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, Frank, don't give up hope. Please don't.
Hope? There's no hope in this place.
Is there anything I can do for you? Is there, Frank?
Yeah. Don't come back anymore.
Frank.
Don't come to see me. I can't stand it. Not like this. It only makes it worse.
Darling, please, I've got to come out.
Time's up. You'll have to leave, mate.
Stacy.
Yeah, what?
Listen, I've been thinking. Will there be any shooting down at the courthouse?
No.
Are you sure? I don't want blood on my hands. Will you give me your word?
What it's worth to you? Sure.
Okay, Stacy, I'll say it with you.
Good. But remember this. Afterwards, they may figure you in on it and throw you in the hole. You may have to take a lot of punishment.
I don't mind.
But don't talk. Once it's done, keep your mouth shut. That's the tough part of this.
I know.
You or those guys on the paper got any line on who framed you?
There's only one lead. You ever hear of Shake Edwards?
Yeah, a rat.
Well, he was in front of the newspaper office when I came out that night. He was the finger man, I'm sure of it.
Shake Edwards. I'll find him. And I'll get you out, remember that. No matter how bad things look. Or if it takes a long time, I'll get you out. Legally. All you gotta do is to get to tell the warden you saw that knife in my bunk. Well?
All right, Stacy. Good luck.
So long, fella. Thanks for everything.
After a brief intermission, we'll hear George Raft, Francho Tone, and Lynn Barry in Act Two of Each Dawn I Die. And now, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Libby, here's what I guess you'd call a leading question. Do you think a woman can really improve her complexion?
Well, I not only think she can, but I think she's foolish not to try, Mr. Kennedy. It's just a matter of determination.
Determination and Lux toilet soap, Libby?
Naturally, Mr. Kennedy. There's an unbeatable combination. But improving your complexion's like exercising to reduce your waistline. You start with a flourish, keep at it a few days, and then...
I know, Libby, I know.
But as a matter of fact, complexion care really is lots easier. And we women are lucky to have a real beauty soap to help us. Lux soap is that. Pure and mild, truly gentle.
Which is why, of course, 9 out of 10 screen stars use it.
Yes, I've heard many a star say she wouldn't be without Lux toilet soap. Screen stars just can't afford to take chances with complexion loveliness. And neither should any woman. Because every woman can be attractive if only her skin is fresh and smooth. Just ask any man if there isn't something irresistible about a lovely complexion.
Well, ask me, Limpy. I'd say yes. Decidedly yes.
Well, screen stars certainly know the appeal of soft, smooth skin. They wouldn't dream of skipping their daily beauty care. Toilette Goddard tells me she uses Lux toilet soap every day. Always takes a thorough, active lather facial at bedtime. She smooths lots of the lather well in, rinses thoroughly, and pats with a soft towel to dry. Now, that's a very simple care, but it works. I know that from my own experience. And I feel this so strongly, I want to say it again. The woman with average features can look simply charming if she'll just make the most of her looks and give her skin a chance to be fresh and lovely. Well, now I'll bring my little sermon to a close, Mr. Kennedy, with these words. 30 days of regular Lux toilet soap care is the way to new complexion beauty. There's a tip straight from Hollywood.
Right, Libby, and a mighty good one. Lovely ladies everywhere depend on Lux toilet soap, the beauty soap of the stars. And if any one of you ladies hasn't tried this fine white soap yet, why not make a note to get some tomorrow? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Each Dawn I Die, starring George Raft as Stacy, Francho Tone as Ross, and Lynn Barry as Joyce. From behind the bleak walls of the state penitentiary, a convict in the know can occasionally smuggle a note to the outside world. Such a note was written by Frank Ross. Passing through a dozen pairs of hands, it finds its way at last to the office of the Daily Record.
Watch the Stacy trial. Have reporter, photographer there. Big story. Say nothing to anyone. Destroy this at once.
Let me see that note, Joyce.
It's Frank's writing, Mr. Mason.
Stacy trial. What's he talking about? Is Stacy's case up for appeal?
No. The only thing I can think of is the trial in the prison itself.
Yeah, but what for?
I don't know.
All right. There's nothing we can do now except wait. If anything breaks, take a camera and get up there yourself.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ross, the state?
No?
Will you tell him the warden tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Got your story straight?
I saw you with that knife. I didn't see you knock Limpy off, but I can identify the knife.
Right.
Fire down there! Stacy, you got your plans all set?
Yeah. Look, the day of the trial, Crosby's sending a laundry truck up. Gets in the gate and parks just below the courtroom in the alley. Gets motor trouble, see? Call me to the stand. When that happens, I've got a guy at the window to give me a signal. Motor's fixed all of a sudden, and the gate's open, and let the truck out. I start walking toward the witness stand. Only I don't stop.
How'd you get in the truck?
Oh, I told you, it's parked just under the window.
Yeah, but that window happens to be 3 stories up. Did you know that?
Sure. I know, so what?
You mean you're going to jump?
Sure. The truck will be piled with laundry, and I'll land like a feather. I hope.
Just one thing. The window. It'll probably be closed. Who's going to open it?
Who? Me on the way through.
You identify this knife as the one you saw in Stacy's bunk?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me about this before?
Oh, I didn't want what Limpy got.
Why this sudden courage?
It isn't courage. I want to get out of here.
I see. I suppose you figure that if you squealed on Stacy, you get a break from the parole board, get it?
Yes.
Yes. I suppose you will. I hope it makes you happy, Ross.
You talk like you don't want the guy who murdered Limpy.
Sure we want him. And to get these guys, we have to deal with rats. But that doesn't mean we like it. Take him out and get Stacy here, under guard.
Stacy trial set for 28th.
On the 28th day of this month, a notorious gunman and bank robber will stand trial for the murder of a fellow convict. Should the verdict go against him in this trial, his sentence of 199 years will be changed to death. Stacy will finish his life sentence in the electric chair. Yeah, if I'm still here to sit in it.
Mr. Lockhart, are you prepared to sum up for the defense?
Not just yet, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I should like to put one more witness on the stand. My client himself, William Stacy. By all standards of practice, this would seem to be a foolhardy move. I realize that. Call me to the stand. When that happens, I've got a guy at the window to give a signal. Truck is parked just below the courtroom. In the alley. Aisle with laundry. Just below. In the alley. Parked just under the window. 3 stories. Sure. I know. 3 stories.
During the sentence of 5 to 20 years for manslaughter. I now call William Stacy as witness on his own behalf.
William Stacy, take the stand.
They call me to the stand. I start walking toward the stand. Only I don't stop. I'll start walking. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Hey, get back here. Stop him there. The window. Get headquarters.
You know nothing about this break?
I told you. I don't know a thing.
You testify against Stacy, bring him to trial. Your newspaper covers a successful prison break with pictures of the criminal escaping, and you know nothing about it. Well, nothing to say, Ross?
Nothing.
Gallagher, bring Feather Miller in.
All right, Feather. This way.
Come here, Feather.
Yeah, Warden?
You know this man?
Yeah, he's Ross.
Repeat what you told me this morning.
Well,
Go on, Feather, go on.
It was the day he squealed on Stacy. I saw them together in the jute mill, and, well, they were standing behind some bales, and they were speaking. And they shook hands, and the day after that, Ross went into your office, and they squealed on him.
You dirty little...
Cut it. Well, Ross, still got nothing to say?
That's right.
Okay. That break you were going to get from the parole board seems to have backfired, Ross. But I'll give you one more chance. You give me the lowdown on Stacy's escape and tell me who helped him. I'll give you your first-grade stripe and put in a word for you to the board. If you don't talk now, you'll do your 20 years, Ross. Every minute of it. All right, Gallagher, take him to the hole.
You haven't got anything on me. I don't know where Stacy went, but I'm glad he made it. I'm in here on a phony rap, and I'm not taking a thing from anybody around here anymore. Rules don't mean a thing.
Come on.
I'm going to be just as mean and dirty and hard to handle as the worst con in the joint. And I'll flood the first guy, rat or screw, that crosses me. Come on!
Stacy, you want me to open it?
Wait a minute. Get over there and cover the door. Johnny, you beat it in the bedroom.
Right.
All right, Bud. See who it is.
Who is it?
It's me, Lockhart. I've got the girl.
Lockhart, the girl.
Open up. Get in, Lockhart.
I brought the girl with me, Stacy.
Yeah? Sit down a minute. All right, Gosky. Take the tape off her eyes.
Put your head up, kid. Okay, they are.
My lawyer said you wanted to see me.
Yes, I do.
What about?
I'm Joyce Temple. I work for the Daily Record.
That's no recommendation.
I was engaged to Frank Ross.
Yeah? Well,
Stacy, you've got to get him out.
what am I supposed to do? Send him a pair of wings? What's the matter with his old pals on the newspaper? They're smart, aren't they? They help keep him in. Can't they work in reverse?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ross would. He said he'd keep his trap shut. But he didn't. He tipped off the paper. So the courtroom is crummy with reporters and photographers, waiting for the break.
He had to let his paper know. He's a reporter.
Well, being a reporter blew him right into the hole. I hope he rots there.
You think he double-crossed you?
Well, I think he's like every other wise guy. He had to have a payoff to dummy up.
You don't believe that there's anyone, man or woman, that money won't buy, do you?
Well, is there? Look at Gorsky. Look at Bud. That weasel with the punk cigar. He gets paid just to look out that window. And look at Lockhart. Look at me.
I am looking at you. And it's making me sick.
What do you mean by that last crack? Now you ought to...
Sit down, Gorsky.
Go on, let him beat me up. That's right in your line, Stacy. Standing by while your gunmen do the dirty work.
Now listen.
You listen to me. Frank's been up there for 5 months waiting for you to help him. 5 months in the hole while they try to make him talk. Well, he hasn't talked. But you didn't pay him to keep quiet, did you?
No.
He kept his mouth shut because he trusted you. He thinks you're his friend. He doesn't know you never heard of the kind of loyalty that money can't buy. He doesn't know you're just a dirty, cheap hoodlum who never did one decent thing in all your life.
Who ever done anything for me?
Frank Ross. He's doing it right now, in the hole at Rocky Point.
When I met Ross, I thought he was square. The first on-the-level guy I ever knew.
He is.
Then I wasn't so sure. What did he tell his paper for?
Because he couldn't help it. Because it was a great story.
Yeah. All they would have needed was a picture of the truck and the driver.
It wasn't the picture that sent him to the hole. There was a convict who saw you and Frank talking. His name is Fibber Miller. He told the warden.
Feather? Are you sure?
I got the story last week. A man who just got out. You know what would happen if Frank talked. Garsky's been seen around. If he told them Garsky helped you, they'd trace you inside of a week. That's why you've got to help him, because of what he's doing for you.
Put the tape on her eyes.
Oh, listen,
Put the tape on her eyes and get her out of here.
Come on, kid.
All right.
There's just one thing. Don't talk, kid. You know what's good for you. Go ahead, Lockhart.
Give me your hand, miss.
How do you like that dame? Walking in here and shooting a...
Shut up, Garsky.
Huh?
And listen, if I ever catch you raising your hand to a dame again, I'll bat your brains in.
Well, for the love...
Shut up, I said. Johnny,
Yes, Stacy.
there's a guy I want to see. Go out and bring him in here. His name is Shake Edwards.
I don't know. Believe me, Stacy, I don't know anything about it. I didn't have anything to do with it, honest, Stacy.
I'm waiting, Shake. Who were the guys who stuck Ross in that car?
I don't know, I tell you. I...
You want me to refresh your memory? Now talk.
Don't, Stacy.
Talk.
All right. All right, I'll tell you, Stacy.
Go ahead.
There was two of them. They put Ross in the car on top of the hill and busted a bottle of booze all over the back.
Who are they?
One was Charlie Lang. He skipped out to the coast. You'll never find him.
And the other guy? Come on.
It was Feather Miller.
He's in Rocky Point.
Yeah. That newspaper was making things hot. The DA sent him away on an old rap to keep him out of the way.
Like putting him in a safe.
That's all I know. You can't blame me, Stacy. That's all I know.
Shut up, Rat. Krosby, call Lockhart. Get the boys in. I want to see them.
In Rocky Point? That's not going to help much, Stacy. We can't get at him.
What do we do now, Stacy?
We get at him. What do you think?
Oh, sure. We just take off the Kelly at the prison door and say, please, can I talk to Mr. Feather Miller? It's too hot, Stacy, and supposing we do get the guy, where's the payoff?
The payoff. We get Ross out. That's the payoff.
Why don't you forget it, Stacy? That's what I say. Go fooling around in Rocky Point, we'll get paid off with a slug in the belly. And I ain't taking that for Ross nor nobody.
Okay, get out of here. All of you. Go on, beat it.
There's not a thing you can do, Stacy, not legally. They'd never let me get near that Miller guy.
All right, so why should I suddenly get legal? I've been doing all right the other way.
I don't get it.
Look, most of the guys in this world are a bunch of heels. You included.
Yeah?
I always said if I could find one right guy, I'd do anything for him. Well, maybe I got my chance.
How?
I'm going up to Rocky Point. Myself.
Listen, Stacy, don't be a fool.
It's the only way I can reach Miller.
You mean you're going to give yourself up?
Yeah. You're getting bright.
Look, Stacy, I'm your lawyer. But if you pull a stunt like this, I'm through. I don't want anything to do with it.
Sure. I told you you were a heel.
Listen to me. They'll throw you in for life, Stacy. They'll shove you down in the hole till you rot. I'm warning you.
Don't be a sap. I broke out of that pen once, and I can do it again. They haven't built the jug yet that can hold me.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a few minutes, George Raft, French Otone, and Lynn Barry will return in Act 3 of Each Dawn I Die. And now, I don't think you'll find it hard to guess who this might be.
My, what an afternoon. Working right up to 6, and now I've got to change and get to the canteen by 7:30.
Well, that could be any woman anywhere in the United States who's doing a double job right now. Her own and one for her country. It might be a famous Hollywood star who's just finished her day's work at the studio and is going to be serving sandwiches at the Hollywood canteen tonight. And whether she lives in Hollywood or Chicago or Cleveland, this busy lady is very likely to say...
Oh, I'm glad I'll have time for a good, relaxing Lux toilet soap bath. Guess I'll treat myself to a nice new cake.
And if it happened to be Barbara Stanwyck or Irene Dunn or Marlena Dietrich, for instance, she'd tell you...
Here in Hollywood, we always use our complexion soap as a bath soap, too. Lux soap makes a wonderful beauty bath.
Busy women everywhere have discovered something.
That creamy Lux soap lather seems to float away dust and dirt in a twinkling. Leaves my skin fresh and sweet, so that I'm sure of daintiness.
Yes, active lather does the trick. It's thorough, yet it's gentle, too. When you step from your Lux toilet soap bath, your skin feels satin smooth, exquisitely fresh. Women say this fragrant, relaxing bath is wonderful as a quick beauty pickup. They enjoy the delicate Lux soap perfume, too. A perfume like the fragrance of many lovely flowers. And here's a thrift tip. Lux toilet soap is hard milled. That means each smooth cake can be used to the last thin sliver. Why not get some of this fragrant white beauty soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
I'm going to make a proposition to our stars after the play. But now, here's the third act of Each Dawn I Die, starring George Raft, Francho Tone, and Lynn Barry. With a life sentence hanging over him, Stacy walked through the gates at Rocky Point and gave himself up.
Stacy's back. He walked in the front gate like he was going for a stroll. He's a crazy, that Stacy. A life sentence, and he comes back to serve it.
In the warden's office, Stacy lounges carelessly in an armchair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He's very sure of himself, cool and arrogant.
Why'd you come back, Stacy?
Well, I like it here, and I got lonesome for my friends.
I'm afraid you won't see much of them for quite a while. You know what this means, Stacy?
Sure. It means the book in the hole, according to the rules. But not for me. I only came back for the weekend.
You made it out once, Stacy, but you'll never do it again.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Now, do I get that plush-lined cell in solitary, or don't I?
Any time you say.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, you still holding Ross in solitary?
Yes. Why?
Well, I sort of figured you could let him out. Now that I'm back, I mean...
Why are you so interested in Ross?
Oh, I'm not, but I don't like to see a guy taking punishment for nothing.
Did Ross help you make that break?
You're still kind of sore about that, aren't you? Well, I can't say I blame you.
Did Ross help you?
I helped myself.
All right, Stacy.
What happens to Ross?
I'll let him out of the hole when you go in. Okay, Stacy, I guess you know the way, don't you?
Yeah. Looks familiar.
What are you doing this time?
The warden says the book, but you never can tell.
Ross? All right, Ross. Come on. You're out. You're out. We've got a new tenant for this place.
Hiya, Ross.
Oh, so they caught up with you. They slammed you right back where you belong, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad they got you. You hear?
Sure. That's all right. Take it easy, kid.
Come on, Ross. Inside, Stacy.
Okay, lock it up good and tight. I might decide to go for a walk.
You mean to say you didn't know Ross?
I thought they caught up to him.
Caught up to him nothing. He gave himself up.
But why? What for, Red?
You saw him. Didn't they tell you?
No, he didn't say a thing.
Yeah?
Watch yourself. Pete's looking.
Okay.
Listen, everything's set.
Yeah? What time?
3 tomorrow afternoon.
Right in the jute mill?
It's the best place. Joe's going to be on the door. At 3 o'clock, they open it for a couple of bales. Mooch over and stall around until we get them open. There'll be guns inside.
How many?
I don't know, but enough.
Wait a minute. Is this a break?
Yeah, it's a break. Didn't you let him in, Red?
No. I didn't know whether you wanted him.
We want every guy in the mill except Feather. I told you that. We need him.
Well, you'll have to get along without me, too.
Yeah? Why?
Because I think you're nuts. What chance have you got? Suppose you do bust out of the mill. There's still a wall to get over.
We'll take care of that when we get to it.
That's a great plan. Run up against a wall and then figure a way out.
Are you with us or not?
No, I'm not. Even if you had a chance, I wouldn't be with you.
What do you want to do, rot in this place?
Well, I'll rot before I see you send every man out there to get a slug in his head.
All right, Ross. But I'm warning you. If you know what's good for you, don't talk.
What time is it?
30 seconds more.
30 seconds. Suppose the guns are late.
They won't be. Now start walking to the door. And keep your eye on Feather Miller. If he makes a move...
He's safe. He's on top of the machine on an oil engine.
There goes the door. That's the bale, the second one. Are the boys moving?
Yeah.
Where's Pete?
Over to the left.
All right. Start opening the bale.
Yeah.
Come on.
Tight. I got the rope twisted.
Hurry up. Get over here. Screen the bale as much as you can.
Here they are. Dale has a Tommy gun here.
Get it out quick. Let me up. I'll take that. Hand it over.
Hey, look out. Here's Pete. Quick.
Grab a gun.
Hey, you guys. What are you doing around that bale? Get away from there. Get away
from Pete, or I'll let you have it.
Why, you...
All right, Pete. Get out in the hall. Keep moving toward the gate. You guys with guns take care of the guards. Remember, get every gun you can lay your hands on. Come on, you guys. Come on.
Listen, man, don't be fools. You haven't got a chance.
Shut up, Ross.
They'll blow you to pieces before you get to the main gate.
I said shut up. Red, take Ross along with you. If he tries anything funny, put a slug in him.
It just came in, Mr. Mason. They're breaking the jute mill at Rocky Point.
Prison break. Get a hold of Jerry. Tell him to beat it up there.
Jerry Phillips, quick. They've got the warden locked in his office. They're holding him as a hostage.
Any of them get out yet?
No, the state guard's been called. They're surrounding the prison. Hello, Jerry? Get a car and meet me downstairs. We're going up to Rocky Point.
Wait a minute, Joyce. I didn't say you.
I'll call you as soon as I get there.
Joyce!
You're crazy, all of you. Put up those guns. Dale, call those men back out of the yard.
I'm giving the orders, Warden. You're going to call the main gate and tell them to let us through.
You're digging your own graves, you fools.
You do as we say, or you're digging yours.
Listen, Big Shot. You saw what a couple of your guards just got. Now give that order and quick, or I'll blow your hair all over the ceiling.
Go ahead and kill me. You still can't get away with this.
All right, Warden. Joe, I'm going down to the yard. If those gates aren't open in 10 minutes, knock them off.
Yeah, a pleasure.
Be seeing you, Warden.
Warden.
Well?
Listen, stall for time. They can't win.
I'm glad you're not in on this, Ross. You're using your head.
I'll make my own break when I'm ready.
Stacy!
Here, over this way.
I got the keys, Stacy.
What goes, Red?
We got the warden. We're holding him in the office.
Some picnic, huh? Who's running?
Dale, come on.
Is Ross with you?
He's in the office, yeah. And listen, I got two guys watching Fibber Miller. You said you wanted to see him.
Yeah, I do. You got a gun, Red?
Yeah.
Give it to me. I'll be in the warden's office. Get Feather and bring him in there.
How's it going, fellas?
Having fun?
Stacy, Dale went down the yard. He's going to stall him.
Where's the warden?
Over there. Listen, Stacy, you got brains. Tell these guys they haven't got a chance.
We'll take it up later, Ross. I've got some business to take care of.
They got the state guard all over the place. Even if they open their gates now, they'll never...
Save it. Hiya, Warden.
I suppose this break was your idea, Stacy.
No, but as long as it happened, I'd figure I'd play along.
Well, you're through. You might as well hand over those guns.
Shut up, or we'll finish you right now. You better not, Joe. You'll need him for dickering later on.
Get up to that window and see what's happening.
The yard's full of soldiers. Hey, what do we do, Stacy?
You aren't through yet. You make out.
Out where?
Out through the back door, where they carry the stiffs. All you got to do is pick the screws off the wall. Get some rope from the twine mill and lam over.
Oh, it's too late for that. Dale's plans didn't cover the back door.
No? Oh, too bad I wasn't around to help.
Listen, they're coming up. They're right down the hall.
Close that door.
Wait a minute. Let me through. Let me in.
Come on in, Red.
Here he is, Stacy. Feather.
Oh, hello, Feather. How are you?
Look, Stacy, I'm not on this. I want to get out of here.
Shut up. Go over there and sit down.
Here they come. They'll get us through. What we do, Stacy? Come on, it's up to you.
You know any prayers, don't bother to say them. They won't do you any good now. Warden, come here.
Well?
Sit down and write a note. Tell them we'll release you if they give us a chance to come out alive.
My orders in case of riot are to keep firing regardless of the safety of any official or guard. Those orders will stand.
Okay. Joe, here.
What do you want?
Here's a chance to be a hero, Joe. Get out the back and across to whoever's in charge of that twine mill. Tell them to cease firing. We surrender.
I ain't going. I'll be killed.
So what? You'll be knocked off in here, too.
No, I won't do it.
I'll open the door for you. Beat it.
No, listen, Stacy.
Come on, now.
I told you, Stacy. You can't get out there.
Yeah. Looks like they don't want to play.
Hey, what's the matter? You hit?
Yeah.
How bad?
Bad enough, I guess.
Come on. Come on. Pick him up. Put him on the couch.
No. Don't move me.
Isn't there anything I could do?
Not a thing. It doesn't make much difference anyway. Hey, wait. Where's that Feather guy?
You want him, Stacy?
Where is he?
Feather, come here.
Hurry up. I haven't got any time to waste. Funny, an hour ago I had 199 years to do. And now I got no time.
Get over here, Feather.
Hold him where I can see him.
What's the matter, Stacy?
Hand me a gun.
What for?
Well, Rat. Caught up with you at last.
I ain't done nothing. Don't shoot me, Stacy. I ain't done anything.
I know. Warden, here's a bird wants to sing. About Ross. He gets snappy, Feather.
I don't know what you mean, Stacy. Honest.
That was just a sample, Feather. Off by an inch. The next time I won't miss.
Listen, Stacy, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on.
No, don't shoot. Don't.
You ready to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Warden, this is a confession. And it's going to spring Ross. So remember it. Okay, Rat. Start singing. Who framed Ross?
I did. But I didn't mean to have nobody get killed.
How did you frame him?
I knocked him out and then drove around for a couple hours
and planted the liquor in the car.
Yeah.
Then started the car down the hill and jumped out.
Yeah. But I didn't mean anybody get killed.
Shut up. Heard enough, Warden?
Plenty.
Okay. Let the rat go.
Get up that window! Tell him we surrender!
You can go in, Ross. Stacy wants to see you.
Thank you.
Warden, may I go with him, too?
You, Miss Temple?
I'd just like to thank him for what he's done.
Very well. Go ahead.
Stacy, it's me. It's Ross.
Ross? Yeah. Who's that with you? Your girl, huh?
I wanted to thank you.
Forget it. You're going to get out, Ross?
In a couple of days.
That's great. I'm going out, too. My way.
Look, you can pull through this if you want to. Try, Stacy, will you?
What for? You know, I'm glad for one thing, though. I finally met a square guy. So long, fella.
Stacy?
It's funny. I was saying just a couple of days ago, they haven't built the jug yet that can hold me. I was right. Wasn't I?
Exciting is the word for each dawn I die. And exciting is the word, too, for the performances given by George Raft, Francho Tone, and Lynn Barry. And here they are at the footlights now.
Thank you, CB, and glad to be back with you again.
That's good, George, because I have an assignment for all three of you starting tomorrow.
What's the name of the place, CB?
Now, it isn't a play, Francho. It's a victory garden.
Oh, George Raft growing vegetables is something I'd like to see.
Why, what's wrong with that, Lynn? I've got a lemon tree in the backyard right now.
Now, look, George, if you're a little short of space, I got an idea. You can take care of my garden. I'll give you half the stuff. Just think of all that good spinach.
Spinach? Are you kidding?
Well, I'll throw in a few eggs. I got some chickens, too.
Oh, well, what's your offer, Lynn?
Wait till I've got a garden. How do I find out what and when to plant, Mr. DeMille?
Well, you can write to Victory Gardens, Washington, D.C., or get it from the newspapers or magazines, Lynn. Now, George, I'll make you an offer. You take care of my garden, and you can have all the food you can use at your house, and I'll give you a cow, too.
Oh, that's pretty generous, CB. I accept. What kind of a garden have you?
Well, let's see. There's about 10 acres of corn, about 10 acres of squash, about 10 acres of potato, and there's about 100...
Now, wait a minute. The deal is off.
Oh, but I haven't told you about the carrots and the peas and the beans and the cabbage yet.
Nice little garden you have there.
Well, it's really a farm, Francho. You eat some of my vegetables at the Paramount Commissary. I'd like to urge everyone who can plant a garden to do so. But let's not be grim about it, because it's a lot of fun. There's no reason under the sun why everyone can't solve part of his own food problem in his own backyard and have a good time doing it.
Well, if I'm going to plant a garden, I'd better get in an extra supply of Lux toilet soap. I'll bet it feels better than ever after a day in the garden, and your complexion will certainly need the right care.
By the look of things, you and Lux Soap have been very happy together, Lynn.
Well, what's on the fire for next week, CB?
Something very unusual, Francho. Because next Monday night, one of Hollywood's newest finds will star in one of our plays before he appears on the American screen. His name is Pierre Aumont. And within a few weeks, you'll hear a great deal about his screen performance in the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Assignment in Brittany. He came to watch the play tonight to see how we do things. So right now, I'd like to have you all meet Mr. Pierre Aumont.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeMille. I think you have forgotten the most important thing, however.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, next week in the Lux Radio Theater, this fortunate young man is going to play opposite Miss Lana Turner.
You see what I mean?
Before the war, Pierre was one of the big stars on the stage and screen in France. On the day war was declared, he reported to his command in the French Tank Corps. I'll ask Pierre himself to tell us the story of what happened to him after that tragic month of June 1940, when France fell to the Nazis.
Well, most of my comrades were taken prisoner, but I was lucky enough to escape. I went to Morocco, and then to Lisbon, and then I caught a boat to the United States, and when in New York Harbor I saw the Statue of Liberty, life began again for me. 3 days after, I was signed by Miss Catherine Cornell, and I had the great privilege of appearing with her. And then came Hollywood.
I'm sorry our audience couldn't follow your career from the beginning. But suppose we start now by taking a scene from next week's play. Say that scene in the police commissioner's office.
All right, sir.
You ready?
Ready.
A man called Jean Pelletier is under arrest. In the dim light of the police station, he faces his accusers.
They have told you that my name is Jean Pelletier. That is true. They have told you I am a criminal. That is true. On March the 14th, 1921, I was involved in the robbery of a bank messenger. But they have not told you I was also involved in his murder. I am confessing now because I can't go on knowing that I helped to murder a man. I have lived with my thoughts for 15 years. I can't live with them any longer.
You may have recognized the play by now. It's Crossroads, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer dramatic hit. Our stars will be Lana Turner and Hollywood's latest discovery, Pierre Aumont.
CB, if it's like the sample you just gave us, I'll take a full order. And good night, and good luck to you, Pierre.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Don't forget that Victory Garden. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lana Turner and Pierre Aumont in Crossroads. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
George Raft will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, Background to Danger. French Otone's next picture is the Paramount production, Five Graves to Cairo. Lynn Barry appeared tonight through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio and will soon be seen in their Technicolor production, Hello, Frisco, Hello. Heard in tonight's play were Norman Field as Warden, Dick Ryan as Feather, and Leo Cleary, Art Gilmore, Mac Gray, Stanley Farrar, Griff Barnett, Charles Seal, Cliff Clark, Crayon Denton, Ken Christie, Eddie Marr, Tyler McVeigh, Boyd Davis, Warren Ash, and Fred Mackay. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Lana Turner and Pierre Aumont in Crossroads.
Before the war, 3 out of 4 Americans didn't get enough vitamins. With food shortages and rationing, you're more likely than ever to be vitamin deficient. So for extra vitamins, get Vims. Follow these 2 simple rules. Rule 1,
get all the vitamins government experts say are essential.
Rule 2,
get them in the balanced formula doctors endorse.
Remember, Vims supply all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began on an elevated train and ended in eternity.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is just about washed up. The sky's getting that tattletale gray around the edges. Another hour or so, 3 million alarm clocks will start yakking against the eardrums of Chicago's dear hearts and gentle people. A goodly number of said dear hearts and gentle people will stumble to the front door for their copy of the Morning Star. I'm wondering what they'll say when they read the opening sentence of the Night Beat story for today. The line that goes, "This is a love story with the happiest ending I've ever heard." I guess they'll figure spring has got me in its perfume clutches, and more than likely I'll wind up around a bologna sandwich, and that'll be that. Only if they just keep reading, maybe they'll be in for a strange kind of surprise. It started a little after 10 o'clock last night. I just boarded an elevated train and was on my way to the Loop. The train was pretty crowded, but I saw an empty seat up front, and I hurried for it. I started sitting down without looking.
Anton, where have you been?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I've waited so long, Anton.
The girl sitting next to me. I noticed her for the first time. About 20, maybe. And so beautiful, so delicately beautiful, it was like your eyes had hit the jackpot, and somehow the grinding elevator train suddenly sounded like a gypsy violin.
Oh, Anton, you shouldn't have gone away.
Look, I hate to tell you this, but I think you've got me mixed up.
Oh, it's so good to hear you, to be near you, Anton, so good.
Yeah, it's good to be near you, too, kid. But...
Won't ever go away again, will you?
I'd like to stay here forever.
Promise me, Anton. Promise me you'll never go away.
Beautiful as she was, it started giving me the creeps. If I'd been Anton, I'd have enjoyed it immensely, but being as how I was 2 other guys, I didn't see it. And also there was something about her eyes, a disturbing brightness. I didn't know what to do about it, and before I could decide,
Lake Street transfer.
I reached my transfer station. I started getting up.
Anton, no, don't go.
Oh, lady, look, it's my station.
Don't leave me again, Anton, please, no.
Now, take it easy. Let go of me. What's wrong with you? This is my station.
Anton, I can't let you leave me again. I won't.
Well, you'll just have to, kiddo. Now let go. My stays on. She folded up like a little rag doll into a dead faint. I bent over her, picked up her arm to massage her wrist. It was like touching a hot stove. She was burning up with fever. Passengers in the car were crowding around. The conductor still hadn't given the signal for the train to leave the station. I picked the girl up in my arms. It was like lifting a 10-year-old kid. She must have weighed a fast 90 pounds. I carried her out of the train onto the platform. Someone called for an ambulance. She was still unconscious when the ambulance came. She looked so small and so lost and so alone. And, well, according to her, I was Anton, so the least Anton could do would be to sit beside her on the long ride to the hospital. She was still out cold when we reached County Hospital. They found her name and address inside her purse. Mrs. Marisha Nowak, 612 Larrabee Street. I waited around to see what was wrong with her. After almost an hour, they said I could go upstairs and talk to the doctor.
Oh, Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doctor, I wanted to see you about that girl I brought in, Marisha Nowak.
Yes. A relative of yours?
Oh, no. I just met her tonight.
Oh, I'm afraid we've got to contact some relative right away.
Nothing you can do for her, huh?
Do for her? Poor kid's been sick for years and waits till she's dying before she comes to a hospital.
Well, it takes money to go to a hospital, Doc.
Not here. Why didn't she come here? What's wrong with these people? Are they proud or stupid? 3 years ago, maybe we could have done something for her, but now...
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Stone. I don't know. It's completely frustrating. You study medicine, what good does it do? Sometimes life doesn't seem to make any sense.
Since when is it supposed to make sense?
I sound like this is my first patient. Not very professional, I'm afraid.
But don't worry about it. It's human.
Now, this girl keeps talking about her husband, Anton.
Well, she was talking that way when I met her.
Yes, he's supposed to take her away someplace to Mexico, she says, where it's warm and she'll get well. What do they expect? Miracles?
Oh, sure, miracles. Maybe Mexico was going to be her miracle.
Do you have any idea how to contact her husband?
But doesn't the girl know where he is?
Doesn't seem to, even when she's not delirious. Got an address from her purse, a place over on Larrabee Street, north of Chicago Avenue.
Oh, yes, I know that neighborhood. Furnished rooms with kitchen privileges. Bring your own mousetraps. Lovely.
No phone listing. I was thinking of calling the police.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's so little time.
Well, how much time?
I don't know. Could happen 5 minutes from now. 5 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll drop by her address and see what I can find out.
Doctor, she's conscious again. Rational.
Oh.
She wants to talk to you.
All right, nurse. Care to see her, Mr. Stone?
Yeah. The doc turned and walked into the room, and I followed him. That's a nice, promising beginning for a love story with a happy ending, Only when we got inside Marisha Nowak's room, the joke was on me. There was no hearts and flowers. She was even more beautiful than before. Her black hair spread out on the white pillow, her delicate face, and the lovely eyes following us as we came into the room. No fear in those eyes. None at all. Just a sort of questioning.
Doctor, have you found him yet?
Not yet, Marisha. We're still trying. This is Mr. Stone. He's trying to help us locate your husband.
Oh, I hope you find him. Poor Anton. He'll feel so bad if you don't find him in time.
Well, of course he will. That's why the doctor'd like you to tell me anything you can that might help us find him.
But I told the doctor. He went to find work, my Anton, so he could take me away where I could get well and could be a wife to him.
Does it bother you to talk? Does it tire you?
No, I like talking about him. And there's so little time.
Doctor said you were planning on going to Mexico.
To Las Flores, the little town of the flowers in Veracruz. My ring is from Mexico. See? Silver and turquoise.
It's nice.
We were married with 2 rings. Exactly alike. Silver and turquoise.
You think Anton could have gone there, to Mexico?
No, he'd never have gone there without me. The little town of the flowers. Like we planned on our honeymoon. Just like it said in the travel folder. With thousands of blossoms on the water. Perfuming the air. But we went to a real hotel here in Chicago on our honeymoon. Anton insisted on it. Even though we couldn't afford it. It was in the winter, and it was cold in Chicago like now. Icicles hung from the trees, breaking the branches. But in the room it was warm. And we had each other.
Look out the window, Mauricia. You know, I've never seen the lake from up high. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, Anton. I'm so happy, Anton. But wasn't it extravagant coming here to a hotel? I'd have been just as satisfied going straight to our room.
On Larrabee Street? Nah, Mauricia, not on our honeymoon. We'll have time enough for that. How could you possibly imagine anything beautiful from a furnished room on Larrabee Street?
Darling.
But here, this is different. It's more than a hotel room in Chicago overlooking the lake. This is what we've dreamed of. Imagine it's Las Flores.
Oh, yes.
The little town of the flowers. Look out there, Mauricia. That isn't snow. It's thick tropical foliage. And those aren't icicles hanging from the trees. They're blossoms. And the wind is warm and soft outside. Oh, you'll get well, Mauricia. We don't need money. We can live for practically nothing. Fresh fruit growing on trees. All we can eat.
We will go there, Anton. We will. And I'll get well there. I'll be a wife to you, Anton. Just you wait and see. But we didn't go to Mexico. And then Anton went away.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. But I don't blame him. Why should a man stay with a wife who's sick?
Oh, no. You said yourself you went away to earn money for your trip.
Yes. Yes, that's it. But now if I could only see him once more, just once, to tell him not to feel badly, to be happy for what we had. If I could only tell him not to feel sorry. Because it was the same as if we really had been to Las Flores.
Well, you better rest now. I'll try to find him. It's tough when they know they're going to die. It's not that they're scared, but suddenly there's something they feel they've got to do, and time is running out. That's how it was with Mauricia Noack. She had to find her Anton to tell him it was okay about a little town in Mexico that neither one of them had ever seen or ever would see. How do you find a guy like that, and what was I doing looking for him? Oh, well. I took a cab back to the Loop. I picked up my car and drove over to the Larrabee Street address. It was a rooming house, all right, and the poorest-looking one on the block. I rang the bell and I waited. A middle-aged woman came to the door.
What is it?
Are you the manager?
If you're looking for a room, I got no vacancy.
Oh, no, I don't want a room. You have someone living here by the name of Noack?
Yes, but she ain't home. She ain't been here all day.
I know that. She's in the hospital.
The hospital? Oh, the poor thing. I was worried about her. She's never been out late like this.
Is her husband here, Anton Noack?
Oh, I know. He ain't been here for a long time. Working someplace out of the city, I think.
Well, do you have any idea where? I've got to find him. Mrs. Noack is... Well, they don't expect her to live. He's got to be notified.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor little girl. For such a long time she's been sick. Come on in, please. Maybe there's something in here written down. Or maybe Mr. Noack's brother would know.
His brother? Where does he live?
Well, now, I don't know exactly. He's the one that's been sending Mrs. Noack money to live on while her husband's been away.
That was a beginning. We found an envelope from the brother in the girl's room. Paul Noack. He lived on Clark Street in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. I drove over. There was a man coming down the steps as I got out of my car. I stopped him when he got to the sidewalk. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I saw you coming out of that building. You wouldn't be Paul Noack, would you?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I'm from the Chicago Star. I'm trying to locate Anton Noack.
Oh, I can't help you. I don't know anything about him. Excuse me, I'm late to work.
Mr. Noack. You are his brother, aren't you?
Yes, but...
Well, what's the matter with you?
I don't know anything about him. He's gone away someplace to work.
Look, fellow, I gotta find him. Mauritia's very sick.
Mauritia?
She's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
I gotta find your brother right away.
I told you, I don't know where he is. My brother and I... Well, we don't see each other. I haven't seen him since he left.
But he's written to you. He must have. You've been sending money to his wife.
All right. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I had one letter from him. He asked me to do what I could for Mauritia until he could send for her.
Where was the letter from? Say where he was working?
Someplace in Montreal. He didn't give any address. Some fur company, like Chicago Montreal Furs.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're telling me the truth, Mr. Noack, but I can't see why you'd want a thing like that on your conscience.
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, okay, but don't take it so hard.
Oh, Marisha. That poor kid. I'll see you the first thing tomorrow.
Well, you better make it tonight.
I can't. I just can't. We're right in the middle of our tax work.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I see your point. Only thing is that tomorrow she'll be dead.
It's not true. Doctors are notorious for saying things like that. I don't believe it for a minute.
Would you believe it if you weren't in the middle of your tax work, Mr. Noah?
Now, you have no right to talk to me like that. No right at all. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell you. I'll see you tomorrow. You get out of my way. Get out of my way and stay out of my life. Stay out of my life or you'll regret it, Mr. Stone.
Now, what was that for?
NBC is presenting Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A love story with a happy ending. Yes, that's what the man said. Only right at the moment, if there was any happiness in the world, it was staying out of my sight. Almost midnight, and Marisha Nowak up at the hospital, hanging on to life by her fingernails until I could find her husband, Anton. Nothing to go on but the name Anton's brother had thrown at me, the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I looked it up in the phone book. It was there, all right. I started dialing the number. I didn't imagine anybody be around this time of the night, but it was the only lead I had at the moment. There weren't too many moments left. All I could think about was what the doctor had said. Maybe she's got 5 hours. 5 hours. No, nobody's going to answer.
Hello?
Hello. This is a reporter on the Chicago Star.
There's nobody here. All gone home.
Look, I'm trying to locate a man who's working for your company.
There's nobody here. I'm cleaning woman. Call tomorrow.
No, wait, please. Listen, I don't have any time. This is very important. Can you tell me how I can locate the manager of your company?
Manager gone home at 5 o'clock. This is the cleaning woman.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but can you please tell me the manager's number? I've got to telephone him now.
Oh, just a minute.
I waited. Seemed like forever while she went for the number.
Hello?
Yeah, were you able to find it?
George Swanson. Lakeview 42311.
Lakeview 42311. Thank you very much.
Tell him I didn't give out the number, only because it's an emergency.
Yes, all right. I'll tell him. Thank you. Goodbye. LA 42311. Hello, Mr. Swanson.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Swanson, but it's very important. My name is Stone. I'm a reporter on the Star. I'm trying to locate a man who works for your company, an Anton Nowak.
We have no one by that name working for us. What was that name?
Anton Nowak.
Never have had since I've been with the company. Of course, we're an old firm. May have been a way back.
Oh, no. This would have been in the last year or so.
No, sorry.
Would you have any way of knowing if he worked at your Montreal branch?
We have no Montreal branch.
Isn't your company the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company?
Yeah, that's right. We haven't had a branch in Montreal for years. That used to be our headquarters when the company first started, but we're strictly a Chicago firm now.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to trouble you.
Oh, not at all. If it's going to be printed in the papers, don't forget to mention our name.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Swanson. Something was beginning to smell, and it wasn't just the west wind out of the stockyards. I checked the vital statistics on deaths. No Anton Nowak since 44. Checked the police records for amnesia cases. In the Central Bonding Company files, Paul Nowak was listed as a night auditor with the Great Lakes Bank Reserve over on State Street. I drove around to State Street and rang the night bell at the Great Lakes Reserve. The watchman wouldn't let me in, but in a couple of minutes, Nowak came out of the building alone. His face was white as he came toward me.
Why did you come here?
Well, your brother doesn't work for the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I thought you'd want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about him.
Your own brother?
You had no right to come here. No right. Do you hear? This is my work.
Well, sure, but I didn't think you'd mind. After all, you've got nothing to hide.
Of course I have nothing to hide. They know me here. I'm respected. I have a position of trust. You have no right to come here and make trouble for me. It's taken me years to get where I am.
All right, now, just take it easy. Nobody's interested in making trouble for you. But I am interested in finding Anton Nowak, and whether you like it or not, that's what I intend to do.
Well, then find him. Find him, only stay away from me. Stay away from my work. I can't help you. I told you that. Now stay away from me.
I didn't have time to twist his arm. As a last resort, I headed across town to police headquarters, Bureau of Missing Persons, and my old friend, Sergeant Adams.
No, Randy, no. He's never been listed as a missing person. Somebody would have had to report him, his wife or a brother, for us to have a record on him.
Yes, Adams, I know that, but the guy is missing.
You say you checked the death records.
That's right.
How about hospital records?
Well, there's nothing to go on and not enough time, Adams. I tell you, I got to find the fellow tonight, tomorrow, the latest.
Yeah. Date of disappearance, May 10th, 1948. Did you check the arrest records for that date?
Nothing under Nowak.
How about John Doe's?
John Doe's? No, I never thought of that.
Yeah, well, come on. It won't take much time. You never can tell.
Just might be something.
Usually you find something on these John Doe's after you had them a while. FBI prints, pictures, or else they just break down, tell us who they are. Of course, if they're just John Doe drunks, just a matter of sobering them up. Right in here, Randy. Hi, Mac.
Hello, Adams.
Arrest records, 48, May 10th.
Okay.
You better make it May 11th, too.
You the guy that phoned earlier?
Yes, I phoned.
Nothing under those names you asked about.
Yeah, Mac, we want to have a look at the John Doe's.
Here you are.
Yeah. May 10th. A's, B's, C's, D. Day. Dalton, Denver, Dill, Doe. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk.
Must have been kind of drunk out that night.
Here's one, John Doe, armed robbery. Let me see the file on this one, Mac. 192701.
Right. You think there'd be any information in the file?
You never can tell, Randy. Personal property slip sometimes has information you can use.
Here you are. 192701.
John Doe, age 23, hair dark, eyes brown, height 5'10", 3/4, no identifying scars.
Well, that age is right. It could be Nowak. What'd he do?
Hold up. Captured by the victim. Must have been new at the game.
Let's look at what else you got, huh?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the personal property list, stuff he had on him when he was booked. Brown suit, white shirt, blue striped tie, no hat, white handkerchief.
What is this under jewelry?
One only hand ring Indian.
Silver and turquoise. What else?
Cash, 8 cents.
Identification?
No. That's about all. Oh, here's a note. I guess he was trying to get away. One only, travel folder on Mexico.
I'd found him. Anton Nowak was John Doe, arrested for robbery May 10th, 1948, convicted and sentenced to Joliet for 2 to 5 years, still under the name of John Doe. It was beginning to fit together, sure. He didn't want her to know. That's why he hadn't written. That was the reason for the lie about the job in Montreal. He was afraid it would hurt her. And the prison record, that's why his brother wouldn't tell where he was, afraid that somehow Anton's crime would reflect on his own bank job. I jumped into my car and headed out Ogden Avenue towards Joliet, over 30 miles away. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what I could do when I got there. All I knew was I had to get there fast. Maybe he'd been released. Maybe I could talk the warden into letting him out with me under guard. Maybe I could put a call through to the hospital. He could at least talk to her on the phone. I didn't know. When I got to Joliet, the place was lit up like Soldiers Field. The guard took me inside to the warden. He was dressed. He seemed to have been expecting me.
Now, you're a little late, Stone.
Doesn't anybody go to bed around here?
The rest of the boys have been and gone.
Rest of what boys?
The other papers.
You mean they got here ahead of me?
Oh, why, of course. The break happened a couple of hours ago.
A break? I thought there was something funny about all those lights and everybody being up at this time of the night.
Isn't that why you're here?
No, I came up to see a fellow. What happened?
One of the men suddenly decided he wanted out. Grabbed a gun away from a guard and started blasting away. Had to shoot him to stop him.
Not an organized break?
No, he was alone. Can't understand it. Model prisoner. Coming up for parole in a month. And tonight he just blows up. Poor fellow.
His name wouldn't be John Doe, would it?
One of many. How did you know?
Well, he might be the fellow I was coming up to see. Chicago number 192701.
Yeah. So that's a shame. He's in a hospital cell down the hall.
Can I see him?
He's pretty bad off.
I'd like to see him if you don't mind, Warden.
Come on.
Thank you.
Funny about these John Does. Did you know him?
No, I don't. I think I know his wife.
Usually something pretty decent about them. Trying to protect their families, mostly. Can't hardly blame them either. Oh,
hello, Warden.
Doctor, this is Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Chicago papers. All right if we go in and talk to him for a minute?
Well, I'm afraid it won't make much difference, Warden.
Go ahead, Stone.
Thank you. Hello, fella.
Hi.
I don't want to bother you, but I came up here tonight looking for a fellow named Anton Noack.
My name's John Doe.
Yeah, this Anton Noack, I never met him, but from what I hear, he's quite a guy.
I wouldn't know.
I had it from a girl named Marisha, his wife, I believe. She loved him quite a lot. By the way, that ring you were wearing, where'd you get that?
I stole it.
Really? Why would anyone steal a cheap little bit of silver and turquoise?
I happen to like it.
Uh-huh. I saw one like that on a girl once. It was a wedding ring. The girl liked it, too. This fellow Noack gave it to her, but then he got into some sort of a jam. He had to go away for a while. He didn't tell her anything about what happened. He was afraid it might have hurt her.
Would have killed her.
No. Would have made her unhappy, maybe, but she would have understood. She loved him an awful lot. She would have been glad he was squaring things up. She loved him an awful lot.
What do you want, mister?
Well, like I said, I was just looking for a fella. Just one question for the paper. I'm sorry I have to ask you, but how did you happen to pick tonight to break out? Why didn't you wait for your release?
I don't know. Something made me. Something kept telling me she needed me.
Doctor, quick.
Marisha. Flowers on the water. How beautiful in the sunlight.
He's gone.
Instinctively, I looked down at my watch. 2:35 in the morning. A nice, lonely time to make your curtain call. 2:35 a.m. Fine little night I've been having. I really felt low. I telephoned the story into the paper and went back to the hospital. I wasn't going to be much help to Marisha Noack, but I promised to come back. The doctor was in the hall working over some reports at the night desk. He looked up when I stepped out of the elevator.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Doc. I found our Anton, all right.
Hmm?
A little too late, though. Dead.
Really? Wouldn't have made any difference.
She,
Yeah? I'm making out the report now.
Oh, great.
Wasn't so bad, Stone. Wasn't bad at all. She was happy. I've never seen anyone so happy.
What did she have to be happy about?
Oh, who knows? But right at the last, this wonderful smile came across her face. I guess it was delirium. And she kept saying something like, flowers on the water.
How beautiful in the sunlight?
Yes, that's what she said. How did...
That report that you're making out, Doc, tell me. What was the time of death?
Hmm?
Tell me, Doc, please.
Oh, it's 2:35 a.m. Why?
2:35 a.m. Yeah. So here I sit, watching the dawn creeping up on Chicago, tapping out 30 to my story for the night. A love story, no less. A very pessimistic fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, it could be. But then again, maybe that pessimistic fellow used one word too many. Maybe when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Oh, who knows? You pays your money, and it takes your choice. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Vic Perrin, Jack Edwards, Jerry Hausner, Rena Craig, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Seal. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Dragnet, High Adventure, and Christopher London.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Show.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, believe anything you like about what this or that way to relieve pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia will do for you. But there is one important fact you can't get away from, and that is thousands of users of Anacin have been introduced to this remarkable product through their own physicians or dentists. These people know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin acts to relieve pain. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Next time you suffer from the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. You'll be delighted with these tablets' incredibly fast action. Try Anacin on this guarantee. If the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. All drug counters have Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll repeat the name for you, Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Most female teachers at Madison High School think of Mr. Boynton, the bashful biologist, as an extremely handsome, virile, irresistible individual. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, can take him with a grain of salt.
In fact, I could take him with a whole spoonful. But why waste salt on a fellow who's too shy to toss in a little pepper now and then? Last Friday at breakfast, I foolishly provoked a discussion of the matter with my landlady. Honestly, Mrs. Davis, he's more attentive to his animals. Why, yesterday he hardly noticed me because he took his dog to school for the day. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. What can a dog learn in one measly day?
Serves me right for mentioning it. May I have some toast, please?
Oh, here you are, dear. It's like I've always said. If dogs could learn things as quickly as cats, this would be a much better world to live in.
For whom?
No, I'm serious. Take our cat Minerva. For the past week, I've been teaching her mathematics, and she's become a whiz at it.
Mathematics?
Just you wait and see. Minerva! Tell me quickly now, how much is 2 and 2? Ah, that's a good girl. Well, I'll gather up the dishes now.
Just a minute. 2 and 2 equals meow?
Certainly. There are 4 letters in meow, aren't there? That's her way of telling me that the answer is 4. 2 meows equal 8. 3 meows equal 12, and so on. Oh, it's funny, though. She isn't so hot on the odd numbers.
Look, Mr. Davis, I started this conversational maze with the simple statement that Mr. Boynton brought his dog to school yesterday.
Well, Connie, then it's simple.
What's simple?
You should do something to show Mr. Boynton how much you love animals.
Like what?
Well, why don't you take Minerva to school with you today?
Oh, let's not be ridiculous, Mrs. Davis. I couldn't possibly take Minerva to... Well, come to think of it, Mr. Boynton is extremely fond of cats. It might make a hit at that. Do you think she'd behave herself in my classroom?
Of course she would. She can stretch out on the seat cushion I ordered for your classroom.
Seat cushion?
You mentioned how trying it is, sitting on that hard chair all day. So I thought I'd surprise you.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mrs. Davis.
Don't mention it. I mailed a letter last night telling the store where to send it, along with another note to the place where I ordered Victor's gift.
Your brother Victor?
Yes. He's every bit as fond of animals as Mr. Boynton is. That's why I bought one for him yesterday.
Oh, that's nice, Mrs. Davis. What did you get him?
A cow.
A cow?
Yes. It's a female.
Those are the best kinds. Why on earth would you
Victor just moved into a little farmhouse on the edge of town, Connie. It's only a 15-minute drive from here. By and by, he'll be adding more livestock, of course. But right now, with just the one cow, I figured he'd have his hands full.
He will if he plays his cards right. Well, I'd better dash off to school, Mrs. Davis. I'll have to use all my powers of persuasion to get Mr. Conklin's permission to take Minerva into class with me.
All right, dear. Just put Minerva into this valise I bought for her at the pet shop. It's a cat carrier. You might leave the lid open for her, though.
Oh, that won't be necessary. There are holes in the side through which she can breathe. In you go, Minerva. Here, I'll give you a hand. Oh, that's what I like about Minerva. She's so polite. Whenever you help her out, she always says 4.
You may be principal of this school, Osgood Conklin, but as long as I am head of the Board of Education, you will take orders from me. Is that clear?
Quite clear, Mr. Stone. Crystal clear. Couldn't be clearer. You are also...
Silence!
My lips are sealed.
Why, when I saw that dog running loose outside the biology lab yesterday, I was shocked beyond words. You know that animals aren't allowed on school property, Osgood. How did it get in here? Answer me.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, sir.
Let's make certain that no dogs invade this school today. First, you will make an early inspection tour of all classrooms. Then I want you to post a guard at the front door throughout the day.
But, sir, why commission someone to do a job for which I myself am ideally suited? I'll keep a weather eye open, sir. You may be sure no animal will get past me. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Are you, going somewhere?
Going some... Oh, this valise. If I may ask your permission, Mr. Conklin.
Permission for what?
Well, you'll see as soon as I open the bag. It'll just take me a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Stone.
Go right ahead. Glad you dropped in, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you can shed some light on the identity of the culprit who dared to bring an animal into this school yesterday.
An animal, Mr. Stone?
Specifically, a dog. When I saw it romping around outside the biology lab, I came in here to report the incident to Mr. Conklin. When I returned to the spot, it had vanished.
Good. Some of those spots stay on forever. I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you, Mr. Stone. You see, mine is an English class, and I'm not one of those who are, I should say, in the habit of hanging around other labs. The labs of others, I mean, so I couldn't really shed any light on the identity of which the dog belonged to who. Who?
And exactly how long have you had this English class, Miss Brooks?
You bet. Well, please forgive my faulty syntax, Mr. Stone. The thought of a beast on the premises has frazzled my nerves a bit. Well, goodbye now.
One moment. You were going to open that bag, remember?
Bag? What bag? Oh, the bag. Oh, well, you really wouldn't want to look at what's in this bag, sir. It's nothing but...
What was that?
I said I'll run along now and meow. Meow, that's a new expression some of the kids use. It's real cool, I think. Meow. Instead of saying goodbye, they say meow. Silly, isn't it? Sometimes I stretch it out with a little western drawl. Well, meow now, Mr. Stone. Meow, Mr. Conklin. Meow. Meow.
Now, that was mighty peculiar behavior. She galloped out of here like a frightened antelope.
Yes, and it's my guess that right now she and her western drawl are loping over to the old bunkhouse in Mr. Boynton's lab. Oh, hello there, Miss Brooks.
Howdy. Please sit down, Mr. Boynton. We've got a little palavering to do.
Well, can it wait, Miss Brooks? I was just on my way to the cloakroom to feed Geraldine.
Geraldine?
You know, my dog. She's a boxer.
And if Mr. Conklin drops in, she'd better come out fighting. That's what I came to warn you about.
Warn me?
Yes, he's on an anti-animal kick. Mr. Stone happened to see Geraldine in the hall yesterday, and he was furious. Luckily, he doesn't know who her owner is yet.
Gosh, I guess I should have asked Mr. Conklin's permission. Oh, but there's little chance of my dog being discovered in here, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone rarely comes into my lab. The same goes for Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, then maybe my cat can hide out here for the day.
Your cat?
Yeah, I'll let her out of the bag. I certainly wouldn't want Mr. Conklin to find out I'm a cat rustler. Out you come, Minerva. You won't mind taking care of her for me, will you, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, not at all. Come here, baby.
All righty. Oh, you mean her.
I'm crazy about cats, Miss Brooks. Why, the minute I see one, I can't resist nestling it in my arms and stroking its little head.
Meow. And Mrs. Davis ordered a seat cushion sent to my class today, Miss Boynton. I'll bring it over so that Minerva can stretch out in comfort.
Oh, that'll be dandy. I saw Mrs. Davis at the movies last night, and she told me about her brother Victor's farmhouse and that she's buying him a cow. I just love cows, don't you?
Madly. Oh, I love all animals, Mr. Boynton.
You know, sometimes I get to thinking about my childhood days on Dad's farm, Miss Brooks. Oh, I miss those days a lot. I hope Victor asks me out to his farm someday.
We can both go out someday. Some night, I mean. Some night when Victor isn't home. We can stroll in the meadow, hand in hand, with the moonlight pouring down.
That sounds pretty thrilling. Do you think Victor would let me milk his cow?
We can both milk her. You take the left side, and I'll take the right side, and I'll be homogenized before you. Oh, great. Speaking of milk, has evidently whipped up Minerva's appetite. Steady, Minerva.
Mr. Conklin.
Yikes.
Addie. I hope you'll forgive this intrusion, Boynton. I just dropped into... Oh, hello, little pussycat. I say I just dropped in to make certain there are no dogs in here. Not that I suspect you, Boynton, but I just thought I'd take a look around. Well, I don't see any dogs on the premises. No dogs at all. Sorry to trouble you. I'll just run along now. And hello, little pussycat!
I have it. Let's all play charades. I mean, there's still a few minutes before first class, so just for kicks.
That will do. Out with it now. To whom does this cat belong?
Cat? What cat? Oh, the pussycat. It's quite a pussycat, isn't it? Silky. It's a girl cat, no doubt. Mr. Boynton and I hadn't noticed her.
Oh, that's right. She must have strayed in, sir. Nonsense. Miss Brooks, I'm beginning to understand those phantom meows I heard in my office. Now then.
What are you doing to the cat's collar, Mr. Conklin?
I'm removing it, Miss Brooks. It'll be an easy matter to determine the person who owns her by simply checking the number on this license tag. That person, needless to say, is a dead duck. Goodbye, Boynton. Meow now, Miss Brooks. Meow now? I don't quite understand that, Miss Brooks.
That's the farewell expression the kids use.
Meow? That's merely the cry of a cat.
So it is. Well, quack, quack, Mr. Boynton.
Quack, quack.
That's the cry of a dead duck.
Friends, when you suffer torturous pain from rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache, you want relief fast. That's the time to reach for Heat. H-E-E-T. Heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn. The moment you apply it, you can feel Heat's soothing warmth working to relieve your painful miseries. That's because Heat penetrates deep, brings immediate relief to sore, aching muscles. Wherever you ache, just brush on Heat. Heat penetrates deep, keeps working for hours to bring wonderful, soothing comfort to the painful, aching area. Your pain seems to disappear. Heat isn't oily, sticky, or messy. You just brush on Heat with a handy applicator that comes with each bottle, and it dries in seconds. So remember, when pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable, Heat's penetrating warmth gives you fast, long-lasting relief. Get Heat, H-E-E-T. Heat, the liniment that penetrates deep to bring immediate relief.
Having heard nothing from Mr. Conklin during my morning classes, I presumed that he had not as yet traced the number on Minerva's license tag. As I left my classroom for lunch, however, the figure of a sentry armed with a BB rifle loomed up before me.
Halt! Step forward and be recognized.
It's me, Mr. Conklin.
Oh. Step back and be unrecognized.
Aye, aye, sir. And so, having been honorably discharged, I hiked down to the school cafeteria and ordered chow. It was then that Walter Denton beckoned me to his table.
Over here, Miss Brooks. Wilt thou not visit me? The plant beside me feels thy gentle dew, and every blade of grass I see from thy deep earth its quickening moisture drew.
I ordered meatballs. What have you got?
The same. I guess you didn't care for that bit of poetry I quoted, huh, Miss Brooks?
You guessed right, Walter.
Well, how do you like this one? You'd never have let the cat from the bag if you knew Mr. Conklin would grab her tag.
You're either psychic or a sneak. How'd you find out I'm up the creek?
Oh, that's a very provocative question, Miss Brooks. You will recall that shortly before first class this morning, our beloved principal invaded Mr. Boynton's lab and trapped you dead to rights with your furry friend.
With two furry friends. Mr. Boynton lost his razor.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I happened to be standing in the hall just outside the lab, and presently I heard excitement-laden voices wafted through the transom. And now, that was a moment of great decision for me, Miss Brooks. I could have either hewed to the path of dishonor by remaining in the hall and eavesdropping, or I could have taken the glorious avenue of decency by closing my ears and leaving the scene.
Well?
Yeah, I took the dirty road out.
For shame. But you still don't know all the details, Walter.
Au contraire, Miss Brooks. I was about to say that some minutes later, I confronted Mr. Boynton with the juicy morsels I had overheard, informed him that I should like to be acquainted with all the facts, and requested that he sing.
And he sang?
Ezio Pinza would have envied him.
Well, this is no laughing matter, Walter. When Mr. Conklin traces Minerva's license tag...
He didn't have time to trace it this morning, Miss Brooks, and it's too late now. Here is a little gift as a token of my esteem.
Walter, it's the tag. How did you get it?
Like I said, Miss Brooks, I'm pretty perfidious at times. When Mr. Conklin left his office for a few moments, I sneaked in, made off with the tag, and ever since then he's been flipping his lid wondering what happened to it.
But that's stealing. That's a dreadful thing to do, Walter, and thanks a million.
Well, you're entirely welcome. The only one thing worries me, Miss Brooks. Since Mr. Conklin can't establish ownership, he'll probably confiscate your cat and send her to the pound.
Oh, no. We can't let that happen to Minerva. Somehow we've got to spring her. I have an idea, Walter. You've got to sneak her out of the biology lab through the window and then take her to Mrs. Davis's brother's farmhouse. It's only a 15-minute drive from here, so you can report back to me in my classroom before the end of lunch period.
Hey, check. I know a shortcut to the farmhouse, Miss Brooks. I helped Victor move some furniture in day before yesterday. Oh, before I go, I'd better stop at the steam table and get Minerva some milk.
That won't be necessary. If Minerva wants milk, why get it now? She'll get it at the farm, direct from the cow.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. CBS News has always attempted to keep up with your need to know. As months of international tension have lengthened out into years, as America's position of world leadership has moved it into the forefront of decision and action on a global scale, CBS News has remained on the job with eyewitness observers in every strategic world capital. And CBS News has continued to build its reporting corps as well as its observing staff. Today, America listens most to the evening news broadcast of 4 great newsmen, every Monday through Friday evening on most of these same stations. These men are Lowell Thomas, noted world traveler and lecturer; Edward R. Murrow, Dean of CBS News, recipient of numerous awards for his reporting, his integrity, his courage in world events; Douglas Edwards, one of America's most popular voices for CBS News; and Robert Trout, for years still another great name in CBS News. Tomorrow and every weekday evening, listen for each of these renowned reporters broadcasting world news at the Star's address.
Well, after Walter promised to sneak Minerva out of school to Victor's farm, the only problem remaining was what to do about Mr. Boynton's dog. In my classroom shortly after noon, I told Mr. Boynton what Walter had done.
Well, I doubt that he'll get back here before the end of lunch period, Miss Brooks. It's almost 1 o'clock now.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I want to steal a little peek into the hallway. No sentry. Mr. Conklin apparently ducked out for a bite. Now's your chance to get rid of your dog.
Oh, I've already taken care of that. I simply lowered Geraldine out the window and told her to go home. She'll be lying on the doorstep waiting for me after school, Miss Brooks. You see, she's been trained. No matter where she is, she knows how to get to my apartment house.
So do I, but what good does it do?
Hiya, folks. I got your cat to the farm okay, Miss Brooks.
Nice work, Walter. Did you turn her over to Mrs. Davis?
Not exactly. She was out shopping when I got there, but I left Minerva with her brother Victor as soon as he got through with the delivery man.
Delivery man?
Yeah. Some guy was delivering a seat cushion.
What? But that cushion was supposed to be delivered to my classroom. Good old absent-minded Mrs. Davis.
Miss Brooks?
Yes?
A sign here.
For what?
For this.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, mister. This is a cow.
You got good eyes, lady. We'll give you the bucket free.
Gosh, a real cow. I haven't milked a cow in 14 years. Hand me that bucket, Walter.
Oh, no, you don't. This is no time to improve your handshake. Listen, mister, my landlady evidently got confused. There's been a dreadful mistake, but you'll simply have to take back this cow.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady. That'll take a separate order, and our company's jammed up for the day. Give them a call, though. Maybe we can take her tomorrow.
Well, you've got to be reasonable. You can't leave a cow here overnight. This is a public school under the supervision of the federal government.
Let's keep politics out of this. I'll be going now. So long, lady.
I just caught a glimpse of Mr. Conklin and his daughter Harriet coming up the school steps.
What'll we do? Mr. Boynton, cut that out.
Sorry, I lost my head.
Look in the bucket.
I'll see you later, Daddy.
Fine, Harriet. I'll be right here on sentry duty. No silly cat or dog is going to get past me today.
Boy, he's sure going to get a surprise from some silly cow.
Not if I can help it. Quick, close the door. Now listen carefully, Walter. I want you to stay here with the cow and see that absolutely no one enters this classroom. Then after school's over, when the sentry leaves, we can escape with the cow.
Okay, Miss Brooks, you can depend on me.
What can I do to help, Miss Brooks?
Just hand me that valise. The other one.
Steady, girl, steady. You're in good hands. 10 after 3, Walter. As soon as Miss Brooks gets back, we can...
goes there?
A friend. I'm unarmed.
Wait till I pull the chair away from the door.
Hi, Miss Brooks. See anybody in the hall?
Just Harriet Conklin. She was on her way to a dramatics club meeting. I saw Mr. Conklin getting into his car, so now's our chance to make the break. You men bring up the rear. We girls will lead the way. Come along, Bossy. Now keep your eyes peeled, Walter. You too, Mr. Boynton. If you see anybody...
Holy smoke! Quick, push her in here. I'll open the door.
But Walter!
No time to explain. In you go, Bossy. Come on. In.
All right, Walter. Now would you mind explaining what we and the strange cow are doing in Mr. Conklin's office?
Well, I just saw Harriet Conklin coming down the stairs. Oh, but we're safe in here. She never comes into Mr. Conklin's office when he isn't around.
Oh, quick thinking, Walter.
Hi, Daddy. I thought you'd gone home.
I forgot something in my office, Harriet.
Whoops, he's around. Pipe down.
What on earth is going on in there? Well, I'll soon find out.
Back the cow into the closet. Hurry.
Come on, Bossy. Back.
Come on, in you go all the way. That's it.
Oh, now she'll only stay quiet until Mr. Conklin...
Moon over Miami.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, Boynton, Denton, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we were just... Moon of Monocura.
I demand to know what you are doing in my office.
Well, sir, we were just...
Moonlight and
Is the song fest over now?
No, not quite, Mr. Conklin. Somehow I feel more coming on. I'm in the mood of love simply because you're...
Oh, shut up! You all sound like a herd of sick cattle. For the last time, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we just dropped in to say goodbye on our way home.
I left here 5 minutes ago, but I forgot my hat. I'll get it out of the closet, and we can all go together.
What an awful way to go. Oh, surely you don't need a hat on such a lovely day, sir. Why not skip the closet?
Step aside, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, please. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to get my hat. It'll take a second. Seems to be on the floor. If I can just reach it. I've got it now. Oh, I am sorry. Now, if I can... No, I've got it. Now, I can... Pardon me again, please. Will one of you kindly tell me that I didn't see what I just saw in that closet?
You've had a rough day on sentry duty, sir. Overwork very often causes one's mind to play tricks that are...
Oh, yes, of course. Absurd. I'm convinced the whole thing was a mirage, notwithstanding the indisputable fact that my hat here, as you can plainly see, is half filled with cream. Just to reassure myself, however, I'd like to take another look in the closet. This time you will follow me, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's rather late, Mr. Conklin. Let's do it in the morning.
You'll follow me now, Miss Brooks. And I do mean now.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow!
And you do mean cow.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed and produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis, with the music of Lux Radio. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Joseph Kearns, Joel Samuels, and Billy Gould. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Mercury Theater on the Air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pride in bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in another broadcast of the unique series which signalizes radio's first presentation of a complete theatrical producing company. For these programs, the regular member stations of the Columbia Broadcasting System are joined by the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tonight, the Mercury Theater turns to another of the great narratives and adventure stories of the world of literature, The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas. And here again is the director, the star, and producer of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There is no reasonable explanation of Alexander Dumas. He was a rich man. We note with interest that he went bankrupt in the theater. He was a revolutionary. His grandfather was a marquis. His grandmother was a negress. He was born as Napoleon became emperor. He died in poverty as the Germans marched into France. He wrote The Count of Monte Cristo as a newspaper serial, and shortly after the last installment, a ball and a bullfight were organized for him in Seville, and finally in Algiers, the customs men let his baggage through without examination. Such things don't and can't happen today, but then, neither does Alexander Dumas himself, the wildest romance of a man who could and did openly maintain at 70 numerous establishments and a literary factory as well, whose quantitative output is equaled in the arts only by Rubens' studio. There's a good story about what Dumas père told Dumas fils. Father, said the inventor of Camille, I have just read your latest book. Have you, my son, said Dumas père. What's it about? I am not sure I have. It is no secret and no shame either that the Chateau Monte Cristo was haunted by many ghostwriters, and that its owner signed his name to more books than anyone could ever write. It is not expected of Pharaoh that he build with his own hands his own pyramids, and the mere blueprint of one Dumas plot is an airtight alibi for a whole career. Of all these, out of question, the most gloriously complex, possibly the most impossible, a mathematical miracle, as perfect as watchworks and as big as Pittsburgh. Among hundreds, one Dumas plot persists as the most ingenious tall story ever perpetrated by the mind of man. God's vengeance on radio scriptwriters and your indestructible delight in spite of us. Here, then, is a humble 57 minutes worth of The Count of Monte Cristo. In the year 1815, I, Edmond Dantes, was first mate of the Pharaoh, bound for Marseille from Smyrna, Trieste, and Naples. The day we left Naples, the captain was attacked by a fever and died within 3 days. On the 28th day of September, we sighted the coast of France. Some hours later, we rounded the Chateau d'If and entered Marseille harbor. Monsieur Morel, the owner, came aboard.
Good day, Monsieur Morel.
Good day, Monsieur Danglars.
You've heard of the misfortune that's befallen us, Monsieur Morel?
Yes, you mean poor Captain Leclerc. He was a brave and an honest man.
And a first-rate seaman, grown old between sky and ocean.
Well, a man needs not be old, Danglars, to know his business. Edmond Dantes, your mate there, seems to understand his thoroughly.
Hey, let go the anchor! see he fancies himself captain already.
And so, in fact, he is.
Monsieur Morel, I'm at your service. You called me, I think.
Yes, Dantes. I'm told you stopped a day and a half at the Isle of Elba. Why?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. It was to fulfill a last instruction of Captain Leclerc when he was dying. He gave me a packet to be delivered on the island.
You did right, Dentist, to follow Captain Leclerc's instructions, though if it were known that you've delivered a packet to the island, it might get you into trouble.
How could it get me into trouble, sir, if I don't even know what it was? I was delivering. Beg your pardon, sir. Yeah, the customs officer's coming alongside. Hey there, lower the companionway.
Well, Monsieur Morel?
Yes, Monsieur Danglars?
Edmond Dantes gave you satisfactory reasons for his landing at Elba?
Oh, yes, quite satisfactory.
So much the better.
Yes, it was Captain Leclerc who gave orders for this delay.
Talking of Captain Leclerc, has Dantes given you a letter from him?
To me? No, was there one?
I believe that besides the packet, Captain Leclerc had confided a letter to his care.
Of what packet are you speaking, Danglars?
Of that which Dantes left at the Isle of Elba.
How do you know he had a packet to leave at the Isle of Elba?
I was passing close to the door of the captain's cabin, which was partly open. I saw him give the letter and the packet to Dantes.
He didn't speak to me of it, but if there was any letter, he'll give it to me. Danglars, you'll report to the office this afternoon with the bills of lading and the storage plans. Good day.
Good day, Monsieur Morel.
It's a wonderful thing to be home again after 3 months at sea. To see the places you've grown up in as a boy and the streets full of people. I found my father in the little dark room where he lived on the 4th floor of a house in the Rue du Noyer. Father.
Oh, Edmond.
Father. What is it? Are you ill? Father, what's wrong with you?
No, my boy, my son, no, but I didn't expect you and the joy and surprise of seeing you so suddenly.
Father, listen to me. I'm to be captain at 20, a captain with 3,000 francs pay and a share in the profits. Isn't that more than I could have hoped for?
Yes, dear boy. Much more than we could have expected.
Smart young dog, your son, eh, Dantes?
In the doorway stood our neighbor, the tailor, Cantor.
Captain, eh? I know someone below the church of Saint Michel who won't be sorry to hear about this, eh, Dantes?
Mercedes?
That's who he means, Father. And now that I know your will, your consent, I'll go to her.
Oh, go, dear boy, and heaven bless you in a wife, as it blessed me.
In a wife? How fast you go, Father Dantes. She isn't his wife yet, as far as I know.
She soon will be.
Yes, but you were wise to return when you did, my boy.
Well, Cantor, what do you mean by that?
Oh, I don't mean anything in particular. Mercedes is a very fine girl, and fine girls never lack suitors. There's one in particular, a cousin of hers, I think he is. Fernand Mondego. I've even heard it
What's
said...
that?
Oh, don't worry, my boy. Now that you're captain, who could refuse
You
you?
mean to say that if I were not a captain...
I didn't say that, my boy. I didn't say that. No offense meant, my boy. No offense.
I went into the street, down past the church of Saint Michel, into the fisherman's quarter. Mercedes! Mercedes!
Edmund, you're back.
We were in each other's arms. The burning sun of Marseille covered us with a flood of light. At first I saw nothing but her face raised to mine. The shining eyes, the eager lips. Then suddenly in the room behind us I saw the face of a young man, pale and threatening. And I saw that he had his hand on a knife at his belt.
Mercedes, who is this man?
Mercedes, I did not expect to meet an enemy here in your house.
He is no enemy. This is my cousin. We've been friends since childhood. Fernando's the man whom, after you, Edmond, I love best in the world.
Well, give me your hand, Fernand.
Is your name Edmond Dantes?
Fernand Mondego came forward. For an instant, I saw a look of deadly hatred in his eyes. Then, quickly, without giving me his hand, he went past us and out into the street. betrothal feast is a gay affair in the South. Monsieur Morel removed every difficulty. The papers were soon drawn up. The arrangements were simple. Mercedes had no fortune. I had none to settle on her, and the wedding was set for 2. All our friends were there, and the crew of the Pharaoh and Mercedes people from among the fishermen.
What did he say? The law.
Who among the persons here assembled answers to the name of Edmond Dantes?
I'm Edmond Dantes. What do you want of me?
Edmond Dantes, in the name of the law, I arrest you.
Arrest me?
You'll be duly acquainted with the reason for your arrest at your first examination.
Officer, he is my son. He's done nothing wrong. He's a good boy.
Edmund. It is possible, in which case every reparation will be made.
Edmund.
Meantime, Edmond Dantes, you're under arrest. Why? Follow me. All attention! All!
Come in.
Monsieur de Villefort, here is the prisoner.
Bring him in. Wait outside.
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Are you the king's prosecutor, sir?
Yes. Your name?
My name is Edmond Dantes.
Give all the information in your power. Have you served under the usurper, Napoleon?
No, sir.
It is reported that your political opinions are extreme.
My political opinions? Alas, I never had any opinions. I'm hardly 19, sir.
What do you make of this, then? It is a letter, Monsieur Dantes. Well, read it.
Monsieur, the king's prosecutor is hereby informed by a friend of the throne and religion that one Edmond Dantes, mate of the ship Pharaoh, arrived this morning from Smyrna after having touched at Naples and the island of Elba. He's been entrusted by the usurper with a letter for the Bonapartist committee in Paris. Proof of this crime will be found on arresting him, for the letter will be found on his person or at his father's or in his cabin on board the Pharaoh. I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand it.
Do you know the writing?
No, sir.
Whoever did it writes well. Now, have you any enemies?
Not that I know of, sir.
Now answer me frankly. Not as a prisoner to a judge, but as one man to another. Is there any truth in this accusation?
Not at all, sir. I swear by my honor as a sailor. Then I told him my story. I told him how Captain Leclerc on his deathbed had entrusted a packet to me and told me with his dying breath to deliver it to the island of Elba.
What did you do then?
What should I have done, monsieur? What every man would have done in my place. I sailed for the island of Elba. I delivered the packet and was given in return a letter to be delivered to a man here in Marseille. I did it because it was what my captain had told me to do. I landed here yesterday. That is all, sir.
I see. Well, that sounds like the truth. Now, give up this letter you have brought from Elba. Give us your word that you will appear if you're called, and go back to your friends.
I'm free then, sir?
Yes. But first, give me this letter.
Well, here you are, sir.
Very well. By the way, to whom were you to deliver this letter?
To Francois Noirtier of this city.
Francois Noirtier?
Yes, sir. Why, do you know this man?
A faithful servant of the king does not know conspirators. Have you shown this letter to anyone?
To no one, sir, on my honor.
Nobody knows that you are the bearer of a letter from the Isle of Elba addressed to Francois Noirtier?
Nobody, sir, except the person who gave it to me. Why, sir? What's the matter? What's the matter, sir?
You give me your word of honor that you're ignorant of the contents of this letter?
My word of honor, sir, but what's the matter? You're ill, sir. Shall I call for help?
No, stay where you are. It is for me to give orders here, not you. I'm sorry. I am no longer able, as I had hoped, to restore you to liberty. Before doing so, there are formalities to be gone through. I'll try to make them as short as possible. The principal charge against you, as you know, is this letter. And you see what I do with it. You see? I destroy it.
Oh, Monsieur de Villefort. Your goodness itself.
Now then. Do you trust me?
Order me, sir, and I'll obey.
Listen, this is not an order, but advice that I give you.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall keep you until this evening here in the Palais de Justice.
Yes, sir.
Should anyone else question you, don't breathe a word of this letter.
I promise.
You see, the letter is destroyed. You and I alone know of its existence. So if they question you about it, deny all knowledge of it.
I will, sir.
It was the only letter you had?
It was.
Swear it?
I swear.
Did you ring, monsieur?
A guard entered. Villefort whispered something in his ear, to which he replied by a motion of his head.
Follow this man, Monsieur Dantès. He has his orders.
I was taken to a cell. Presently it grew dark. Hours later, I heard steps coming along the corridor. By the torches they carried, I saw the glittering sabers and carbines of 4 gendarmes.
Edmond Dantes?
Have you come to fetch me?
Yes.
By the orders of the king's prosecutor?
I believe so. Come with us.
Is this carriage for me?
It is for you. Get in. Get on board.
Heave off there!
I sat in the stern sheets with a guard on each side of me in the little boat.
There! King's business! Lower the chain!
The chain that closes the mouth of the port at night was lowered. Soon we were outside the harbor. My first feeling was one of joy at breathing the fine sea air again, then of sadness as I saw the lights of La Reserve away to the left of me and heard the sound of voices and music coming through the open windows. Now we had passed the Tête de Mort. We were in front of the lighthouse. We were about to double the battery. Where are you taking me?
You'll soon know.
But I want to know...
We are forbidden to give you any information.
Now we had left the Isle Rotoneau where the lighthouses stood, and we were going past the fisherman's quarter. A few lights were visible from the water. If I cried out, perhaps Mercedes might hear me. I remained silent, my eyes fixed on the lights. The boat went on, and presently a rising ground hid the lights. Then I saw that we were out to sea. Comrades! For the love of God, tell me where we're going.
You're a native of Marseille and a sailor, and yet you don't know where you're going?
I have no idea.
Well, unless you're blind or have never been outside the harbor, you must know.
No.
Look around you.
Then suddenly, within 100 yards of me in the night, I saw a dark, frowning rock with a tower on it, like a great black scaffold. The Chateau d'If.
Quite right, my friend. The Chateau d'If.
Help! Help! Let me go! Help! 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 I'm innocent! I'm innocent! I'm innocent! I'm innocent!
Dantes! Dantes! Haven't you slept?
I don't know.
Are you hungry?
I don't know.
Do you want anything?
I want to see the governor. The governor. I want to see I'm innocent.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent!
Another day. Another eternity. I threw out my food onto the floor. I walked round and round the narrow cell like a wild beast in its cage. I tore up the straw of my mattress.
Dantes! Well, are you reasonable today?
I want to see the governor.
I've told you that's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
It's not allowed.
I want to see the governor.
Take my advice, my friend. Don't brood over what's impossible. You'll go out of your head.
You think so?
We had an instance of it here in this cell. The priest who was here before you. He kept offering the governor 1,000,000 francs for his freedom. In the end, he went out of his head.
When was he in this cell?
2 years ago.
Was he set free?
No. He was put in a dungeon.
Listen to me. I want to see the governor. If you don't let me see the governor someday, I'll hide behind the door, and when you come in, I'll dash your brains out with a stool.
That's, Hey, put that stool down.
Are you going to let me see the governor?
Put it down. Put that stool down. Put it down.
Well, do I see the governor?
Yes. You shall see the governor at once.
That's better. It's better. Hurry. Hurry! Presently, the jailer returned with 4 soldiers.
By the governor's orders, take the prisoner to the floor below.
The dungeon, then?
That's right. We put madmen with madmen.
You don't understand, I tell you. I tell you I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Months went by underground, foul, humid, and dark. Every day, twice a day, morning and evening, the jailer came to my cell and put down the vile food and went away without speaking to me. My hair and nails had grown long, and my skin was white as a leper's. I'd been proud the first months. Now I began to beg. I begged to be moved from this dungeon to another. I begged to be allowed to walk about. I begged for books. Nothing was granted. I spoke to the jailer when he brought me my food. He rarely answered me. But to speak to a man, even though mute, was something. I tried to speak when alone, but the sound of my own voice terrified me. After what must have been 3 or 4 years, the governor of the Chateau d'If was transferred. The new man never troubled to learn my name. I was no longer Edmond Dantes. It was number 34. I took to praying, but not as men pray in prosperity. In my prayers, I laid out every action of my life before the Almighty. Still, I remained a prisoner. Then a deep gloom took possession of me, and then furious rage and savage thoughts of revenge. And wildly, I dashed myself against the walls of my prison. I tore at my own flesh with my nails, and then in the end, I began to think of dying. I swore that I would starve myself to death, so every morning and every evening I threw out through the small grated window all the food the jailer brought me, every bit of it, at first gaily and then thoughtfully and then with regret. I held the plate in my hand for an hour at a time, gazing at the morsel of bad meat, of tainted fish, of black and moldy bread. Then I remembered my oath and threw the dish away. One day, I found I had not sufficient force to throw my supper out of the window. The next morning, I could hardly see or hear. I knew I was dying. The day went by. I felt a sort of stupor creeping over me. The gnawing pain at my stomach had ceased. My thirst had abated. When I closed my eyes, I saw myriads of lights dancing before them. I was on the edge of that mysterious country called death. Suddenly, a little after dark, I heard a hollow sound in the wall against which I was lying. I sat up and listened. It was a continual scratching as if made by a huge claw or some iron instrument scraping against the stones. Then all was silent. Soon afterwards it began again. Nearer and more distinct. Perhaps it was only a workman repairing a neighboring dungeon. I would soon find out. The sound continued. With my earthenware jug, I knocked against the wall where the sound came. Then, the sound stopped. The night passed in complete silence. I never closed my eyes. 3 days passed. 3 long days. And never a sound. At last, on the 4th evening, whoever it was quite close to me now. I wanted desperately to help him. But I had nothing, no knife or sharp instrument. I smashed my earthenware jug. That night I moved my bed out from the wall and started to scrape the plaster with a piece from my broken jug. Soon the fragments of plaster began to fall away. In 3 days, I uncovered a large stone. The next day, about noon, the stone began to move.
Oh, my God, don't fail me now. Oh, my God. Who talks of God in this place?
Speak again. In the name of heaven. Speak.
Who are you?
A prisoner.
Of what country?
A Frenchman.
Your name?
Edmond Dantes.
How long have you been here?
Since the 28th day of February, 1815.
Your crime?
I'm innocent. And you? Who are you?
I am number 27.
How long have you been here?
Since 1804. 20 years.
All that night we worked. Then, just before dawn, a portion of the floor in my cell gave away. And from the bottom of this passage, the depth of which it was impossible to measure, appeared the head, then the shoulders, and lastly the body of a man. To this man, I owe all that I possess, all that I know, all that I have become. In the prison, he was known as the Mad Priest. I never learned his name. For 8 years, we saw each other every day, using the tunnel he had dug through the solid rock, concealing the mouth of the passage with stones carefully fitted in place. By the sundial he had traced on the wall of his cell, we knew the hours of the guard's visit. The rest of the day we were together. He had been a great scholar in his day, and all that he knew, he taught me with infinite loving patience. Day after day, year after year. Then, one morning when I went down, I found him standing in the middle of his cell, pale as death.
Quick, Dantes, quick. Listen to what I have to say.
What is it, Father? Tell me, I beseech you. What's the matter?
I am dying. Help me to my bed. See, half my body is paralyzed already.
Here, Father.
Thank you, my son. Now listen to me.
All is over with me. This night or tomorrow, I shall be dead.
But, Father...
I know the illness. There is no hope. And I shall never leave this place now. Before I die, there's something I want to give you.
In his hand, he held a morsel of paper tightly rolled together. A half-burned paper on which were some lines of Gothic character, traced with a peculiar kind of ink.
This paper, my child, is my treasure. From this day forth, it belongs to you.
Your treasure?
Oh, yes. I know what's passing through your mind at this moment. Even now, you, like all the others... But be assured, my child, I am not mad. This treasure exists. Read what it says.
This treasure, which may amount to declared April 14.
You see?
I see nothing but broken lines and unconnected words.
Yes. To you who read them for the first time. But to me, who have grown pale over them by many nights' study, who have reconstructed every phrase, completed every thought. Have you ever heard of the great Spada treasure?
I've heard sailors talk of it, yes.
For 10 years, I worked for the house of Spada. That paper you have is what is left of the will of Cardinal Spada, murdered by Roderick Borgia. Now, take this and put the two pieces together and read.
The 25th day of April, 1498, being invited to dine by His Holiness Alexander VI, and fearing for my life, I declare to my nephew Guido Spada, my sole heir, that I have buried in a place he knows, in the caves of the island of Monte Cristo, all I possessed of ingots, gold, money, jewels, and diamonds, which treasure may amount to nearly 2 million of Roman crowns, which you will find in the farthest angle of the island cave. And this treasure I bequeath and leave entire to him as my sole heir, Rodrigo Spada. 10 million crowns.
Yes, 100 million francs of our money. Think of the good a man could do in the world with 100 million francs.
Yes.
And now, I am dying. With my dying breath, I leave this treasure to you. Pray God you'll be more fortunate than I.
But I have no right to it, sir.
You are my son, Dantes. You are the child that God sent to console me in my captivity.
Two days later, in fearful agony, he died. I closed his eyes and laid him out to rest as well as I could. That night, the governor of the prison came down to look at the body.
Well, the madman's gone to look after his treasure.
With all his millions, he hasn't enough to pay for a shroud, eh? Is the iron heated?
Yes, sir.
Apply it to the soles of his feet.
From where I stood in the secret passage, I could smell the sickening odor of burnt flesh.
He's dead, all right. Poor devil. He was a priest. Get him the newest sack you can...
What time shall we bury him, sir?
The usual.
When the cell was empty again, I went in. On the bed at full length, and faintly lighted by the light of a single candle, was visible a sack of coarse cloth. In it was stretched a long and stiffened form. I unlaced the sack, drew the corpse out, and carried it through the tunnel to my cell. I laid it on my bed, turned the head to the wall, and covered it with a sheet. For the last time, I kissed the ice-cold brow. Then I went back to the dead man's cell.
Here's a job I could do without. Right you are. Cold as the devil up there in that clear.
I could hear steps in the passage as the guards came down with the stretcher. Quickly, I laced up the sack around my body. I lay stiff, hoping they would not hear the beating of my heart.
Here we go. You take the head. I'll take the feet.
He's heavy enough for an old man.
They say every year adds half a pound to the bones.
Forward, march. Careful now.
Steady, while I open this door.
Lord, it's cold up here.
Yeah, pleasant morning for a dip in the ocean.
A bit chilly, I'd say.
Have you got the weight?
Here it is.
Tie it on, round his feet. Yeah, that's right. Tight.
See if you can do it any tighter.
Yeah, that's all right. That'll sink him.
All right, now. Are you ready? 1, 2.
Hey, wait a minute. Get nearer the edge. The last one was mashed on a rock. We got the blame for it.
All right, then. Come on, I'm freezing to death. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
You are listening to the CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Alexander Dumas' Count of Monte Cristo. The performance will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with the Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles with the Mercury Theater on the Air.
In September 1834, there arrived in Marseille a man of about 38 or 40, of a pallor that was almost livid. He gave the impression of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. Soon after landing, he inquired for a man by the name of Dantes. And hearing that he'd been dead for the past 14 years, he asked for a tailor called Caderousse. Are you Gaspard Caderousse?
I am.
Let's go inside, my friend. I have to talk to you.
Well, what is it?
Monsieur Caderousse, in the year 1814 or 15, did you know a young sailor by the name of Dantes?
Dantes? Yes. Why do you ask? Is he alive?
No, he died in prison.
Died, eh? What did he die of?
What do young, strong men usually die of in prison? He died of sorrow and a broken heart. And before he died, he begged me to clear his name. He gave me the names of the people here in Marseille who had been his friends. There are 3, he said, besides my father and the girl I was betrothed to. One of them is Caderousse.
He said that?
The second is Danglars.
Danglars?
The third is Fernand Mondego.
Mondego?
You know these men?
Know them? Where in heaven's name have you been, my friend? There isn't a man in France who doesn't know them. Danglars is a millionaire, has a banking house of his own. Baron Danglars, he calls himself now. And Mondego's a count and a cabinet minister and an officer of the Legion of Honor, with a house in Paris a block wide. I could tell you something about these two. Not that it'll do much good now that he's dead.
Who?
That young fellow you were talking about, Dantes. I've a good mind to tell you anyway. Do you know who sent Edmond Dantes to prison? Well, I do. It was 2 men who were jealous of him. One for love and one for ambition. And do you know who they were? I'll tell you. Mondego and Danglars.
I thought they were his friends.
That's what he thought.
What did they do?
They denounced him to the police as a traitor.
And was he a traitor?
No more than you or I.
Which of the 2 denounced him?
Both, monsieur. It was Danglars who wrote the letter, and Mondego who put it in the post.
When was this letter written?
At La Réserve, the night before the wedding.
How do you know? Were you there?
I was at the next table. They thought I was too drunk to hear.
I see. How about this girl Dantes was betrothed to?
Mercedes?
Yes. Yes, that's her name. What happened to her?
Well, sir, that's a sad story. When Dantes was arrested, she was nearly mad with grief. Pitiful it was. 6 months went by and there was no news of him. And every day there was her mother telling her he was dead and telling her to marry Mondego. She came to see old Dantes. Edmund is dead, he said to her. If he weren't, he would have returned to us. Then the old man died, and that left her quite alone. Still she waited, and still no word from him. Then in the end, after a year, she married Mondego. And now she's one of the greatest ladies in Paris.
A year. She waited a year.
What did you say?
Nothing. Nothing. You say Edmond Dante's father died?
Yes, soon after his son disappeared.
What did he die of?
If you ask me, he died of starvation.
Starvation?
The doctor had another name for it, but I know better. He locked himself up in his room and died of starvation.
Later that day, the stranger appeared at the Palais de Justice and asked to see the prison records for the year 1815. He obtained permission to go through the case of a certain Edmond Dantes, imprisoned that year and subsequently reported as dead. He found everything arranged in due order: the denunciation, examination, and the magistrate's marginal notes. He read the examination and noted with surprise that the name of Francois Noirtier, to whom the fatal letter had been addressed, never once appeared in it. There was a notation in the margin which read as follows: Edmond Dantes, an inveterate criminal, to be kept in complete solitary confinement and to be strictly watched and guarded. It was signed de Villefort. Below, in another hand, was written, prisoner killed while attempting to escape. That night, the stranger left Marseille, going north. Villefort, Mondego, Danglars, Villefort, Mondego, Danglars. Find out everything there is to know about them. Every move they've made. Every word they've said. Every line they've written.
Yes, sir.
Find out about their homes, their wives, their children, their friends.
Yes, sir.
Find out where they got their power, how they made their money, whom they robbed, whom they cheated, whom they murdered. One day in November, Baron Danglars, head of the banking house of that name, received a visit from a new client. Monsieur le Baron Danglars.
I have the honor of addressing the Count of Monte Cristo.
You have, sir.
Have you been in Paris long, sir?
Since this morning.
I have a letter here, sir, from the firm of Thompson and French in Rome. A letter of credit in your name.
Good. And I take it that beginning today my checks will be duly honored by your house.
In this letter, sir, there is one thing not quite clear.
Indeed.
According to this letter, the Count of Monte Cristo is to have unlimited credit on our house.
And what is there in that simple fact that requires explanation?
Merely the term unlimited.
Are you suggesting that Thompson and French are not looked upon as solvent bankers.
No. It was not their solvency that I spoke of.
I see.
But the word unlimited in financial affairs is so extremely vague a term.
To me, Baron, the word means exactly what it says. It means without limitation.
I assure you, sir, that up to the amount of $1 million...
I beg your pardon.
I said that should you be hard-pressed, were you even to require $1 million?
$1 million? My dear sir, for a trifle like that, I assure you I should never have troubled to open an account. 1 million francs. Excuse my smiling when you speak of a sum that I am in the habit of carrying in my pocketbook.
I admit I am hardly
If you would
accustomed-
prefer not to handle this account, Baron Danglars, I have letters similar to yours addressed to Baring of London and Rothschild of the city. You need have no scruples in declining.
I assure you I never
No,
entertained.
No, you merely wish to be convinced that your stockholders ran no risk, nothing more. Very sound, Baron Danglars. I understand they include some of the greatest names in France. Am I right? The Duc de Mondego? The Baron de Villefort?
It is not generally known that these gentlemen...
Of course. Now we understand one another. I should like to draw tomorrow the sum of, shall we say, 6 million francs, half gold, half notes.
6 million francs? As you say, sir.
If I should require more, I shall let you know. Oh, by the way, Baron Danglars, buy for me tomorrow 10,000 shares of Austrian Commonwealth.
You have some information, sir, about this stock?
You will find, sir, that I never gamble, except in certainties. Rarely has Paris been more intrigued than it was that winter by the mysterious Count de Monte Cristo. Of his title, nothing was known, save that he derived it from a small, uninhabited island off the coast of Corsica. The source of his fortune was equally obscure, yet his wealth seemed inexhaustible. The paintings in his house in the Champs-Élysées were valued at 3 million francs, and it was known that for his carriage wheels alone he had paid 1 million francs, yet far from diminishing. By the middle of December, successful speculation had increased his deposit at Danglars' bank from 4 to nearly 6 million francs. At the end of December, a ball was given by the Count and Countess de Mondego.
Monsieur, Madame de Noville, Monsieur le Baron de Villefort, Monsieur and Madame de Miller, Monsieur le Comte de Monte Cristo.
Mercedes, may I present the most talked of man in Paris, the Count of Monte Cristo, Countess de Mondego.
I am deeply honored.
What is it, Mercedes? What is it? Are you ill?
It's nothing, Fernand. Perhaps the heat of this room. It was kind of you to come, sir. Will you give me your arm, Count de Monte Cristo?
I am honored, madame.
Is it true, Count, what everyone is saying about you in Paris? That you've seen so much, traveled so far, and suffered so deeply?
I have suffered deeply, madame.
Now you are happy?
No doubt, since no one hears me complain.
Your present happiness, has it softened your heart?
My present happiness does not equal my past misery.
Are you not married?
Married. No, madame.
You are alone, then?
I am alone.
You have no sister, no father?
I have none.
How can you exist thus, without anyone to hold you to life?
Madame, long ago, I loved a girl. I was on the point of marrying her, madame, when we were separated. I thought she loved me well enough to wait for me, and even to remain faithful to my grave. When I returned, she was married. Perhaps my heart was weaker than That of most, and I suffered more than they would have in my place. That's all, madame.
And you've still preserved this love in your heart. It is true, one can love only once. Did you ever see her again?
Never.
And you have forgiven her for all she has made you suffer?
Yes, I have forgiven her.
But only her? Do you still hate those who separated you? Do you still want to punish them?
They will be punished, madame. But it is not I who will punish them. It is their own past.
Danglars, Villefort, Mondego.
What have you found out about these men? Danglars.
Danglars, native of Marseille. Banker, 3 times bankrupt. Convicted of using charity funds.
Yes.
Recently suspected of plunging heavily with borrowed funds.
Villefort.
Villefort, native of Marseille. Formerly King's agent in that city, where he acted as Bonaparte's spy under the name of Francois Noirtier.
Noirtier.
Known to accept bribes. At present, Prosecutor General at King's Court. Said to speculate heavily with Danglars' bank.
Mondego.
Mondego, native of Marseille. Dismissed from naval service for theft. Tried for murder, 1816. Deserted French army, 1824. 1828, betrayed Ali Pasha to Turks for 2 million piastres. Believed involved heavy losses, Danglars' bank.
Monsieur Danglars.
He's in the private office, Baron de Villefort.
Good morning, Villefort.
Hello, Mondego.
You're late, Villefort.
What is it, Danglars? You sent for me in court. I hope it's something good this time. We need it.
Just arrived, a private message to the Count of Monte Cristo from Thompson and French, Rome. They've never been wrong yet.
Does he know you intercept his messages, Danglars?
Who cares?
What does it say? Read it.
Secret treaty signed tonight. Anglo-Italian due sharp rise. Buy all available shares, Thompson and French.
Well?
We are going to buy.
Danglars, I'm worried. Everything you've touched has gone wrong lately. Those Belgian bonds, we lost 500,000 on them.
Whose fault was that? On whose information?
Can I have a Danglars if the government changes its mind?
Gentlemen.
Our situation is desperate. We've got to plunge. Things have been going badly lately. We have no choice. If it weren't for Monte Cristo's deposits, we'd been bankrupt 3 weeks ago. If that money should be called today or tomorrow or the next day, this bank is ruined.
Danglars, I don't see what that has to do with us.
Oh, you don't you? If I go, you go. Make no mistake about that.
Gentlemen.
What do you propose to do about it, Danglars?
It's our only chance to get out. I propose to buy every share of Anglo-Italian that comes into this market.
With what?
You forget, gentlemen. The Count of Monte Cristo has 6 million francs deposited in this bank.
And what about this message? Does Monte Cristo get to see it?
This message, gentlemen, was lost in transmission.
Shares of Anglo-Italian. 102. 104. Sold. 200 Anglo-Italian. 105.
110.
Sold. 500 Anglo-Italian. 110. 115. 117. 125. Sold. 300 shares of Anglo-Italian. 130.
125. 300 shares at 150.
100 shares of Anglo-Italian. 160. 175.
Well,
62,000 shares.
How much profit does that show?
So far, 750,000. And it's only a beginning.
Who was selling?
I don't know. I couldn't find out. Come in. Well, what is it?
The Count of Monte Cristo to see you, sir.
Tell him I'm not...
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope I don't intrude. Danglars? De Villefort? Mondego? How fortunate. Gentlemen, I'm here to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
I have decided to leave Paris for a while. Perhaps forever. Before I go, there are certain things I have left to do. Monsieur Danglars, I am in need of money for my journey. My credit on your books as of tonight is 6 million francs, less about 1 million to cover certain stocks I sold short today. Here is a check for 5 million francs made out to cash. My carriage is outside. I will take half in notes, half in gold.
But surely...
I beg your pardon?
Surely, sir, such a very large sum. If you could conveniently wait for this money for 24 or for the most, 48
I told you. Baron d'Angres, I am leaving Paris tonight. Oh, by the way, Baron, you may be interested to learn. Less than an hour ago, Anglo-Italian went into liquidation. At this moment, that stock is worth less than the paper on which it's printed.
But the message from Thompson and French...
That message was sent on my instructions 3 days ago. You see, gentlemen, I own Thompson and French.
It is not true that the treaty...
As far as I know, Mondego, there never was any question of a treaty.
But it means...
It means that you 3 gentlemen are ruined. It means that you, Danglars, have robbed the poor and the helpless for the last time.
I'll prosecute you for this. I'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
I don't think you will, Baron de Villefort. In the first place, that message was addressed to me. In the second place, since noon today, there has been in the hands of the Minister of Justice a complete record of the career of Francois Noirtier, Baron de Villefort, spy, thief, forger, informer,
what are you?
Perjurer. Who am I? Still you do not know? I know you very well, Fernand Mondego. And tomorrow all Paris will know you for what you are. Deserter, traitor, murderer.
Who are you? What have we done to you?
You condemned me to a slow, horrible death. You killed my father. You deprived me of love, of freedom, of happiness.
Stop! In God's name, who are you?
I am the specter of a wretch you buried in the dungeons of the Chateau d'If. You guess it now, do you not? Or rather, you remember it. For notwithstanding all my sorrows and my tortures, I show you now a face which has the happiness of revenge and which is young again. A face you must often have seen in your dreams since your marriage, Mondego, with Mercedes, my betrothed. Yes, Mondego. I am Edmond Dantes.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast and the network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, has brought you a performance of Alexander Dumas' great adventure story, The Count of Monte Cristo, as dramatized in the first-person singular by Orson Welles and played by the Mercury Theater on the air. In the cast this evening, Ray Collins as the Abbé Faria, George Coulouris as Monsieur Morel, Edgar Barrier as de Villefort, Eustace Wyatt as Caderousse, Paul Stewart as Old Dantes, Sidney Smith as Fernand Mondego, Richard Wilson as the officer, William Allen as a merchant, Anna Stafford as Mercedes, and Orson Welles as Edmond Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo. The orchestra was directed by Alexander Sembler, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. Dan Seymour speaking. Next week at this same time, another great narrative brought to life by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. The Man Who Was Thursday by G.K. Chesterton. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Lone Ranger, up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The discovery of gold in the western United States brought wealth and prosperity to many of the early settlers. But greed for the precious metal led to violence and bloodshed. And it was in the hill country that the masked rider of the plains met his greatest opposition in the fight for law and order. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Roaring Branch! Hi-yo, Silver, away!
In one corner of Blackie Sherman's general store at Roaring Branch, the Lone Ranger and Tonto stood at the counter. The proprietor was at the far side of the store, so busy talking that he had not noticed his customers, and...
We came in here for supplies, Tonto. I have a hunch we're getting more than we bargained for. I don't care for the owner. Do you? Look at him.
Him look bad.
The man he's talking to is no better. They haven't noticed us yet.
That's right.
In this case, I think eavesdropping will do no harm. We'll get a little closer, Tonto. I'm anxious to learn what they're talking about that makes them act so suspicious.
Well, I don't know, Bull. Are you certain for sure you know what you're talking about?
Sure, the crack's been dammed up, Blackie. I tell you, young Chad Wilkins is toting gold around town. Gold, I seen it.
That good for nothing?
Do I care if he's good for nothing? There ought to be some way we could find out about that gold, Blackie. You and me.
Anybody else seen it?
No, just me. When he get off his pony, his poke fell out of his pocket. I seen some of the gold spill out before he grabbed after it.
I wonder if his folks are wise to him.
No, sir. I'm betting he ain't told nobody, least of all his folks. He sure pulls the wool over their eyes.
I'd like to get that gold, providing there is gold.
Yeah.
What's so funny?
I was just thinking. That kid's the apple of his folks' eye. It'd make me feel good to use their own no-good maverick to cheat him, wouldn't it, huh?
I ain't got no use for him, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, that psalm singing, go to meeting folks always make me mad.
And the way they took that stretch of land and turned it into good property. Desert. That's what it was. Worthless sand.
And they proved up on it, too. It's the best patch of grazing this side of the Rockies.
I could have had that land.
You didn't want it.
How was I to know they could dam up Roaring Branch Creek?
Anyone could have seen it. The valley narrows right down to a narrow canyon, sort of. All they had to do was dump stones and dirt and trees at the head of the narrow part, and the whole creek backed up. They can spread that water all over the valley, irrigation ditches and everything.
Yeah, sure. It's easy to see now, but you didn't and I didn't. And the whole passel of men here in town didn't. No. It took Lige Wilkins to do it. Dad read him.
Yeah, and the way he's got his ranch house set right in that hollow where the creek bed used to be. Pretty.
Yeah, and every time I see it, I get madder and madder.
Yeah, but this ain't getting us no gold, Blackie. Now, what we gotta do is...
What you staring at?
Well, reach for an apple and it drops right in your fist. Here he comes now.
Huh?
Chad Wilkins is coming to your store.
Is there a chance to learn about that gold, huh?
None better, Blackie.
Yeah, but how we gonna do it?
You leave that to me. Just follow my lead.
Sure.
Here he comes.
I come in to buy some stuff, Sherman.
You come to the right place, bub. They got victuals, weapons, clothes for man and horse. Shelter for them as can pay for it.
Throw that in your saddlebag, will you? Ain't it bad enough my ma makes a growed man do her shopping for her without you? Hey, let go of that.
There it is.
That's my poke. You took it out of my pocket.
Keep your hands off. I thought I seen you with a poke of dust this morning.
That's mine.
Yeah? You recollect, Blackie, what I was just saying to you?
Eh? Oh, yeah, sure.
I lost a poke of dust last night, Chad. And this is it.
You're playing the wrong brand, Bull. It's mine.
I even recognize the dust. It's the very same I got over behind the mountain.
It ain't neither. That come from the creek on Paul's land below the dam. It belongs...
Oh. It belongs to the dam, huh?
Never mind. That's my dust.
Yeah. Now that I look at it, this ain't my poke anyhow. Mine was made of buffalo hide, and this one's antelope.
Give me that.
Sure, son, sure. No odd feelings? I reckon your old man feels pretty good discovering gold, eh?
That's none of your business. I'll be back later for that stuff, Blackie.
You sure done it, Bull. Slick as a colt skin.
Yeah, now we know where the gold is. Maybe we can do something about it, eh?
His old man don't know neither. Did you see the way the kid covered up?
This is getting right interesting, Blackie. You and me shouldn't have no trouble about it.
We done stuff like this often enough before.
Reckon you ought to close up shop, Blackie. We might take a pass here up around that canyon just below the dam. Gold. Yes, sir.
What in tarnation? Come out of there, stranger. I see you in that engine.
We came in to buy some supplies, Blackie.
You was skulking behind that pile of buffalo skins. I seen you. You're masked.
I am.
Stranger, if you heard what was being said up here at the counter...
You should be the best judge of that.
Well, I'm warning you. Whether you did hear or not, remember this, masked man. We don't want no strangers sticking their nose in what ain't their business.
Just what were you talking about?
What were we... Get out of here. I don't give a hang whether you're an outlaw or whatever you wear that mask for. There's the door. Take your engine part and get out. Vamoose before you're took in for trespassers.
That suits me. Come along, Cantor.
We go.
I sure told that hombre off. Trying to get himself an earful. What he get'll be the end of a rope around his neck.
Blackie, that there was the Lone Ranger. The Lone Ranger. If he heard what we was talking about.
He didn't hear. Besides, you're loco. That weren't the Lone Ranger.
I tell you, Blackie. Listen. There, I told you. Did you hear that? It was the Lone Ranger.
Well, maybe so. Maybe you're right. But he didn't hear nothing. And Lone Ranger or no Lone Ranger, there ain't nobody going to stop me from getting that gold dust. We're going out there now.
Where we go, Kimosabe?
I want to take a look at that gold field, the creek below the dam. If we hurry, we can look it over and perhaps talk to Wilkins himself before Blackie and Bull get very far.
Not true. Scout and Silver, plenty fast.
So we can go faster. Get up, Silver. Stretch those legs, old boy.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Bull. Hey, Bull, come a running.
You got something?
Come here.
Let me see.
Yeah, take a look at the pan.
Yes, sir. That's dust sure as I'm a foot high.
Plenty heavy, too. Most an inch of it settled in the bottom of the pan.
I wonder where the mother lode is.
Mother lode, nothing. This here dust is good enough even washed down. We ain't spending all our time trying to find any outcropping of rock that's been took off it. Just run your fingers through this here. What the... Hey, what's this?
Something in the gold?
Yeah, heavy, too. It didn't get sifted out with the other stuff.
Well, what is it?
We'll fish around here for...
Yeah, maybe it's a nugget. Maybe it's one of those...
Got it. Bull.
Huh?
Bull, look at this here. It's a silver bullet. A silver bullet.
looked around at the ground at the head of the canyon, Mr. Wilkins. I scattered some silver bullets there as a warning, just in case Blackie and Bull decided to do some illegal prospecting.
Ma, you hear what this masked man's got to say?
I hear him, Pa.
I don't know how much store you set by your son, Chad, Mrs. Wilkins, but I'd
Now,
like...
you stop right there, mister. Chad's my boy, and ain't nobody can run him down.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've hurt your feelings, Mrs. Wilkins.
Never mind that. We're beholden to you for telling us about the gold and all. But when you insinuate that Chad might be fooling his folks, well, thank you kindly, but be on your way.
I reckon Ma's got the bit in her teeth, mister. If I was
Well,
you,
that's all
I'd,
right, Wilkins. I understand. I may see you again. Here, Silver. I'm sorry, Mrs. Wilkins. I know how hard you want to be proud of your boy. Perhaps he won't disappoint you after all.
Lige, how'd he know it was just my pride that kept me from admitting we got a worthless, no-good boy for a son? How'd he know?
Now, Ma, like he says, Chad maybe will pull out of it. There's very few colts don't kick over the traces a while before they grow
No,
up.
Lige, no. I ain't never said it afore, not even to you. I ain't even admitted it to myself. But now, Chad's no good. Plumb no good.
Now, Ma, don't you go crying. It won't help matters none. And besides, didn't that masked man say something about Blackie and Bull trespassing our land? Get my Winchester. I've got business to do.
Look at that dust. Gold is worth a plenty. If I don't get Lige Wilkins off this land, my name...
Look, that shot went right through the pane.
I heard you talking, you know, good rattlesnake.
Wilkins.
Steady. Don't go reaching for no weapon.
2 against 1, Wilkins.
Not while I'm behind you, it ain't.
Got us surrounded, eh, Wilkins? Well, we was just looking around, kind of.
Yeah, so I see.
Hey, I was wondering if you might be willing to sell your land, Wilkins. We could give you a right fair price for it.
Is that so? Sugar wouldn't melt in your mouth, would it, Blackie Sherman? I suppose you think Chad didn't tell us about there being gold up here.
Huh? Oh, told you, huh? Maybe he did and maybe he didn't. Let me see that. Just like I figured.
Is it fool's gold, Pa?
No, it ain't fool's gold. Just placer gold. Why, if you was to work on this day in and day out, it wouldn't bring in more than the land brings me now, which ain't much anyhow. So you'd be wasting your time. Get before I put a rifle bullet where it'll do the most good. Get!
Black night, Bull. Good thing, too. Otherwise, Wilkins might spot us coming back here.
Yeah, you can see the light from his house down there, Blackie. You think he was right about this here gold?
Nah, there's plenty of gold. Plenty. He just didn't want us to get it. Most likely he's going to work it himself and get rich. Well, if there was any way to... By thunder, maybe there is a way.
Huh?
Suppose Wilkins was to die. Wilkins and his wife and his kid, the whole shebang. We could get this land.
Hey, you ain't thinking of murder.
I'm thinking of plenty of things. But it would be what you could call murder. Not exactly. You see where that house sits, Bull?
Sure, right spang in the valley.
Yeah. What's up above us at the head of the canyon?
Where? The dam Wilkins built.
Yeah, the dam. Suppose that dam was to go out.
Huh?
If that dam was to go out, the water would be a raging flood. To sweep down the valley, they'd be killed, drowned in the beds, all of them. And we could get that gold all for ourselves. What do you say, Bull?
Yeah, Blackie. Yeah. It wouldn't be murder, would it?
Sure not. It would be an accident. Just an accident. And you know something, Bull? I got a feeling it's going to happen real soon.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, Please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In the Wilkins cabin that night, Lige and his wife watched Chad, hoping the boy would take them into his confidence. But not a word was spoken until finally Mrs. Wilkins lost her patience and...
Chad Wilkins, a body can stand just so much even from a son. Stop staring down at your boot tops and act like a decent man.
Oh, let me alone.
You knew there was gold there, didn't you?
What if I did?
And you didn't tell us. Us that brung you up.
Brung me up. What kind of home is this? It ain't fit for even a skunk.
It ain't no governor's mansion, but someday
Someday. I'm sick of hearing that someday stuff. I've been hearing it since I was old enough to talk. Slaving and working and sweating. There must be easier ways to get money, and I'm looking for them.
There's honest ways, son. We learned you plenty about them.
Honest? What's the difference so long as you get it?
By gravy, I've heard enough. You're a worthless, tumbleweed tramp.
Lige.
No, Martha. We've been fooling ourselves long enough. There ain't no good in him. Just a worthless desert bum. I used to think maybe your ma's tenderness and kindness would bring out some good in you. Like Pan in the river bring up gold. But, there ain't no use talking. You've aggravated your ma for the last time.
I wasn't getting no place here anyhow.
You ain't a-gonna get
I'm
no
a-going
place.
into town. There's Blackie and Bull and them fellas. They got the right idea.
Blackie and Bull. They wouldn't know honest thought if they was to trip over one. I'm giving you a horse. You can take him. Now get out. Get out before I forget you're my born son and do something I'll be sorry for. Get out. Martha. Ma,
You done right, Lige. There wasn't nothing else to do. You done right. I just wonder where he's going, that's all.
We'll have that gold right in our sombrero.
We'll blow that damn to kingdom come. Higher than...
Blackie, kid.
What are you talking about, Blackie?
What are you doing here?
What dam are you going to blow to kingdom come, huh? I left home and I want to go in with you. What dam are you going to blow?
Hey, shit, what are you doing here?
I'm sick of living with my folks. They don't understand nothing about... I see you got blasting powder already. Say, I'd sure like to go along with you and...
Well, what are you staring at?
That powder. Blowing up a dam. No.
No what?
No, you can't be meaning to... There ain't but one dam in the county. Paws Dam. You're fixing to blow up Paws Dam.
What do you care? You left home, didn't you?
You can't do it, Blackie. It's murder. Ma and Pa, That's it. You figured on getting us out of the way so you could get the gold. Why, you dirty sidewinder.
You...
Oh!
Blackie Sherman's store? That's right. Sherman, Bull, him come out. Chad Wilkins, him not come out. He's still in there? Maybe. Him not come out. Come on, Silver. Come up, Scout. I don't like this, Kemosabe. We're going to see what's keeping that boy in there. If Blackie and Bull have left. Me go after them, but you said... Yes, I know. I said you would have watched the boy, not those men. Here we are, Kemosabe. Off your horse. If the door's locked, knock it in. Door, him open. Tonto. Me see. Him tied up. All right, son, take it easy. We'll have you out of here in just a moment.
Cut those ropes, Cantor.
Let me do it.
I'll work this gag loose. There.
Mister, you got to warn Pa.
Where are Blackie and Bull
Get
going?
them ropes off. Get me untied. They're going to the dam. They're going to blast it wide open.
What? Them bad?
Let me loose. That water will drown Ma and Pa. They'll be drowned in their sleep. They won't have a chance.
Rope cut now.
We got to stop Blackie and Bull. We got
We'll
to
do
hurry.
all we can, Chad. Tattle the horses.
Here, Scout.
It's all my doing. If I hadn't got that gold, Ma and Pa wouldn't be in
It's
danger.
too late for talk, Chad. Yep, on your horse. Hurry.
Here, boy. Come here, boy.
Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Hail, Silver! Away! Tonto, Chad, pull up.
No, we got to ride.
Pull
Oh,
up.
Scout. Oh, fella. Oh.
What are we stopping for? We ain't got much time. They'll set off the powder.
I've changed our plans, Chad. They had a long head start. Perhaps that blast will go off before we get to the head of the canyon.
Them gone a long time.
A trail forks here. To the right, the dam. To the left, the trail to your home, Chad. Which do you want to take?
You mean?
That blast goes off, anyone riding to the cabin will be right in the path of the water. A rider won't stand a chance.
I don't care. It's a chance I got to take. I got to try and warn Ma and Pa. Hey, you go after Bull and Blackie. I'll ride for the cabin.
Wait, Chad, stop! Stop, I tell you! You proved yourself, Chad. I wanted to learn just how much your parents really meant to you.
Leave go of my reins. I got to...
No, Chad, your horse isn't fast enough. Silver, cover the ground faster. Now head for the cabin. Tonto, you and Chad ride for the dam. Try to stop Blackie and Bull. It's the safest way.
That blast.
It's the dam. They set it off. It's the dam.
All right, Tonto, you and Chad get going. I'm riding for the cabin.
Hurry, man. Hurry.
You heard that, boy, Silver. Run, old fellow. Run, Silver, as you never did before. Come on, Silver!
Look at that waterfall.
Yeah, we sure put a hole in the dam, Blackie.
It's going faster than the spring freshet.
Yeah, this is good roll. Sweeping everything before.
15 feet of solid water. Tons and tons of weight racing down the valley. Sure going to hit Wilkins' cabin one awful smack.
Come on, Silver! Faster! Faster! That water's roaring down the valley! Faster, Silver!
Ma, you ready to turn in?
No.
Just sitting there rocking, thinking about Chad.
I reckon I can't help it, Lige. He's the only child we got.
Ma, you remember that time Chad got caught in a thunderstorm? It is way back
I
when...
remember it. Chad was 5 years old.
Yeah.
That sound we heard a couple of minutes ago put me in mind of it. Sounded like thunder, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what brung it to my mind, too. Funny, there wasn't no sign of rain at sundown.
Remember how worried we was about Chad that time? Him getting lost in the storm? Might not drown.
Yeah, that is when he fell in a stony creek.
I gotta get him back tomorrow, Lige.
Yeah, Ma, even he'll come back. It's a funny thing, Ma, about that thunder, kinda. You keep hearing it?
No. No, but it seems like I hear something.
Something way off.
Kind of rush and growling sound, Lige. Tain't like thunder.
Ma, that noise, that rushing sound. That's water, Ma.
Water?
It's a sound I heard before, and I don't never forget it. That wasn't no thunder. That was a dam going out.
Lige, the valley. It'll come right down the valley.
A wall of water 15 feet high. Hurry, Ma.
Wilkins!
Paul, get the horse.
Wilkins, get your horse! There's a flood coming down the valley! Get your horse!
It's the masked man. I ain't got but one horse.
Get him! Ride him yourself! Silver can carry double. Come on, Mrs. Wilkins, up in front of me.
Hurry, the water's coming fast.
Don't wait for me. Get Ma where she'll be safe, mister.
None of us will be safe unless we hurry. Up the slope, climb your horse. Up, Silver! Get up, old fellow!
You'll never make it carrying double.
He's got to make it!
Come on, boy, come on.
How much further, masked man?
My pony's plumb wore out, mister. Can't climb much more.
Stop! All right, Wilkins, rein up.
You sure this is high enough? That water's boiling along.
This is high enough. Look, the wall of water's hitting your cabin.
Glory to God. She went down like kindling.
Mister, we sure want to thank you. That horse of yours is a wonder the way he carried a double load. Me and Martha could never have made it.
We'd be rolling and twisting in that water right now if it hadn't have been for you and that horse.
You hear that, Silver? You did a good job.
Looks like me and Martha right back where we started from. No home, nothing.
Yes, Pa. Only this time we're too old to start over again. Too old.
Perhaps you won't have to start over again, Mrs. Wilkins.
What are you saying, mister? You mean...
When we rest the horses, suppose we ride up toward where the valley narrows down into the canyon. It should be daylight when we get there. Perhaps you won't have to start over again.
Well, we reached the canyon, mister.
It's not quite dawn yet.
I don't want dawn to come. Never. Wouldn't show us nothing but mud and dirt and ruined land. Now, there ain't nothing.
There's a rider coming this way, Mrs. Wilkins.
Yeah, a rider. Can't make out who it is. Too dark to tell yet.
Lige, I got a feeling it's someone we've been hoping to see.
Hello! Martha, did you hear that?
Lige, it's our son. It's Chad.
You can dismount now, Mrs. Wilkins.
It's Chad! Chad!
Oh, is that you? Are you all right?
Chad,
Oh, son, we found you. You come back.
Oh, gosh, boy. Gosh, it's so good to see you both.
The masked man saved our lives, son. What are you doing up here?
Paul, Blackie and Bull put powder to the dam. They wanted to kill you to get the gold, but, well, I learned about it. The masked man had the fastest horse, so he went after you.
Blackie and Bull.
The sheriff's got him now, Paul. The engine took him to town, but, well, I had to see. I had to find out how you were. Oh, you both got to forgive me. I've been an awful fool, but last night when I thought you was going to die, I knew I couldn't ever live apart from you both. Not ever.
Chad. Why, son, that's all we've been aching to hear. It don't matter that we ain't got no home to go to, nothing to live on or to eat. As long as we got you. That's all that matters.
But, oh, gosh, I was so excited seeing you, I plumb forgot about the gold. We ain't poor, Ma. We're rich.
Gold? What gold?
Plenty of gold, Pa. A whole solid vein of it.
What on earth are you talking about?
It's true, Ma. It's right up the canyon.
A vein of solid gold? Chad, it weren't there before.
Oh, sure it weren't, Pa, but it's there now. When the dam broke, the water came down so hard it plumb scraped it clean. You can see it sparkling and glittering just as soon as the sun comes up. And, Pa.
Yes, son.
You know what the Injun said?
The masked man's partner, Chad?
He said the masked man found out about that gold afore. Gosh, you know, it almost seems like the masked man might have figured everything out just so things would happen this way.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up Next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
9 Hours to Live, or Nick Carter and the Death House Mystery.
And now, a late news bulletin. 9 hours from now, at the stroke of midnight, Johnny Waldron, the blonde-faced killer convicted of the murder of Mrs. Cornelius Fielding, will go to the chair. Just 30 minutes ago, the condemned man made a last request. But Johnny Waldron did not ask for a sumptuous last meal in the tradition of the condemned, nor did he ask to see his nearest and dearest relative, his wife, Laura. No, Johnny Waldron's request was for something much more dramatic. He asked to see the great detective, Nick Carter. Now, just what this last-minute conference means is anybody's guess. Perhaps a reprieve for Waldron. Perhaps a clue as to what happened to the Fielding jewels, which up to now have not even been found. At any rate, the master detective, Nick Carter, has consented to talk with Waldron and is probably at this very moment entering Death House Row. Keep tuned to this station for further dramatic developments.
He's in number 1. We moved him to number 1 this morning. You see, it's a shorter ways to walk to the chair. Number 1.
You all ready to go?
Yeah, the barber was in and shaved his head and legs about an hour ago.
How's you taking it?
Oh, there ain't been a peep out of him. Don't want nothing to eat. Don't want a chaplain. Nothing at all. The only request he's made is to see you. Funny time to ask to see a detective, huh? Now, if you don't mind my asking, Mr. Carter, what made a big shot like you decide to see him?
Well, maybe I'm curious to know what's in his mind. Or maybe I'm just a softie about a fellow who's going to die in a few hours.
Oh, I don't believe that you got any sympathy for a criminal. Not you. Not when a man's a killer. Well, here we are. Here's your company, Waldron.
Oh, hi. Hello, Waldron. Oh, Mr. Carter.
You got 5 minutes.
All right, guard. Well, Johnny?
Oh, so you did come. Gosh, I was afraid you wouldn't.
Well, I must admit I was surprised when the warden called me and said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, I imagine you were. Gee, it was sure nice of you to come.
Let's skip the formalities, Johnny. Time's too short for chit-chat. Come to the point. What's on your mind?
Mr. Carter, you think I'm guilty, don't you?
Well, didn't follow your case too closely. But you had a fair trial. You were found guilty. What would you have me believe?
I'd like to have you believe that I'm innocent.
Pretty late in the game to convince anybody of that, Johnny.
Oh, I'm not looking for a last-minute reprieve. That isn't what I asked you to come out here for. When I got word a little while ago that the governor refused my last request for a reprieve, I just made up my mind that I'd only be kidding myself if I hoped any longer.
Why did you want to see me, Johnny?
Mr. Carter, I know I haven't got a chance. I'm going to be gone in just a few hours now. But I could go a lot easier if I thought that maybe someday the world would know the truth. They'd know that Johnny Waldron was innocent.
Johnny, if I thought you were innocent, I'd start the wheels turning right now to get your reprieve.
Oh, wait. Let me finish, Mr. Carter. I know you don't believe me. Nobody does. I guess I couldn't expect you to believe me after the way things went at the trial. But sitting here in death row, waiting, the idea came to me that maybe Nick Carter would show him someday. Of course, I'd be gone, but, well, you see, there's Laura, my wife. She's going to keep on living, and it'll be hard for her.
I suppose she believes you're innocent.
Oh, she stuck by me swell. She's She's a wonderful woman, and I don't want the world to look on her as the widow of a murderer. Mr. Carter, all I'm asking is that after I'm gone, in your spare time, will you try to prove that they executed the wrong man? Just for my wife's sake.
Johnny, if you're innocent, who do you think did rob the Fielding safe and kill Mrs. Fielding?
I don't know, Mr. Carter.
What? There's nobody you even suspect?
Well, the only one that... No. No, I'm not going to accuse somebody I'm not sure of. I've only got a few more hours to live, and I don't
If you don't want me to do anything for you, Johnny, you better tell me everything you can about this.
No. No. You'll find them for yourself once you start looking.
Well, I've got to have some kind of evidence to go on.
I don't have any. Cards were stacked so well against me, but go see Laura. She's never stopped working for me. Maybe she knows more by now.
Look here. If that's the case, why haven't you had a lawyer working for you right up to the last minute?
Lawyers. I never had that kind of dough. Oh, a couple of shysters came around thinking maybe I had the Fielding jewels tucked away someplace. When they found out they weren't going to get a cut, they faded pretty fast. Even if you decide to do anything for me, Mr. Carter, I wouldn't be able to pay you for your trouble. You'd have to do it just as a favor to a dying man.
You don't know where the jewels are?
Why, no, Mr. Carter. How could I know? I didn't do that job. Look, you go see Laura. She'll tell you whatever she can.
All right. Time's up, Mr. Carter. All right, Garrett. Well, Johnny, I'll look into your case.
I don't suppose you believe me.
I bet he's been telling you an innocent man is being sent to the chair, huh? He tells that to everybody.
Did it ever occur to you, guard, that he might be telling the truth?
No. Why?
So long,
no.
Johnny. Good luck.
Oh, thanks for coming, Mr. Carter. And thanks for whatever you can do for me, sir.
I'd very much like to know what happened to those Fielding jewels.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, maybe they'll turn up while you're investigating.
Think so? I wonder.
Say, guard, how long is it until
8 hours, Johnny. Just 8 hours more.
Hello, Nick Carter's office.
Oh, Patsy, this is Nick.
Oh, Nick, thank heaven you called. This place is a madhouse. The office is filled with reporters. The newspaper and broadcasting companies have been telephoning. And the district attorney has been trying to reach you.
Well, what's the trouble?
They want to know if you're going to try to get a reprieve for Johnny Waldron. The DA said he'd stick around his office all evening. And he's contacted the governor, and he'll be on tap ready.
Reprieve? Oh, great heaven, I just talked to the fellow. I don't have any evidence, none whatsoever. What's the matter with the DA?
Well, when Nick Carter goes to work on a case, even at the 0 hour, something usually pops.
I'll tell him to hang on to the hats a while. And you, Patsy, go up to the courthouse and get a transcript from the Walden trial. Dig up what you can out of our files about Waldron. I'm heading back from State's prison right away. Meet you in front of the office.
All right, Nick. But we're going to have to work fast. They throw the switch in exactly 7 hours and 40 minutes. Waldron was really hired as a chauffeur. It was brought out of the trial that he ingratiated himself with the old lady every chance he got.
Oh?
You know, Mrs. Fielding was an invalid. Waldron used to carry her up and down stairs and waited on her and all that sort of thing. He was inside the house a great deal. Then, let's see now. Oh, the gun was traced to Mrs. Fielding's stepson, Tom Fielding. But the prints on the gun were Waldron's.
Her stepson lived there with her?
Yes, just the two of them. Waldron and all the other servants slept out and reported for work in the mornings at 8.
When was the body found?
On a Thursday night at 10 o'clock, in the library of the house. Tom Fielding came home from his club and found her. The safe was open and the jewels and money gone. Of course, any of the servants, as well as Tom Fielding, might have known the combination of the safe. Mrs. Fielding often opened it in front of all of them. The defense harped on that at the trial, but Waldron's prints on the gun and his alibi being so flimsy cooked his goose.
I see.
How did Waldron strike you, Nick? Guilty?
It's the evidence that tells the tale in any case, Patsy. If we could find the party who has the missing Fielding jewels...
It would look pretty grim for that party.
Yes, it wouldn't look good, that's sure.
Oh, Nick, look at the time.
5:50.
In 6 hours and 10 minutes, an innocent man may be electrocuted.
Oh, no, Patsy. No innocent man will be electrocuted for a crime he didn't do, while my name's Nick Carter. And here's our first stop, Betsy. His old tenement house. Laura Waldron lives here.
You're very nice to come to see me, especially today.
Mrs. Waldron, this is my assistant, Patsy Boone.
How do you do, Miss Bone?
Hello, Mrs. Waldron.
Won't you two sit down? Here, let me dust the chair.
Oh, no, don't. It's perfectly all right.
Since Johnny's been away, I haven't been as good a housekeeper as I used to be. I've no heart for it anymore.
Mrs. Waldron, I came to see you because...
I know you went to see my husband. I heard on the radio.
Yes, that's right.
But it's too late to get Johnny off, isn't it? Besides, we don't have any money to pay a famous detective.
Mrs. Waldron, the only fee Nick Carter ever asks is that justice be done.
Now, Mrs. Waldron, tell me about Johnny. His habits, what he likes, what he doesn't like.
Johnny's good, Mr. Carter. You see, I know he's innocent.
But have you proof, Mrs. Waldron?
Proof? No. Just my heart tells me he wouldn't kill anybody. But more than that, I know because he was with me at the time the police say she was killed.
Prosecution tore his alibi to shreds.
Yes, a wife's testimony doesn't count for much in court. Oh, yet how thankful I am that he was with me that night, that I know he's innocent. You understand what I mean, don't you, Miss Bone? You understand when I say the world can stand against your manhood if you know he's right and good and true. You...
Mrs. Waldron, isn't there any way at all it can be proved that your husband was home with you that night?
No. You don't think of providing alibis for staying in your own home. There isn't much I know, but it's ours. Tom Fielding has offered to help me. Now Johnny's going to be...
Tom Fielding? You mean the stepson of the woman your husband's convicted of murdering?
Yes.
In what way has he offered to help you?
Money. He knows Johnny isn't a murderer.
His testimony in court didn't follow that line, Mrs. Waldron.
Of course not. Mr. Fielding had himself to protect.
That's right, Nick. Fielding was under suspicion.
Just this afternoon he called me again. And where's the jewels, I said to him. If my Johnny did it, where's the jewels and the money? Would I be begging for work if Johnny had done it?
You're working now, Mrs. Waldron?
Day work. Scrubbing up places where they don't ask too many questions. Oh, but I'd mop the streets of this town from one end to the other every day. Johnny didn't have to die.
Oh, don't, Mrs. Waldron. Don't cry, please. Please don't cry.
You have to excuse me. Just I can't stand to think. I'm counting the minutes and seconds now. Only a few more hours. Johnny will be gone.
Mrs. Waldron, I'd like to ask you another question.
All right.
Maybe Nick can save your husband yet, you know.
Oh, if he only could.
There isn't time left for me to chase down every witness and question them. Tell me, Mrs. Waldron, whom do you suspect of robbing and murdering your husband's late employer?
Who? Oh, Mr. Carter, I have no proof against anyone.
I didn't ask if you knew who murdered Mrs. Fielding. I only said, whom do you suspect?
But I have no right to suspect him.
Right? What do you mean?
He's been so kind and offered to help.
Tom Fielding. That's who you think did it.
Oh, I never dared think it out loud before. He was her stepson, you know, but she loved him like her own. Oh, they had their quarrels. Oh, they were just money facts. I'm not saying he did it, only...
Only what?
You talk to him, Mr. Carter.
All right, I will. We'll go right over to the Fielding house now.
Oh, but you won't find him at home at this hour, Mr. Carter. He's always at the club at this time. I know from when Johnny used to drive for him.
That's the old hunt club, isn't it?
Yes.
10th and 5th. Mm-hmm. Come on, Patsy. Let's hurry. Time's precious.
Okay.
Goodbye, and thank you. I'll be right here waiting and praying you find the guilty man in time to save Johnny.
puzzling you? What is it? Didn't you think Mrs. Waldron's story made sense?
Well, it did, and it didn't.
But, Nick, doesn't it seem a bit odd for Tom Fielding to offer her money?
Yes, if that's true.
Well, then her story does make sense.
Patsy, it's not what Mrs. Waldron said that's bothering me. Something else.
Something else? Well, what is it, Nick?
I wish I knew. But there's something that doesn't fit into the picture. It's in the back of my mind somewhere, but I can't quite get the key to it.
And if you ask me, Tom Fielding is the one who could straighten out a lot of things.
And he's the man we're going to tackle right now. Now, this hunt club's pretty swanky, isn't it?
Good evening, sir. Can I park your car for you?
Fancy place. Still has doormen and porters.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. Ladies aren't permitted in the old hunt club. I'm sorry.
Well, that lets you out, Patsy.
I guess it does.
You better wait for me here.
Yes, I guess I'll have to. Oh, Nick. It's 8:15. Only 3 hours and 45 minutes to go until midnight. Ring again, Nick. Fielding wasn't at his club, so he's got to be home here.
Your womanly intuition isn't working right tonight, Patsy. Not a light in the whole house. I don't think anybody's home.
Oh, Mr. Fielding, if you only knew how much time we've wasted looking for you.
Well, Patsy, maybe we can uncover enough evidence without seeing Mr. Fielding face to face.
What are you going to do?
Little high-class lockpicking in the interest of Johnny Waldron and his wife, Laura. There we are. All right, come on in. Stay behind me.
Gee, it's dark in here.
Shut the door, and I'll use my flash.
Where are we headed for?
The library.
Oh.
That's the room Mrs. Fielding was killed in, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. These old houses, the library's usually back this way, off the center hall. Come on.
All right. You think there's anybody beside us in the house?
I hope not. Here we are. This is the door. This must be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the library.
What are we looking for?
Well, right now, I'm looking for Mrs. Fielding's safe.
Safe?
Mm-hmm.
Safe. Oh, it's behind that portrait of her. That was in the testimony.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Betsy. Oh, turn on that small lamp, will you? Take a glance through the papers on the desk while I open this safe.
Say. Mrs. Fielding held her son and heir down while she was living. He's certainly making up for it now. Look at that wine cabinet. It's filled to the hilt with pre-war stuff. Oh, and look at this black market stuff. Have a gold-tipped cigarette, Miss Bowen. Yes, thank you. I will.
Patsy, shame on you. How'd you feel if Tom Fielding walked in here right now and caught you swiping his expensive cigarettes?
Only one, Nick. And for that matter, how would you feel if Mr. Fielding saw you about to open his safe? Oh, Nick!
Patsy. You okay?
Yes, I guess so.
They shot through that window there. And the bullet went right in the side of the desk here.
Oh, we better get out of here, Nick.
Now, 1 minute, Patsy. Got to see what's in this safe. It's almost open now.
Well, who do you think shot at us, Mr. Fielding?
Oh, Patsy, will you pick that bullet out of the desk? It'll be a handy piece of evidence.
All right. Say, you're taking this attempt to murder us awful lightly, Nick.
I don't think it was murder, Patsy.
Not murder?
No. You were standing by the wine cabinet, not 4 feet from the window. And I was a perfect target standing here. No, Patsy, I think you'll find somebody was just trying to scare us away.
Oh. Well, I got the bullet out. Looks like a .32.
There we are. Patsy.
Yes?
Look here.
The missing jewels. Oh, Nick.
Yes, right here in the safe.
Oh, Nick, that's wonderful.
Hey, Patsy, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm getting the DA on the phone for you. You've got the evidence for Johnny Waldron's reprieve.
Now, wait a minute,
I knew he wasn't guilty, Nick. Mrs. Waldron was telling the truth.
Patsy, put down that phone.
Yes, Nick.
Now, get me police headquarters first. I want a general alarm sent out for Tom Fielding.
But Johnny Waldron.
I still have 2 hours, Patsy. If Waldron's innocent, I'll prove it in time to save him from the chair.
Nick, why should you want to talk to Mrs. Waldron again when you haven't asked for the reprieve? Only make her feel worse.
There's something about her that doesn't add up, Patsy. And I've got to know what it is before I go any further. This is her door, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Nick Carter, your thinking on this case is beyond me.
Well, Patsy, it's hard to explain. When I don't know myself what the missing link is, how can I explain it to you?
But you found the jewels. Tom Fielding had them in his safe. Why, it's obvious, Nick. He didn't get along with his stepmother, and he... Nick, what are you doing?
Going to open Mrs. Walden's door?
Oh, no, don't do that, Nick. I'm sure she's here. She's probably been crying and doesn't want to see anybody. Let me call her first. Mrs. Waldron? Mrs. Waldron?
Oh, sorry, Patsy. We haven't any time to waste. Now, let's see. Where's the light switch?
It's here by the door. Oh, she isn't here.
So it seems.
Nick. Look here. There's a gold-tipped cigarette in this ashtray, the same kind we saw at Fielding's house.
Let's have it. No lipstick on it. Kind of pinched in near at the end.
He's been here. I never would have believed it of him.
Believe what?
Well, that a man like Fielding would come to a place like this. Why, a man like that wouldn't get his hands dirty putting them on the doorknob of a hovel like this.
Say that again, Patsy.
What? Well, a man like Fielding wouldn't dirty his hands on the doorknob of a place like...
I got it. Patsy, you just gave me the key I've been looking for. Come on. We've got to get back to Fielding's library or there'll be another murder. You know, Patsy, there are times when having a siren on this car comes in handy. And tonight's one of them. Hope we're in time.
Do you think the police have picked Fielding up yet, or do you think he'll be at his home?
He's at home. I'll bet my bottom dollar on that.
Nick, do you know what time it is?
Stop worrying about the time and come on.
I'm right with you.
The place is still dark.
There's a little light shining in the hallway.
He's here, all right. Watch your step, Patsy.
Don't worry about me.
I slipped the latch on the front door when we left. Let's see if it's been bolted. Nope, still open. All right, come on.
Where do you think he is?
The library, probably.
Oh, I hear someone, Nick.
Yeah, they're both here.
Oh, that's Mrs. Waldron's voice. Open the door, Nick.
No, it's locked. I'll try to pick it.
Oh, Nick, hurry.
I am hurrying.
Stay away from me! Help!
Help! He's killed her.
There.
Oh, Mrs. Waldron.
Oh, thank heaven you came. He was just going to shoot me. I got the gun away from him and...
You shot him.
Yes, Mr. Carter. But it was self-defense. Anyone can see that.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you, Mrs. Waldron.
It was worth it. It was worth it. Now Johnny will be safe. He won't have to die in the chair.
Nick, you've only got 7 minutes to call it. 7 minutes to 12.
Hurry, Mr. Carter.
Just a minute. Calm yourself, Mrs. Waldron. Here, have a cigarette.
A cigarette? All right.
May I light it for you?
Thanks. Wait a minute till I get my cigarette holder out of my bag.
So, you do use a cigarette holder. I thought so.
Nick, the time is getting awfully short for your call to the DA.
I'm not going to make that call.
Why, Nick.
Not going to make it.
No, Mrs. Waldron. It was a nice frame-up you and your husband tried against Tom Fielding, but it didn't work.
Frame up?
Yes, frame-up. You and Johnny staged this whole thing to get him a last-minute reprieve. It was pretty clever, but you made a couple of mistakes. For example, this gold-tipped cigarette butt I found in your apartment tonight.
What about it?
When I found this butt in your apartment, all pinched in at the end from having been smoked in a holder, I knew you'd lied about not having seen Tom Fielding. These particular cigarettes are made to order for him.
I didn't leave it there.
I couldn't be sure of that until I found that you used a cigarette holder. Then I knew I was right. You did leave it here.
Go on, prove it.
Another thing. Patsy. Take a look at Mrs. Waldron's hands.
My hands? Why, they're beautiful. Beautifully manicured.
Exactly. Mrs. Waldron, with hands like yours, you don't scrub floors for a living. That dingy apartment of yours is merely a front.
Look out, Nick.
Gun, huh?
Yes, and I know how to use this gun, too, and I'm going to. Oh!
So sorry to hate you, Mrs. Waldron. Patsy.
Yes?
Take a look at Tom Fielding. See if he's still alive.
Right, Nick.
You haven't got anything on me. You can't get
He's
me
still
for
breathing,
anything.
Nick.
Good. Phone for an ambulance, quick.
Okay. Oh, but Nick, can you prove this charge against Mrs. Waldron? Can you be positive she and her husband framed Fielding?
Not yet, Patsy, but I'm so sure I'm right that I'll risk my reputation on it.
But, Nick, as long as there's the slightest doubt about it, shouldn't you call the DA and give Johnny Waldron the benefit of the doubt?
No, Patsy. As far as I'm concerned, there's no doubt whatsoever. I'm so sure I'll even risk Johnny's life on it.
Hello, Nick Carter's office. Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Yes? Yes? It was. He is. I see. Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Yes, I'll tell Nick. Goodbye.
Was that the report from police headquarters, Patsy?
Yes, it was Lieutenant Riley. And you were right, Nick. That gun you took from Mrs. Waldron was registered in Johnny's name. And she lied about taking the gun away from Fielding and shooting him in self-defense. Fielding's fingerprints weren't on the gun anywhere, but hers were all over it.
Did they check with the bullet when you picked out of that desk? The one that was fired at us?
Yes, and it came from the same gun.
Fine. And what about Fielding? Did Riley say?
He's going to live. What's more, he regained consciousness long enough to make a statement.
Good.
Oh, Nick, that Mrs. Waldron was certainly clever. She was planting the jewels in Fielding's safe when he came in the room and caught her. So
She held him at the point of her gun and knocked him out, bound his wrists and ankles, gagged him, and hid him away in another room.
What? How did you know that?
Very simple, Patsy. The marks where he'd been tied were still on his wrists when I examined him, and also there was a bump on his head.
Nick, you're always holding out on me. And one other thing. What made you think Fielding's life would be in danger way back when we were in Mrs. Waldron's apartment the second time?
Curious, huh? Well, Patsy, after your inspired remark about hands, I suddenly realized what it was about Mrs. Waldron that puzzled me. It was her hands. I knew that with hands like hers, she couldn't be earning her living scrubbing floors.
Oh, I see.
And if she were lying about that, it was very probable she was lying about everything. And the whole thing was a plot to make Fielding look guilty.
But why should that make you suddenly afraid that something might be going to happen to Fielding?
Patsy, if she and Johnny were so anxious to get Johnny a reprieve that they were willing to give up the jewels to make it look as if Fielding were really the guilty man, it was entirely possible that she might go further and kill Fielding and try to make it look as if he killed himself.
But how would that help Johnny Waldron?
Well, if it was done right, it would look as if he were remorseful at having let Johnny take the blame. And she almost got away with it.
But she didn't, because Nick arrived in the nick of time. You're a wonderful detective, Mr. Carter.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, at midnight last night, Johnny Waldron went to the electric chair to pay for the crime of having murdered Mrs. Cornelius Fielding. His dramatic last-minute attempt to get a reprieve failed, thanks to the quick action of that master detective, Nick Carter. In those few short hours that Carter was actually on the case, he found the missing jewels, uncovered a well-laid plot between Johnny and his wife to pin the murder on Tom Fielding and save Fielding's life. Tom Fielding and the entire community owe a debt of gratitude to Nick Carter.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what happens in your next week's story?
Well, I want to tell you the story of the time that I quite accidentally stumbled onto a terrible crime. Or to be more correct, I stumbled onto evidence that a terrible crime had been committed.
That doesn't sound like a very unusual thing for you to do.
Except for one little fact, Mr. Ripley. We didn't know where or when the crime had been committed.
In spite of the fact that we heard the story of the murder from the victim's own lips.
As a matter of fact, we even heard the murder committed.
And we were powerless to do anything about it.
If you're trying to make me curious about it...
We are.
You're certainly succeeding.
Well, it's as unusual a tale as I've had the pleasure of telling in a long while, I assure you. So until next week, so long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conray. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Records of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Unclaimed Box.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the mysterious rooming house, where robbery and death walk by night, until a woman's heel and a fishing knife brought detectives face to face with the unknown killer.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable William T. Fitzgibbons, Chief of Detectives of the Buffalo, New York Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Fitzgibbons, you told me it's very seldom that police have to cope with the kind of murder mystery typical of detective fiction.
That's right, Don Gardner. Nearly all murders are crimes committed in the heat of passion, with the killer easily identifiable and easily apprehended. Or they are felony murders committed during the course of a robbery or burglary.
Well, Chief Fitzgibbons, I know you're going to tell us how Buffalo detectives recently conducted their investigation into a particularly brutal and baffling murder. So why don't you start right in?
All right, Bob. Suppose we begin in Buffalo about 2:30 one morning, somewhat more than a year ago. The screaming siren of Lieutenant Edwin Grounder's squad car broke the silence of the night as it pulled to a stop in front of a rooming house on Main Street, where, despite the lateness of the hour, a sizable crowd had gathered.
Stay with the car, man.
Right, Lieutenant.
Okay, police officer, coming through.
Coming through. Folks, there's nothing to see. Go on home, will you? Hello, Lieutenant.
What is it, O'Neill?
One of the roomers stabbed to death. Guy about 60 named Gahagan.
Who's upstairs?
Sergeant Clank is in charge.
Okay.
All right, folks, stand back, please. Go on home. There's nothing.
Hello, Lieutenant. Oh, hello, Emil. You got trouble again, huh?
The Texas thing should happen to me, Lieutenant.
What do you mean, Emil? To you? You talk like you're the victim.
I run a respectable rooming house, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Where's the detective in charge?
Upstairs, room 10. Here, I'll show you.
I can find it. Didn't he tell you to get in your own room and stay there until you were called for?
He asked me to bring this room register.
All right, come on.
Oh, what a mess. What a mess.
Who is this Gahagan, anyway?
9 years he roomed with me. 9 years.
Well, I guess he lost a good roomer, Emil.
Well, there. That's room 10.
Yeah.
Such a thing.
Okay, wait here. Sergeant Clank?
Oh, Lieutenant. Some mess, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got that register, Emil? Yeah, sure. I got it right here. Okay, let's have it. Here it is. All right, Emil. Back downstairs to your room. Where do we call? Oh, sure, I'll wait. What else am I going to do? What a mess. Want to look around, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
This is the ambulance surgeon from General Hospital, Dr. Hoffman, Lieutenant Grounder.
Hello, Lieutenant. Doctor? What's it look like, Sergeant?
Dead on arrival. Stabbed several times with a short-bladed knife, looks like. Also kicked and beaten. There's no telling now which came first.
You'd better stick around until the medical examiner gets here, Doctor. Okay. Is this the way you found the room, Clank?
This is it.
Whoever did the job sure was looking for something.
Yep. Look at these floorboards. Must have thought there was a loose one. Oh, didn't see that before. Well, what do you know?
Let's see that.
Heel off a woman's shoe.
Doesn't look like a woman's work, does it?
Yeah. Hey, come to think of it, there was a strange woman in the house tonight. She knocked on almost every door.
Is that so? This lift came off a spike heel, wouldn't you say?
Offhand, yeah.
Do you want to give me what you have, Clank?
Sure. Oh, first we found another room was pretty much messed up, too. Room 1.
Who lives there?
Nobody. Empty.
Empty? Well, let's have a look.
Stick around, Doctor. That's We'll be right back. Room 1's at the end of the hall.
First, give me a rundown on what you got.
Oh, yeah, sure. James Gahagan, age 62, resident here 9 years. Employed as a janitor at St. Paul's Church. Lived frugally, no known enemies, few friends. Supposed to have been loaded with cash. Probably what they were after, and got.
What about the woman?
Well, she knocked at a couple of doors a little after midnight. She was looking for a Bob somebody. She's about 30, red hair, wearing a black dress, long black gloves, and high-heel suede pumps.
That the lift could have come off out.
That's right. Nobody ever heard of this Bob she was supposed to be looking for.
Well, it might have been just a stall to find Gehagen's room. Come on, let's have a look at number 1.
All right. Emil told me Gehagen had one friend, much younger, a cab driver named Jackie Rigo.
Oh?
Played a lot of chess together, it seems. Emil says he didn't like the looks of the guy.
Well, that makes us even. I don't like the looks of Emil.
I'll get the light.
Wow.
Ever see such a mess? Besides room 10, I mean?
Emil says this room is unoccupied?
Since Friday. A guy named Horner had it moved to Syracuse.
Well, they really did a job on the floorboards in here, too.
Maybe they thought this was Gehagen's room.
No, the closet's empty. There's no linen on the bed. Anybody would have known this room was unoccupied.
That's why I sent Emil for the register, to see who occupied the room before. They could have hidden something and come back for it.
And why should they kill Gehagen?
Well, maybe what they hid was gone. Maybe they thought Gehagen took it.
We'll see.
Lieutenant.
Oh, come in, O'Neill.
I think we've got the knife that did the trick.
Yep, that looks like it.
I found it in the alleyway between this house and the next, practically under Emil's window.
Uh-huh. You see?
Not so fast, Sergeant.
Well, Emil's way up on my list. He could have had his eye on Gehagen for a long time.
And why do you have to go to all the trouble in this room?
Well, cover up.
Well, maybe. That knife looks like the kind fishermen use.
Well, there's lots of fishermen, Lieutenant.
Well, we'll put some men to tracing it in the morning. Clink.
Yeah?
Your job is the redhead.
Gotcha.
O'Neill?
Yep.
Gehagen had a friend, Jackie Rigo, a cab driver. They played chess together. Find him and have a talk with him.
Just a second, you.
Oh, me?
Yeah. I want a word with you.
Well, you'll have to wait, brother. Mike down and check his family book.
You're Jackie Rigo?
That's right.
I'm a police officer.
A police officer?
William O'Neill, Detective Division.
Oh.
You're a friend of James Gehagen's?
That's right. What's the matter?
You played a lot of chess together, huh?
What happened?
Your friend is dead.
Oh, no.
Somebody stuck a knife in him, looking for his dough.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Did Gehagen ever tell you he hid a lot of money in his room?
No, he never told me. But there was some talk. Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
Did you?
Listen, I've been working. I've been pushing this hack all night.
Let's see your call sheet.
Well, sure, that proves it. Here.
Uh-huh. All right, come on, Jackie. Let's take a ride downtown.
Oh, why?
It says here, 1:10 you had a call to Genesee and Eureka Place. Not another fare after that until 2:15.
Well, so what? Business was slow.
I'll tell you so what. Gehagen was killed about 1:30. You have a little explaining to do about that time lag in your call sheet. Let's go.
Lieutenant, why can't I go home now, please?
There's a few things we'd like straightened out, Emil.
My rooming house business. Nobody's there to take care of the place.
Would you call this redhead pretty, Emil?
Pretty, not pretty. Who knows it was dark in the hall?
You heard that James Gehagen kept a lot of cash in his room.
I heard nothing. My roomers' business is their own.
See that knife there? Is it yours?
I never go fishing.
If you never go fishing, how do you know it's a fisherman's knife?
Somebody said so.
I've got the cab driver, Jackie Rigo, out here.
Good, bring him in, O'Neill.
Inside, Jackie.
There he is. That's him. That's the one.
The one that what?
He knew about Gehagen's money. They played chess.
You're nuts.
Chess. He wanted Gehagen's money.
Listen here,
All
you
right,
old...
that's enough, Jackie.
I want straight answers from both of you. If I don't get straight answers, I'll ask the district attorney to hold you both as material witnesses. You understand that, don't you?
Well, I got nothing to hide.
Nothing to hide.
If you don't cut it out...
All right, shut up.
I'm willing to cooperate, Lieutenant.
And you, Emil?
Well, sure, Lieutenant. I always cooperate.
Hey, just a second. Lieutenant Grounder.
Sergeant Clink, can you step outside a second, Lieutenant?
Something on the redhead?
No, but just as good.
I'll be right out. Stick here with these two, O'Neill.
Right.
I'll be right back. What is it, Clink?
Guess who lived in room 1 a year ago, according to the register?
Who?
Do you remember that string of house burglaries last year?
Yeah?
You remember we figured it to be a guy named Ken Snyder, and we couldn't nail him with a good?
Snyder occupied room 1?
Nobody else?
Uh-huh.
You remember he got a year for car theft, and after Snyder went away, the burglary stopped?
Yeah?
All right. He's out now. Been out for 2 weeks.
You think maybe he hid the swag from those house burglaries in room 1 and it was there until last night?
When he could have gone back for it and decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the other bird being Gehagen.
Mm-hmm. Was room 1 searched when this Ken Snyder was suspected of the burglary?
It was, but the burglary squad says they didn't look under the floorboard.
Any idea where Snyder is now?
You start checking. What about those 2 in there?
Well, I've got a few more questions to ask them, then I'm going to turn them out on the street in about 15 minutes. Put men on both of them.
Got you, Lieutenant.
And you, Clink. You get me that redhead.
So, Don. Lieutenant Edwin F. Grounder, in charge of Buffalo detectives investigating the murder of James Gehagen, had 4 likely suspects, any one of whom might turn out to be the guilty party. But the list of suspects was soon to increase, and the mysterious killer came very near eluding police before their trap was sprung.
Now, you were telling us, Chief Fitzgibbons, that Buffalo, New York detectives investigating the mystery murder of James Gehagen had several suspects under consideration.
That's right, Don, but 2 of these remained to be located. Ken Snyder, the ex-convict who a year before had occupied room 1, and the mysterious red-haired woman. Detectives were not aware of the fact at the time, but the red-haired woman was Kate Coogan, a nightclub hostess. And that afternoon, she was sitting in the living room of her apartment on Elm Street, reading a magazine. There was a knock at the door. Although hardly dressed for visitors, Kate went to answer.
Okay, take it easy. Yeah, who is it?
It's Emil. Open up.
Oh, go home, will you?
You know what's good for you. You'll open up.
All right, just a second. I thought I told you off last night.
Yeah, but a lot's happened since last night. Why did you kill him, Kate?
Kill him? Me?
Well, maybe not you. Maybe somebody with you.
Hey, just watch who you're accusing, Emil. You're the one always talking about Gehagen's dough.
The cops are looking for you.
Yeah, well, let them look.
I didn't tell them nothing. I didn't tell them nothing at all.
What do you want, a bunch of roses?
I'll be nice to me, Kate, and I'll never tell them nothing.
Just get away from me, you slime. I said let go. Guess you understand that.
You didn't have to hit me.
Go on, tell the cops. Tell them anything you like. You're afraid. You're afraid because I bet my bottom dollar you're the guy that gave it to Gehagen.
That's a lie.
Yeah? Go on, Emil. Get out.
Be nice to me, Kate, or I will tell the cops.
Tell them anything you like. I got a good story.
Yeah.
I was a little drunk. I was looking for Bob, so I gave the cab driver your address instead of his. That's logical, ain't it?
Yeah, but how are you going to explain how you lost part of your shoe in Gehagen's room? How, huh?
I didn't lose nothing.
Didn't you? Well, the cops got it.
Well, I did stop in to say hello.
Yeah.
But I didn't kill him. I had nothing to do with it. Now get out of here, Emil, before I kill you.
Oh, now me too.
Get out.
All right, I'll go, but take a tip. You better be nice to me.
Lieutenant Grounder.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Blake. You think we've got the redhead, will you?
Oh, good work. Who is this redhead?
Her name is Kate Coogan, Lieutenant. She's still in her apartment.
Lieutenant. Hold on a second, Clink.
All right.
I located the guy who's been running with Ken Snyder.
Nice going, O'Neill.
And he's a fisherman.
Uh-huh. All right, Clink. Bring Kate Coogan in.
You betcha. About 20 minutes, I'll see you.
Now, who is the friend of Snyder's, O'Neill?
Harry Kennedy, a big guy. He's a puddler at Republic Steel. No criminal record, but a fisherman.
What's his connection with Snyder?
The 2 of them have been around a lot together since Snyder got out. Make the bars, you know.
Any trace of Snyder?
No, but Kennedy ought to know where we can put our hands on him.
All right, pick Kennedy up.
I can get him right after he finishes work.
Yeah, who is it?
Kate Coogan.
Who is it?
A police officer. Open the door.
All right, just a second.
Hello, Kate.
What do you want with me?
You mean you haven't any idea?
I haven't.
Supposing you invite me in, we'll talk about it.
Come in if you want to.
How long have you known Emil?
Oh, he's a pest.
But you went visiting at his rooming house last night.
I was looking for a friend of mine, Bob. I got mixed up and gave the cab driver Emil's address.
Must have had Emil on your mind.
I was a little drunk.
You know there was a murder there?
Yeah, I heard.
How many times before last night were you in Gahagan's room?
Never. Not last night, not ever. I didn't even know him.
So you never met Gahagan?
Well, I just told you.
Now, Kate, think. You might save yourself a lot of trouble.
Okay. I met him. Just because I met him don't mean I had anything to do with getting him killed.
And what time was it you stopped in his room?
I wasn't in his room, I told you.
How many pairs of shoes do you own, Kate?
1,000. How should I know?
Do you mind if I look them over?
Sure I mind. If you want to look at shoes, go to a shoe store.
All I have to do is call downtown. They'll be out here in half an hour with a search warrant.
Okay, I saw Gahagan.
I thought you would.
But I didn't kill him. I had nothing to do with it.
You lost a heel lift in his room.
I don't know where I lost it. I lost
it. It was in his room. You still got those shoes?
Well, I don't throw out brand new pumps, not the way prices are today.
You would have if you had the chance.
Okay, so I would have.
Who was it with you last night? Where's this Bob?
Look, there was nobody with me, and Bob had nothing to do with it. Lots of the roomers saw me. They saw me alone. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I was looking for Bob. I met him as taking the houses.
Yeah, let's see. Come on, let's get those shoes and take a ride.
Hi there. Can I buy you a drink?
Who are you?
You're, Kennedy, huh?
So I'm Kennedy.
I'm looking for Ken Snyder. Seen him around?
I don't know any Snyder.
That's funny. I heard you were pals. I heard you got chummy just after Snyder got out of Elmira.
You heard wrong.
Well, as long as you don't know where Snyder is, you'll do.
Go on, buddy. Hit the ties. I like to drink alone.
Come on, I'll give you a lift downtown.
I ain't going downtown.
I'm a police officer.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you'd better come along with me.
Now, wait a minute.
Take it easy, Kennedy. You're liable to get something you're not looking for.
Okay, let's go. We'll see how long you keep me.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, Lieutenant. They're all out there waiting.
You suppose they thought about it long enough, Colt?
Well, none of them was getting any happier.
Yeah.
Jackie and Emil are about to jump on each other, and Kate's getting as red as her hair.
What about Kennedy?
Hasn't said a word.
Still won't open up about Snyder.
Says he doesn't know any Snyder. That's all.
Okay. Let's get started on him.
Ladies first?
I think I'd like to get better acquainted with Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, Lieutenant. All right, quiet, Oliver, quiet. Sit down.
The sergeant said sit down. Go ahead.
Okay, Kennedy. Inside.
Hey, what about me? I work pretty late, you know.
Quiet.
About time I got some consideration. Inside, Kenny. You'll get plenty of consideration. Lieutenant Grounder has a few questions.
I don't know what you got me down here for. I don't know nothing about this deal.
Sit down, Kennedy.
I can stand.
Lieutenant said sit down.
Oh, that's better. You'll be more comfortable.
Who can be comfortable in a police station?
All right, Kennedy, I guess you know you're in a jam.
What kind of jam? I told you I didn't know any Snyder guy.
Kennedy, we've been doing a little bit of checking. If you don't know anything, I do.
Okay, if you're so smart, you tell me something.
Snyder and you got pretty chummy, huh?
I don't know any Snyder.
He told you he was an ex-con. He told you he had a lot of jewelry and cash hidden under the floorboards of a rooming house. Loot from burglaries he pulled before he went away.
What are you giving me?
Snyder offered you half, didn't he? Half if you'd break into the room with him. And to make things even more attractive, he told you about the supposed miser, Gahagan, who lived in room 10. You could really make a night of it.
Got no right accusing me.
So you and Snyder went to Gahagan's room. This is your knife. Snyder told you to kill him. You stabbed him 3 times with this knife.
No, I couldn't.
With this fishing knife that you bought on June 3rd at Miller's Hardware.
Who are you trying to scare? Where'd you find all this out?
From the party that knows best. Besides you.
Got Snyder in jail.
I didn't say that.
You got him, haven't you?
Why should I tell you?
He thinks he's going to get out easy by laying everything off on me. He's crazy.
It was all his idea.
Sure, it was his idea. I was roped in.
Are you ready to tell us all about it? And the truth?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
He thinks he's going to put anything over on me.
Let's get to tell us where Snyder lives.
I don't know where he lives. He's got a cousin on Elm Street. Goes there sometimes. That's all. Hey, you don't have Snyder at all, do you?
No, but we'll get him.
You made me think you did.
Sit still, Kennedy.
What?
Sit still. Okay. Sergeant Crank?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Get on Neil and start checking on Snyder's cousin.
Yeah. How'd you guess Kennedy's so right?
It's natural. With what we had, I just figured how it'd be if Kennedy and Snyder did do it. And they did. I'll get going after Snyder.
You betcha. Right away.
Here, Mayor. Hold it here. Not right in front of the house. Right, Lieutenant.
Glad you got here, Lieutenant. We're all set.
You are sure it's Snyder?
Yeah, sure enough. Elgin made him from the picture. It was still daylight, and he got a good look.
Where's O'Neill?
Covering from the alley.
All right, Sergeant. Let's take the front door. It's a good bet he knows we've got Kennedy. He's liable to be set for us.
That makes us even, Lieutenant. I'm set for him.
Okay, up to the door. Knock. And stand aside.
Looks like he's got all the lights turned off.
Yeah.
I don't care for this too much.
Knock again.
I guess say we try.
Hold it. Somebody's coming.
Yeah, what is it?
Open up. We're police officers.
What do you want?
Open up.
Yeah, sure.
Watch him, you guys. Watch him, gun.
Nice going, Clank.
Doesn't look like he wanted to cooperate.
Come on, let's get him in.
Yeah, Lieutenant. I'm kind of anxious to hear that singing contest between him and Kennedy.
That, Don, was how detectives of the Buffalo Police Department cleared a real-life murder mystery. Snyder and Kennedy are now serving maximum terms of life imprisonment at the New York State Prison at Attica.
Well, thank you, Chief Fitzgibbons. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the Buffalo detectives who participated in the brilliant investigation leading to the arrest and conviction of these savage killers. Gangbusters! Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Myron McCormick and Walter Vaughn in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
There's still one bullet left in this Derringer, and I'll take you back whether you're alive or dead. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Well, good morning, hey boy.
Morning, sir. Telegram come for you.
Oh, thank you. Say, how'd you get that bump on your head?
Bump? Mr. Wong hit hey boy with broom handle.
By accident?
No, sir, by purpose.
Why?
Oh, big mistake, Mr. Paladin. Very big mistake. Miss Wong see hey boy kiss pretty Chinese girl.
Oh, yes, I'd say, hey boy, that was a mistake.
Oh, no, you don't understand. Missy Wong don't understand. Pretty Chinese girl was hey boy's cousin. She going on trip. Hey boy was kissing her goodbye.
Well, why didn't you explain that to Miss Wong?
Oh, that impossible. She too angry. Maybe you can explain to her, Miss Paladin. She listen to you?
All right, hey, boy, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you. And you wish to send answer to telegram?
Just a moment, we'll see. Your presence is required at the Desmoulins Ranch. The sum of $1,000 has been deposited in your account to ensure your prompt arrival. An additional $1,000 will be deposited on the completion of your services. Signed, the Comtesse Marie Desmoulins.
Comtesse Marie Desmoulins?
Desmoulins.
Oh.
She's the owner of the largest cattle ranch in Oregon, hey, boys. An empire in itself. And ruled as such by one of the most colorful women this frontier has ever known, the Comtesse.
Oh, you take a trip, huh?
For $2,000? Yes, hey, boy. I take trip.
Higginbotham here. We will now commence our lesson in stereophonic reproduction. Listen to the call of the spotted mill snicker on ordinary stereo. Now then, on a Columbia Stereo 1 phonograph. Obvious difference, what? The Columbia stereophonic system really causes all others to blush, for it is not composed of just a few separated speakers. Columbia is the originator and exclusive purveyor of stereo projection. Only Columbia fills every inch of a room with real, lifelike sound. Now, when I was bird-watching with the Duchess of... But let that pass. You simply must hear the Stereo 1 phonograph by Columbia. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer for a demonstration. And, chaps, portables are priced as low as $39.95. Consoles commence at $129.95. Blast that bird.
The fabulous Desmoulins Ranch was in the beautiful Rogue River country of southern Oregon. I stopped when I saw the main house, caught by its majestic beauty as it rose from a hilltop, silently watching over its vast holdings. Many stories had been told about its owner, the Comtesse, stories of her strength, pride, and iron-fisted control. At the house, I was met by a servant and shown immediately to a huge bedroom furnished in the best French tradition. Propped up in a large poster bed was a very old woman, her eyes burning with fierce pride. This was the legendary Comtesse, frail and weak now in sickness, but still the ruler.
So you did come, Mr. Paladin. Come closer so I can see you. Ah, yes. The report said you were a man of character. But I wasn't sure whether you'd come or not.
My curiosity would allow me to do nothing else.
Your curiosity? Or the money I offered you?
Both.
Sit down, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you.
Perhaps you already know. 6 months ago, my son died.
I read about it.
What you don't know is that my grandson, Andre, disappeared shortly afterward.
Your grandson?
He ran away. I haven't seen or heard from him since.
Well, how old is he, Comtesse?
20.
Well, why did he run away?
Andre was always given everything he wanted, no matter what it was. But in spite of this, the boy became sullen and resentful. He made friends with an undesirable person called Feslin, who succeeded in intensifying Andre's rebellion toward this ranch and everyone on it.
And when he ran off, he went with this Feslin.
Yes. A black mark against the name of Desmoulins. A name that has, for centuries, been spoken with respect.
And you want me to find Andre?
I'm going to die soon, Mr. Paladin. And I want my grandson back before I do. He's my last living relative.
And if he doesn't want to come back?
You'll force him. This man, Feslin, keeps Andre from returning. He's evil. He only wants what my grandson can give him.
Do you know where they might be now?
Yes. 2 weeks ago, my foreman was in the town of Plaza. 3 days' ride from here. There he saw Andre and Feslin. They were gambling.
Why didn't he bring him back?
Feslin is a gunfighter. My foreman is not. Mr. Paladin, if you bring my grandson back to me, I'll pay you not $2,000 as I promised, but $5,000.
$5,000?
Yes.
Must mean a lot to you.
It does. There. You'll find a picture of Andre on the dressing table. Take it.
All right.
Bring him to me, Mr. Paladin. Bring him to me.
Countess, you'll have your grandson. Glasser, Oregon was a small mining town nestled in the mountains near the crystal clear water of Grave Creek. After searching the town for Andre Desmoulins and Feslin, I learned that 2 men answering their descriptions had left a few days ago and headed south toward Grant's Pass. I followed, and on the second day picked up their trail. They were moving slow, and I figured I'd catch them the next day, so I made camp for that night.
Don't move, mister. There's a gun pointed right at your back. And don't turn around. Drop your gun belt. Well, now, you done just fine. Andy, come in here.
You sure surprised him, Feslin. You surprised him real good.
How about it, mister? Did I surprise you?
Yeah, you sure did.
Want to know why? Because I seen you following us. Why were you following us?
What makes you think I was?
Oh, you were right enough. What'd you do, see Andy and me winning all that money back in placer and figure on taking it from us?
You seem to have all the answers.
Well, I'll tell you something, mister. I don't like nobody following me. I don't like it at all. You're going to die for it.
You always shoot men in the back?
No. Nobody can say that about Feslin, not ever. So you just turn around and get it in the belly.
All right. Don't move, Andy. There's still 1 bullet left in this Derringer.
You killed Feslin. He was only fooling you. He wasn't going to shoot.
Boy, you don't know men like him.
Feslin was my friend.
Your friend?
Who are you anyway? What were you following us
Why
for?
don't you shut up? I'll tell you. I'm going to take you back to your grandmother.
Why? Why would you want to do that?
She wants you home before she dies.
That old she-devil won't ever die. She hired you to get me, didn't she?
Yes, and you're going back either peacefully or tied on your horse. Now, it's up to you.
No, I'm not going back.
You have no choice.
Maybe not now. But the time will come. You'll have to watch me every second, mister, because I don't intend to ever see her again.
The Laugh's on You if you're not tuned into Comedy Time every weekday evening on CBS Radio. The Laugh's on You because you're missing the funniest part of the day. That's when you hear the Amos and Andy Music Hall, peopled by Amos, Andy, the Kingfish, and all those other wonderful characters invented by Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. These 2 witty gentlemen have been entertaining radio listeners for over 30 years, and they're funnier and more popular than ever. CBS Radio's Comedy Time is also time for Andy Griffith, droll star of the Broadway musical Destry Rides Again, and just as droll as a commentator on some of the crazy things you and I do every day. Also in on the fun are George Burns and Gracie Allen, the zaniest couple who ever went to the altar. And, of course, those wonderful satirists, Bob and Ray, with their riotous interviews, contests, and clubs. But then probably the Laugh's on Me. Maybe you haven't been missing CBS Radio's Comedy Time at all. Chances are you're already among the millions who've rallied to Comedy Time, Monday through Friday evenings on CBS Radio.
We buried Andre's friend Feslin, and for the next 2 days rode in uneventful silence. Andre was watching and waiting. On the second night out, we made camp late, and before bedding down, I tied him hand and foot. The mountain air was cold, so I left the campfire burning. After I went to sleep, Andre must have somehow wiggled over to the fire and burned off the ropes. I awoke just in time.
Here, you paladin!
Oh, not with that club, boy. You're a fool, boy. You're a fool for trying that.
You were asleep.
Now, you tell me. You tell me, why are you so afraid of going back to the ranch?
You don't know my grandmother. She's a devil, a witch. My father, he was just like her. But he's dead now, and I'm glad.
That's a bad thing to say about your own father.
Just let me tell you something, Paladin. My father was a tyrant. He used to tie people to a post and have them whipped when they disobeyed. I'd watch from the house, and then I'd hide because I was afraid he'd do it to me.
Well, that's pretty hard to believe. There are laws here and people to enforce them.
Only laws on that ranch are made by the Desmoulins, and I'm ashamed of the name. I wish I'd never been born with.
Your choice of friends doesn't speak very well of your judgment.
Feslin was all right. He liked me. He taught me all kinds of things. He sure was good with a gun.
Look where it got him.
Well, that's because you tricked him. How was he supposed to know you had a Derringer hit on you?
Doesn't it mean anything to you that he was going to shoot me in the back without a chance to defend myself?
He wouldn't have done that. He was just scaring you.
He wasn't scaring anybody, boy. He was going to kill.
And I wish he had. I wish he'd shot you dead.
You just bought yourself another rope.
Hey, Paladin.
Yeah?
These are real high cliffs, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
It's a long drop to the bottom of the canyon.
You better turn around and watch where you're going.
Paladin, there's a mountain lion up there.
Andre. Andre. Can you hear me?
That's kind of like an answer to a prayer, Paladin. Only you didn't fall all the way down, just to the ledge.
You'll have to help me up.
Now, why would I ever do that?
Look, Andre. Get the rope off my saddle, lower it to me, and wrap the other end around the saddle horn.
Paladin, if I pull you up, will you still take me to the ranch?
Yes, I will.
And I gotta leave you.
I'll die here, boy.
I've got no choice. I told you, I'm not going back to that ranch.
You'll be murdering a man just as sure as if you put a gun in his back and shot him.
I'm sorry about that. Goodbye, Mr. Paladin.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently. Overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
The ledge I had fallen onto was about 15 feet below the narrow, twisting trail and was impossible to climb. Below me was a sheer drop of 100 feet or more. I crouched on the ledge for what seemed like hours before I finally heard the sound of a horse coming up the trail. When it was near, I shouted, and the sound stopped. A rope was lowered, and I gratefully clambered to the top. What? Andre?
I couldn't do it, Paladin. I don't know why. I thought about it for a long time, but I just couldn't let anybody die like that.
Well, you've done a good thing, boy.
I think that's the first good thing I've ever done.
Andre, why don't you want to go back to your grandmother?
I told you why.
Now, that's hardly reason enough, since she's going to die. I promised to bring you back to her.
I know. I'll go with you.
I'll tell you this. After you see her, if you still want to leave, I'll help you.
Thanks. But I don't think you'll want to. Not then. I'm scared, Paladin. I don't want to go in.
Andre, she's an old woman. She wants to see you before she dies.
But I don't want to see her. I tell you, you don't know her. She's mean. Real mean.
Her fierceness frightened you as a boy, but you're a grown man now, Andre.
That isn't it. There's something I...
What?
Nothing.
All right, quiet now.
Come in.
Hello, Countess.
Paladin, you've done it.
Yes, he's here.
I'm so happy you found him, Mr. Paladin. So happy. Come here, Andre.
What?
Let me look at you.
Well, go on, boy.
No, don't. Paladin.
Why?
Stand still, Mr. Paladin. Stand very still. As you can see, I'm an excellent shot.
Why? Why would you do a thing like this?
You ask me why. You fool. Because he killed my son. He murdered his own father. He desecrated the name of Damerlan.
Murdered his own father?
Yes.
But why?
Because he was a weakling. A filthy little weakling. His father gave him a whipping, just a whipping, and he killed him. But the world will never know. The name of Damerlan will not be blackened.
The name is already black, Countess.
No one will ever know, Paladin. Because you too are going to die. You too are... Paladin.
Countess.
My heart. Help me. Paladin. Help me.
Sorry, Countess. Nobody can help you now. I'm so sorry. Oh, Miss Wong.
Excuse me.
My, you're in a hurry.
I go to read Hayboy.
Huh? Oh, well, now, I'm glad that you two made up.
Oh, yes, sir. After you told me it was only cousin Hayboy kiss, Miss Wong was very embarrassed.
You didn't have to be. After all, Hayboy shouldn't go around kissing pretty girls, cousins or not.
Mr. Paladin, Hayboy just tried to copy you.
Copy me?
Yes.
All right, Miss Wong, now, you tell Hayboy when you see him that he has my permission to copy me as long as the pretty girl he kisses is you.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less?
Have a real cigarette, have a camel.
Are you're missing the smoke. The nation like this.
Have a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Are you looking for flavor and mildness?
Have a real cigarette, have a Camel.
The best tobacco makes the very best smoke.
Have a real cigarette.
A real cigarette.
A real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camel. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Any filter, any king, any regular. The Camel blend of costly tobaccos has never been equaled for rich flavor and easygoing mildness. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette.
A real cigarette.
A real cigarette, have a Camel.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Sam Edwards, and Peggy Weber. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hop Along is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hop Along Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
Several folks have asked me how I found so much adventure in those early days of the West. The answer is, there was always plenty for a man to do just minding his own business. But sometimes trouble popped up when you least expected it. I remember one time California and I'd been riding across the hills under the burning sun, and suddenly we came on the prettiest little stream shaded by some cottonwoods. Now, if you weren't in any particular hurry, what would you do in a case like that? Yeah, you guessed it, and that's just what California and I were doing. Oh, this feels good.
Yippee! Ain't nothing like a good swim to ease a man's bones when he's been riding along as we have, Hoppy,
Here, come on. I'll give you a hand up this slick bank.
Yeah. Say, this is slicker. Now, where in tarnation did we put our clothes?
Well, we drifted downstream quite a ways. Oh, there they are, hanging on that bush up there.
Up we go. Well, here's your stuff, Hoppy, and here... Well, Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
What have you got there, California?
Looks like some low-down sneaking coyote took off with my clothes and left his'n.
Well, if they fit, you got the best of the bargain. Nice black Stetson, black boots, black string tie. Mighty fancy.
They seem to fit all right, and my duds was getting stiff enough to walk off by themselves anyway. Reckon that's what happened, Hoppy? Say, look at what's in this pocket.
Looks like a black mask to me.
And it's got fresh blood on it. And Hoppy, this Colt, it ain't mine, and it's just been fired. What do you make of this, Hoppy?
Looks pretty plain to me now, and I don't like it. There's been a shooting, maybe a killing.
You hear that, Hoppy?
I sure do.
Well, there they are. If that ain't a posse, Hoppy, then I'm a ring-tailed skunk.
Well, it's a posse, all right, and they're moving fast enough to be following a fresh trail, and powerful anxious to meet up with a gent wearing black clothes, if I figure right.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get it going,
You're
Hoppy.
in a tight spot, California, but you'd be in a worse spot if you ran. We've got to explain what really happened.
Yeah, and if they don't believe someone switched clothes with me, then what? Way they're riding, they mean business.
Here's what we'll do. You stay and try to explain. The posse hasn't sighted us yet, and I'll slip around back of these cottonwoods. If they don't believe you, I'll make my play.
Hurry. They're starting around the river bend. That's it, Hoppy. And, Hoppy, if they start dragging out a hemp-neck stretcher...
Don't worry, California. Don't worry.
Now, back to Along Cassidy and The Killer in Black. Hoppy's pal, California, is in real danger being found in those black clothes. But Hoppy insists that California try to explain his way out of it. That's better than starting to run when he hasn't done anything wrong, Hoppy figures. And anyway, Hoppy's standing by to see that his pal gets a fair chance.
All right, you crawling killer. I'd sure hate to plug you when so many's waiting to see your next stretch. But don't you make no fancy moves.
Oh, no, Sheriff. I ain't the man you're looking for. I know it looks awful funny, me dressed in this black
Ain't
suit,
nothing
but...
funny about the way you killed old Bill Ryan.
Huh?
Didn't never always agree with what he wrote in that weekly gazette, but no square editor ever said a stick of time.
Maybe so.
Get on that
Sheriff.
horse of yours there. We're taking you in.
No, wait a minute, Sheriff. Like I was telling you, I was swimming in this here creek, and when I got out, somebody had tucked my clothes and left these. I never shot nobody.
You'll get your chance to tell that one in court, mister, but I'm afeard the jury'll just die laughing. Now get up on that horse.
No, just let me tell you, Sheriff. You gotta believe
Shut
me,
up,
Sheriff.
start moving.
Get him up, Sheriff. I got you covered.
What's that?
And next time I'm not shooting in front of your feet.
Don't know what you think you're doing back in them bushes, stranger, but you ain't getting away with this.
I'm not doing bad so far, am I, Sheriff? California, take up a collection of the shooting irons.
So that's the name, huh? Seems I've seen that face before, too. I've got it. You're the California that's a wrangler over at the Bar 20. Well, you won't get away with this.
This is necessary, Sheriff. Start walking back to that butte over there, all of you. And don't look back. When you get there, turn your horses around and walk 'em back. Your 6 shooters will be here waiting.
You're going to regret this, mister.
Start walking, Sheriff.
All right, I'll walk.
Oh, now you done it, Hoppy. Let my name slip out.
No reason to hide your name, California.
Not except the sheriff thinks I killed a gent, and once he ever catches up with me, he ain't exactly gonna love me, and especially after this play of yours.
Well, I hate to cross up the law, but this lawman was blind. If they'd taken you in, I don't think you'd have had a chance.
Maybe I ain't got one anyways. Well, what do we do now, Hoppy?
Do? What would any man do? We got to find the killer before the law closes in.
Oh, quit talking about the law closing in and think of something.
I've got it. Maybe it's a good thing the sheriff does know your name. He'll head for the Bar 20 and...
That don't make me feel any better, Hoppy.
That means he can't get back to Coyote Junction much before morning.
Hoppy? Hoppy, you wouldn't mean that me and you are going back into town with me wearing these duds?
We got some nosing around to do, and that's the place to do it. It'll be dark, and I'll find some way to sneak you into a hotel room. Sooner we make Coyote Junction, the better. There's the hotel down at the end of the street. We'll tie up here, and I'm going to get a room. You go around back to the hotel and wait. If I can't get the right kind of room in a few minutes, I'll come back there.
Right, Hoppy. Do your best.
You got a room on the first floor, friend? Something for a crippled gent so's he doesn't have stairs to climb?
I got a room right in the street if you want it.
Well, I wanted something quiet.
Well, for something quiet, better take room 4 back on the alley. Hey, what was you to think if I told you there was a killing here this afternoon?
Why, you're kidding.
Oh, I ain't a kidding either. Some varmint stuck a colt in old Bill Ryan's rib and told him to hand over his money.
And what did Mr. Ryan do?
Why, old Bill waded right into the guy. Wouldn't take orders from nobody. Took a slug in the shoulder, another in the hip. Just kept moving in.
My.
Finally, the third slug caught him in the gizzard. His poor wife's in the back room, seen it all.
You don't say. Well, if it's that rough around here, I'd better take the quiet room on the alley.
Yeah, well, just try your room on this line here.
There, that ought to do it.
Yeah, here's the key. And straight back in the hallway there.
Say, isn't it kind of funny the hold-up man didn't stick up the bank? Not much money in a newspaper office.
Well, not so funny if you know this town. Bank's been robbed so much they got 3 sheriff's deputies working as clerks, waiting for the hold-up men to come back. Besides, old Bill Ryan kept his bankroll on his hip, and everybody knew it.
I see. Well, good night, friend. California. Psst.
Here I am, Hoppy.
Shh. Don't talk so loud. Don't want the clerk to know I'm having a visitor.
Here you go.
I'm leaving you in here. And don't you set foot outside this room. You got it?
Sure. But where are you going, Hoppy? You got anything to work on?
Well, a little, thanks to the hotel clerk.
How in tarnation?
Old Bill Ryan didn't trust banks. Carried his money in his pocket. An outsider wouldn't know that, but a local man would.
That's pretty slick, Hoppy, but where do you go from there? Even if it was a local hombre.
There was a witness to the killing. Bill Ryan's own wife.
Oh, poor woman. Well, wish you luck, Hoppy.
Thanks, California. But remember, keep the door locked and stay inside. I hated to break in on you, Mrs. Ryan, knowing your sorrow, but I know you want the real killer brought to justice. It's exactly the way I told it. The same man that killed your husband is the one who switched clothes with my partner, California.
You sound sincere, Mr. Cassidy. I do believe you. But if California didn't kill my husband, then who did?
I don't know yet, Mrs. Ryan, but you can help me. Will you try?
You bet I'll try. What do you want me to do?
Mrs. Ryan, your husband was a man who believed in printing the truth. The sheriff told me that much.
He was a crusader, Mr. Cassidy. He loved this town and wanted it kept clean. When he saw evil things, he did his duty.
Even if it meant making a few people angry?
Yes, that's true. Nick Lyman, for one. Nick owns the Lucky Chance Casino.
And what did he print about Lyman?
That you could watch Nick Lyman's roulette wheel all night and never see a winner.
Well, the sheriff sure had it right about your husband's courage.
Yes. And the sheriff was a mite put out himself. With election coming on, Bill was making some pretty pointed references to the wave of bank robberies we've been having. And there's one more person who didn't like Bill.
Who's that, Mrs. Ryan?
Sam Fleeson, the banker's son-in-law.
How does he fit into the picture?
All 3 of the holdups this last month were during the noon hour when Sam was alone in the bank.
Maybe the bandit figured he had a good thing.
Maybe. But my husband didn't think Sam put up enough of a fight.
Well, this supplies Sam Fleeson with a motive, too. Now, he wouldn't just happen to be a fellow who wears an all-black outfit. Black tie, black Stetson.
I don't think that'll help much, Mr. Cassidy. True, Sam Fleeson wears an outfit like that, but so does every other clerk in the bank, and so does Nick Lyman when he's at the Lucky Chance. So I'm afraid you're right back where you...
Something's happening down the street. Hard to tell what.
I'll blow out the lamp so we can see better. Why, it looks like a mob, and they're heading right this way.
They sure are, and there's a lot of them.
They're all following the sheriff right up to the jail.
So they are, Mrs. Ryan. So they are.
They're still milling around outside that jail. I can't imagine...
Mrs. Ryan, if you'll excuse me, I'm going down there.
But why, Mr. Cassidy?
Because the sheriff wasn't alone, Mrs. Ryan. My partner, California, was handcuffed to him.
And now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and The Killer in Black. California has been led into the jail, and an angry mob mills about threateningly outside, eager to avenge the murder of Bill Ryan.
Now, what do you want?
I just happened to see you bring in a friend of mine, Sheriff.
And you ain't very particular about your friends. This one happens to be a killer.
That's your idea. I've got mine.
Talking kind of big, ain't you? I happen to be...
No offense, Sheriff. Right now, I'd like to talk to my friend. Maybe he wants a lawyer.
Lawyer? The way that mob sounds, I'm afeard there's no time nor use for a lawyer.
I'm going back there, Sheriff.
Wait a minute, stranger. I never forget a voice. You're the gent who was hiding in the brush this afternoon.
But Sheriff, I can...
Now, wait a minute. Hand over your gun. I got you covered. Now turn around and back over here, gentle-like.
Well, looks like you got me, Sheriff. I'll go to my cell peaceable.
You want to see your pal California, huh? Well, you can have a nice visit, because you're going to be in the same cell with him. Now inside with you.
I sure hate to do this, but... You should never put your six-shooter away when you're locking a cell door.
Nice work, Hoppy.
Catch him, California. Ease him down gentle-like.
Yeah. Oh, you sure nailed him. But from the way he's breathing, he ain't going to be out too long.
Why'd you leave the hotel, California?
Well, I heard a noise and looked outside, and there was a feller carrying a bundle of my clothes, and headed straight for Coyote Creek with
Are you sure?
Sure as a heifer looking for her calf. When he went past the little shack behind the hotel, there was a light burning, and I seen the red patch. The widow woman showed my breeches.
Then what happened?
Well, a minute later, this gent was tying a rock to my duds, getting ready to sink 'em.
So, you just decided to wander outside. How'd you get caught?
Why, I was just a-closing in on him, and then I slipped on the creek bank.
Sure.
And this hombre turns round and kicks me right in the chin, and hard. Well, I reckon I was still out of my head when I wandered out into the street and smack dab into the sheriff.
Well, I figured the sheriff would be riding toward the bar 20.
He sent his men on, but he decided to come back. And, speaking of coming back, looks like the sheriff's making another comeback right now.
Well, no chance getting you out past that mob, California. For the time being, you're as safe here as anywhere. Here's the sheriff's gun.
I ain't very safe anywheres at all, Hoppy. I'm scared.
I've got an angle. I'll be seeing you. This is a good, strong jail. Now, don't worry.
Sure wish I had a harp in here. I could start getting in a few practice licks. Those hombres sound awful, Hoppy.
Now, when I come back, I'll rattle these cell bars from the outside window. Keep watching the alley for me.
If you want in, just shove the door.
You must be Nick Lyman. Your faro dealer said I'd find you up here.
If you're squawking because you got cleaned out downstairs, skip it. Boot Hill's full of gents who made cracks about my gaming tables.
Yeah, I guess old Bill Ryan was the last to make himself heard.
He's dead, all right, and I can't say I'm sorry. Wait a minute, stranger. Just how did you mean that crack?
Like you think I meant it. If anyone had a reason to murder him, Lyman, you had one.
You're getting kind of careless, ain't you, stranger? That shooting's only a sample. Look at your right sleeve. 1 through there and 2 through your hat.
Well, I've got to admit it was good shooting. Which reminds me, never talk to a gent again when he's got his hands out of sight behind the desk.
There's 7 notches on the shooting iron, stranger, but there ain't none of them got there because a man was only flapping his jaw. When I kill, it's because the other gent went for his gun first. Now, if you want to start for your gun, go ahead. And if you don't, turn around and walk out peaceable like.
That's just what I'll do. Walk out peaceable. And thanks for the information.
You didn't get any information out of me.
You're wrong, Lyman. And it's probably the first time in your life you're not betting on a sure thing. So long. California.
Yeah, I'm still here. But I wouldn't be if I was a gopher.
I'm getting more to work on, California.
So am I. Something awful important just happened. Look down the alley. See the little shack where the light's burning?
Well, that's where the gent was standing when he tossed your duds into Coyote Creek.
Yeah, and whoever he was, he must have done some thinking, 'cause he just come back.
Where'd he go?
I seen him go into the shack. Maybe now he's afraid someone who lives in that shack saw him knock me out. The varmint probably didn't think about a witness till his nerves settled.
Well, it could have been the man who lives there you just saw.
Oh, what I'm trying to tell you is this varmint just didn't walk in. He snuck in. And...
Now I see what you're driving at. And the light's out, too.
Oh.
Now, just a minute. I'll get a light. Oh. Now. Oh, there you are, friend.
Oh, I ain't hurt too bad. Just grazed my shoulder. What happened?
That's what I want to ask you.
I don't know. I was just fixing my supper when this fella rushes in, blazing away. Lucky for me, he couldn't see me too good from the doorway. I'd be a goner.
Did you get a look at this fellow when he came in shooting?
No, sir, but if I did, I'd be lighting out for the varmint right now, by gosh.
Well, maybe I can save you the trouble.
Mr. Cassidy?
Right now, you better look after that shoulder of yours.
Yeah.
Mr. Cassidy?
What is it, Mrs. Ryan? How'd you find me here?
Oh, California. Down at the jail I just left me. California
What's up?
told me. The mob's cutting down a tree. They're going to use it to batter down the jail door.
How much longer will it take?
Half an hour at most. It's horrible. I tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't even listen to me.
I've got just one more trick to play, and if it doesn't work, well,
I'm afraid it'll be too late. Those men are sure California killed my husband. They're wild.
Where will I find Sam Fleeson, the banker's son-in-law?
He lives in the house behind the bank, but he's out of town.
I'm hoping he's had time to get back. Now listen carefully, Mrs. Ryan. I want you to hide right here beside this shack. There's something you will have to hear.
But I don't understand.
My friend's life may depend on it. Please do as I ask. Goodbye, Mrs. Ryan. Then I take it, Fleeson, you aren't willing to make the loan to me on my face.
I never heard of such a thing. First you break in on me when I'm tired after a long trip, and you try to borrow money when it isn't even banking hours. Finally, you can't even offer any security.
Well, I guess that's it then. But I told you why I had to ask for it. My partner was carrying all our money.
Well, that's too bad. But I can't do business with you. Now, if you'll leave me alone, I'll try to get some sleep.
Good night, Mr. Fleeson. Mrs. Ryan, where are you?
Over here.
If I've guessed right, it won't be long. Well, they got their tree cut, but they'll have to trim it some before they can use it. That'll take the most time.
Isn't there something?
Wait. Listen. You hear that?
Someone's coming. Who is it?
The man who killed your husband, Mrs. Ryan. The man who tried to kill the old-timer inside this shack. He's sneaking down to the riverbank now. And I know what he's after. He's not worried about being caught. Not with the whole town up at the jail.
He's getting into the water.
Yeah. All right, Sam Fleeson. I can see you, but you can't see me.
Just what's the idea?
Kind of cold to go swimming, isn't it? And it doesn't look like you're carrying a fishpole either.
If I want to go wading, that's my business.
Looks like old Bill Ryan was getting too close to the solution of those bank robberies, wasn't he?
That's a lie. You can't prove any of this nonsense.
You'll prove it for me, Fleeson. In fact, you already have.
What are you talking about?
I asked you for a loan because someone had taken my partner's clothes with all our money in them. When you came out to this creek to try to find that money, Fleeson, You signed your confession of the murder of Bill Ryan because the murderer is the only man who knew where those clothes were. Come on, Fleeson, you're through.
Come and get me, Cassidy.
You're losing your head again, Fleeson. 4 shots at the old-timer inside this shack, and 1 makes 5. You haven't reloaded. You've got only 1 left.
That's a bad gamble, I'm warning you.
I'll take my chances, Fleeson. You're an awful poor shot, and you know it. Now, Fleeson, I'll come and get you.
Maybe this gun's empty, but I can sure clout you with it, Cassidy. Stay away, I'm warning you.
Quite a dive, Fleeson. Now, up you go. And down you go again. Now we'll just hold you down until you have a change of heart about confessing.
And now to the conclusion of The Killer in Black.
Hoppy, I reckon you wanted a good night's sleep, but I ain't exactly in love with Coyote Junction.
Oh, I feel all right, California, now that it's over and we got Fleeson's confession. Well, I've got to admit you sure look funny marching out of jail with that big rope around your skinny neck.
Well, looks to me like you sure took your time of getting there.
Well, it's just as I was telling you. The killer took 4 shots to murder poor Bill Ryan at close range. So all I knew for certain was he was a mighty poor shot.
From the looks of them holes in your hat and shirt. That let out Nick Lyman, the gambler.
It sure did. That was as pretty a shooting exhibition as I ever saw.
And you know the sheriff wasn't the killer. A lawman's got to be able to shoot pretty straight, which left Sam Fleeson.
But the only way I could confirm my suspicions was to get him to look for your clothes where he tossed them into the creek. It all took time, California.
Yeah, I know it did, Hoppy. Well, maybe the boys at Bar 20 will think I'm quite a dude in this black outfit of Fleeson's. And you know, I've been thinking, if I didn't know you so darn well, I'd suspect you was in cahoots with the killer right from the beginning.
What?
Well, it was just 'cause I was dressed all in black that I had such a narrow escape.
Yeah?
Yeah, and this time riding out's the first time I can remember in 10 years that you ain't been dressed all in black. Yeah?
Well, so it is.
Well, Hoppy gets his man again, and this time it's the Killer in Black. Hoppy's next story concerns his visiting an old Scots friend by the name of MacDonald and becoming a bodyguard to a French songbird who receives a note of warning threatening certain death. Hoppy calls this one Coming Attraction Murder. So remember to be with us for another fast-moving episode of Hop Along Cassidy. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Killer in Black was written by Sidney S. Swirsky and Dwayne Yarnell. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Arch Oboler's Lights Out, everybody. It is later than you think. This
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
Oh, what time is it? 10 minutes more. Gee, it's been a long day, hasn't it?
I'll say so. If I never to see another script or typewriter, it'll be too soon.
You were the one who wanted to get into radio.
Radio. Sitting at a typewriter 8 hours a day, making stencils.
You were the one who said it'd be a shortcut. Some director'd walk into the script department, see you behind that typewriter, and say, where you been all my life?
Mary, stop it, will you? You think you're so cute, I don't see anyone whining.
Bernice, Mary. After all, this is a place of business.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like to be the disciplinarian, but this is the third time that I found you quarreling with each other rather than working.
We weren't quarreling.
Perhaps not, but it sounded like it. You're setting a very unfortunate example for the other girls. I'm going to ask both of you a simple question. Do you or do you not want to continue working here?
We do.
Yes, of course we do.
Very well. No more of this nonsense, then. There's a script that must be mimeographed first thing tomorrow morning, so the stencils will have to be out tonight. It shouldn't take you long. What's the matter with you girls? Have you any objections to working late tonight?
Oh, no.
I'd love it.
Very well. All right, the rest of you girls, time to go home.
Yes, I'd love to stay overtime if I could type over her dead body.
Hush, hush, she'll hear you.
Here's the script, girls. 20 pages. Divide it up between yourselves.
Yes, ma'am?
When you're through, leave the stencils on my desk and lock the door behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good night. Don't forget to turn out the lights as you go.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, girls, let's get out of here quickly so that Bernice and Mary can finish their work.
Of all the knock-kneed, blab-eared, long-necked, pot-heeled...
Oh, stop it, will you? Let's type the darn thing off and get out of here. Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
Look at the script we're supposed to type.
Lights out. One of those things.
Yeah.
So what?
I don't like to type them. They scare me.
Are you kidding? Typing's typing no matter what you're typing.
Not if it's one of those lights-out plays. Blood and people dying and murderers and worms. Ooh.
Forget it. Just words on paper.
It scares me.
Type with your eyes closed. Oh, you listen to this. Note to the sound department. At this point in the play, I want the sound of a body being turned inside out. I suggest the use of a wet rubber glove to plant the picture of a human being being deliberately turned.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's only a sound effect. I was just reading.
Oh, will you type your script and let me type this? Don't go reading any of it out loud.
All right. I wonder what kind of a screwball he is.
Who?
The fellow who writes these plays, you know.
Arch Obler?
Yeah.
Oh, I like him.
Well, what are you talking about? You never even met him.
Well, I like him anyway.
But you just finished saying you don't like this.
I like his other plays. You know, the ones he does for the government. With sense to them.
Well, personally, I think he's a wolf.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You know, one of these werewolves. I bet he eats his young.
Well, don't talk like that. He's got a 10-month-old baby. I saw a picture of it. And it's real cute.
Well, I still think...
Well, for heaven's sake, just because the man writes fantastic doesn't mean he's fantastic.
Will you look who's talking? Why, you're even afraid to type him. What are you afraid of, that the ghost will pop out of the pages and turn you inside out?
Oh, stop it, will you? If you don't stop it...
All right, let's type. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter now?
My typewriter's jammed. Can't move a key.
B?
What's the matter with you?
Mine is, too. My typewriter is, too.
Like the fella said, c'est la guerre. Everything's falling apart. Suppose we'll have to use one of the other machines, just when I was getting comfortable. I'll use Anita's.
Yeah, I'm going to use Evelyn's. She won't care what I do with it. She's going to be a wave anyway.
Mary, this one's jammed, too.
Yeah, so's Evelyn's.
I'll try Elle's machine. She's always boasting about how fast it is. Why, it's jammed, too.
Well, so's this one.
Well, what do you know? What is it, the typewriter gremlin? Mary, what's the matter? Your face.
Let's get out of here.
What's the matter?
Let's get out of here.
We've got overtime.
I tell you, let's go home.
Well, just because a typewriter jams up is no reason to have a fit.
Well, I'm getting out of here, and you better come with me.
Oh, you're crazy running out. What's come over you? What?
Bernice!
What's the matter with you now? What are you standing at the door with your back to me for? Stay or go?
Bernice, come here quick.
Oh, for Pete's sake. What's the matter with you? What are you standing there for with your hand on the knob?
It's locked.
What?
Locked.
Oh, you are crazy. Let me at it. Let me try.
Why is it locked?
Because some screwball janitor thought everybody had left and locked the door, that's all. Say, somebody out there, let us out of here. We're locked in, hey!
It won't do any good.
That's what you say. I'll wake the dead. Hey, are you deaf or deaf or whatever it is? Somebody get a key and let us out. Hey, we're not slave labor. Let us out. What's the matter with me?
Where are you going?
All I've got to do is pick up the telephone and call communications. They'll get us out of here.
Oh, yes, call them right away. Tell them we're locked.
All right, I'm calling him. Hello. Hello. Answer me.
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh.
Stop that. The operator thought we'd all gone home, so she disconnected the wire, that's all. Oh, for Pete's sake, of all the nincompoops, what's there to cry about?
Oh, I'm afraid.
So you're afraid, so I'm Queen of the May and there are roses in the air. What is this all about? What's all the hysteria?
You don't understand.
Don't say I don't. You stop crying.
No, something terrible's going to happen.
What are you talking about? We're in the script department of a broadcasting company, remember?
Oh, something jammed the typewriters. Something locked the door. Something...
What do you mean, something?
Something, I tell you.
I tell you, you're crazy. I think I've known you all these weeks and never knew you had bats in your belfry. There's absolutely nothing that's happened.
Why did you stop talking? Answer me.
Telephone cord. The end, it's torn off.
Yes.
But I talked on this telephone only an hour ago, remember?
Yes.
How could it have gotten torn loose?
I told you.
Oh, shut up. All right, maybe there is something screwy, I don't know. But I do know there's nothing to get hysterical about. This place only had windows I could call out. On modernistic air conditioning. Will you stop moaning?
Well, you're scared, too.
I'm not. Series of coincidences, that's all. What could it be? Answer me what? Who ever heard of anything happening in a place like this? Well, what are you looking at me like that for? This is no haunted house. You and me and a lot of other girls work here, remember? So if we're locked in and have to stay here all night, so what? The door's locked from the outside. The watchman downstairs, remember? So who could get in here to hurt us?
What if the locked door won't do any good?
What?
You heard me.
Oh, you're a crazy kid. Look, desks and chairs, fluorescent light, modern design, remember? We're not in a haunted house. Get that through your head. We're not in a haunted house.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter now? Get all through explaining. What's the matter?
Something happened.
Happened?
Something in the air.
What are you... Oh, for heaven's sake.
Over there at the end of the room.
The light must have burned out.
Oh.
I was right. Goes to show you how crazy you've been. A couple of natural things happen and you start acting out a ghost story. You should join the Actors Union.
Bernice.
Oh, one of the lights burned out. So what? There's one thing the script department's got. Plenty of light. Mary, why are you...
Another light. I saw it go out.
You're dreaming.
I tell you, I saw it go out.
You're crazy. It didn't.
I saw it.
Now, look here. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 lights in this place. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, don't give me any more of that lights out.
Another.
You're absolutely crazy. I'm scared just staying here with you.
Count them.
Why should I?
Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not 8. 7.
Gee.
I told you. Oh, no. What?
Another one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
Stop it.
Another one there.
Gosh.
Over next to Miss Winton's desk. Another one.
What?
Only 4 left. Only 4. What'll we do?
Only 4.
Who's putting them out?
I don't know.
Another. Oh.
Only 3 more.
If they go out, I'll die.
They won't go out. They can't go out. The switch. That's it. I'll hold the switch. I can turn out the lights if I hold the switch. It's all right, Mary. See? I got hold of the switch. Nothing
Another one. Another one.
But I was holding onto the switch. 2 lights. 2 lights and then dark.
Bernice. Oh, Bernice, hold me. I'm scared. Oh, gee, I'm scared.
All right. It's all right. There's still 2 lights. See? 2 lights. They'll stay on. They will. I know they will.
They're both out. We're in the dark. Bernice, where are you? Let me out of here. I'm afraid of the dark. Let me out of here.
Stop it. Isn't it bad enough without you driving me crazy? What's the good of your crying? There's a reason. There must be for this. Everything's got a reason. I know it.
I can't stand it. I can't.
Candles. Those blackout candles. Stop crying and let me think. Miss Winton had some blackout candles in her desk. I know she did.
Oh, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me in the dark, Bernice.
Will you stop it? I found them. Candles, matches. There. 3 candles like this one. And this one. See? Plenty of light now.
Who's there?
Nobody. There's a reason for everything, I tell you. I know what it is.
What?
The electricians, that's it. The electricians didn't know we were up here, and they were testing the lights. They'll go on any minute. Wait and see.
You think so?
Of course. Look, what'd I tell you? There they go on again.
Look at the ceiling. Oh no. Green. The light now is green. Green. All the lights. Green. You lied to me. You said it was the electricians. Look at the light. It's green. It makes your face look green. You look dead. You hear me? Dead. You'll be dead and I'll be dead. We'll be dead.
Stop it. Stop it. You're not going to drive me crazy. Just because there's something wrong with the electricity. You look around. Everything's all right. Nothing's wrong here. Nothing.
Is that typing? I heard typing.
So did I.
Typing?
We just must have imagined.
Typewriters. Look at the typewriters. Typing. And there's no one. Who's typing? Who's typing? I'm so tired.
Me too.
I wonder if it's day.
I don't know. I don't think so. Sooner or later, someone will come along.
It'll be too late.
Don't say that.
Nothing's happened these last hours, has it? Nothing.
It will. When I get out of here, I never want to talk to you as long as I live.
As long as you live.
Stop talking like that, or do I have...
Oh, don't hurt me.
I'm not hurting you. No one's going to hurt you. Or me. Trick. It's some kind of a trick. The typewriters. Electric ones, aren't they? Power. Something. It's got to be a trick.
You don't believe it, do you?
Believe what?
There's something in this room with us.
Where?
I don't know. But it's here.
What are you trying to do? Make me as scared as you are scared?
There's something in this room.
Where? Answer me where? Just you and me, that's all. You're not going to scare me. I'm not going to let myself get scared anymore. I want to get out of here, and I'm going to get out of here. My head's still...
Yes. I heard it, too.
What?
Something. Desk. Look. The desk moving. Look. That one moved. And that one. Mary, take your hands away from your eyes and look. Look, the desk. All of them. Moving. Mary, look. All the desk was moving. Was moving. Stay back, you. Stay back. Mary. Mary, all the desks in the room. They're moving down toward us. Mary, open your eyes, open your eyes. Please. You're not dead. You can't see. I'm all right. Oh. I thought... I'm all right. But what happened? You fainted. Did I? Yeah. The desks. They're all around. All around. You're the one who's scared now, aren't you? Right. I am. I'm not. Not scared. You? No. It's very nice.
What's very nice?
You know.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know.
I don't know. Tell me.
So warm.
What's warm?
The sun. So warm. Sitting in the sun. What? Nice when the sun is warm, isn't it? I always wanted to sit in the sun.
Oh, no.
You can sit in the sun if you want to, Bernice. It's all right.
Mary.
You don't have to shout. We'll go home soon. As soon as the sun goes down. We'll go home.
Oh, Mary.
I was scared before. wonderful the way it is now, out here in the sun? There's no reason to be scared when you're sitting in the sun.
Oh, Mary, I'd rather you'd be afraid. Do you hear me? I'd rather you'd be afraid.
No. The sun.
There is no sun. We're right here where we were in the office. And the light is still green, and the desks are moved all in around us. And we can't get out. Mary, be scared. Please stop looking at me the way you are and be scared.
You say we're not sitting in the sun?
No.
You must be crazy, Bernice. Because we are sitting in the sun. Are you crazy, Bernice?
All right. If that's what you want. We are sitting in the sun, dear.
I knew it. I used to be so scared. Now I'm all right.
You were right before. When you said there was someone in the room. There is. I can't see anyone. But there is someone.
The sun is so nice.
First the typewriters. And then the lights. And then the moving desk. And now waiting.
Who's waiting?
It's waiting.
Will we go home soon?
Yes.
When?
Soon. I think very soon.
I was very scared.
Yes. When you get scared enough, you can't get scared anymore.
The sun is very nice.
I think I'm getting that scared now myself.
You hear something?
What?
Something?
There's nothing. No, there is something.
I told you.
Listen to me. Who's here with us? Who? Answer me. What do you want of us? Please answer me. What do you want of us? I will sleep. Like Mary's asleep. When you sleep, you don't think. I'm not going to think anymore. If I think about it, get like Mary is. No one will think. Sit here till morning with my eyes shut. And when it's morning, they'll get here. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. My eyes closed. Green light still shines through my lids. How could green light turn me? No, stop thinking. Gotta stop thinking. Green light through my lids. Go. No light. Open my eyes. Dark. The lights are gone. Dark again. Mary, wake up. Mary, the lights. Please wake up.
I'm not asleep.
Oh. I thought.
Sun is very nice. Isn't it?
The sun. You still think... Mary, don't you know? Can't you see we're sitting in the dark?
Dark.
Stay close to me. If day'd only come.
I know. He'll be here soon.
Who?
In the dark. He'll be here.
Who are you talking about? Who?
Any minute now. Do you hear him?
Here?
I think he's coming now. Yes. He is.
No, please, no.
You're right. It is dark. Very dark. His kind of dark.
Stop talking like that.
You can't stop him. No one can stop him. What's the use of being afraid?
If someone had only come.
I've been telling you. Someone is coming. Right now. And he's sitting on the desk looking at it. I'm glad he's here. He'll make my head stop hurting. He'll take me home. The floor. It's lifting. Yes. I feel it. The room. It's turning. Stop it. Stop turning the room. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
A total of 15 Axis planes shot down in the Mediterranean theater of war. So much for the war news. Now to news of local interest to you early morning listeners. If you've been wondering why those dishes in the kitchen started to dance last night, the answer is an earth trembler, earthquake to you, of 5 seconds duration. The material damage was very slight, but 2 deaths are indirectly attributed to the earthquake. Bernice Saxton and Mirabelle Pressler, employed by the Broadcasting Company, were found dead this morning in the script department, where they'd been doing overtime work. Cause of the death is believed to have been heart failure induced by fright. The girls had been accidentally locked in the office, and when there was a failure of electric power followed by earthquake, it is believed the young women were frightened to death. This concludes our morning broadcast.
It is later than you think.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Put a man in a Palm Beach suit, sling a camera over his shoulder, give him a cigar and an American accent, and anywhere on the continent of Europe, he's marked down at once by the smart boys as a sheep ready for the slaughter. Of course, there are exceptions. I was never a guy to boast. Well, not much, anyway. In a long and not uneventful career, I flatter myself there aren't many tricks of the confidence trade that I haven't got to know. At least that's what I thought. Until a certain adventure befell me recently in Paris, which, for obvious reasons, I've called Vive la Chance.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Vive la Chance. It happened, as I've said, in Paris. In a casual sort of way, I got to know a couple of the local boys named Paul and Pierre. And one evening, they came up to my hotel room and made me a proposition.
The whole scheme is simplicity itself, monsieur. Absolument. What you call a pullover.
You mean a pushover, don't you, old man?
C'est vrai, that is what I say, a pullover.
Okay, skip it.
There's this American gentleman, you see.
Which American gentleman?
This, comment s'appelle-t-il, Pierre? A Witherspoon. Ah, oui, Henry L. Witherspoon.
It sounds promising. What about Henry L. Witherspoon?
He is a very rich gentleman.
Good for him.
He does not know us, but we know him.
Good for
we
you.
have studied him closely. We know his habits, his movements, everything about him. Is that not so, Paul?
Yes. So we have made a plan, Pierre and I. A very simple plan, as we tell you, but one that cannot fail to succeed.
Only it is no good for just ourselves. It needs Lisette.
Lisette?
A friend of ours, monsieur.
Très bien. Now listen carefully, and we will explain to you the whole thing.
Well, as Paul and Pierre explained their scheme to me, I can't say it was exactly simple. But it was certainly novel. And what's more, it seemed to be just about foolproof. My first task was to get on friendly terms with this Henry J. Witherspoon. That was easy. Next morning, I moved to his hotel. Inside of 24 hours, you'd have thought we were lifelong buddies. He was a middle-aged Californian, typically wealthy American tourist, all by himself, feeling just a little lonely in a big, strange city. Another lonely American must have seemed to him like manna from heaven. It was evening. We were drinking together at a sidewalk cafe. The stage was set for step number 2 of our plan. Hey, Henry, look.
What's the matter?
That girl walking toward us, there's something wrong with her, I'm sure.
She looks all right to me. Kind of cute, in fact.
Well, I saw her sway, Henry, I'm positive. Hey, there she goes again. She needs help. Here, mademoiselle, take it easy. Lean on my arm. Come on now. Vous êtes malade, n'est-ce pas? Vous êtes malade.
I am all right.
Well, you're not all right at all. You just passed out a minute ago. Come along. Here. Sit down here with my friend and me. Pull up another chair, Hank.
Sure.
Poor kid's starving. Hasn't had a decent meal for days, I'll bet. Vous avez faim, mademoiselle?
No.
You can't kid us. What did you eat last?
This morning?
What did you have?
Oh, some bread and...
There. Bread. And what else?
Some water.
Bread and water. What did I say? No, don't cry. Don't cry.
I'm so ashamed.
No, snap out of it. We've all been broke at one time or another. Take her other arm, Henry. Hey, come on now. Let's go.
Where to?
Well, to find the biggest meal in Paris. Of course. It was my first meeting with Lisette. She was all Paul and Pierre had said, and more. As she went steadily through the menu, it was an education to watch the color return to her face and to see her whole character take on life and vivacity. And afterwards, we found a quiet corner in a bar, and with a little help from me, Lisette gave us her life history, all according to plan.
You sure have had a tough time, mademoiselle.
Oh, I do not complain. One day fortune will smile on me, and then all will be well.
Sure it will.
In fact, even now I have hopes that very soon, perhaps even before this week is out, I will be a wealthy woman.
You'll be a wealthy woman. Oh, how's that?
Are you figuring on marrying some guy with lots of dough?
Dough?
Money.
Oh, no, it is nothing like that. It is quite different, you see. Oh, but pardonnez-moi, I have already talked too much. I must not bore you with my personal...
Oh, please, we're very interested, aren't we, Henry? Sure.
Well, you see, 80 years ago, my family was very rich. They lived in a big house down the Bois in the woods outside Fontainebleau.
Oh, yes.
Then came la guerre.
The war, yes. Which particular one was that? The Franco-Prussian War, honey?
Oui. My great-grandfather was afraid the place would be... Oh, how you call it? Plundered by the Prussians. So, somewhere in the woods, he buried a great box full of golden louis.
Really?
And he drew a map where it was, and he hid the map in the false bottom of a jewel case. And he wrote to his son, my grandfather, a letter saying what he had done.
I see.
Then came the Prussians, and he was killed.
Your great-grandfather was killed?
Oui.
Yes.
My grandfather knew the money must be hidden somewhere, but he could never find it.
What about the map?
Well, that was the trouble, you see. He did not know about the map.
Oh.
Because he did not have the letter his father had written. Oh, consider the irony.
Yes,
For years, there was the jewel case on his dressing table, and in it was the secret, and he did not know.
Fancy that, Henry. What happened finally?
My grandfather became an old man and died. There was so little left, and my own father was poor. One by one, he had to sell his family treasures, and at last, he had to part with the jewel case.
With the map still in it?
Oh, c'est vrai, monsieur. And then, one day, my father pressed by accident a wooden panel in the wall, and it opened, and...
The wooden panel opened?
Maybe. And there was the letter from my great-grandfather telling about the treasure and the map. But, of course, by then it was too late. The jewel case was no more.
Oh, of course, yes.
For the rest of his life, my father tried to trace it, but without success. At last, he died in poverty.
No, take it easy now. Don't take it too hard.
He was so good and so kind.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
And this jewel case has never turned up since?
Oh, but that is the whole point of the story, monsieur. It has.
It has? It's turned
oui,
up?
I saw it today.
Whereabouts?
The flea market.
You mean to say this jewel case is for sale in the flea market?
Oui, monsieur.
Well, then why didn't you buy... Of course, you haven't got any money, have you?
You're quite sure it's the same case?
Oh, I would know it anywhere, monsieur. Besides, it is engraved on the lid the initials of my great-grandfather, A.T. Ambrose Tournay. It is the same case. There can be no mistake.
Did you ask the price?
Oh, no. I did not wish to seem curious for fear the man in the shop may become suspicious. But it is the same case. It should not be very dear. In the Rue Lafitte, near where I live, there is an old man who lends money, and tomorrow morning I shall beg of him 5,000 francs, and then I shall buy the case, and the fortune will be mine.
But suppose he won't lend it, or suppose the case is more than what you think it'll be.
I shall find the money somewhere.
Mademoiselle, you found it right now. Here, 5,000 francs. There you are.
Oh, but I couldn't dream.
Oh, please. My hotel's the George Sank. You find me there anytime. Just ask for Harry Lime. Next morning, Henry L. and I spent a wildly exciting morning at Napoleon's tomb. And when we got back to the hotel around about lunchtime, there was Lisette waiting for us. She was looking pale and miserable, and she'd been very obviously crying.
This morning I went to the flea market to buy the case.
Oh, don't tell me it was gone.
Oh, no, it is still there, but
Oh,
Monsieur
good.
Laplage, he is the man who has it.
Yes?
Says it is a case of great antiquity and value. When I offered him 5,000 francs, he laughed.
Well, how much does he want for it?
2 million francs.
2 million francs? What is this case? Solid gold and studded with
Oh,
diamonds?
no, it is just a modest little piece.
Mademoiselle, would you do us a favor?
But of course.
Would you dine with us this evening?
Oh, no, you have been far too good already.
We want you to, don't we, Henry?
Why, sure.
Yes, sure we do. Give us great pleasure.
Oh, well, if you put it like that.
And besides, who knows? We can't promise anything, of course, can't we, Henry? But there's just a chance that we may be able to find some way out of this little difficulty of yours. After Lisette had gone, I put the proposition to Henry L. Between us, we'd buy the jewel case, 1 million francs each, and then, when the fortune was recovered, we'd split 50-50 with Lisette. I can't say Henry L. took the idea at first with what you describe exactly as wild enthusiasm, but then I hadn't expected he would.
I don't know, Harry. I can't say it sounds very much like a gilt-edged proposition to me.
Oh, but surely, old man, if Lizette's story is correct...
That's just the point. Is it correct?
I don't see any reason to doubt it, Henry.
You're a good guy, Harry, and I like you a lot. But if you'll forgive me saying it, you're just a little naive.
Now, hold your horses, Henry. You know, I'll find some way to prove she's okay. To prove it. Will you come into it then?
How do you figure on doing that?
Well, leave that part to me. Just answer me one thing. Is it a deal or isn't it?
Sure, Harry. It's a deal.
So far, our scheme was working 100%, and Henry L. was reacting exactly according to plan. After lunch, I left the hotel. Around about mid-afternoon, I returned with Paul in tow. He wore steel-rimmed glasses and a blue suit that was shiny with age, and his shirt cuffs were frayed at the edges. In fact, he looked precisely what he was supposed to look like, a minor government clerk. I introduced him to Henry L. Hank, I want you to meet Monsieur Berriot.
Glad to know you.
Bonjour, monsieur. Monsieur Berriot's a clerk in the, just what's that again, Monsieur Berriot?
Internal Records and Personal Statistics.
Yes, that's it. I've had Mr. Berriot making a few inquiries this afternoon. He's good enough to offer to come around to the hotel with certain documents and information he's able to obtain for me. Maybe, Monsieur Berriot, you'll tell my friend what you told me.
No, monsieur.
Ah, good.
The inquiry concerned the family of Tournay,
That's
of
right.
Pont Bleu, in the
right.
department of Seine-et-Marne.
Correct.
Now we begin with Ambrose Tournay.
Paul had done a fine job, make it look good. I slipped him a 5,000 franc bill, and off he went, bursting with gratitude. After he'd gone, I turned to Henry L. Well, Hank, you asked for proof. Now you've got it. You can't argue against all that evidence, can you?
Don't misunderstand me, Harry. I didn't doubt Lisette. I just wanted to be certain, that's all.
Now you're satisfied. She's okay, aren't you? Do we go ahead, Henry?
Sure, a deal's a deal. We'll fix up the details with Lisette this evening, and first thing tomorrow, we'll go and buy that jewel case. Check?
Check.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, Vive la Chance.
That same evening, we put the proposition to Lizette. Henrielle and I were to find the money to buy the jewel case. When the map had been found and her great-grandfather's treasure recovered, we were to split the proceeds, half to us and half to her. Lizette was overcome with emotion, and the tears of gratitude she wept were genuine, even if nothing else about her was. My admiration for Lizette as an actress soared about 100%, especially when she came to what was in fact the crux of our prearranged plan.
Your generosity touches me deeply, monsieur. And I shall always be grateful, but I am afraid I cannot accept.
Oh, why not, for Pete's sake?
It is not fair. It is asking too much.
Oh, nonsense.
I have not perhaps made it sufficiently clear just how great a gamble this is. 8 years is a long time.
Oh, I know.
And in that time, the jewel case has probably had many owners.
Sure, like Lizette says, it's a gamble. But what the heck? You know the old saying back in the States, Harry, if you don't speculate, you won't accumulate.
Then you think we ought to take a chance, Henry?
Why, certainly.
And so, next morning, the flea market. As arranged, Lizette stayed in the cab. Following her directions, we had no difficulty in finding Monsieur Laplage's stall. If Laplage looked oddly like my old friend Pierre, who was Henrielle to know? And how was he to notice the quick wink that Pierre and I exchanged? The case was standing on a shelf. And a lot of other junk. Henrielle, I pretended not to notice it at first, and then after a while, he picked it up in an elaborately casual sort of way.
What do you think of this old jewel case, Harry?
It's quite attractive in its way, I guess, Henry.
I've got a sort of idea Millie might like it for a dressing table.
Yeah?
I'll give you 5,000 francs for it, monsieur.
Please, you make the joke, yes?
Okay, 6,000. I'm not a guy to haggle.
Monsieur, I have spent my lifetime among articles of antiquity.
You look at it.
I am an expert, an authority. Many famous collectors have wished to buy that jewel case. They have offered much money for it.
Then why haven't you sold it?
Because they cannot pay the price I am obliged to ask.
Everybody says.
They cannot pay 3 million francs.
3 million francs for a bit of junk like this? You must be crazy. I'll give you $1 million.
2.5 million.
1.5.
2 1/4.
1 3/4.
You are a hard man, monsieur. 2 million.
Okay, sold.
Now, take it easy, old man. Don't be too impetuous.
But if I want a thing, I want it, and I'm prepared to pay.
Well,
so
your money,
2 million francs it is. The only trouble is I don't have that much cash on me right now.
Well, I have half of it here if you can make up the rest.
That's mighty kind of you, Harry. Let me see now. Yeah. Here we are.
It was there, all right. 1 million francs. In crisp new notes. A 4-way split between Paul, Pierre, Lizette, and myself. Lizette was still waiting for us in the cab. She grabbed the case eagerly.
In a moment now, we shall know. One of these rosebuds on this side is a spring that releases the false bottom.
Well, try it. Come on.
No.
Try the other
this
one.
Oh,
there.
Look, monsieur.
You're right,
up,
Lizette.
see?
Look, there's a sheet of paper.
Yeah, piece of paper. It must be a map. Open it up and read it,
so
Lizette.
excited. My fingers are hard.
I'm kind of excited myself. There it is.
Oh, it is. It is the map.
This is terrific. Let's take a look.
For Pete's sake, it's all in French.
Well, of course it's in French. What do you
That's
think?
right, of course it is. Can you read it, Lizette?
Oh, but yes, it is very simple.
What's it say?
Yeah, well, tell us what it's...
Stand facing north at the northeast corner of the outer wall.
Outer wall of what?
The outer wall of my great-grandfather's property at Fontainebleau, I suppose.
Sure, that'd be it. Go on,
At a
Lizette.
distance of 55 paces, there is a chestnut tree.
I sure hope it's still there.
2 meters north of the tree, D.
Go on.
Well, that is all. Except for the initials AT, my great-grandfather's
Oh,
initials.
that's good enough for me. Come on, let's go. Well, I dare say you can guess the rest. Lizette led us to the old family mansion. We followed the directions. We located the chestnut tree, and we dug. After 10 minutes or so, we struck something solid. It was a large metal chest. We got to the surface, and with trembling fingers, Henrielle smashed the rusted lock, and we swung back the lid.
Well, I'll be doggone. Empty.
Oh, no, it can't be.
It's empty, all right.
Well, not quite. What do you make of this, Lizette?
Oh, to me it looks like a brass button of the sort that soldiers wear on their
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
Oh, there is on it a crest, a double eagle.
You realize what that means, don't you?
Oh, no?
That means some Prussian soldier must have beaten us to it some 80 years ago.
I can't believe it.
There's the evidence, old man.
This is terrible.
I must say Henry took it well. No silly nonsense, no recriminations, and above all, not the slightest suspicion, as far as I could see anyway, that he'd been gypped. After dinner that evening, he suggested we might console ourselves for the loss of our dough with a champagne supper at Carol's. I pleaded a headache and let him go off alone. After he'd gone, I walked around to Pierre's hotel, knocked on his door. There was no answer. I knocked again, a little louder. Still no answer. A horrible, incredible suspicion crossed my mind. No, it couldn't be. It just couldn't. I went downstairs to the reception clerk. I asked for Pierre.
I regret, monsieur. He is no longer with us.
He's left?
Oui, monsieur.
You don't know where he's gone, do you?
I wish I did, monsieur. He still owes us for 2 weeks' rent.
Is that all? You're lucky. He owes me 250,000 francs. The suspicion had become a virtual certainty now. I hurried back to my own hotel. For once, the luck was with me. As I was about to enter, I saw a familiar figure coming out. I slid out of sight till it had passed, and then I followed. In a few minutes, I found myself, yes, you guessed it, in the Rue Lafitte. 100 yards or so off the Boulevard Haussmann, my quarry turned in at a doorway. I was right behind him. It was a small private hotel. I followed him up 3 flights of stairs. He stopped outside a door. He knocked. It opened. He went in. I checked to make sure I had my gun, and I turned the knob and flung the door open. They were all there. Henrielle, Paul, Pierre, and Lisette looking very smug and pleased with themselves. Henrielle lolling back in an easy chair, puffing a cigar and holding forth to the others.
Of course, the thing that tickles me pink is putting it across a guy who's supposed to be as shrewd as Harry Lime. That's all.
That's what Harry. Save it. I said save it. Shut up, all of you, and keep your hands up. And in the open, too. Now, this little thing in my hand might go off. How dare you? How dare you try to pull a corny old trick like this on me, on Harry Lime? You didn't kid yourself for a minute that I was really falling for it, did you?
Well, Harry, we...
Honestly, Hank, I'm ashamed of you. And to talk to you, you seem such a sensible, intelligent sort of a fellow.
Of course, monsieur, you will understand that we were never in earnest.
Oh, no, it was what you call a practical joke.
Practical joke.
No harm meant, Harry. Bad you had to bust in like this and spoil the whole thing.
Yeah, it's too bad. No sense of humor. That's my trouble. However, as I am here, you may as well let me have it back now.
Oh, sure, Harry, sure. Hand it over, Paul.
Avec plaisir. There you are, monsieur.
Thanks. Now I'll have the rest, if you don't mind.
The rest?
Oh, but it is all there, $1 million francs.
There was another million, I seem to recall.
But that was my money.
Was, Henry, is the operative word.
You mean?
I mean, I want it. And now...
Harry!
This is infamous, monsieur. You cannot do such a thing.
I am doing it. 1 million francs, please.
Okay. Take it.
Thank you. And from you, Lisette?
I know. The 5,000 francs you so kindly lent the poor, starving little girl.
Oh, no, not at all. From you, Lisette, 1 kiss.
You are so gallant, monsieur.
Mm-hmm.
If only instead of these useless imbeciles I had you as my partner.
Ah.
There is no telling to what heights we would attain.
Ah, you flatter me. You flatter me, mademoiselle.
Oh, not at all. I know a clever man when I meet one.
You're so right.
I repay my debt. So.
Thank you, Lisette. Perhaps someday, who knows? Who knows? Et maintenant? Au revoir. Au revoir, mes amis. Merci 1000 fois de votre hospitalité. So long now. It was a good exit. I flattered myself. Pretty good exit. Only one thing marred it. As I closed the door, a man stepped out of the shadows. Now, a cop is a cop in any language. There was no mistaking this one. For one wild second, I was tempted to plant one on his jaw and run for it, but discretion got the better part of valor. When he spoke, I was glad.
You are quite all right, Monsieur Lime?
Sure.
You have recovered your money?
Well...
Please, monsieur, you can be frank. I know everything.
You do?
But certainly. I have had our friends in there under observation for many days now. When I realized they were imposing upon you the old story of the jewel case, I thought at first I would intervene and warn you. Then I said to myself, but that is ridiculous. A smart man like Monsieur Lime would never let himself be caught by such an obvious trick. So I decided to wait and watch and let the comedy play itself out. I was right, you see. And there is an old saying from the English. He laughs best who laughs last.
That's the way it
You
goes,
must have
yes.
found it very amusing, Monsieur.
Oh, sure. I
You
salute
say you have
man.
your money?
Oh, yes. I persuaded them to return it.
Then all is well.
All is well. I smiled to myself as I thought of Henry L. Wotherspoon's £1,000,000 reposing in my pocket. All was well. Very, very well indeed. And it wasn't until I got back to my hotel room that I realized the truth. How was I to know that when Lisette kissed me, she also picked my pocket?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I always say honesty is the best policy. That's what I always say. Don't necessarily mean it. You take gambling, for instance. As W.C. Fields used to put it, you can't cheat an honest man, which probably accounts for the trouble I have with cheats. Still, it doesn't stop me from gambling or dishonesty, for when in Rome, do the Romans or they'll do you. And when in France, say, as the French always say, vive la chance. So long now.
All right, is that time of day again? We have come to the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The name Wyoming comes from a Native American expression that means at the Big Plains. This refers to the high Bashan prairies in some parts of present-day Wyoming. In the USA, only 3 states have names that begin with 2 consonants. Those states are Florida, Rhode Island, and Wyoming. Wyoming is unique in the sense that non-Americans seem to have problems pronouncing the name of the state. However, the consonant cluster at the beginning of a word, Wyoming, is not a big problem. With a little practice, you can pronounce the name perfectly. In 1939, some areas of northern Wyoming made an attempt to join part of Montana and South Dakota to form a new state. The new state was to be named Absaroka, with Sheridan as its proposed capital. A new license plate was even considered, and a Miss Absaroka was named, or the new state. The new state did not happen. Despite the fact that there are 23 counties in the state of Wyoming, there is only one area code. It is 307, and the whole state falls in the Mountain Time Zone. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream. It is good to be back. And until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless.